Chapter 151 Wanchun Farm. The convoy bound for Wanchun Camp was loaded early in the morning and lined up at the entrance of Fangzhou waiting for departure. Xue Liang waited at the entrance on purpose, watching Jima Song and Cheng Qingye coming together from a distance, and turned to Luo Qin and said, "Bring Xiaolang here. The chairman wants to see him." Jima Song didn't seem to have any special feelings for his nephew. She looked at Jima Lang sleeping peacefully in Luo Qin's arms, and her eyes were not moved. She just reached out and touched the child's forehead with dense hair. "Be careful on the road." Wang Mao learned that Xue Liang was leaving, and hurried over to see him off. He was holding a notebook in his hand, saying that he was compiling the boss's quotations, and would publish them in the future. Xue Liang sternly stopped him, and ordered him not to publish any messy things. Luo Qin pulled him aside and whispered, "You should go to Fangzhou newspaper and submit this to Luo Qin." Xue Liang's sinister voice sounded, "I can hear you." Fangzhou lost its 3 strongest fighters again at once. But Li Miyuki didn't say anything, and didn't seem to care. However, Cheng Qingye is also a member of the committee after all. She does not intend to give up her power in Hanzhou and let the Ark become Li Miyuki's one-man show. Cheng Qingye also leads a team of first-generation recreated humans, whose strength is not even inferior to Blue Flame. This is Cheng Qingye's biggest trump card. However, the reason why Cheng Qingye has not joined Blue Flame is largely because the power of the Cheng family used to be mostly dependent on Yuan Shan. But it is still valued by Li Miyuki. In particular, Cheng Qingye still has a lot of Tai Sui mineral resources inherited from his father, and the interests are closely related, which cannot be cut off just by saying so. Jimoro looked at the gloomy sky outside the car window, and his thoughts were pulled back by the chuckle of a baby beside him. He turned his head to look at Jima Lang in the cradle next to him, with a somewhat impatient look. In fact, he only liked Jima Lang when he was drunk, and he was more indifferent to him at other times. On the one hand, he could clearly feel that this child was connected to him by blood. But on the other hand, he still couldn't accept Jima Lang's existence from the bottom of his heart. Didn't like him, and even resisted him. Xue Liang opened the passenger seat and got in the car. Seeing that he was still sitting stupidly, he couldn't help but remind him, "Hold the child. What if he falls later?" Jimoro reluctantly picked up Jima Lang. Didn't want to look at him anymore, and could only lean against the car window to take a nap. Jima Lang kept reaching out to him, as if he wanted more caresses from him. But he didn't get a response for a long time. His chubby arms never gave up. He kept trying to attract Jimoro's attention with a smile. But the other party remained indifferent. The noise of engines came from the convoy one after another. Luo Qin rolled down the window and waved to the people at the entrance of the camp. "Let's go." He pressed the horn, and the first car began to leave the camp. The convoy of hundreds of meters drove out, and the wheels were covered with flying dust. "I don't know when I'll be back next time," Luo Qin said. "Xiao Rou, you're not going to say goodbye to your sister?" "No." Jima Rou didn't move. "There's nothing to say if I go." The convoy was light and simple, and it took less than a day to reach Wanchun Camp. In the evening, Luo Qin saw the cluster of houses in the camp appear on the field on one side of the road, and gradually became clear in his vision. He saw the signal from the watchtower to confirm the connection, and he also flashed the lights and responded in Morse code. "Captain!" The sling had been waiting outside the camp. When he saw Luo Qin's car stop, he ran over. Luo Qin opened the car door and looked at the Sinling. "Have you grown taller?" "How do you know?" The Sinling proudly put his hands on his waist. "Xiao Bai measured me. I grew 5 centimeters taller. It's quite obvious. Last time, your head couldn't even reach the rearview mirror." "I'm going to kill you." Xue Liang watched by Wu Luo walking behind the Sinling. He raised his hand and threw something. The latter subconsciously raised his hand to catch it and found that it was a can of chili sauce. "Where did you get it?" "I picked it up from the trash can." Xue Liang stretched and said. Bai Wuluo was used to him being like this, jumped into the car, and gave him a bear hug. "I miss you, brother." "Cheng Qingyao is fine. Let me take care of him for you," Xue Liang said. Bai Wuluo was embarrassed. "I didn't ask him." Xue Liang patted his forehead. "When you said you miss me, your eyes were erratic, and you could tell you were thinking about something else. You are thin-skinned. I am thick-skinned and not afraid of this, okay? Brother, are you interrogating the prisoner?" Bai Wuluo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Let's go, let's eat first." No one in the Blue Flame Brigade knew what Xue Liang had experienced. They just thought it was an ordinary confinement, As for the things that happened later, Luo Qin and Cheng Qingyan never let them know. These hot-blooded young men are the most stubborn and loyal in the special forces. They must rush into the Ark and tear Li Miyuki to pieces when they know it. I haven't been back for a long time. The changes in Wanchun camp have been earth-shattering. It is basically impossible to see the shadow of the original simple camp. A few days ago, Su Yogong's rescue team rushed back more than a dozen pigs from the mountains. They were all raised in farmers' homes. After the virus broke out, there was no one here. They were so hungry that they broke through the pigsty and ran around in the woods. They almost turned into wild boars. And they were even fatter than domesticated ones. Su Yugang led his men to drive the pigs into the fence, blocking both ends, and they were all enclosed. Their work was done, so they decided to go all out, and opened up a farm behind the camp, raising pigs and chickens, and growing some transplanted vegetables. The Sling went to the pig pen every day to see the pigs, fried pork chops, braised pork, and meatballs running around in front of her, and her eyes were wide open. But Luo Qi never came back, so she could only eat raw pork without seasoning, which was torture for a foodie. Xue Liang helped to build a canopy next to the pig pen with plastic sheeting, and rebuilt a new chicken coop on the spot. He fixed the iron trough for feeding in front, tightened the four corners with iron wire, and dug a drainage channel next to the chicken coop, which not only drains water on rainy days, but also collects rainwater, so that the chicks can drink a few sips. Falcon came over with a few bags of pig feed, put the sacks on his shoulders on the ground, and said, "Captain, where is my reward for the last special training?" Luo Qin promised to make me a big meal. Xue Liang checked the fence of the chicken coop and said, "You will not be left out if you promise. Go find him, and he can fulfill it at any time." Falcon went to feed the pigs contentedly. Xue Liang squatted in front of the chicken coop, wanting to find Su Yugang to tell him that it was ready. Turning around, he saw Su Yugang and several search and rescue team members running over with a few chickens. The chickens flapped their wings and struggled, screaming, and their feathers flew everywhere. The scene was extremely cruel and inhumane. "Quick! Open the cage!" Su Yugang shouted as he ran over here. Xue Liang quickly opened the chicken coop, and several people immediately rushed over and hurriedly stuffed the chickens into the cage. Okay, it's done. Where did you get these chickens and pigs?" Xue Liang asked curiously. Su Yugang wiped his sweat and said, "In the past, this area was a place where people lived. The virus outbreak also infected the mountains. The brothers have been pioneering in the past few months. In those deserted villages, some animals that have not escaped can still be found. I see that you came back this time, and basically brought nothing. If we really rely on the little supplies allocated by the Ark, we will starve to death before the zombies come. Let's rely on ourselves. Li Miyuki has wanted to overturn the table for a long time. Now the upper echelons of the Ark are controlled by his people. Many people in the Human Alliance have participated in the reconstruction experiment. The enhancers can't be controlled. Hanzhou has never been so chaotic," Xue Liang said. "The lieutenant general is missing. Lao Zhao is still in Shanxi, and a large part of the Hanzhou garrison went to Songhe a month ago. There is no point for me to stay. Wanchun camp is the key point connecting Songhe and Hanzhou. More important, I don't have time to continue to fight for power with Li Miyuki." Su Yugang plucked the chicken feathers stuck on his clothes said, "Before, when Li Miyuki said he wanted to set up the Ark, I knew he was definitely not doing it for the good of ordinary people. This man has done so many bad things in the past, manipulating the stock market, monopolizing competition, relying on him to save people? Impossible, he doesn't care about other people's lives." The Walker rescue team was extremely disgusted with Li Miyuki's various policies from the beginning. Although they finally agreed to join the Ark under Xue Liang's guarantee, they did not agree with Li Miyuki. When Xue Liang decided to develop in Wanchun camp, all the members of the rescue team immediately held a meeting and collectively decided to come with them. The Ark has the Chung family, and Wanchun camp has the Blue Flame Brigade, so at least they can hold on, Xue Liang said. Li Miyuki wants to connect his power with Hanzhou and Songhe. So Lao Zhao asked us to come here to set up Wanchun camp, at least to restrain Li Miyuki. "I heard that you are going to Ukraine soon," Su Yugang asked. "How long will it take to come back? Do you need help?" Xue Liang shook his head. "We are going to the abandoned city of Chernobyl, which is very dangerous. But thank you very much. The rescue team has helped the camp a lot in the past 2 months. Otherwise, Blue Flame alone would not be able to survive. Falcon told me that Wanchun Farm is a very good idea." "You're welcome. Su Yugang waved his hand nonchalantly. We have to live together in the future. It's my duty. Dinner was prepared by Luo Qin. The Siling smelled the familiar smell from a distance and ran over happily. Looked into the pot with expectation. It's dumpling soup. Luo Qin also put ham and green beans in the dumpling soup. The taste is unique. Even Black Panther and Falcon, who disliked the watery soup, could drink several bowls in one breath. He stood in front of the stove and served rice. He took the time to say to Siling, Cha-cha-ka, please help me send some soup to your captain. He is in the dormitory, and I am too busy. Siling nodded, quickly finished his bowl, picked up the thermos bucket prepared by Luo Qin, and hurried to the dormitory. When she opened the door, she smelled a strong smell of milk. Jimo Lang was lying in the crib crying wildly. Shui Liang was making milk powder for Jimo Lang, and Chen Nuo was helping to wash hot towels. Jimo Lang was uncharacteristically refusing to drink milk today. Shui Liang put the bottle aside and had no idea how to coax him. Captain, what's wrong? Siling put down the thermos, went to the bedside and took a look. Why is he crying? When she knew that this was Jimoro's son, she was extremely shocked. She never thought that a person with a simple mind like her could give birth to a son. Luo Qin explained to her, his brain is simple, but his lower body is very active, which is the opposite of the brain's function. Shui Liang covered Luo Qin's mouth. Don't tell her this. Siling did not understand. But for Jimo Lang, she was more curious about the new life. She always felt that the name of Wanchun Camp sounded like a place suitable for all things to grow. Shui Liang propped up Jimo Lang's head and stroked his chest. Xiao Lang just vomited milk, which scared me, but fortunately he didn't choke. Chen Nuo took a wet towel to wipe Jimo Lang's face, and said, Captain, let me do it. It's normal for a child this age to spit up milk. It will be fine in a few months. This is how I take care of my brothers at home. Siling handed the thermos bucket to Shui Liang. Let's eat first. Xiao Chen Yu. Go eat too. Shui Liang said. You are not born to babysit. Let Shiro do it herself if there is anything. Siling walked in front of Chen Nuo, stared at Jimo Lang with wide eyes for a while, pointed at him and said, It's all your fault, little thing. The captain has no time to eat. When Jimo Lang saw her action, he suddenly stopped crying and giggled. He staggered to grab her hand and made a babbling sound. Siling thought it was quite interesting, and played with him for a while, like teasing a cat. Call me sister. Siling looked at Jimo Lang seriously and said, Shui Liang, he is only a few months old, and you are teaching him to speak? Then I think the first word he will say is sister. Is that not okay? Siling was not convinced. He must be much smarter than his father. Since Jimoro returned to Wanchun Camp, she has been leading the pioneer team out every day, leaving early and returning late. And she doesn't want to stay in the camp for a second longer. The Human Alliance is attached to Limuki, and has long separated cooking from Lan Yen, and has its own camp canteen. But Jimoro still comes to Lan Yan's place for meals as usual, and never changes, and doesn't care about the gossip from the Human Alliance. Shui Liang has already given him an ultimatum, and if he evades his responsibilities again, he will go back to Hanzhou. Jimo Lang is born with a sense of his biological father. Although Jimoro never teases him, he still smiles every time he sees her, and acts like a spoiled child, and wants Jimoro to hug him. But Jimoro never responded, just looked at him coldly. Shui Liang had just taken a sip of soup when Chen Nuo suddenly came back. Captain, there are many zombies outside the camp, attacking our protective net. I'll go over now. Shui Liang put down the thermos and hurriedly put on his clothes. Siling followed him out and bumped into Luo Qin, who was coming in. I heard from Xiao Chen. What's going on? Do you need help? Look at Xiao Lang, Shui Liang said. I'll be back soon. Chapter 152. A drop of water 10 years ago. This zombie attack was the same as usual, all roaming from the east, but the speed seemed much faster, and the strength was greater than before, making close combat much more difficult. In the end, Chen Nuo solved most of them with a sniper rifle, but it consumed a lot of bullets, which was a pity. Shui Liang planned to rely on cold weapons as much as possible in the future. These weapons were the trump cards reserved for saving lives in critical moments, and they could not be used easily. The next morning, Shui Liang woke up just before the assembly horn sounded, packed neatly, and moved all the luggage to the front hall. Jimo Lang was still asleep, with one short leg sticking out of the crib, shaking from time to time. Luo Qin was hanging by the bed, motionless. Jimal Lang suddenly woke up crying last night. And he held him and coaxed him until the middle of the night. He was sleeping soundly at this moment. When Shui Liang passed by, Luo Qin suddenly turned over and was about to roll down. But fortunately, he rushed over to catch him and put him back on the bed. After the wake-up call sounded for a while, Shui Liang went out to get a kettle of water, lit the stove in front of the dormitory door to boil water, and then turned to watch Lan Yan's morning training, leading the team to run around the camp for a few laps. When the team was about to gather after the last lap, everyone suddenly saw two people running towards this side on the road outside the camp. They could hear something from a distance, but the straight-line distance was about a few hundred meters, and it was completely inaudible. Shui Liang stopped, turned around and said, "Sunling, step out of the line. Go and have a look." Sunling ran over, and soon a communication came back. "Captain, it's a survivor, and there are a few zombies chasing behind. The distance is too far, and there is no time to kill them. Let's call Sister Nua. Chen Nua, step out." Shui Liang waved her hand. "Get rid of those." After hearing the order, Chen Nua immediately raised her gun and walked out of the team, aiming at the direction of the road. As the muzzle of the gun was raised, she fired bullets, firing 3 shots in a row, shooting those zombies in the head accurately, while her body remained as steady as a rock. The Sunling brought the 2 panicked survivors, a middle-aged man and a woman, who were holding a child in their arms. Driven by the desire to survive, they ran so hard that their legs became weak, for fear of being caught up by the zombies. There are zombies behind. Shui Liang helped the frightened woman sit down. "We killed them all, don't be afraid. Are you from the east?" "Hondo," the man panted and said. "It's hard to stay there anymore. Many people are killing people and robbing things in the city. Many people have died." Shui Liang and Chen Nua looked at each other and asked calmly, "Didn't Fanzhou intervene?" "Fanzhou doesn't care about our lives. Those recreated humans are all in the same group. They robbed things outside and handed them over to the people in Fanzhou, and they were taken in directly." The woman shook her head and said frustratedly, "They robbed our things." According to the couple, only the police in Fanzhou would lend a hand to the survivors, but the Chung family had limited manpower after all, and they would not have good luck every day. Most of the time, they could only encounter unreasonable hooligans. Even if they managed to get into the camp, there was not enough food for everyone. They still had to go out to find all the food they could to fill their stomachs. They encountered all kinds of thugs on the way, which almost formed a vicious circle that they could never escape. Instead of having no food to eat in the Ark and being worried all the time, it was better to take a gamble and find the army that was said to be stationed in the north. The man looked up and realized how big the camp they were in was. He was immediately tempted. "You are here, we are in Wanchun camp. There are troops stationed here. It is very safe," Shui Liang said. "Don't be afraid. Follow me." Shui Liang called Falcon and asked him to arrange for the couple to stay in the camp first, clean up an empty dormitory, and then give them some food. The couple thanked them profusely and asked casually, "Good boy, which unit are you from? We heard that there were soldiers saving people if we went north. So we walked for several days and wanted to go to Songha. Unfortunately, we ran into a few zombies this morning. We thought we were doomed. Thank you so much. We are the Blue Flame Brigade, stationed in Wanchun camp. Songha is further north, but it is too far away, and we have to cross the mountains. It is difficult to walk there. Our convoy will go to Songha next month, and we can take you with us." The 2 people looked at each other eagerly and trustingly. Shui Liang hesitated for a moment. "Tian," he told the truth, "although we are also recreated humans, but—" The couple's face changed, and they immediately stood up and retreated. "What? You are recreated humans? Then we won't stay, we won't stay." "Hey, don't, wait!" Falcon quickly stopped them. "Brother, sister, you don't have to be afraid. We are all regular soldiers, really. There are recreated humans and ordinary people here. Everyone is pretty good." The couple was probably frightened by the killing, burning and looting of the recreated humans along the way, and they didn't dare to stay no matter what. In their eyes, everyone in the room became robbers, as if they would take out knives at the next moment and force them to hand over everything they had. Shui Liang was just trying to find a way to calm the 2 people down, when he suddenly caught a glimpse of the child in the woman's arms, and the couple's equally scarred lips. He thought to himself, "Don't worry. We have milk powder and hot water here. You have to feed the child before you leave. There is no one hundreds of kilometers north of here. let alone the army. You won't make it to Sungha if you don't eat. The woman was stunned, then looked at the child in her arms, and was obviously shaken. The baby in her arms looked about 1 year old. His cheeks were sunken from hunger. His face was pale and skinny, and his lips were dry and flaky. It was obvious that he had not touched water for a long time. She herself had not eaten or drunk anything for several days, and had no milk at all. The couple took turns biting their lips to feed the child blood, which was not a long-term solution. Xue Liang's words hit her soft spot. She turned her head and looked at her husband with a negotiating look. The man was also very tempted. After hesitating for a long time, he nodded. Okay. Okay. Then do we want to exchange things? Falcon was at a loss. Brother, we are really a regular army. We are all veterans who have served for many years. We are not those beasts in the city who rob people and things everywhere. This is a supply station set up by the army. If you don't believe me, I'll ask the captain of the rescue team to tell you. He is just like you, an ordinary person. The couple finally followed them to the camp and walked into the temporary barracks nervously. When the antelope brought them water and food, they were still a little unresponsive. Eat. Eat. There are plenty here, the antelope asked with a smile. Do you need milk powder? Yes. Yes, the woman said quickly. Thank you, little girl. Xue Liang quickly brought them some milk powder and hot water. The woman didn't have time to eat herself, so she made a bottle of milk powder for the child first. Sun Ling sat aside, watching their expressions gradually change from alert to relaxed. Exchanged glances with Xue Liang, and felt relieved. If you want to stay, you can stay here, Xue Liang said tentatively. There is a place to live, and food to eat. Just help out from time to time, and you don't need to hand in anything. The man hesitated for a moment, sighed heavily. I know you are all good people, different from those in Hangzhou. But alas, Fangzhou said so at the beginning. We came from Jiangxi, and when we arrived at the door of Fangzhou, Li Muqi actually refused to let us in. The survivors who were stranded outside the Fangzhou at that time gradually changed from expectation to anger, and then slowly became disappointed. They knew that Fangzhou had gone back on its word and no longer practiced the purpose it was founded on. So they left one after another and sought another way to make a living. The safety wall rose up without stopping. The other corners of Hangzhou city were full of danger and death. Warmth and comfort were sealed in that tall ivory tower. Many people came with hope for the Ark, but eventually died in that strange city. The Ark is now under the control of the Human Alliance, and we can't do anything about it, Xue Liang said. But you can stay in Wanchun camp. This place is not under the control of the Ark. Although there are people from the Alliance, we are not militant, and you don't have to worry about being bullied by them. Husband, why don't we leave? The woman completely gave up the idea of leaving. Don't go north anymore. It's so cold in winter there, and it's so far away. Cece can't stand it. The man agreed. They felt that instead of taking the risk of continuing to go north and facing the same situation as Hangzhou and Sungha, it would be better to settle down like this, which is not bad. We stay. The man nodded. Thank you. Really, thank you. Su Yugang stood on the tarmac and did the final check of the helicopter before takeoff with Xue Liang. Xiao Luo, give me a screwdriver. Luo Qin took out a screwdriver from the toolbox, walked towards him, and threw it. Come on! Xue Liang watched Luo Qin walk to her side, and the two of them exchanged tacit glances, and both smiled peacefully. While Su Yugang lowered his head, he quietly held hands. Su Yugang pretended not to see it, took a screwdriver to remove the rusty nails, tightened a place on the propeller, and asked casually, Brother, are you really going to turn this into a second Ark? It won't be a second Ark. Xue Liang lowered his head to adjust the dashboard, and said, No one will give us orders anymore. Everyone can only protect themselves now. The Ark only needs strong people. But we don't have such rules here. Everyone who comes is a guest. There is no distinction between those who want to survive. Su Yugang was silent for a while, and said sincerely, To be honest, I used to have a special prejudice against you. I always felt that you people looked down on ordinary people. But you are different. Lan Yin is different. I just can't understand. Why can people in the same group be so different from each other? Xue Liang laughed and turned off the watch face. People are different from each other. It has nothing to do with what group he belongs to. Prejudice is inevitable. Then let's not talk about it. In Wanchun camp, there is only one issue, which is who has the right to live. Who? Su Yugang was completely curious. He really wanted to know what this young man who still looked immature, who was hailed as the strongest fighting force of mankind, and the last savior of the Ark, was thinking. Shui Liang is like a flag to him, and the entire rescue team. A green bud rising from the ruins of the doomsday. And the first ray of morning light emerging from the steel and concrete forest of the city. Luo Qin also stopped his work, sat down and looked at Shui Liang very seriously. When I was in junior high school, I did a question, Shui Liang said. I don't remember what the question was, but the official standard answer is if I were a drop of water, then I would rather nurture meaningful life. Luo Qin raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and said nothing. Su Yugang didn't understand. He joined the army after finishing junior high school. How could he know what questions were answered in school? Shui Liang continued. My Chinese teacher at the time was a very young girl. After she read the answer, she hummed, and then suddenly told us that she thought the answer was wrong. Su Yugang tossed the nail in his hand and asked, What's wrong? People of our generation used to say that we should be a screw that never rusts. He threw the nail to Shui Liang, who reached out to catch it, put it in his palm, and stood it firmly. It's different. Shui Liang looked at the nail. The teacher said that she felt that this answer was wrong. If water only nurtures meaningful life, then whose life is meaningless? And who will judge whether it is meaningful or not? Su Yugang obviously hadn't thought about this level of understanding. He stood there for a long time, and suddenly laughed out loud. He laughed very heartily, with a kind of sudden enlightenment. Okay, I know. I know. Shui Liang closed his palms, and the nail slipped from his fingers. Luo Qin took it and gently put it into the toolbox. Everyone has the right to live, Shui Liang said. Water will not distinguish whether the life it wants to save is meaningful or not. But people will. I remember that teacher said that the reason why water saves people is just because it is water. Chapter 153 Chernobyl. Suddenly, there was a sound of glass breaking in the silent office, followed by Li Muki's roar, Get out. Trash. Zhu Yan pushed open the door, and there were several new bloodstains on the back of his hand. He lowered his head and pursed his lips, and left after closing the door. Li Muki was in the office, supporting his desk with both hands, staring at the crystal ashtray fragments on the floor. His chest seemed to be filled with evil fire. Do you have to beat me to death? A teasing voice came from the tea room. Shui Yunting walked out slowly from the shadows, stepped on the glass fragments and walked to the table, his eyes mocking. Li Muki glanced at him and said coldly, You beat your own son before. Didn't you beat him to death? Shui Yunting smiled and said, Of course, I didn't really beat him to death. The little girl Xixian will never amount to anything. And Si Miao is a cripple. Only the second child in the family can be of some use. I had hoped that he would have some future. But now it's useless. Your son is quite capable. He got rid of by Wulua and Luo Qin. Li Muki shouted. What is the relationship between Luo Qin and Shui Liang? Why do you listen to him so much? Shui Yunting scratched his nose and leaned casually on his desk. You reminded me. I always felt that there was something wrong with him. You just realized it. Li Muki sneered. Your family doesn't have that kind of habit that is inherited. Right? Shui Yunting laughed and scolded. Bullshit. I have never had sex with a man. If I had known Shui Liang would take such a perverted path, I would have beaten him until he changed. Let's not talk about this. Li Muki waved his hand. Just give me a definite answer. Can you still get Luo Qin? Shui Yunting said, Of course. Why are you in such a hurry now? Don't we still have a trump card in our hand? I hope so. I hope you gave me a good card back then. Li Muki looked at him coldly. I want to win this whole game. My beastly son has plenty of patience and ruthlessness. If you act rashly, he will definitely bite back. There is no rush for this matter. Just listen to me. Although Shui Yunting is fierce, he is extremely good at analyzing the pros and cons with others. It is not without reason that he was able to become a dark horse in Hangzhou real estate overnight. Li Muki looked tense, looking at the dim scenery outside the window, and suddenly laughed. You should have strangled Shui Liang to death when he was still a child. Are you so afraid of him? Shui Yunting laughed. What's there to be afraid of? He's just a useless kid. Li Muki didn't say anything else, holding a pen in his hand, blood dripping from his palm. The helicopter landed in front of a mountain on the outskirts of the city, with yellow sand rolling and dust flying. Luo Qin's neck was sore from looking out all the way, and now he finally turned around, stretched his muscles, and began to make the final preparations before landing. The farthest place he had ever been was Shanghai. It was his first time going abroad, and he felt very fresh. 10 minutes later, Xue Liang jumped off the helicopter, with a portable radiation detector in his hand. The pointer on it had reached the maximum value, and was still shaking, as if it was about to burst through the glass cover. The Reagan value exceeds the maximum limit of the instrument's detection, Xue Liang said. This is close to the nuclear power plant, the area with the highest radiation value. Ji Moro looked around. She had only seen it in documentaries and movies before, and she didn't expect that the real nuclear city would be like this. It's been almost 30 years, and it's still like this. It will have an impact for at least hundreds of years. The decay period of nuclear radiation can kill more than a dozen generations. Xue Liang knocked on the detector that didn't move at all, and found that it was completely broken. He could only throw it aside. Use the cover to camouflage the plane, and remember to lock the door. They hid the helicopter, each carrying 2 guns, and only brought a backpack for water and food. They traveled lightly, and headed towards the nuclear power plant. Xue Liang walked out a short distance, and suddenly felt a little dizzy. He rubbed his temple with his hand, and sighed. The radiation level is more serious than I thought. Ji Moro felt the same way. His stomach was churning, and the heat rushed to his throat. He complained, "It's so uncomfortable. Didn't you say that nuclear radiation has no effect on reconstructed humans?" Luo Qin said worriedly. "Will there be any problems?" Xue Liang, reconstructed humans are also people. They always have to go through the stage of cell breakdown and reorganization. We have done environmental simulation tests for anti-nuclear radiation before, but the Rankine value here is hundreds of times higher than when we tested it. The sudden increase in radiation intensity. The virus also needs time to adapt. Luo Qin turned his neck, and said easily, "Why don't I feel anything?" His words were quickly exchanged for Ji Moro's cold words. "Because you are about to die. Don't talk nonsense." Xue Liang slapped Ji Moro lightly. "If you feel uncomfortable, press the Biwi point on the top of your head. It will feel better." Luo Qin's curiosity reached its peak, and he looked around. He imagined that this should be a city that had been uninhabited for decades, so that weeds and trees grew all over the streets, and the buildings were covered with ivy. But after seeing it in person, he realized why it was called a ghost town. There is not even a single living tree within hundreds of kilometers of the nuclear power plant. The dead branches, like ghost hands, remain at the moment when the disaster occurred decades ago. The ground is covered with dust and sand, and it is desolate and weird. The withered weeds on the street have been there for who knows how many years, like a corpse hanging in the wind, swaying sadly. Passing through the dead silent factory area, several people saw the abandoned nuclear power plant from afar, like a huge black animal corpse curled up on the banks of the Dnieper River, as if it would drag its rotten and old body and roar towards the invaders at any time. Luo Qin took out a telescope from his pocket and glanced over there. "I never thought I could see the real thing in my life. This is too shocking." Xue Liang looked at him strangely. "Why do you bring a telescope?" "To see the scenery. I have never seen the legendary Chernobyl. It's a pity that I can't bring a camera. Otherwise, I really want to take pictures back." Local dog. Ji Moro rested her head on her arm and snorted disdainfully. "I'll take you to Qingdao later. There are a lot of seafood there. Isn't it more interesting than here?" Luo Qin handed the telescope to Xue Liang, who took it and took a look, nodded and said, "Spectacular. Go back and write an 800-word review. Otherwise you will be sorry for this telescope that risked its life to follow you." "Are you perverted?" Ji Moro said in surprise. "Like when I went out to play when I was a child. My parents asked me to go back and write an essay." "Luo Qin, that's because you haven't seen anything more perverted. One night, I woke up in the middle of the night and saw Lizzie sitting in front of the table, with his back to me, the lamp on, but he didn't move. I got up bravely and went to take a look." Ji Moro suddenly became nervous, but also felt excited. "What happened next?" "Then I saw him lying in front of the table, writing formulas, drawing physical models, and calculating things." Luo Qin shrugged. "It was late at night. I thought he was possessed by one of his good brothers. That's quite abnormal." Luo Qin looked around like he was out for a trip. Xue Liang was afraid that he would run around, so he would call him back from time to time. "If you keep doing this, I won't take you out next time. We still have to find the laboratory, which is in the west. Go this way." "Are we going into the nuclear power plant?" Luo Qin's voice changed from expectation to disappointment in just 1 second. Xue Liang was helpless. Of course we won't go to the nuclear power plant. Who told you to go to the nuclear power plant? Do you want to have a radiation sauna or something? Okay. Luo Qin shrugged. A little curious. They turned into a street heading west, which led to a forest in the suburbs. The laboratory that had been abandoned decades ago was located deep in the forest. According to Ignat, when the Soviets withdrew from the laboratory, in order to prevent the virus from leaking out, they began to build a steel wall around the laboratory. But before the protective wall was completed, a serious leak occurred in the nuclear power plant, and those people had to give up their work and completely abandon the laboratory. If the virus had really leaked, coupled with the terrifying impact of the nuclear accident at that time, it would probably not only affect the former Soviet Union and Europe, but the entire world. A gust of wind blew behind him, bringing a hint of coolness. The wind in this season is cold, and it goes straight into people's necks. Luo Qin subconsciously wrapped his collar, suddenly stopped, turned around and looked back. What's wrong? Xue Liang asked. As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of engine noise came from the street corner behind him, and then several modified military off-road jeeps drove towards this side one after another, at a very fast speed. Luo Qin stood in front of the other two people vigilantly, raised his gun, and aimed at the leading jeep. The convoy stopped, and a man in a biochemical protective suit jumped out of the car with a gun. The other person wore a heavy gas mask and goggles on his face, and stared at the three people in silence, as if he didn't know whether to come over. The man came close to the car window and started talking in a gibberish. Xue Liang listened for a while and said, "It's Ukrainian. They don't seem to be hostile." Luo Qin was shocked and said, "You even know Ukrainian?" Ukrainian and Russian belong to the same language family. The basic grammar is almost 100% similar, and the vocabulary is also similar, Xue Liang said. Many neighboring or bordering countries and regions have similar language families. It's easy to learn if you find the pattern. Luo Qin thought to himself that this is the pattern of geniuses like you, and it doesn't work for me. The sunroof of the jeep suddenly opened, and a woman with brown hair and white skin came out of the sunroof. She was not wearing any protective equipment, and she was wearing a pair of shiny sunglasses. Her combat vest outlined her strong arm muscles and waist and abdomen lines. She was wearing thick-soled military boots under her special combat pants. It seemed that she was not in the same season as the people around her. The woman walked in front of Xue Liang, pushed up her sunglasses, and revealed a perfect face, with a bit of unruliness and arrogance. Xue Liang talked to her in Russian for a few words, roughly saying that they had no intention of conflicting with the locals, and that they came to Chernobyl for other reasons. The woman raised her eyebrows, and looked at Luo Qin and Jimoro behind him, and said nothing. What is this Russian going to do? Jimoro frowned. The woman was stunned for a moment, and said, "Oh my God. Xia people?" The man spoke with a friendly northeastern accent, and the three of them were stunned as soon as he opened his mouth. For a long time, they didn't know what to say. Is it a fellow villager? The woman's expression was visibly enthusiastic, and she waved to the convoy behind her. Finally, I met someone who doesn't speak bird language. Then let's go together. My name is Zina, I'm Russian, and it just happened that I passed by here today. The group of people who spoke bird language in her mouth didn't understand these words, and got back to the car, and honked the horn. We have something else to do, so we won't go together for now. Xue Liang politely refused the other party. Excuse me. Is there a laboratory in that forest? Do we take this road? Where are you going? Zina was surprised. That's a restricted area. We don't even dare to enter casually. Luo Qin asked curiously, is there anything in the restricted area? The beasts in the forest are nothing. Since the virus suddenly emerged last year, many infected bodies have appeared in the restricted area. I think they were attracted by the things in the laboratory, Zina said. Now it's a mess everywhere. Many people will come to Chernobyl to try their luck. Those who have recreated humans in the team will have more advantages. Look, I'm the same as you. She pointed to her neck, where the serial number of the recreated humans should be engraved. As soon as I saw you weren't wearing protective clothing either, I knew you were all like me, Gina said. Here only recreated humans dare to run around without protective clothing. These brothers all follow me. I usually pick up some scrap metal from this place for them, which can still be used. I didn't expect that Gina was actually a recreated human from Yuanshan Laboratory. It was really strange for her to appear in such a place. Countless birds suddenly started up in the woods not far away, and they rushed into the sky with cries. A gust of cold wind followed, and Gina was immediately alert. She immediately gave a signal, asking everyone to get in the car as soon as possible. It's over. Those things are moving again. Let's go! Chapter 154. The Fugitive Self-Narration. Something strange happened. Xue Liyang looked at the trembling trees at the end of the street and made the most appropriate judgment almost at the same time. He nodded to Gina and said, "The situation has changed. It's troublesome." "What trouble?" "Get in the car." The three of them jumped into the car with Gina without hesitation. Before the door was closed, the engine sound suddenly increased. The convoy quickly turned around and drove in another direction. A deafening roar came from behind, and the ground was shaken by something like a drum. Xue Liyang looked back and saw a huge arthropod running quickly from the direction of the woods. It was unknown how many legs it had, and its speed was several times faster than the convoy moving at full speed. "Damn! What is this?" Jimoro shouted. "This place also produces spider spirits." The car window was lowered, and several rows of gun barrels were extended. The dense bullet lines instantly filled the street. The flames rose and fell, and the sound made people's internal organs tremble. However, the behemoth continued to pursue, and hundreds of bullets hit it. But it was not hurt at all. It quickly caught up with the end of the convoy, raised its huge forelimbs connected to its trunk, and penetrated the roof of the last car. Everyone heard a huge metal tearing sound, and turned around to see that the thing had lifted the car. The next second, the nearly 4-ton heavy off-road vehicle was thrown out. The car hit the building like a stone and exploded in midair. The smoke and debris filled the street. The speeding convoy's vision was suddenly blocked, and the two cars soon collided. Fortunately, they stabilized the direction in time, and did not lose control and rush out of the main road. Xena cursed in Russian, pulled a gun from under the seat, raised her hand to open the car door, turned around and fired 2 shots. Both hit the target, but the thing was not affected at all, and its speed became faster. The behavior of the infected creature will become more and more out of control under the drive of the virus, and attacking it will only make it more crazy and aggressive. Xue Liyang knew this very well, so there was no other way at this moment. To save the lives of everyone in the team, she had to confront the monster head-on. Xue Liyang picked up a gun and stood up without hesitation to jump out of the car. Luo Qin pulled him back. Frowning, "Are you going to die? If I don't go, everyone will die." Xue Liyang struggled a bit. "Stop it. There's no time." Luo Qin pushed him towards Jimoro, stretched out his hand to block the car door. "Xiao Rou, hold him." Jimoro grabbed Xue Liyang's arms from behind and cursed, "Are you really going to die?" He looked up and suddenly saw Luo Qin's half-body had already stuck out of the car door. No one had time to stop him, and watched him flip out onto the roof of the car. Jimoro was furious. "Luo Qin, you fucking dog. If he doesn't jump, why are you jumping?" Xue Liyang turned around and glared at Jimoro. "Let me go. Let me go!" Luo Qin knocked on the roof of the car to reassure them, then aimed at the direction of the monster, and at the moment when it pounced on another car, flew over the roof, and knocked the huge body out. He and the monster rolled off the car together, and crashed into the building beside the road with a bang. Half of the high-rise building was shaken, and the part below the 3rd floor was directly hit with a large dent, and the concrete fell down, exposing the steel bars and brick walls inside the building. Luo Qin. Xue Liyang was anxious. He didn't expect Luo Qin to rush out so rashly. He immediately broke away from Jimoro and jumped out of the car with a gun. The car was going very fast. He didn't stand firmly when he landed. He rolled 4 or 5 times on the ground. Several blood marks appeared on his face. However, he didn't care about these things. He stumbled and ran towards the building. "Fuck your uncle's cousin." Jimoro was so scared that she broke out in a cold sweat, and cursed, "1 or 2 of you are dead. Go to hell." Ji-na shook her head helplessly. "Your friend is so fierce." "I don't have such a friend." Jimoro completely collapsed. Who would be friends with such a brainless thing? Before Xue Liyang ran closer, a huge limb was thrown out of the ruins, followed by the second, the third, and finally the whole body of the monster was thrown out of the building, and fell on the road opposite the building with a bang, raising a cloud of dust. Luo Qin walked out of the crumbling building. His clothes were messy, and his hands were stained with blood. Xue Liyang rushed to him in 2 or 3 steps, pulled his collar and shouted, "Are you crazy? Are you crazy? Its head is too hard. And it can't be blown apart even if the gun barrel is inserted into it." Luo Qin didn't take it seriously at all, and was still excitedly reviewing the game with the other party. "It's so exciting. Luo Qin's fighting style is quite simple and rough. He doesn't like to use many technical fighting methods. He can tear the prey into pieces with his own hands, and even get great pleasure in the process." He was a little scared, thinking of the power dormant in his body. He felt as if he was standing on the edge of an abyss. What a thrill! Xue Liang never approved of his behavior of throwing himself into the enemy camp like a cannonball. But he couldn't control himself. Luo Qin always followed his own temper. Seeing that the trouble was solved, the convoy did not flee. They surrounded the corpse of the infected creature on the roadside and planned to take it back for dissection and research. Gina instructed her men to take good protection, came over and patted Luo Qin, and said, "You are making it too easy for us. We don't even need to dismantle it. Just put it in the car." "Buddy, you used to sell hand-torn chicken? You are so professional." "What driver?" Luo Qin said blankly. "Tchaikovsky," Jimoro said. Xue Liang kicked him. "Will you die immediately if you don't talk nonsense for 1 second? Gina shook her head. "It doesn't matter. But you are really strong. Currently, only Alpha-type rough stones can reach this level. Unfortunately, that batch of stones is no longer there. Alpha-type rough stones are the academic name of the first generation of rough stones. And those relatively weaker deposits mined later are beta-type rough stones." Xena seemed to know all of this very well, and she spoke of it like a treasure. "It seems that you are also one of the first generation of recreated humans," Xue Liang said. "You were not in Ukraine before, right?" Xena nodded. 3 years ago, I was diagnosed with leukemia, and I happened to get a place to participate in Yuanshan Company's new medical experiment. After the operation, I returned to China to recuperate for a few months, and was taken back to the United States to participate in a very large-scale training." "Why did Yuanshan train you?" Luo Qin asked. "Want to win you over." He recalled the failed participants in the Ark archives, and felt that Xena's so-called opportunity was by no means accidental. Yuanshan probably started looking for different types of terminally ill patients around the world many years ago, and then gathered them together to participate in the experiment in batches. No wonder Xue Liang has always been against restarting the reconstruction plan. This technology has become mature today, completely stepping on the hopes and blood of countless sacrifices, trampling their last will to survive. Those people were still struggling to survive until the moment they died. But all this is just a tiny dust on the road ahead for the former distant mountains and the current Ark. Gina, yes. The group of people who received training with me are all in this situation. We come from different countries. Most of the languages are not spoken. And we were all ordinary people before, so we didn't worry about leaking secrets. Yuanshan Company has been persuading us to join, promising that anyone can enjoy the most generous treatment." She tied the rope on the roof that bound the monster's body tightly, bent down, and got back into the car. Luo Qin noticed that her left leg seemed a little lame, and couldn't help wondering when she injured her leg since she didn't fight with the monster just now. Gina beckoned to them. "Get in the car. I really want to know the situation of that laboratory. I can tell you about it." The convoy continued to move forward steadily, in the opposite direction of the nuclear power plant. They crossed the bridge over the Dnieper River and headed east of Chernobyl. To the east is our safe house, where there is an underground air raid shelter that can resist radiation. Every time the convoy comes here, it will stop there, Xena said. "It's too far from Moscow to here. If there is no place to rest, no one can stand it." "Are the others also recreated humans?" Xue Liang asked. Xena shook her head and said, "No, just me. These days, more people means more work, and more people means more work. And at least everyone can have something to eat. The Rengen value here is thousands of times higher than the maximum limit that the human body can withstand." "Aren't they afraid of being affected?" Xue Liang asked again. "Currently, there is no protective clothing that can completely isolate nuclear radiation. Ordinary materials won't work, but Tai Sui raw stones can." Xena pointed to the protective clothing on the driver. "This batch was robbed from the Russian railway, and was about to be transported across the border. And I robbed it. Hee. There is a radiation-proof interlayer made of raw stone inside, which can completely isolate radiation." Xue Liang immediately became interested. "Is the safe house also made of raw stone?" "Yes. At present, Yuanshan's development of Tai Sui raw stone is too limited to the experiment of recreating humans. In fact, many private scientific research organizations have discovered other uses of raw stone, such as radiation shielding, load-bearing protection, scar removal, etc. Gina said. We are all affiliated with a Russian security company. There is a self-built laboratory in Moscow, which is to study the use of raw stone. You can go with us to have a look. No need. We are here for the laboratory in the forest this time. Shui Liang shook his head. The thing just now is what you said. The monster that ran in after the infection broke out? How many are there in the forest? Gina said, about dozens of them. We come here once every 2 weeks and occasionally encounter them. Those things are scary. And they are too dangerous for recreated humans. She leaned over, rolled up her trouser legs, and revealed a shocking scar. The scar almost ran through her entire calf, extending from the knee to the ankle. The pink scar was out of tune with the smooth skin around it. This is the scar from the previous fight with those things. And the scratches left. Gina sighed. It took half a month to heal completely. But the scar did not disappear. The powerful repairability of the Lantian virus was actually ineffective. Existing research cannot explain it at all. So I think those monsters must have something that can restrain recreated humans. Luo Qin's heart tightened, and he subconsciously looked at Shui Liang, only to see that the latter also frowned. And he didn't know what he was thinking. When Shui Yunting tested the drug on Shui Liang, although there were no scars left in the end, those wounds also healed very slowly. The wound on Gina's leg looked much more serious than Shui Liang's. No one has lived near Chernobyl for decades. These are zombies wandering from the surrounding areas. They have been infected with the Lantian virus and exposed to this strong radiation environment. They have mutated more horribly than before. Even recreated humans have a hard time dealing with them, Gina said. So I don't understand why so many people are curious about that laboratory and risk their lives to go in and take a look. Shui Liang was alert to her words and immediately asked, besides us, who else? Gina thought for a while and said, someone came here at the beginning of this year. We were searching for supplies in nearby buildings, and we saw the man walk into the forest. We only stayed there for 2 hours, and we didn't know if he was dead or alive. Shui Liang thought, probably Li Muki or Shui Yunting's people. But he never knew if these two people had any alpha-type reconstructed humans that could be used by the Ark. His intelligence network could at least cover most of the Ark. But after exhausting the enumeration method, he still couldn't identify the suspect. During that period at the beginning of the year, who else might have come here and got the ancient virus strain sample for Li Muki? Did you see his face? Luo Qin asked. No. He was wrapped up like an egg. Although he didn't wear a protective suit, he certainly didn't want others to see his face, Gina said. I guessed at the time that it might be someone from Yuanshan Company, because many of the reconstructed humans who were trained with us later disappeared. Missing? One night a year ago, an experiment in Yuanshan, USA, exploded. The perpetrators were reconstructed humans who were undergoing training. They looted a nearby military base, and many people fled in the chaos. Yuanshan couldn't trace their whereabouts at all, Gina said. I was one of them. Although I didn't participate in the riots, I had only one thought in my mind at the time. I didn't want to be controlled by the Americans. I headed west, boarded a stowaway ship at the port bordering Washington State and Canada, and returned to Russia. Your escape is quite long. Crossing the Pacific Ocean, most people don't have the courage to do that. So Yuanshan headquarters has always refused to admit that its recreated human management system is in chaos, because they want to conceal this matter. Many recreated human attacks that occurred from the end of last year to this year, I guess the people who escaped were taking advantage of the situation. That group of people fled to all parts of the world, disguised like ordinary people. I've heard rumors that some international mafia and criminal organizations are offering high prices to recruit people like us, and gather us together to work for them. Gina crossed her legs, and the information came out like a casual chat. Now is a good time to develop armed forces. Many people are eyeing the recreation of humans. You know, the recreation of humans made from alpha-type raw stones is more precious than oil now. Chapter 155 Katyusha. While chatting, the team returned to the safe house. This is an air raid shelter disguised under an abandoned factory, which is far away from Chernobyl. Even on the ground, there is almost no nuclear radiation detected. However, to be on the safe side, Xena, and the others used raw stones to make the inner wall of this safe house, and used the self-developed protective interlayer technology, which has a significant shock-absorbing and pressure-resistant effect, which is like a solid wall in the end times, and is very practical. After dealing with the residual radiation particles on her body at the entrance, Gina led them down to the depths of the factory, passing through a winding air raid shelter, which was the main area for the survivors to move around. All kinds of equipment were available here. It was like a large temporary residence. Several protective walls separated the storage area and the leisure area, and it could accommodate hundreds of people in total. Ah, it's finally quiet. It's been so noisy all day. Gina stretched, unloaded all the heavy objects on her body, picked up the vodka on the wine rack beside her. What time? Locken took a bottle opener and helped her open the bottle of wine. I don't want to drink anymore. I have things to do tomorrow. The safe house became noisy at night, and many survivors who went to other areas to collect supplies came back one after another. There are more than just the security company in the safe house, but most of them get along well with each other. And there will be no fighting, especially since Gina's words are very important here. And she is also very prestigious, and she can completely control others. Today, all parties have made great gains. Gina asked people to move out the food and wine brought with the convoy, and stepped on the container to announce that there will be a barbecue party tonight, and everyone can have a share. Everyone can drink from the bottle, and there is no need to worry about not being able to get up tomorrow. The sound of music soon resounded throughout the underground safe house, and the survivors danced to the rhythmic tune, dancing wildly, and cheering and singing loudly, which was deafening. Everyone here seemed not to worry about whether the sun would rise tomorrow, and only sought the joy and excitement of drinking and getting drunk today. White candles were lit on several tables, which were always available in the safe house. Every time we gathered at night, there would always be a lack of some faces who had fought together during the day. We were strangers at first, but we met by chance on the road and walked side by side for a while. Now, it was time to say goodbye again. Come and have a drink. Xena held up a bottle of wine and danced disco to Shui Liang and Luo Qin. For Pushkin, however, the great Pushkin did not exist in the cultural identity system of the Xia people. Luo Qin did not know what to say, and could only whistle, "Happy New Year to everyone." Shui Liang was looking down at the map sent to him by Ignat, and took a bite of a piece of barbecue handed over by Luo Qin. "No need. You guys have fun." Xena did not hear his reply clearly, and jumped into the crowd to have fun again. Luo Qin watched Shui Liang finish the last few bites, and handed over another piece. "Aren't you going to eat?" Shui Liang glanced at him. "Are you hungry?" Luo Qin leaned against him, and said, "I haven't been so relaxed for a long time. The atmosphere here is really good. I don't feel hungry after seeing it." Shui Liang smiled. "Let's go have a drink." "It's okay." "No." Luo Qin remained firm. "Never drink again." Shui Liang finished reading the map, raised his head, and rubbed his eyebrows, seeing Luo Qin still waiting on the side. So he asked, "Why don't you go out and play? Accompany my boyfriend to work." Luo Qin kissed his neck, and this little intimate gesture was also drowned out by the dancing crowd. Shui Liang studied the map very carefully, including the specific location of the laboratory ruins, the routes in and out, etc. He was used to making full preparations before taking action, so that he could fully devote himself to the process and achieve the highest winning rate. Luo Qin looked at his completely devoted expression and grabbed his hand from behind. "Lizzie, if there hadn't been this infection, I think I would have met you again." "I've thought about it many times. If it weren't like this now, you should have graduated from college this year, found a good job, or continued to study for a master's degree. I have a lot of free time running a shop. When the time comes, we can rent a house in front of your school. There will be someone to cook for you every day when you go home." Shui Liang's eyes moved with some emotion. He took all of what Luo Qin said into his mind. Indeed, if he wakes up tomorrow, he will find himself still lying on the bed in the dormitory. The morning sun will shine in from the window. He turned off the alarm clock at 8 a.m., got up, washed up, and walked to the classroom with his roommates. The professor on the podium took out the roster and called the roll. From the beginning to the end, everyone was there. And this time, he did not miss work. He would go to school and work normally, and would not miss any part of the stable life that originally belonged to him. Then one day in the future, at that familiar corner, he and Luo Qin met on the crowded street. There were no zombies, no ruins, no death around. Both of them wore clean clothes without blood, and smiled at each other frankly. Shui Liang admitted in his heart without hesitation how much he wanted to live a normal life, how much he wanted to live quietly with Luo Qin in his own home, going out in the morning and returning in the evening every day, which was nothing more ordinary. Even once. One day is enough. He wanted to live this way. But in an instant, everything was crossed out with a black cross. He couldn't do it. He was destined to take this path. In the summer when he was 18, he had no choice. Xena came over and called them to dance together. Shui Liang had just finished looking at the map. She helped Luo Qin stand up and walk to the dance floor. Come on. Relax. I don't know who sang Katyusha first. The melody was soft and tender. And Suda gathered into a chorus. People linked hands and danced to the singing. The blue lake Baikal is as clear as a mirror. And the long Yenisei river flows slowly. The candlelight flickers. And everything is getting warmer. It seems that there are stars shining above our heads. This song has witnessed decades of changes. Today, when the world is in a state of despair, it still brings a little comfort to people in a certain corner of the earth. Shui Liang held Luo Qin's hand and put his head on his shoulder. He knows some basic steps of ballroom dancing. Although he used them to deal with tedious social occasions in the past, he only knows the basics. But it is enough for him to hold Luo Qin's waist and slowly teach him a few moves. Can you sing this song? Luo Qin lowered his head. Asked him while dancing. It sounds good. Yes. Shui Liang looked at him. Her eyes full of tenderness. I haven't sung for a long time. I will just sing it for you. Okay. Okay. Shui Liang's voice was hidden in the lively chorus. And no third person could hear it. He leaned close to Luo Qin's ear, singing in long Russian with his tongue. It was a song only for one person. Like their secret, only told to each other. Just as the pear blossoms were blooming all over the world and the soft gauze was floating on the river, Katyusha stood on the steep bank and her singing sounded like the bright spring light. Shui Liang turned her head away and fell into a long kiss. After 3 rounds of drinking, Gina was drunk and sat down next to the two men. She looked at the high roof of the security office and said, It's great. It's been a long time since I drank so comfortably. The last time was in Chiangmai Mountain with a group of friends. She wiped the corner of her mouth and her expression became very melancholy. I still remember the days of experimental training at Yuanshan headquarters. It was so dark and depressing. Those trainings made many people mentally distorted and turned them into monsters who would do anything to achieve their goals. I was born with a big heart. But fortunately, I was not driven crazy. Have you been running around outside for so long? Luo Qin asked her. Has no one tried to recruit you? Or have you been recruited by the current security company? Gina said frankly. I have. But I didn't agree. I know what they want. They use me to rob ordinary people, help them kill people, steal things, and do all kinds of bad things that they can't do themselves. The company I work for now, everyone is very good. We used to be mainly responsible for international long-distance escort work. Now there are no orders. So we are self-reliant, which is also very good. You are so rare. Luo Qin smiled. In this world, it is difficult to stick to your principles after becoming strong. Although he may not have any principles, expansion will definitely aggravate a person's deterioration. Gina smiled. Are you also very conscious? Luo Qin asked her. I also work for Ark. Don't you think I am too unprincipled? Gina shook her head and said, But you will rush out to fight those monsters to save us. People like you, whether they are working for others or not, will be good people. Long live the good people. Luo Qin raised his fist and bumped it with her. Cheers to us good people. Shui Liang lowered his eyes and smiled. A friend of mine, he told Wu Luo privately, good people will be rewarded. I am a good person, so I will definitely live a very good life. Luo Qin listened and patted his back. You have suffered enough, Lizzie. From now on, every day will be rewarded. Your friend is right. Let's talk about it later. He died. Shui Liang supported his hands behind his back, looked up at the ceiling of the safe house, and had a lonely look in his eyes. Not long after he said that, he died. He was the most innocent and selfless good man I have ever seen. But he didn't get any good reward at all. Luo Qin thought for a while and said, But I think what he meant was that he believed you would live well in the future. You did it. Lychee. Shui Liang retracted his gaze and looked at Luo Qin with a smile. Well, it may be true. Anyway, the reason that supported me to live at that time was also very simple. Gina raised the vodka again. Come on. Toast to your friend too. The bottle collided with the concrete floor, making a crisp sound. By the way, when I was drinking just now, I remembered something. I think it is necessary to tell you. Gina suddenly said. Do you know that? The Lantian virus first broke out in a small country in the Middle East. At that time, I was responsible for the transportation of an order of the company. When crossing the Mediterranean, I docked the ship at a dock to replenish supplies. As soon as I parked the ship, I saw a mess on the dock. That was the first time I saw zombies. Shui Liang turned his head and listened carefully. When we just docked, a cargo ship happened to leave. I saw the name of an international transportation company, Ingui Logistics, printed on the hull. Gina said. I was the only one who noticed the ship at the time. My friends wanted to get off the ship to help the people on the dock, but none of them came back. They were bitten and turned into zombie-like monsters. Shui Liang was not unfamiliar with the name Ingui Logistics. He could even say that he knew it very well. I know that this is a logistics company that has been cooperating with Yuanshan. It originally only took fixed routes between China, the United States and Australia. Why did it appear in the Mediterranean region? Gina said. I don't know. But not long after that, a shareholder of Yuanshan headquarters fled with the Lantian virus strain. The FBI urgently wanted him. The shareholder was finally intercepted at the China-Russia border. He should have wanted to enter Russia legally. However, the one who caught him was not the FBI, but another force whose origin no one knew. Then, they disappeared deep in the greater Xinjiang range, and no one ever saw them again. An American, carrying the virus with him, disappeared at the Sino-Russian border, and then a huge wave of infection broke out. The coincidences before and after were too great, and it was hard not to connect the two. Ark once recruited me, but I didn't agree, because I just felt that I was not suitable for such a place. But I don't think Yuanshan will let the virus spread. After all, the current situation is not good for them. Gina guessed. Maybe the shareholder spread the virus himself, and it has nothing to do with others? Luo Qin saw Shui Liang's face was solemn, and he returned to the tense state he usually was in the Ark. He knew that he was still very concerned about the source of the virus outbreak. The fate of 2 generations of Shui Liang's family was trapped in that small stone. When it was opened, it was already rotten and occupied by viruses and death. Why think so much? I finally relaxed tonight. Luo Qin reached out and touched Shui Liang's face. Go to bed early. We still have to go to the woods tomorrow. Shui Liang put away his things, rubbed his face, and was a little tired. Okay. Let's take care of the things in front of us first, and go to sleep. Chapter 156. The Cabin in the Woods. The next morning, the convoy reorganized and set off. A team loaded the infected bodies captured yesterday onto a transport ship and transported them north along the river back to Russia. Zena's team was divided into 2 groups, heading to Chernobyl and Belarus respectively. After today's search, they would return to Moscow. It's nice to meet you. See you again if we are lucky. Zena lay on the skylight and waved at the few people. Wanshan Camp. I will remember it. If I meet your brothers and sisters in the future, I will definitely help you. She held a business card of a security company between her fingers and handed it to Shui Liang. Call me if you need anything. I will definitely help you if I can. Shui Liang carefully put away the business card. Thank you. The 3 of them said goodbye to Zena at the intersection and turned to walk towards the woods. Be careful after you go in. The things carried by those infected bodies will destroy the stability of the Lantian virus. I checked Gina's legs last night. The nerves in her calves should have been permanently damaged. Although it was healed by the Lantian virus, it will continue to limp in the future. Shui Liang said. Especially Luo Qin, don't mess around anymore. Luo Qin straightened his shoulders, looked back at him, and asked after a long time, wait a minute, when did you check her legs? Shui Liang, is this the point? Your head was kicked by a donkey, and you want to drink vinegar? Jia Moreau jumped up and strangled Luo Qin's neck, laughing like a psychopath fluttering in the wind. Come on, you make him jealous too. Shui Liang, you won't stop me from kissing him. Stay away from me. Luo Qin tried his best to hide back as if he was covered in shit. I'm afraid of getting sick. GMO Ro was hit in the heart and became furious. I'll kill you. Shui Liang silently glanced at the 2 people who were making trouble nearby and quietly distanced himself. Stop him. I don't want to get sick either. Get out of here. Stop making trouble. or you'll lure those things out of the forest. And no one will be safe today. Luo Qin turned his body to the side and threw Jimoro off. Lizzie, is this the place marked on your map? Go straight ahead from here, and you'll have to cross a park. It's just behind the park. Shui Liang pointed to the front and said, there's no shade to block it. It's a bit dangerous. Remember to stay hidden when you go in. And it's best not to provoke anything. The park is located near a residential area. The former amusement park is now as gloomy and desolate as a cemetery. The large awnings standing here have been corroded to the point where only black skeletons are left, and spider webs and some rags hang down in pieces, swaying in the wind. When they passed through the square, they always felt a damp cold that penetrated into their bones, making them shiver. There was a road in the park that led directly to the forest. The road surface was severely cracked, like a dry snake's skin. The entire forest was dead. The remains and debris accumulated over decades covered the entire path. There was a creaking sound when they stepped on it. They didn't know if they would step on something unimaginable. The three of them did not take the main road, but walked through a difficult goat path. Gina said that there had been a forest fire here, but fortunately it did not spread beyond the forest. A sudden heavy rain put out the flames, and the fire only lasted for half an hour. However, when they finally found the abandoned laboratory hidden in the forest, they found that it was already a ruin. Almost everything turned to ashes, with only 2 broken walls that had not collapsed completely. Some fragmented experimental equipment was scattered in the remains of the fire, all of which were incomplete, and the remaining parts were charred by smoke. In addition, the surrounding trees showed no signs of being burned. The chemical gas shield built by the Soviets decades ago still stood around, and there were obvious signs of being burned on the inside. It seemed that it was this layer of protection that isolated the sudden forest fire in this small area. I didn't expect that this protective wall, which was originally built to prevent the virus from leaking out, would eventually become a cage that set the laboratory on fire. Burned? Jimoro jumped onto the ruins in 2 steps, kicked away half of the unburned beam. What bad luck. I came here for nothing. It's not an ordinary natural disaster. It's a fire set by someone. Shui Liang picked up a piece of debris and handed it to Luo Qin. It was unknown what part of the equipment was burned off. Look at this. Luo Qin reached out to take it, and found that there was an obvious mark of human pressure on the edge of the half of the debris, leaving 4 clear finger marks. This should not be done by an animal, right? It must be the guy who came here before. Damn it. Don't catch him. Jimoro cursed. There is no such person in the Ark. Limuki will not really confess. Have you managed to get the exiled first generation of recreated humans? It's not impossible. They can even attack US military bases. It's hard to guarantee that they won't work for others for profit, Shui Liang said. Limuki had already thought of destroying the body and the evidence. He should have obtained the strain of the virus. He might as well burn it. It will not only destroy the evidence, but also ensure that the strain will not be obtained by others. Eat everything, and then turn the table over. It really fits his style of doing things. Jimoro sighed. It's all burned. What should we do? Look for it again to see if there is anything left. Although he said so, it was actually impossible. The fire burned the place clean. Except for the worthless remains of instruments, there was nothing left in the charred soil. There's nothing we can do. We came too late. The evidence was destroyed first. Luo Qin shrugged. Lizzie, I say we should just tie up Limuki and ask him where the thing is. If he doesn't get it to us, throw him out of the office window. Shui Liang nodded. Okay, you go by yourself. Don't come to me when you're being hunted around the world. After searching for nothing, Shui Liang planned to withdraw from the forest first, to prevent another encounter with the difficult mutants like yesterday. On the path they had just walked back, they suddenly felt that there was an indescribable strange atmosphere here compared to when they had just come in. Jimoro stretched out her hand, pushed the 2 people into the ditch beside the road, and whispered, "Don't move. Don't make a sound." The 3 of them quietly poked their heads out, and saw a dark giant in the direction of the exit of the woods, climbing down from a dead poplar tree with all 4 limbs, holding half of the body of a deer in its mouth. The neck of the deer was bitten off, leaving only half of it attached to it, and it could fall down at any time with the weight of its head. Shui Liang looked around and gestured to the 4. There were 4 infected bodies wandering around, each one bigger than the other. These things were lurking in all directions of the woods, and it seemed that they had not discovered them. But they did not plan to leave now. I'll lead them away, Shui Liang said softly. You two take this opportunity to go out quickly and find a helicopter. I'll be there soon. No. Luo Qin didn't think twice and stopped him directly. Either I go, or no one of us goes. Sneak away from there. If you are discovered, run fast. They won't catch up with you. The three of them quietly walked out along the hidden deep canal. Who knew that before they moved a few steps, an infected body jumped down from a nearby tree and landed on the open space in front of them, making a roar. Shui Liang reacted very quickly and immediately drew his knife and chopped off one of the infected body's front legs. At this time, the infected bodies on all sides gathered here quickly, as if they had received a signal. I told you to lure them away first, Shui Liang complained. If you don't want to die, run. Before he could finish his words, several other infected bodies had already rushed up. Luo Qin and Jimoro blocked one each. But there was still one fish that escaped and rushed straight toward Shui Liang. Shui Liang raised his leg and kicked the one in front of him hard, and collided with the other one that rushed over, and both rolled far away. Luo Qin grabbed the infected body that was rushing towards him with both hands, and held it tightly. Shui Liang turned around and stabbed the infected body's eyes with a knife. He immediately pushed the thing to the ground, and used both hands to tear it in half. Jimoro also solved the trouble on her side at this time. The three of them immediately ran out of the forest. They only heard the rustling footsteps behind them. They didn't know how many there were, but it was definitely not the number they could handle. Those things were really too big. If it were normal, Shui Liang could handle them all by himself. But since seeing the horrible wound on Gina's leg, Luo Qin has been afraid. He was glad that Shui Yunting didn't use the same thing on Shui Liang. Otherwise, he couldn't even think about the consequences. The infected bodies in Chernobyl can inhibit the healing of wounds on recreated humans, which is probably related to the ancient virus. The effects of the things in Shui Yunting's hands do not seem to be very strong. And what these things carry are probably the most primitive virus strains. So he did not dare to let Shui Liang take this risk again. He was going crazy when he thought that the shocking wound on Gina's body might appear on the most fatal part of Shui Liang's body. Run to the building in front. Let's go in, Shui Liang shouted at them. Do you have grenades? Jimoro took out her backpack, took out a row of detonators, and threw them to him. Is this okay? Shui Liang nodded, wrapped the detonators in his coat, jumped onto the swing frame of the playground, pulled out the small submachine gun on his waist, and fired a few shots with his backhand. The infected bodies were hit by bullets in some weak parts of their faces, and they screamed sharply, turned around and ran toward Shui Liang. Chapter 157 Ring Finger. Luo Qin, go! Luo Qin was brought back to his senses by Shui Liang's shout, and quickly rushed to the infected body closest to him, and punched it with all his strength, directly cutting off half of the infected body's head. Shui Liang cooperated with him in tactics, first guiding several infected bodies to disperse, and then killing them one by one. GMO Ro was responsible for intercepting them halfway. 3 people surrounded them from 3 sides, and the other 4 infected bodies were instantly killed at the exit of the woods. There was only one left, and its size was several times larger than the ones that died just now. It had a very hard cuticle growing on its head, which was difficult for external forces to penetrate. It was not affected at all by dozens of bullets. Instead, it attacked them more violently, rushing left and right like crazy. And there was no chance of a breakthrough. It wants to kill us. Shui Liang pulled Luo Qin through the bunker, bending down to avoid the infected body's sweeping attack. Forest creatures usually develop the habit of hunting by chasing and consuming the prey's physical strength. And this thing is the same. I learned it from you, Luo Qin shouted. What did you discuss with that titan last time? Talk to this big brother again. You can speak Ukrainian. So what's wrong with learning zombie language? Shui Liang said angrily. I can't communicate with it. Why don't you learn zombie language? Luo Qin pressed Shui Liang's back hard, and before he could dodge, he was knocked out by the huge leg that swept towards him, and he fell and cursed. Shui Liang looked back at him, and asked anxiously, Are you hurt? No. Don't worry about me. Luo Qin got up and found that his chest was only a little painful. But there was no open wound, no broken bones, and the toughness was not bad. Throw the thing to me. Shui Liang threw the detonator in his arms at him, and Luo Qin caught it in midair, and rushed out immediately. The infected body chased him relentlessly, and Luo Qin turned around and ran towards the building. turning over dozens of scrap cars along the way. Hearing the thing crushing the cars behind him, his eardrums were vibrating wildly. Luo Qin rushed into a building, and the infected body followed him in. Because of its huge size, it directly cracked and deformed the door, and half of the wall collapsed. He ran up the stairs to the second floor and quickly disappeared in the corridor full of debris. The entrance of the building was soon buried by the rubble knocked down by the infected body. Xue Liang and Ji Moro chased to the entrance of the building and found that they could not get in at all. At this time, Luo Qin poked his head out of a window on the third floor and shouted to Xue Liang, "Lizzie, catch me!" Xue Liang subconsciously rushed forward. At the same time, Luo Qin threw something behind him, then closed his eyes and jumped down. At the critical moment, Xue Liang flew to where he landed and hugged him tightly. The two of them flew out in a ball under the huge momentum, and the building above exploded instantly. The infected body's forelimbs just stretched out from the window, and were swept to pieces by the sudden explosion shock wave. For a moment, blood and flesh flew everywhere. Ji Moro cursed and dodged behind, and was almost splashed by her good buddy upstairs. Xue Liang rolled behind a car on the side of the road with Luo Qin in his arms, just blocking the pouring heat wave. Luo Qin hugged Xue Liang's waist and shouted, "Perfect! You almost fell to death." Xue Liang pinched his neck. "Look carefully before jumping. If I didn't catch you, your brains would be all over the floor." Luo Qin glanced at him. "I wanted to talk to my brother just now, but it doesn't understand Lichi language, so I can only jump first." "Xue Liang, do you have a dictionary in your head for nonsense?" Ji Moro ran over at this time, panting and looking at the two people. Both of them were unharmed, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Damn! Finally killed it. This thing is really hard to deal with." Xue Liang helped Luo Qin stand up. "Let's go quickly. There may be others in the forest. Their calls can convey information to call their companions. It's not safe here." They quickly withdrew from the area, and along the direction they came from before. They found the mountain pass where the helicopter was hidden. This place is very hidden, close to the radiation center area. Even Gina's team is unlikely to get close. Their helicopter is parked in place, and the camouflage has not changed. Luo Qin and Ji Moro lay on the ground exhausted. Both exhausted, panting. Xue Liang walked in front of the two, looked down at them, and said, "Rest for another night tonight, and leave tomorrow when you have recovered your strength. You are not tired." Luo Qin was surprised. "Ji Moro, he is not a human." Luo Qin immediately kicked Ji Moro. "You are not a human, get lost." Ji Moro was furious. "Tonight, when you two fall asleep, I will strangle you all with a rope." "Are there rabbits and deer here?" Luo Qin interrupted again. "I want to prepare some and roast them." "Xue Liang, if you dare to eat the meat of animals here who don't know what kind of virus they carry, I will beat them for you right away." Luo Qin thought about it, and said with some regret, "Yes, those big zombie brothers in the woods are scary enough. The small animals are probably not good people. I don't think they can even take down lychees. If you really meet a rabbit, it will definitely fight with you." Ji Moro scratched his head and said, "Why did those mutant zombies suddenly migrate here? It stands to reason that the virus transmission rate in the no man's land will be smaller, but there are too many here. Didn't Xena say that? It is very likely that they were attracted by something in the forest." Xue Liang said. "The Soviets' defense measures were not completed in time, and the ancient virus would spread around the laboratory to some extent. What if there is a connection between the infected organism and the pathogen? It is normal to be attracted here." Luo Qin shook his head. "According to what you said, we are also infected organisms to some extent. So why are we not attracted?" Ji Moro didn't know what he was thinking, and suddenly blurted out, "Have you ever thought that the three of us are here today? Maybe because we were attracted here by some unknown reason?" When he said this, the three of them suddenly felt a little creepy. "Do you have a talent for telling ghost stories?" Luo Qin said helplessly. "I have goosebumps all over my body." "Forget it. Forget it. Just pretend I didn't say anything." Ji Moro turned over, rubbed the hairs on her arms. "Eat, and then go to sleep." Xue Liang took out compressed biscuits from her bag, and each of them ate two. Ji Moro put a few bottles of high-sugar soda on the plane when she came, which was very strong. After drinking it with biscuits that expand when exposed to water, it felt very full. "It's not like we got nothing this time." Luo Qin was full, leaning against a rock and rubbing his stomach. "At least we got the tissue samples of those things." and we can go back and dissect them. What if we can extract that ancient virus? Shui Liang didn't answer. He was busy lighting a bonfire, in case it was too cold at night and he couldn't sleep well. But Luo Qin found that his eyes were somewhat wandering, as if he was thinking about something. As dusk fell, the air temperature around him dropped sharply, and it became cold and dry. The mountain wind kept whistling out of the mountain pass. Fortunately, they were staying in the leeward place, so they were not too cold to sleep. Luo Qin finally realized the function of the Lantian virus in regulating body temperature and adapting to the environment. After huddling for a while, he felt that his body seemed to be slowly warming up, and it was not as cold as before. Jimaro had fallen asleep. He turned sideways to face the two of them. His breathing was a little heavy, but he slept soundly, without even a little movement. What are you thinking about? Luo Qin stretched out his finger and gently tapped the back of Shui Liang's hand. Are you too tired during the day? Shui Liang shook his head. I was thinking about what Gina said. Many of her former companions are in exile. Now, whether ordinary people or reconstructed humans, they can take the life of a stranger for a bite of food. You haven't been exposed to it before, and you may not have any concept of the first generation of raw stones. But there is a cliff-like gap in strength between the two different reconstructed humans, Alpha and Beta. If they really follow someone like Lin Yuki, the Ark will really become a hell on Earth. A year ago, probably no one would associate the Ark with the word hell, even though Shui Liang had no hope for the unreal vision promised by Lin Yuki from the beginning. He never thought that the Ark would become what it is today. Luo Qin raised Shui Liang's wrist and shook it. Before I left the Ark, I asked your little brother to pay attention to the movements of the rebuilt humans in the Ark. He will probably be able to give me news after he returns. I always feel that the enhancer has something to do with them, although there is no evidence. The composition of the human alliance is too complicated, and we must be more careful. You have many supporters in the Ark. Even if you don't say anything, they are willing to help. Luo Qin, I'm not as good as you think. Shui Liang looked at the bonfire, with a little loneliness in his eyes. One day I may do something wrong, so I don't like others to follow me blindly, and I don't want them to judge right and wrong based on my attitude. Luo Qin didn't say anything. He glanced at Jimaro, who was sleeping soundly beside him. Her face was illuminated by the shaking bonfire. The flame splashed and sparked in the air, and drifted into the mountain pass with the wind with a little ash. You think I'm perfect and will never make mistakes, but others don't think so. Right and wrong are relative concepts, and everyone has different standards. Shui Liang said. I will make mistakes, too. Luo Qin. Luo Qin stretched and said, then I promise you, if you go the wrong way one day, I will definitely pull you back. Shui Liang stretched his body and sighed. That's good. Don't be afraid of making mistakes. Go forward. I'll catch you. Luo Qin opened his arms to him. Come. Just hug me. Shui Liang leaned against Luo Qin, and the whole person was hugged and curled up in his arms, closing his eyes to rest. Luo Qin prepared for a long time, and suddenly broke the silence. Lizzie, I have something for you. As he said this, he reached into his inner pocket and took out a small thing that flashed blue light. Shui Liang opened his eyes and saw that it was a silver ring, with a pale blue stone in the middle. The style was simple and plain, but it was made very finely. The edge was polished very smoothly, without any bumps. What is this? Shui Liang was stunned for a moment, watching Luo Qin turn the ring in front of him. Is that stone the one my brother left behind? There were a few letters neatly engraved on the inside of the ring. Shui Liang recited them several times in his mind, before realizing that they were the abbreviations of their names. Seeing that he hadn't spoken for a long time, Luo Qin scratched his nose a little embarrassedly and said, I asked Brother Su for some old materials they recycled a few days ago. There happened to be a piece suitable for making a ring, so I took it. Do you think it doesn't look good? Forget it. I'll go back and find some other materials to make it again. Give it here. Shui Liang snatched it from the other party's hand, and put the ring on the ring finger of her left hand. I thought you were proposing after all the preparations, and you had even thought of the speech. But you told me to forget it? Fuck you. Propose? Damn. That won't work. Luo Qin tried to snatch it back immediately. No. No. It's too casual to propose like this. Wait for me to prepare. Shui Liang covered her hand tightly, almost biting. No. I want this. If you dare to take it today, we'll break up when we get back. You're cruel. Luo Qin stopped, and pointed at Jimoro. If you dare to break up with me, I'll strangle him to death. Shui Liang, even if you threaten me with a stone on the roadside, it's better than threatening me with him. Jimoro was still sleeping soundly, unaware of the two people's immoral behavior of taking anger out on her. Luo Qin compromised. He lowered his head and kissed Shui Liang's knuckles. The ring on his ring finger was cold. Is that it? I wanted to propose to you in a more solemn way. Shui Liang, my household registration book is in your hand. We can do it in a solemn way when we get back. You have to give me this ring first. I love you. Luo Qin said. I love you, too. There was no more conversation between the two. The crackling of the bonfire drowned out their heavy breathing when they kissed. Ambiguous particles entangled and evaporated around the warm fire, warming up the cold wind at night. Firelight, hug, being surrounded by each other gives people a sense of security. Luo Qin's hands pinched Shui Liang's shoulders, pressing them gently, and the latter squinted his eyes comfortably, like a sleepy cat being scratched by the back of the neck. Shui Liang stretched out his hand, gently rubbed Luo Qin's cheek, and said vaguely, "Good night." Chapter 158 Fall. They both slept well that night without any dreams. The next morning, everyone was awakened by a thunderous roar in the distance. The sound startled the birds and animals in the forest, and almost broke through the dawn in the sky. Shui Liang opened his eyes first, subconsciously touched the gun beside him, but found that the place where he put his weapons before going to bed last night had been replaced by Luo Qin. The submachine gun was thrown away at some point, lying alone in the pile of rocks, looking a little pitiful. Luo Qin hugged his waist like an octopus, rubbed his eyes unhappily. It's so noisy. I'm sleeping. Shui Liang looked at him and laughed, rubbed Luo Qin's head, and said, "Wake up. Let me go." He glanced at the shining ring on his left ring finger, and was stunned for a moment. Then he remembered those fragments last night, and his smile deepened. What's the sound? Jimoro turned over and sat up. Not fully awake yet, with a few dry grass stuck in her hair, and she looked silly from the inside out. Over there in the woods. Those things are going crazy again, Shui Liang said. Let's leave here quickly. The infected body's range of activity seems to be getting larger and larger. I don't know if it will wander over to our side. They extinguished the last bit of the remaining fire, checked the helicopter, and prepared to set off. Shui Liang sat in the front to adjust the equipment, while Luo Qin leaned back in his chair to catch up on his sleep. It's easy to get sleepy in autumn, and it's especially obvious in him. I wonder what happened to Xena's convoy. Has it returned yet? Luo Qin thought vaguely. Meeting in this troubled world, a chance encounter is not uncommon, but after separation, perhaps never meeting again in the rest of your life, is something that makes people feel lost. He remembered every person and everything he had met, and now he suddenly began to realize that separations in life were so frequent, and he had never noticed it before. From a certain moment, Luo Qin no longer felt that separations were common, and the person in front of him might be washed away in the torrent of doomsday in the next second. All he had to do was reach out his hand and hold it tighter. How many hours do you sleep a day? Jimoro kicked Luo Qin helplessly, who had fallen asleep again. Seeing that the person opposite him was sleeping without moving, he could do nothing. Forget it. Just assume that you are still growing. As he spoke, he reached under the seat, wanting to get something to eat, but his fingers suddenly touched a fluffy thing that seemed to be moving. Jimoro's heart skipped a beat, thinking that it might be an infected creature or something. So he immediately reached for his gun, squatted down to check, and at the same time, his left hand quickly reached in and grabbed the thing out. A heart-wrenching howl sounded. Shui Liang was concentrating on flying the helicopter, and was startled by the movement behind him. What is that? Jimoro took out the long-haired creature under the seat, and found that it was a round little wolf cub. He immediately yelled, "What the hell? Why is there a wolf on the plane?" Luo Qin was also awakened by his shout, and said in panic, "Where is the wolf?" The wolf cub was held by Jimoro's neck with one hand, and was still flapping its legs, trying to bite his hand, but it couldn't reach it because its neck was too short. It howled and kicked its legs frantically to escape. Shui Liang looked back, frowned and thought for a long time, and said, "Isn't this a wolf? This is a dog. What kind of dog looks like a wolf?" Jimoro shook the little thing more vigorously. "Wolf dog? Check wolf dog. Chung Qingyao has raised 2 of these, and they are quite common as working dogs," Shui Liang said. "You scared me." Luo Qin reached out and picked up the little wolf dog, and stroked its fur with great interest. Unexpectedly, the little cub actually calmed down, lying on Luo Qin's legs, snoring in his throat, and yawned. Jimoro pulled out the bag under the seat and found that all the spare food inside had been eaten up by it, leaving only the remains of half a sausage. It was probably not finished yet. This dog is stealing food. Does it know what stealing is? Luo Qin scratched the wolfhound's neck, obviously liking it very much. Let it eat. It will only eat when it is hungry. Luo Qin, put it down quickly. Xue Liang hurriedly stopped him. Where did it come from? Did it sneak onto the plane from Chernobyl? Don't touch it yet. It might be bad if there is any virus on it. But the puppy didn't mean to attack people at all. Instead, it fell asleep on Luo Qin's legs, with its tail curled up comfortably, not afraid of people at all. Luo Qin thought for a few seconds, and felt that this was exactly the same as Xue Liang's usual look when he touched her. What should we do? We can't just throw it away halfway. Can we? He shook his head with regret. Or take it back to raise it, Xue Liang said firmly. No. It's an animal from Chernobyl, and we don't know if it has any virus. It must not run around, and it can't be brought back to the camp. Normally, it should be disposed of. But we are at fault for this. It's too immoral to kill it directly. The best result is that it should be taken in. Luo Qin was not very happy, but this one is really cute. After the nuclear power plant exploded, the local animals were cleaned up, especially pet cats and dogs, which were slaughtered in large numbers and buried together. Xue Liang said, I also think it's cruel. It's obviously the fault of humans. And in the end, they are implicated and innocently bear the consequences. This puppy might be the offspring of a pet that was not disposed of at the time. It looks like it has a pure bloodline, but it's a pity. Luo Qin looked at the little guy sleeping peacefully on his lap, and sighed silently, thinking that it would be better if he had found it before takeoff, and put it back earlier, than facing the fate of being disposed of after landing. About 9 hours later, the helicopter arrived over Songhe. They did not land all the way, and refueled several times in the air, which was almost exhausted now. Logically speaking, once entering the territory of Songhe, the densely populated local communication base stations will provide multiple radio communication lines, which can fully ensure smooth communication between each other. However, Luo Qin has been trying to establish communication with the Songhe garrison, but he can't find the signal no matter what. The other side is always noisy, and he can't capture the beacon set by the base station. You too, Jimoro lay on the window, looking at the bottom of the helicopter in disbelief. Look down. Before he reminded her, Xue Liang had already seen it. Ahead was the city of Songhe, the second camp of the North Security Zone, where the army was supposed to be stationed, was now filled with smoke, fire, and zombies filling the streets. Not far away, the garrison headquarters, which was the luxurious hotel owned by Yuan Shan, and once had great fortifications, had half of its building collapsed. The interior of the building was now mostly exposed. Zombies were roaming around attacking the soldiers who were still resisting, biting and killing each other. It was extremely chaotic. What's going on? Is this Songhe? Jimoro asked hurriedly. Luo Qin, have you contacted the garrison? Luo Qin shook his head. No signal. The base station has a problem. We can only make an emergency landing. Xue Liang landed the helicopter on the roof of an abandoned building. As soon as he opened the hatch, he heard deafening gunfire not far away, one after another. A total of 5 explosions. Let's go to the hotel. Xue Liang quickly packed his weapons and backpack. Before he could take his hand away from the seat, he felt something wet wrapped around him. He turned his head and saw that the little wolf dog had crawled into the backpack at some point. When he saw him reaching out his hand, he thought it wanted to play with him, so he licked it with his tongue out of friendship. Xue Liang and the puppy stared at each other for a few seconds, waved his hand and said, Go away. I can't keep you. But the puppy thought he was waving his hand to invite him over, and immediately wagged its tail, pounced on Xue Liang, and lay on his shoulder. You, Xue Liang suddenly felt a little sorry. But it was too late to communicate with the dog. He could only throw it to the ground and immediately rush to the stairs. The city was in chaos. Xue Liang rushed into the corridor and was blocked by the zombies swarming downstairs. These zombies were probably attracted by the noise of the helicopter. They had already chased to the top of the building and swarmed up. Their howling filled the narrow stairwell. He raised his gun and fired at the zombies. But there were too many zombies. no matter how accurate his shooting skills were. He couldn't deal with so many shaking heads at the same time. He simply put the gun behind his back, pulled out his knife, and slashed his way down. Luo Qin climbed over the railing, jumped straight to the lower floor, overturned the zombies that surrounded him, turned back and shouted to the two people, "Hurry up! This way!" Xiao Rou follow. Xue Liang threw a rifle to Jimoro. "Go find the Human Alliance's self-defense force stationed in Songha, and ask for help." Chapter 159 The Road to Nowhere. Jimoro took the gun, and directly climbed out of the window of the building, and climbed down to the ground along the gas pipeline. Xue Liang quickly stepped onto the window, looked back at the zombies that were chasing him, and reached out to Luo Qin, "Hold on tight." Luo Qin grabbed his hand, and the two of them instantly jumped out of the window, and landed on the huge advertising sign in front of the building. Xue Liang took Luo Qin to cushion the impact, and then jumped onto the carriage of a heavy truck on the side of the road. The body of the truck made a loud noise, and a hole was smashed into the hard alloy carriage. "Princess hug?" Luo Qin said in surprise. "This is the second time." "Lychee." Xue Liang's expression was quite confusing. What? The current situation really didn't allow for nonsense. Luo Qin grabbed him, and started running wildly, crossing the streets full of infection. He didn't see even half a living person. There were quite a few zombies in military uniforms, and their bodies were not very rotten. It seemed that it hadn't been too long since the outbreak of the infection and the fall of this place. There were zombies attacking people everywhere along the way. These infected creatures evolved at an astonishing speed, and their desire for living people was unprecedentedly crazy. If you want to get rid of the pursuit, you could only run faster to avoid them. When they were in Han'o before, they had seen infected creatures with mutated running speeds. But such a large-scale group mutation was unprecedented. A zombie in military uniform ran towards them. Xue Liang recognized the pattern on his chest, which was the logo of an elite special forces unit in Songha. He was immediately shocked. Could it be that even the strongest special forces here had an accident? Although this special forces unit was not composed of recreated humans, it was also a famous Songha resident unit. Its bravery was no less than that of Lan Yin. It had fought 10 people alone in the infection wave, but now it was lost so easily. Xue Liang looked at the zombie, raised his gun and put it down again, but finally couldn't bear it, bypassed it, and continued to run forward. The two quickly rushed to the door of the hotel, only to see that the door was blocked by several trucks. The zombies outside were desperately climbing up, as if they were extremely eager for the prey inside. Soon, several zombies noticed them, and immediately turned around and walked towards a more successful target. "Be careful. Let's rush in," Xue Liang said, raised his hand to kill the two zombies in front of him, and jumped onto the truck in a few seconds. Luo Qin followed closely behind. The two climbed over the gate and walked through the front yard that used to be a garden. This place had been burned black by artillery fire. There was no green scenery. Hundreds of incomplete bodies were lying everywhere, both human and zombie. Luo Qin was shocked by what he saw. He didn't know what had happened here before to cause such a tragic scene. There were several bursts of gunfire in the building in front. The two looked at each other. "There are people." Then, two special forces soldiers with guns ran out of the building, and several zombies in military uniforms were chasing them. Xue Liang quickly raised his gun, aimed, and shouted to the men, "Come here. Lower your heads." The two soldiers were well trained, and lowered their heads in unison. Xue Liang took the opportunity to shoot in a row, blowing up the zombies behind one by one, and then covered the two men and hid behind a truck. "What happened?" Luo Qin grabbed the two men and asked. "How did Songha fall?" A special forces soldier took a breath and said, "Starting at noon today, zombies began to gather and attack outside the defense line on the west side of the safe zone. At first, there was no big problem, but later the number of zombies suddenly increased by hundreds of times, and their speed and strength were not at the same level as before. There were too many zombies. Our men simply couldn't defend the entire line. We held on for more than an hour, but still couldn't hold it." "Where's your commander?" Xue Liang asked. "I don't know. There are only 2 of us left here." The special forces soldier became a little depressed. The people inside may be dead. Xue Liang thought this was incredible. Although a group of soldiers stationed in Songha at that time were transferred to Lantian, the number of soldiers left was about 20,000. How could they be wiped out so easily? "We could have held it, but later our weapons, bullets, shields and vehicles were all unusable. Another Special Forces soldier said. That virus corrodes metal. As long as it is touched, it will be scrapped soon. This is true. Shui Liang subconsciously glanced at the saber at his waist, which was obviously bent. But this kind of saber shouldn't be so fragile. It was only a short journey of more than 10 minutes. And it completely destroyed a combat knife. In addition to destroying the internal structure of electronic equipment, the Lantian virus is also extremely corrosive to metals. Even the hardest materials will become extremely fragile if they are exposed to the virus for a long time. Have you sent a distress signal? Shui Liang asked again. Where are the people from the Human Alliance? It can't be sent. All the base stations were infected by the virus, and the team sent out to repair them at the beginning has been out of contact. The Human Alliance was completely wiped out. They are not regular troops, and they can't hold on. The other side replied. That's why the two of us are ready to fight our way out, and try to get help from Wanchun Camp. Wanchun Camp contacts Songhe every half a day. It's past the time for the second contact. They probably found something wrong, and will definitely send someone to check the situation. Shui Liang said. Let's go, I'll take you south. A sharp cry suddenly sounded overhead, and a zombie fell from the building, with its bloody mouth wide open. Shui Liang didn't even raise his head, raised his gun, and shot the zombie's head through. Hurry. It's too late if we don't leave now. Jimoro hadn't come back yet, but Shui Liang was confident in his skills. So he and Luo Qin led two special forces to break through, rushing all the way to the highway. The densely packed zombies following behind were like a swarm of ants, and just looking back would make people feel a creepy sense of oppression. However, when the few people came to the outer defense line of the safe zone, they were shocked by the scene in front of them and couldn't move. The street in front of him was full of cars parked in all directions, almost blocking half of the way out. The zombie army filled the gaps in the road, even climbing on the cars. The way out was obviously blocked. Shui Liang and Luo Qin could fight their way out, but these two special forces soldiers with flesh and blood would definitely find it difficult to break through the siege. They were injured in the battle before. Although it was not fatal, it was difficult for them to support themselves through the dense group of zombies. Luo Qin looked up urgently and pointed to the small office building next to him and said, This way. Go upstairs first. Although climbing up is not the best way to get out, it is the only way at the moment. The front and back are blocked, and there is only this place left to hide temporarily. But the zombies were chasing too closely. From the streets, buildings and alleys in all directions, they expanded infinitely like proliferating bacteria. Those rotten hands almost surrounded them, and would soon rush over. Go in first. Shui Liang pushed Luo Qin. Go in and close the fire door. Don't worry about me. I can keep up. Luo Qin did it without hesitation. He rushed into the office building with two special forces, then jumped up and grabbed the fire shutter door, and pulled it down most of the way with a crash. The next second, Shui Liang slid in through the gap under the door, and just held Luo Qin's hand. At the same time, the shutter door was completely closed, and there was a crackling sound like insects hitting a lampshade outside, hitting the weak iron door. The two special forces soldiers also came over to cooperate, and quickly found obstacles to fill the door. After ensuring that this layer of defense could last for a while, several people retreated to the upper floor in a defensive formation. They were lucky. There were not many zombies in the building, and they were all eliminated with a few shots. Shui Liang led the way, and finally found a relatively spacious and sturdy room at the corner of the third floor. He immediately asked the other people to hide inside. Luo Qin was the last one to enter the room. He casually brought a table nearby and blocked the door. They piled everything in the room that could be used to block the door behind the door. After checking several times, they sat down against the wall with exhaustion. What should we do now? We can't stay here forever. A special forces soldier asked. How long will it take for reinforcements to find us? Shui Liang walked to the window, took a look at the zombie-filled street below, and said solemnly, I'm not sure how long it will take. After all, there are zombies everywhere. It will be difficult for them to rescue people, and the door on the first floor can't last too long. Luo Qin took out a radio from his bag and kept adjusting the channel, hoping to connect to a certain line. Although the other two special forces were exhausted, they did not lose their will to survive. One of them calmed down and saw that Shui Liang's aura was not like that of an ordinary survivor. So he tried to ask, Where are you stationed? Shui Liang replied, I am the captain of the Blue Flame Battalion of the Special Forces of the Xing military region. I came to Han-O only last year, and am now stationed in the Wanchun camp. Blue Flame Battalion? That's the one. The man looked a little surprised and whispered to his companion. Isn't it the powerful Human Reconstruction Unit? His companion nodded and said, We are the local army of Songha. We have heard of you. You are the captain of the Blue Flame Brigade. Shui Liyang? Shui Liyang, it's me. The Blue Flame Brigade has always been a legend in the domestic special forces. At the beginning of its establishment, many people thought that the concept of Blue Flame was a fictional existence created by the army to set a benchmark for their soldiers. Until a year ago, the Blue Flame Brigade went north to Hanzhou, and it was like a sharp blade that split the infected barriers between Hanzhou and Songha, and flattened the infected area of thousands of square meters with the strength of a team. Only then did it come to the fore, and completely made a name for itself. The radio in Luo Qin's hand suddenly made two swish sounds. And then, there was a noisy voice. It turned out that the channel with the signal was connected. Hello? Calling Songha headquarters. This is the rescue team of the Blue Flame Brigade. Please answer immediately. Please answer immediately. Luo Qin recognized that it was the voice of Falcon, and hurriedly called the other side before the signal disappeared again. Is it Falcon? I am Luo Qin. We are trapped in the Songha safety zone, which has been completely lost. When will your support arrive? Falcon paused, and immediately became excited. Captain, we are now 3 kilometers away from the Songha safety zone, and we will arrive soon. The Human Alliance team has a total of 50 people. We brought a mobile communication base station vehicle. We are already locating your radio position. Hold on for a while. Captain? Is the captain here? Sun Ling's voice came quickly. We will be there soon. How many people are there? Are you safe now? Shui Liyang took the radio and said in a deep voice, Don't worry. There are 4 of us. We are safe for the time being. Jimo Ro was separated from us. He didn't bring any communication equipment. Remember to search and rescue. If you can't spare any manpower, let the Alliance go. Yes. Just then, there were chaotic footsteps in the corridor. It was obvious that the zombies broke through the defense and caught up. Shui Liyang immediately pulled Luo Qin to squat down, hiding under the window, listening to the footsteps getting closer and closer outside, and whispered, There are zombies chasing us here. There are a lot of them. Maybe all of them on the whole street are heading here. Captain, we will be there soon. Bai Wulu's voice came unexpectedly from the other end of the radio. I have located you. Bai and Sun Ling have just led a team over, and the rest will go into the city to search and rescue. Shui Liyang was silent for a few seconds, and soon smiled. Well done. Thank you for your hard work, brother. Bai Wulu finally couldn't help it, and called him. Wait for me to get over there. The zombies outside began to knock on the door. They were not smart enough to guess which room the living people were hiding in, but their hunting instinct would make them search every corner and search relentlessly, not even letting this place go. What should we do? We won't be able to hold out for long if we keep on bumping like this. Luo Qin looked up at the window where the shadows were swaying outside, clenched the gun in his hand. Go down through the window. Chapter 160 Reinforcement and Reunion. Downstairs was a narrow street, sandwiched between 2 buildings, filled with zombies. There was nowhere to step. The room they were in faced the corridor window of the building next door. The distance was a bit awkward, not too far, but it was not easy to cross, especially when the 2 Special Forces soldiers were exhausted. Shui Liyang stood up and walked quickly to the window, measured the distance from here to the opposite window with his naked eyes. There is no choice, we must jump from here. Do you still have the strength? No problem. The 2 Special Forces nodded at the same time. The distance they usually jumped in training was far beyond the distance between the 2 buildings, and at the moment of life and death, even the most tired body could burst out the last strength. The 2 of them jumped over first by stepping on the windowsill, and smashed the glass of the building opposite with their heads. After getting up, they immediately checked the surroundings, and after confirming that there was nothing unusual, then waved to the 2 people in the opposite building. It's safe, jump quickly. You jump first. Shui Liyang saw that the door behind him was about to be broken, and reached out to push Luo Qin. Luo Qin felt that this scene was extremely familiar, recalling that when the 2 met for the first time in Shining, Shui Liyang also let him jump first. At that time, he really jumped without hesitation, and he had nightmares every time he thought of that cowardly look. Have I ever told you that I'm actually a very narrow-minded person? Luo Qin suddenly reached out and embraced Shui Liyang, and unexpectedly lifted him up sideways. stepped one leg out of the window, and listened to the increasingly fragile sound of the door locked behind him. Without looking back, he said, "Hold on tight. Put your hands on my waist. I can jump by myself." Xue Liang grabbed Luo Qin's shoulders. "Don't," he didn't even have time to finish his words. And Luo Qin packed him up and carried him over with his gun. The two rolled into a ball and jumped into the opposite window, and then stopped after rubbing on the ground for a few rounds. As soon as they landed, the room in the opposite building was immediately breached by zombies. Luo Qin looked at the zombies swarming in. He breathed a sigh of relief. And then he held Xue Liang up stubbornly, with no intention of letting go. "Why are you holding me?" Xue Liang looked at him. "I can walk. Put me down." "Thank you. You held me twice. I have to hold you back." Luo Qin hissed. "Don't move. There are only 2 seconds left." Xue Liang pushed his chest, turned over and jumped down, looking at the two special forces behind him with a guilty look. "I can see that you are really narrow-minded. Just a little thicker than the tip of a needle. Isn't this called being coarse but delicate?" Luo Qin smiled and patted his trouser legs. "Delicate where it should be delicate, and coarse where it should be coarse." Xue Liang's eyes were dull for 2 seconds, and he couldn't help looking down. Luo Qin reacted quickly, took 2 steps back with a look of being abused, covered his mouth with his hands, and said in shock, "Fuck? Lizzie, you are really that? I didn't." The radio in the bag rang again. Luo Qin took it out with one hand, and heard Falcon say over there, "Captain, we are here, at the entrance of Songha South Expressway. There are too many zombies here. We have to delay for a while. Can you get on the roof? The helicopter will rescue you in the air. I will let Bailang contact you." "Got it. Be safe," Xue Liang responded. The group immediately ran upstairs, and the zombies downstairs heard the noise and rushed into the building to chase their prey. Luo Qin glanced back and saw that the zombies chasing them could be seen through the gap in the stairs. They were very fast, and perhaps they would be caught up before they boarded the helicopter. At this time, they had arrived at the rooftop exit. Xue Liang pushed all 3 people in with his backhand and kicked the fire door, locked the door. "Run to the edge of the rooftop. The helicopter is coming soon. It's useless to close the door. They will break through soon." Luo Qin pulled out the saber on his leg and patted Xue Liang. "I'll guard the door. You send a signal to attract rescue. Leave your back to me. None of these things can get in until the helicopter comes. Don't force yourself. If you can't stand it anymore, come here immediately. I'm here for you." Xue Liang held his hand, with a firm look in his eyes. "Remember what I said? Don't get hurt. Go ahead." "Lychee." Luo Qin pressed his back against the door. The zombies behind him were charging more and more violently. "Remember? I'm behind you." Xue Liang quickly ran to the edge of the rooftop, put the radio on the ground, then pulled out a portable flare from his belt, quickly input the command, and threw it into the sky. A dazzling magnesium bullet streaked across the sky above the Songha safety zone. And Xue Liang and the other 2 special forces soldiers lowered their heads. Such a high temperature and close-range magnesium bullet would burn the eyes. But for the rescue team, it was obvious enough. At the same time, the door of the rooftop was completely smashed into pieces. Luo Qin raised his knife and slashed, trying his best to block all the zombies at the door. He knew who was behind him. He had wanted to have such a day since a long time ago. To trust each other with their backs. To trust each other wholeheartedly. And never hesitate. The sound of a helicopter soon came from the horizon. Xue Li raised her ears and immediately turned back to shout to Luo Qin, "Luo Qin, come quickly. Help is here." Luo Qin's knife had already rolled up, and he couldn't hold on for much longer. He stabbed the zombie's head with a knife, casually lifted up half of the scattered door panel, and smashed it back. The zombies that filled the corridor rolled down the stairs like bowling balls, stacked up one after another, and Luo Qin took advantage of the few seconds of breathing time to retreat to the edge of the rooftop. "Here they come!" The helicopter was already hovering over the rooftop. The open hatch dropped a rope, and the 2 special forces soldiers were quickly pulled up by the rope. Xue Liang loaded his pistol with one hand, and fired a shot at the rooftop door where zombies were pouring in again. The rope was dropped again, and Luo Qin neatly wrapped the buckle around the waists of the 2 men, and raised his head and shouted, "All right." The zombies quickly occupied the entire rooftop. Xue Liang and Luo Qin were also pulled off the ground at the same time, and climbed up the helicopter little by little along the rope. Everything that happened just now was quite thrilling. Luo Qin realized it belatedly and sweated. He couldn't help thinking that if they were a few seconds slower, they would be dragged down by the zombies. Sun Ling was also on the helicopter. When he saw Shui Liang, he asked, "Captain, we can't contact the local army in Sungha. What happened here?" Shui Liang threw the radio to the two special forces and asked them to tell the search and rescue team on the Falcon side about the situation in Sungha. The other people on the plane were silent after hearing it. White Wolf glanced at the ruined streets below and asked uncertainly, "Captain, should we go to the garrison headquarters to take a look? What if there are still survivors?" No one believed that the well-equipped and well-trained Sungha army would be wiped out. White Wolf proposed to go and take a look, still holding a glimmer of hope. However, the two escaped special forces shook their heads and said dejectedly, "No need to go and see. We escaped from the top floor, and we didn't meet any living people along the way. The garrison and the outer camp has all been sacrificed, and the safe zone has been breached. They are the first to bear the brunt. And none of them," Falcon said on the other end of the radio, "Captain, we have entered the safe zone, and we haven't met any living people yet. There are too many zombies here. The closer you get to the center, the denser they are. Are there really any people alive inside?" Gunshots were heard over there. Falcon was panting and had no time to speak. Shui Liang was silent, thinking that if he insisted on going in to save people, it would be a waste of effort. This was already a dead city, and there might really be no living people. Give up. It would be a waste of weapons and bullets to keep looking. The Special Forces soldier seemed to have made a great determination, and his tone was full of pain. "Not only might we not be able to save people, but we will also lose our comrades in Wanchun camp. You can't sacrifice in vain." Shui Liang gritted his teeth and gave the order to retreat. "Falcon, listen carefully. Retreat now. Give up searching for the surviving members of the safe zone, and protect the rescue team to the maximum extent. Don't stay any longer." "Yes," Falcon said in a deep voice. Suddenly, several people on the plane heard a loud dog bark at the same time. Shui Liang was startled for a moment, and subconsciously lowered his head to look for it, but found that it was the little wolfhound they had brought back by accident before. The little thing was being forced to the edge of the rooftop by a group of zombies. It dodged left and right, and was so scared that its soul was out of its body, but it still gritted its teeth and barked wildly, trying to drive away these predators. Although zombies basically do not actively prey on animals, but when faced with such a highly active life form, they will also feel curious, and perhaps throw it away after disemboweling it. They are just bloodthirsty, but they do not eat. "Puppy!" Luo Qin patted the antelope on the back. "How could you forget it? Why did you hit me?" the antelope said angrily. "I didn't leave it there." Shui Liang hesitated for a moment, turned his head, and said to the white wolf, "Lower the flight altitude. Fly along the roof of that building. Quickly." The plane quickly descended. Shui Liang leaned on the door of the cabin and whistled at the little wolfhound. It heard the noise, immediately turned back and barked twice, and then ran towards the plane. The little wolfhound seemed to know that these people wanted to save it, and its tail was wagging wildly, and it came to the edge of the roof. "Jump!" Shui Liang stretched out his hand to it. "I'll give you one chance. I'll catch you." The little wolf dog looked down at the 100-meter-high building, and was obviously afraid. But the zombies behind him had already caught up, so it had to step back a few steps. Then suddenly kicked its hind legs and leaped up. Shui Liang leaned forward and just caught it in his arms. It was knocked back a few steps and leaned on Luo Qin. "Caught it!" The antelope and the white wolf both shouted. "Awesome!" Shui Liang lifted the little wolf dog up to his eyes and looked at it. The little guy tilted his head and kept licking his hand, very enthusiastic, and obviously trying his best to please him. His tail wagged harder than the propeller above his head. "It's no use trying to curry favor with me." Shui Liang handed it to Luo Qin indifferently. "I won't keep you as a troublesome little thing. I'll throw it away when I go back." Sun Ling approached Luo Qin and whispered, "When the captain gives you something, it means he wants it, but won't say it." Luo Qin nodded. "I know. Don't expose him. Li Ji wants to save face." Bai Lang criticized them loudly. "Don't say that about the captain. The captain is not that kind of person." Shui Liang, Xiao Zhang. "Watch your way." Their helicopter landed outside the safe zone and successfully joined the other members of Blue Flame. The rescue team of the Human Alliance also came with them. They were all elite members. Shui Liang looked familiar. Later, He remembered that these people seemed to like to hang out with Jimoro. They were the first batch of own people recruited by this kid. They were well integrated with the Blue Flame team and enjoyed themselves all day. On the other side, Baiwuluo led a team to find Jimoro in the city. His knife had been broken for a long time. He relied on brute force to fight his way out of the siege, but was pulled out of the zombie pile by his own men. He looked at the people who came and said very dissatisfiedly, "You have a conscience. You know your boss is here. Why you come in person?" A member of the Human Alliance looked at him speechlessly and said, "Boss, if you don't come back, we may have to disperse. We can go back to our own homes and find our own mothers. No one should worry about each other." Chapter 161 Surviving the Catastrophe. Songha's transportation and communications were completely paralyzed. A fire broke out in the city. Countless zombies and scrap materials were involved. The emergency rescue plan was no longer realistic. This place had to face the fate of being abandoned again. The search and rescue team did not stay in Songha for too long. After everyone gathered together, they immediately retreated to the south. The zombies had already broken through Songha. The next place to be attacked might be Wanchun Camp. After Xue Liang returned to the camp, he had almost no rest for 3 consecutive days. He devoted all his time to strengthening the camp's defense line. Everyone was called out to help. The defense in the north was strengthened overnight. A group of people were urgently transferred from the Blue Flame Force and the Human Alliance to defend the northern line. The searchlights on the sentry towers were on all night, and patrols were carried out continuously. When Suyugang saw their serious faces, he knew something big had happened. His rescue team was responsible for contacting Songha. When they noticed the communication interruption that day, they immediately notified Falcon. Blue Flame realized that something might have happened in Songha. Even if they rushed over to support him as soon as possible, they were still unable to outrun the speed of the infection. Luo Qin found Su Yugang and discussed with him about increasing patrol efforts. The two counted the available personnel for the rescue team and decided to add another daily patrol route. "Brother Su, please ask the rescue team to patrol the northern mountain road once every morning and noon. Don't go too far. Just stay within 5 kilometers outside the camp," Luo Qin said. "We don't have enough manpower. Once Songha fell, we lost another backup base. We may not have enough supplies in the next 2 days. Thank you for your hard work. Blue Flame will save as much rations as possible for the rescue team." Su Yugang waved his hand and said, "No need. Blue Flame is the most reliable fighting force in our camp. We must not have enough food. Don't worry, if those zombies really come to the south, I will defend the north even if I die." Luo Qi nodded and asked, "We haven't been here for the past 2 days. Is there any news from Hanzhou?" Su Yugang said, "On the day you left, there was a conflict in the Ark camp. I don't know the details yet. I just know that someone seemed to be injured, and it was reported to the headquarters, but Li Muki didn't care. He thought it was just a trivial matter for the survivors to snatch supplies, and he just sent a few little gangsters from the Human Alliance to solve it. I heard that a group of people were driven away, and a new group came in." Luo Qin was shocked, and asked subconsciously, "Who was injured?" "Don't worry, it's not that little brother's brother or sister, otherwise there would have been news." Su Yugang comforted him. There were also several groups of survivors who fought for enhancers, and many people died, including recreated humans. I was there when Officer Chung called Xiao Bai. He said it was a big incident involving nearly 100 people. The current situation in Hanzhou is worse than Luo Qin imagined. He was worried. After he separated from Su Yugang, he went to find Xue Liang. Xue Liang had just finished inspecting the fortifications, and was now taking care of Jimo Lang in the dormitory. Jimo Ro was also standing by, cutting a piece of wood with a knife. Luo Qin pushed open the door, walked behind Xue Liang, and stretched out his hand to help pinch his shoulders. "Lizzie, have you heard about Hanzhou?" Xue Liang covered Jimo Lang with a quilt and nodded. "Wu Luo told me that Hanzhou is now safe except for the 2 buildings in Fanzhou. Everywhere is dangerous. I'll go there in 2 days, and bring Sixi and Simia and Yin Yu to live with us." "Luo Qin, why don't you go? I can't spare the time anyway. Your little brother Huamao will bring a group of people to Wanchun Camp the day after tomorrow. And just let them take the car with him." Xue Liang hesitated. After all, he didn't have much friendship with Huamao, and he was not sure if Sixi and Simia would take the car with him. "If you're worried, I'll go and pick them up," Luo Qin said. "I know you can't spare the time, and I'm still a little free anyway. It won't take half a day to pick someone up." "Well, Remember to keep an eye on their location when the time comes. And don't let anything go wrong. Shui Liang said. When we're almost there, I'll go and pick you up. Luo Qin sat down and watched Ji Lang with him, and asked casually, See, Xian Simu will be 15 years old in the new year. Right? What were you doing when you were 15? Were you more rebellious than this? Shui Liang smiled. I didn't have a rebellious period when I was 15. Go and ask around, and everyone says that I am good in both character and learning. Well-behaved and sensible? Luo Qin was stunned for a moment, and immediately exposed him mercilessly. Who are you kidding? I have witness testimony here, and your rebellious period has never ended since you were born. Shui Liang pinched his chin, and threatened, What witness testimony? Luo Qin raised his hand. Unknown victims. Classmate Bai and Mr. Zhao. Shui Liang turned his face away, and snorted, but his eyes became guilty. I don't know them. Ji Moro suddenly sneered. You are retard. And you are still in a rebellious period. You should be put in a retard museum for people to visit. Shui Liang kicked the stool over and stood up. I must sew your mouth shut today. Ji Moro stood up and jumped back. What's wrong? You are the only one allowed to bully me? Shui Liang. You fucking bully men and women. Shui Liang said angrily. Are you sick? Is this how you bully men and women? Ji Lang heard the noise, gagged and tried to turn over and sit up, clinging to the edge of the railing, waving his hands and laughing. The little wolfhound they picked up ran in from outside, and seeing the dormitory was bustling, it also jumped up and down. Shui Liang later asked someone to check it, and it didn't carry any radiation, nor was it an infected organism, so it could stay. But it was too noisy, and it never got tired. Have you thought of a name for this puppy? Luo Qin squatted down and teased the little wolfhound. Listen to me. Call it Fa Kai. Ji Moro suggested. Call it Wan Kai. It sounds better than your crappy name. Shui Liang glared at them both. Neither of them sounds good. Don't compare. The little wolfhound looked quite good, with a shiny silver-gray coat that looked like it had been oiled, without a single stray hair. This breed of dog is generally very alert and runs fast. It is suitable for training as a working dog and can help patrol the camp. Ji Lang reached out from the crib to touch the dog's head, his eyes full of curiosity. This puppy is also smart. He approached and sniffed carefully, then looked at Shui Liang. Seeing that the other party did not stop him, he stretched out his tongue and gently licked Ji Lang's hand. Are all puppies called Yin Yin, Hua Hua, Mao Mao, etc.? Shui Liang asked. Ji Moro, how dare you say that my name is ugly? Luo Qin said casually. Let's call him Tian Tian. Our life is not easy. Tian Tian, how nice it sounds, how pleasant it is to call him. Shui Liang said it a few times and thought it was okay. Then call him this, Luo Tian Tian, I will be your son. Luo Qin immediately pushed the puppy to the ground and said to Shui Liang, Quick, this is your father, call him. 2 days later, several cars set out from Hangzhou and headed north to Wangshan camp. Shui Liang was waiting for them at the exit of the highway. Huang Mao was driving, and when he saw his boss standing at the road crossing, he immediately stuck his head out and shouted excitedly, Boss, long time no see. Shui Liang turned his head away and pretended not to see him. Huang Mao really thought he didn't hear him, and his voice rose 8 octaves, and he shouted with full energy, Boss! Stop shouting! Shui Liang couldn't stand it anymore. I heard it. When the car stopped, Shui Sixian jumped out from the back first, carrying a mountaineering bag, and walked over with a flying look on his face. Shui Liang saw that she was still wearing a skirt, with bare legs, and her autumn pants alarm sounded instantly. Are you hot? Shui Sixian said indifferently. It's not cold now. Let's talk about it at the end of the month. Shui Simiao was also helped out of the car by Luo Qin. He was carrying his precious computer, and he didn't even want to put it too far away when sleeping. He asked Luo Qin to help carry the other luggage, and he had to carry the computer himself. After everyone in the car got off, Wang Mao parked the car in the camp alone. Shui Liang counted the people and asked Shui Sixian, Why didn't your brother Nian Yu come? He wanted to stay in Hangzhou, saying that his home was there, and he didn't want to move. Shui Sixian said, Who cares? Hangzhou is so boring. I don't want to stay. He wanted to stay. Why didn't he tell me? Shui Liang frowned. If he stayed alone in Fangzhou, Zheng Qingyao couldn't take care of him all the time. Shui Sixian seemed a little annoyed, and said unhappily, Brother, you are so worried about him. But it's not certain whether he will appreciate your kindness. You might as well think about what to eat in the evening instead of worrying about it. Luo Qin grabbed her collar from behind and walked towards the camp. If you say this to your brother again, you won't have any food to eat in the evening. Lychee, look, you spoiled me like this. Okay, I'll leave it to you. You can spoil me if you want. And I'll beat you if you want. I'm leaving. Shui Liang patted Luo Qin. Last night, Lao Zhao said there was a video conference this morning. It's almost time. I have to go now. You two listen to Luo Qin. Don't run around everywhere. Luo Qin took the two of them around the farm, pointed to the pigs, chickens and ducks in the pen not far away. That's where we raise small pork skewers, chicken legs and small roast ducks. You two have to come here every day to help raise the pigs to be enough for everyone. Do you understand? Shui Simio walked around the farm for several hundred meters, reached out his hand to measure the distance. The management cost here must be very high. Do you need intelligent ranch management? I can write a system like this. Luo Qin looked at him and pointed to the desolate and primitive wilderness around him, and said, if you think this place has the hardware conditions, just build one. Artificial breeding is really tiring now. The hardware problem is not difficult. As long as we can recycle some materials from Songhe, we can make it according to the drawings. Shui Xinyu said. My brother should go to Songhe again. Right? Luo Qin found that once it came to computer-related matters, the child became more talkative. He touched Shui Xinyu's head and asked, what do you want to do in the future? Shui Xinyu pointed to her computer bag. And her face, which looked 50% like Shui Liang, suddenly showed a kind of obsession. I knew it. Luo Qin smiled. By the way, my Candy Crush has been lagging recently. Is it taking up too much space? Shui Xinyu thought for a while and said, it may be because your terminal model is relatively backward. But I can compress the content later. And it shouldn't be lagging anymore. Before lunch, Luo Qin took them to the nearby mountains again. And they went back when they saw the smoke from the camp. Shui Liang was not there when they returned. He was probably on patrol in the north again. Falcon just came back for dinner. When he saw Luo Qin coming late, he wailed, no way. Aren't you cooking today? Luo Qin felt a little accomplished. He pretended to be nonchalant and said, do I have to do it? It doesn't matter who cooks it. It's the same if we put these things in the pot and cook them. It's different. You don't know that there is a unique taste in the rice you cook. Black Panther said. The taste is different from other big pot rice. Luo Qin turned around and saw that many people from the Human Alliance were there. So he asked, why are they here? Oh, Jimoro said that. Why do we still have to cook in separate stoves? Let's just cook together, Falcon said. In the future, we will cook in one pot and eat together. There is no need to be clear-cut. The most important thing is unity. The captain said so. I don't know if those people in the Alliance have any objections, but it looks normal on the surface. Jimoro seemed to have successfully dealt with the Alliance members here, and they basically listened to him. The couple who had fled from Hanzhou with their child were also there, and the woman was holding her son and coaxing him. And her complexion was much better than before. They already believed that the reconstructed humans here were completely different from those in Hanzhou. And they were also very glad that they did not choose to continue to go north to Songhe. Otherwise, they would not be sitting here alive today. Songhe's safety zone is the most important support for Wanchun camp. Once it is lost, at least 60% of the energy supply will be cut off. So this time, the loss can be said to be heavy. Although Shui Liang did not let the crisis spread in the camp. The following winter is destined to be another difficult hurdle. Hanzhou Ark Safety Zone Headquarters Li Muki closed the e-book in his hand and asked the person behind him, had they arrived? The man stood in the dark, with only his lower body reflecting the moonlight outside the window, and said in a deep voice, they are all in the conference room. When will you go there? Now. Li Muki stood up and turned the e-book upside down on the table. They are all desperate criminals. We have to be careful. Come with me. Chapter 162 Nightmare and Reality. Shui Liang came back from patrol. The meal that Luo Qin had left for him was still hot, and the lunchbox was full. He was also hungry, so he sat down and took a bite. Isn't Luo Qin cooking today? Falcon had someone to back him up, and immediately shouted, I told you. Luo Qin, your cooking skills can't be learned by others. If you are kidnapped and replaced one day, any of us can find out by tasting the meal made by the counterfeit. Luo Qin couldn't help asking, is it really that obvious? I don't put drugs in my cooking. Shui Liang laughed. When you are used to the taste of someone's cooking, you will indeed have taste bud memory. For example, my mother can't cook at all, but she always said that we should make dumplings during the Chinese New Year, and the whole family should make them together. I can taste the filling she prepared in one bite. He suddenly froze, looked down at the lunchbox in his hand, and his hand holding the chopsticks shook. Luo Qin touched his back. Eat slowly. Xue Liang chewed a few bites slowly, swallowed them, and continued in a somewhat calm tone. After she left, I found the dumpling she had made before in the refrigerator, and there was only a small plate left. That was the last time I tasted the dumpling she made. And that taste, I can't remember it. Luo Qin fell silent, with a sense of empathy in his heart. Xue Sixian and Xue Ximu were also sitting nearby. They could remember when their biological mother died, but they didn't have a deep concept of death, and certainly didn't remember the taste of the dinner table in their childhood. But for Xue Liang, at the age of 14 or 15, he could already bear too many memories and sorrows. And then he had to forget those warm memories bit by bit in the long life that followed. Xue Liang changed the subject and asked Luo Qin, by the way, you weren't in the camp this morning? I took them out for a walk. They're nearby. Luo Qin pointed to the hillside outside the camp. The children need to exercise more. Otherwise they won't grow tall. Although they are both almost 1.7 meters tall, they still have the stamina to keep up. Height has a lot to do with heredity. There is generally no one in our family who is less than 1.75 meters tall. Xue Liang took a bite of rice and said, I grew slowly when I was a child. I started to grow rapidly in the first year of high school. It scared Lao Zhao. He didn't recognize me after seeing me for a few days. Heredity is heredity, but the necessary nutrients should be supplemented. Luo Qin patted Xue Ximu's somewhat thin back. Let's go back and see if Brother Su can get a cow to milk it. Drink more milk to grow taller. Xue Liang paused slightly, with the chopsticks in his hand, glanced at Luo Qin, and then silently lowered his eyes. I don't drink milk. I want milk tea. Xue Sixian was very picky. Brother Luo Qin, can you make it? Luo Qin immediately put on airs when he heard this, tugged at his sleeves, and asked her in a pretentious manner, you ask me? Do you know what I did in Shining before? I sold milk tea. Xue Liang, no. Didn't you sell cakes and snacks? Side job. Side job? Luo Qin said. Don't you know that the rent in the most remote areas of Shining is shockingly expensive? The kind of tube houses with only public toilets and bathrooms on each floor. The sub-building, clothes are hung directly in the alley between the two buildings, and the windows can be pushed into the toilet of the people in the opposite building when they are opened. The rent for this place is still 4,000 or 5,000 a month. If I don't work several jobs, I will sleep on the street early. Xue Ximu tilted his head. No, Brother Luo Qin, didn't you say that your family left you a huge inheritance? That's for the future. Xue Liang sneered. You told me at that time that you were a poor rich second generation. Luo Qin asked Xue Sixian again, what flavor of milk tea do you want? Simple, the raw materials are limited, you can only make simple ones. I want to add pearls, taro balls, grass jelly, and taro paste. Xue Sixian said. Oh, coconut flakes too. Xue Liang felt for the first time that words could sound so choking. No, add so many things, you might as well just drink a treasure porridge. Xue Sixian choked him. Brother, did you deliberately learn the tone of voice from Uncle Zhao? Don't be like this, you are only in your 20s. Don't learn it to the point where you can't change it. Falcon poked Luo Qin, and said mysteriously, Luo Qin, don't think the captain is so serious, I'll tell you secretly, he used to be in the department. Captain Zhao scolded him so much that he was shaking all over. When he was about to cry, we were all watching secretly from the side. Ha ha ha, Luo Qin hooked his neck and said in a low voice, yes. Just tell me more about your captain's past. I will tease him when I have nothing to do. How dare you tease our captain? Falcon said in horror. Are you teasing a cat? Luo Qin shook his head. You can't even coax your own wife. Leave me alone. Falcon was furious. You are looking for trouble. Right. Luo Qin and Falcon exchanged a few moves. And just as he was about to get up, he suddenly felt dizzy. He barely held onto the wooden table beside him, and slowly stood up. His feet felt weak. What's wrong? Xue Liang turned around and asked him. Maybe I'm too tired. Luo Qin stretched his neck, turned around and walked towards the dormitory. You eat? I'll go back to sleep first. He went back to the dormitory to play with Jimao Lang for a while. But the uncomfortable feeling became stronger and stronger. So he took off his clothes and went to bed in a daze. Luo Qin found that he seemed to be inexplicably sleepy recently. But he didn't take it too seriously. After all, it is easy to get sleepy in autumn. And it is always right to follow your instincts. In his blurred consciousness, he didn't know where he was. There seemed to be a long corridor in front of him. And at the end was a closed door. He knew clearly that this was a dream. But the scene around him was extremely real, giving him an indescribable sense of familiarity. Luo Qin only felt that the surroundings were in a mess, as if someone was constantly walking, talking, moving things, rushing from all directions, and there was no way to hide. He turned over impatiently, and was about to continue sleeping, when he suddenly felt someone pushing him. "How is it? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Luo Qin opened his eyes, and saw a young man in sterile clothes standing by his bed, holding a stethoscope in his hand, and was about to check his heart. This person looked very familiar. Luo Qin thought for a long time before he remembered that the person was Shui Lijing. "I have a younger brother, the same age as you, and he is also a good boy." The young man in front of him smiled warmly and kindly, which was exactly the same feeling Shui Liang gave him. Luo Qin wanted to get up, but found that his body was not under his control, as if he was paralyzed by something. "Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Shui Lijing asked again, touching his forehead with concern. Luo Qin's hand suddenly moved by itself. He subconsciously felt that this shouldn't happen, but he really couldn't control his body. With a puff, he watched his hand pierce Shui Lijing's chest. Blood gushed out, splashing all over his face. "Still hot." "No," Luo Qin retreated in horror. But the surrounding scenery kept distorting. Shui Lijing's eyes were bleeding in tears, and he fell stiffly. His pale hand seemed unwilling to give up. Tightly grasping the edge of the dormitory bed he had slept on, he didn't know when it had become a cold operating table. Luo Qin saw that he was covered in bright red blood, and a terrifying sense of despair surged in his heart. Shui Lijing's blood was on his hands, still emitting warmth. Luo Qin held his head anxiously. His vision turned blood red, and the smell of blood made him breathless. He saw a figure approaching from a distance, and after focusing his eyes for a few times, he could barely recognize that the other person was Shui Liang, who looked like a teenager. "You killed my brother." He heard Shui Liang's painful and desperate voice. "You made me lose my brother. It's all your fault." "No, no. I hate you, Luo Qin. I hate you so much. I didn't kill him, no." Luo Qin tried desperately to push away the scene in front of him, but Shui Liang's accusations, one louder than the other, entangled him, turned into a ferocious hand strangling his neck, and there was no way to escape. Suddenly someone grabbed his shoulders and shook them hard. Luo Qin struggled with the force for a few times, and suddenly broke free from the dream. The desk lamp was on at the bedside. Luo Qin saw Shui Liang holding his shoulders with both hands, and anxiously calling his name. "What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Luo Qin stared at Shui Liang in a daze, not realizing that he was shaking violently. He panted, reached out and gently grabbed Shui Liang's arm. "Lichi. Hey, I'm here." Shui Liang leaned over and touched his forehead. "Did you have a nightmare?" Luo Qin didn't know how long he had slept, and it was already night when he woke up from the nightmare. When Shui Liang came back, he was still sleeping, so he didn't wake him up. He was awakened by Luo Qin's groaning in the middle of the night. When he opened his eyes, he saw the person next to him curled up in a ball with sweat all over his head, and his expression was extremely painful. Shui Liang was terrified. At first, he couldn't wake him up no matter how he called. He thought that his long-dormant asthma had recurred, and he almost went to wake Jimuro. "I have a headache." Luo Qin leaned against Shui Liang weakly. His voice was sticky and nasal. "Lichi, then lie down. I'll rub it for you." Shui Liang let him lie on her legs, and pressed his temples and the top of his head with 10 fingers evenly, with neither too much nor too little force, just enough to relieve the splitting headache. "What did you dream about?" Shui Liang asked him. Luo Qin was silent, and just moved his head into Shui Liang's arms. Shui Liang thought he couldn't remember it, and didn't ask any more questions, and continued to press the acupuncture points on his head. "I am really satisfied now," Luo Qin said slowly. "I can see you when I wake up. It's not fake. I feel relieved." Shui Liang chuckled. "You are still dreaming?" Luo Qin didn't know what the dream he had meant. The hint that Li Muki gave him at that time had never dissipated from his heart. like a time bomb, buried deep in a place he couldn't see, and it would vibrate from time to time to remind him of the existence of this thing. He began to worry frequently that everything in front of him would become a bubble at any time. Even though Shui Liang had always been steadfast in giving him a reliable sense of security, Luo Qin was uncertain, and could not make any guarantees about his past. The dream he had just had was so real that he even had a little doubt about what he had believed in before. The memories of those years he had lost. Was it related to Shui Lijing? Shui Liang's hand kept pressing on his head, as if she was not tired at all. Luo Qin grabbed Shui Liang's hand, felt the cold and small ring on his knuckles, rubbed it a few times, and his voice was mixed with sleepiness. Lizzie, we will always be together. Yeah. Okay. Shui Liang bent down and kissed his eyebrows. Go to sleep. I'll watch over you. Luo Qin didn't know whether he fell asleep in the second half of the night. He only vaguely remembered Shui Liang singing a song softly in his ear and tapping his fingers on his back. He didn't remember the lyrics very clearly, but the melody was very gentle and beautiful, making him feel that he had been waiting for a song that matched his body and soul for the past 20 years. That was the only time, and also the last time, that Luo Qin heard this song. Chapter 163 The Voice in Memory. The coolness rolled in with the autumn rain. The leaves began to turn yellow in this season, and the cold rain fell one after another. Recently, it has been raining intermittently in Wanchun Camp. There are several piglets in the farm that are listless and don't like to eat much. Su Yugang and the rescue team have been busy for a few days, but there is no improvement. They are afraid that it is an infectious disease, such as swine fever, so they first isolate those pigs. As a result, a farmer who fled to the camp a few days ago saw it, and said that it was just a common indigestion that caused a bad stomach. He helped clean up the environment of the pig house, changed the bedding and straw, and asked someone to bring physiological saline and glucose solution to hang them up. A few days later, the piglets actually got better. Su Yugang sighed as he drove the lively piglets back to the pigsty. We have so many capable people here. They can even cure pig diseases. Shui Liang looked at the open-air pigsty and thought for a while, and said, let's build a canopy. It's better to convert the whole house into a greenhouse. Otherwise the pigs may freeze to death in winter. The Blue Flame Brigade went out together to build a new indoor pig shed. Sinling worked very hard. Her mind was full of the big cake that Luo Qin had painted for her. These pigs will have 100 children in the future, and she can eat as much pork as she wants. If she can't finish it, she can make pork shacks and pork floss. It's simply a paradise on earth. Later, Jimoro also drove the Human Alliance to help. They were all young people, willing to work as long as they were fed. This accelerated the progress, and the new pig shed was soon completed. Huang Mao had been helping diligently these days, asking Shui Liang all kinds of questions. Shui Liang was annoyed with him, so he could only send him to clean the pig shed and dry the piglets and sows together separately. Boss, do you have any other instructions? Huang Mao stood under the pig shed, looking at Shui Liang, who was reinforcing the roof with shining eyes. I used to help with farm work at home. I can do anything. Shui Liang looked down at him and sighed. You go fetch water. The reservoir may not have enough storage. Why don't we just dig a canal? Huang Mao suggested. There is a reservoir over a mountain here. It would be more convenient to bring water directly over. Good idea. Shui Liang nodded. This project is handed over to you. Do it well. Okay. Huang Mao turned around and ran away happily. Bai Wulua looked at him and laughed, said, Brother, these people are too devoted to you. These people are very useful. There is no job they won't do, no matter how hard it is. Shui Liang said. Luo Qin asked Huang Mao to keep an eye on the Human Alliance in Hanzhou, and he really noticed something wrong. Huang Mao said that the people of the Alliance had contacted those mercenaries privately. At the beginning, the two sides had a few fights, but later they shook hands and made peace. I don't know what Li Muqi is doing in the middle. Li Muqi dares to deal with those mercenaries? Bai Wulua was stunned. He didn't lie to you, did he? Brother? Mercenaries attacked the Ark so many times, and many people from the Human Alliance died. Both sides have deep hatred. How can they wear the same pants so soon? Shui Liang said, so I asked Cheng Qiniao to confirm it. He helped to pay attention to it. It is true. I also talked to Lao Zhao, but he was ambiguous, and I didn't know what he meant. Uncle Zhao is in Lantian, so he can't take care of Hanzhou, Bai Wulua said. Otherwise, If Songha got into trouble this time, he would have to send people to support us. Xue Liang didn't comment, but just said, without Songha, we will have less support in the north. And it will be much easier for Li Muqi to attack us in the future. What should we do next? Bai Wulu asked. Should we take back Songha? Xue Liang looked at the pigs being driven over from a distance and hesitated. Wanchun Camp is still our focus. Let's build it up first. Winter is coming soon. The power station is already operational, but the supply of coal is still a problem. This place is different from Hanzhou. We can transport coal from Shanxi. The nearest production area was originally a mine in the north of Songha, but it is very difficult to mine now. There are also several oil fields in Songha. If you plan to recycle the city, you should first consider these places. It's too far from here to Shanxi, and you have to pass through Hanzhou. You can't be sure what Li Muqi will do on the way. Bai Wulu said. Brother, I will take a team to Songha next week to have a look. Maybe we can transport some coal. Xue Liang agreed. Okay. I'll let Falcon and Xiaoqing go with you. Wang Mao drove the pigs to the door of the greenhouse. And while pushing the pigs in, he shouted to Xue Liang, Boss, I have something to tell you. He pointed to a hill in the distance and said, the rescue team found a cornfield over there, with a lot of corn. This is good news. Corn can be used as a staple food. If there is no white flour and rice in winter, corn can also help us survive. Ask Luo Qin to collect it from you. Xue Liang said. The roof has not been waterproofed yet. I can't spare the time. How can I trouble Luo Gu with such a small matter? Wang Mao lit a cigarette and said with a smile. We can just go. How many times have I told you? There is no boss here. This is not a bandit camp. Xue Liang was quite helpless. Change your habit of worshipping the mountain master, including your group of followers. Xue Liang had righteously educated him more than once. But this guy, like Luo Qin, just listened with one ear and let it out with the other. In short, he nodded and agreed every time, but still forgot the next time. After waiting for the greenhouse to be completed, Xue Liang went in to check on the sows and piglets. After checking and confirming that there was nothing abnormal, he went to the cornfield to help with the autumn harvest. Luo Qin had never broken corn before, and he thought it was very fresh. He broke 7 or 8 corns in one breath and held them in his arms. When he couldn't hold them anymore, he threw them to Luo Tiantian, who was running around. The little thing ran to the car with it in its mouth without breathing. How is the harvest going? Xue Liang walked over from the small road and looked at the large cornfield that had been flattened. Let's go back after we have so much harvested. It will rain tonight. Luo Qin kicked Tiantian on the butt. Your godfather is here. Shake your tail. I'll give you meaty bones to eat tonight. Xue Liang pulled off a corn and threw it over. Luo Qin reached out to catch the corn. Go back and beat it, not in front of the children. Su Yugang and the others around him laughed, and they also made noises while laughing, mixed with the sound of whistles. In fact, their relationship was not a secret, and they did not deliberately hide it. Except for Jimoro, anyone around them who was not blind could see it, especially this group of adults who had seen many storms, who had already publicly ridiculed it 800 times. Now sexual orientation has become the most insignificant and worthless thing in the troubled times. Everyone is too busy trying to survive, and no longer has time to pay attention to these topics that everyone would catch and gossip about in the past. The secular world was vulnerable to the harsher reality, and the rule that power controls everything gradually began to prevail. At the end of October, the rain gradually became more intense, and it rained almost all day in the plains. The grain in the warehouse could not be damp, and as soon as the sun came out, the rescue team would take the things outside to dry them, never slacking off. The sows in the pig house also gave birth to many piglets. Su Yugang dragged out a few well-fed pigs and slaughtered them generously for meat. Luo Qin personally cooked and stewed spare ribs and roasted pork belly. The whole Wanchun camp had a luxurious banquet, and the coldness of the past few days seemed to be swept away. He dried the remaining meat into jerky and stored it in a vacuum, so it can be stored for a long time. When winter comes, you can eat fresh meat all the time. The temperature here is more than 30 degrees below zero in winter, and the outdoors is an excellent natural refrigerator, and storing fresh food does not consume any electricity at all. The antelope ate the meat until its mouth was full of oil, and it almost cried, and said that it had never eaten such delicious meat in its life. The news about Wanchun Camp was spread through various channels, and gradually attracted attention. At first, only a few people came to test it, And after finding that it was really as the rumor said, survivors from all over the north flocked to it. Even the Ark newspaper had a whole section, and every issue published the development of Wanchun Camp. Xue Liyang's name began to be mentioned frequently, and the Ark newspaper brought news quickly like cockleburrs in the wind. Soon after, the number of survivors who came to register doubled, and many of them came from the Ark. Li Muki could not hold back, and finally started to build the other 3 safety zones in advance. The members of the Human Alliance of the Ark were sent to various places for garrison, and the first construction of the West Safety Zone began to take shape. Without the military forces of backing, his progress was delayed a lot. So he had to use the remaining raw stone reserves in Jima Song's hands to continue to create reconstructed humans. In just half a month, Li Muki's team trained hundreds of reconstructed human warriors for the Alliance, which were basically unsupervised, so that Hanzhou fell into chaos and disorder. Li Muki didn't care whether Hanzhou would become purgatory. He strictly guarded the Wanchun camp and competed with himself for power. No matter what means. As long as he could be invincible in the world, he could afford any price. Soon, he began to promote the Ark material coupons, and stipulated that such material coupons could only be circulated in the Ark safe zone, and could replace currency to exchange for various materials. With absolute strength, the Ark occupied more resources. Those Ant-like recreated humans plundered materials and weapons from all over the world and continuously transported them to the safe zone controlled by Li Muki. After Wanchun Road, more roads were opened. Hanzhou no longer relied on Songhe, but Wanchun Camp was sandwiched between Hanzhou and an abandoned city, although the basic reserve food could be self-sufficient. As more and more people poured in, it gradually became a bit overwhelmed. Xue Liyang had to lead people to open up more land, doubling the size of the entire camp, and actually managed to survive a difficult time. Towards the end of the year, the camp began to develop in the direction of the plan, and gradually improved. Bai Wuluo and his team came back from Songhe, not only bringing back coal and oil, but also several photovoltaic power generation equipment, which were disassembled and transported back by helicopter. In Wanchun Camp, where it is basically sunny all year round as long as it doesn't rain, they are very useful. Xue Liyang was very busy during that period, as if he had returned to the same period last year in Hanzhou. However, things were different now. Luo Qin could help him share a lot of the work, which made him feel relieved. Let's go back when the car is full. It will be enough vegetables for the next half month. Luo Qin loaded the last bag of cabbage into the car and waved to the driver. Don't go along the original road when you leave. It's too bumpy. Take the road to the east. This is the vegetable field reclaimed by the Walker Rescue Team. It is a little far from the camp, about a 15-minute drive, but the soil is very suitable for crop growth. Su Yugang has already led people to plant more than a dozen kinds of vegetables here, and they are growing very well. Luo Qin turned his head and saw Xue Liyang still pondering the corn cob in his hand. There were a few black corn kernels on it, which was a rare mutation. What's so good about this? Luo Qin took the corn away when he was not paying attention, and raised it to his head. You have been studying corn these 2 days. Study me too. Why did you steal my things? Xue Liyang said dissatisfiedly. I found this. If you want it, go and break one off yourself. Luo Qin suddenly froze, and his mind short-circuited for a moment as if there was an electric shock. He slowly turned back to look at Xue Liyang and asked, What did you say just now? Xue Liyang looked at his expression and thought he was angry, small-minded. I said go and break one yourself. Not this sentence. The previous one. Luo Qin turned to him. Repeat it again. Xue Liyang felt puzzled, but still repeated it patiently. I said, Why did you steal my things? What's wrong? It's just a corn. If you want mine, I'll give it to you. Here, 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 here. Luo Qin didn't know why, but he always felt that the other party's words were familiar, as if there was another similar, but not completely the same voice ringing in his ears. For a moment, he felt as if he was about to grasp that memory, but the fragment in his mind was like a flash of white light, and it quickly dissipated. In the end, he couldn't be sure whether he really had this memory in his subconscious. Nothing. Luo Qin shook his head. Maybe it's an illusion. Let's go back and eat. Chapter 164 The Ghost Reappears. Luo Tiantian grew up very fast. After a few months of being brought back, her body size was close to that of an adult wolfhound. Xue Liyang made do with training it as a military dog. It had a very sharp nose, and could always detect the smell of zombies hundreds of meters away in advance. Xue Liang took it out for patrols more and more frequently. Sometimes he could catch 1 or 2 rabbits or wild pheasants. Luo Qin would give them to him as a snack. In addition to the food in the camp, he would take time to study some new dishes. Later, Jimoro found out about the snack and threatened to tell others if they didn't bring her along. Luo Qin had no choice but to prepare a special meal for Jimoro as well, and to keep him quiet with food. Your cooking skills are really good. I remember that the best cook in my family was not as good as you. Jimoro pulled the crispy and greasy roasted chicken leg, and wished that she could suck the chicken even from the bone. Luo Qin looked at his useless appearance and cursed, "Hack you! Is there anyone who praises others like you? Why don't you say that I care about you more than your father?" "Bullshit." Jimoro spit out a bone. "My father doesn't care about me at all, he wishes I would die outside." "Luo Qin, I can see that you are very lacking in love. You are the one who is lacking in love. You are so lacking in love that you are even gay." Jimoro glared at him. "By the way, have you two been to Qingdao? Then you can find a piece of sea anywhere, and you can catch a bag of seafood with a net, and make dumplings with cuttlefish and Spanish mackerel fillings, so much that you can't walk." "Dumplings with cuttlefish fillings?" Xue Liang looked at Luo Qin. "I want to eat them." Luo Qin nodded. "Okay, I'll get you some fish meat later, and we'll make dumplings. Qingdao is not far from here, and it would be faster if we took the sea route. Considering the current population pressure in the camp, it is also a good place to go." Xue Liang planned to transfer some people to Shandong Peninsula after the beginning of next spring. The terrain there is flat, and the resources are abundant. It is more suitable for survivors to live in the wilderness surrounded by mountains, like Wanchun Camp. After thinking about it, he still felt that this job should be given to Jimoro. After all, Shandong is this kid's territory. If he is allowed to go back, he will be like a fish in water, and no one can reach out to him. Jimo Lang has grown up a little. He is not as wrinkled as when he was just born. Just look at his face, and it gradually begins to resemble Jimoro. However, his personality is very friendly. He smiles at everyone he sees, and seems to be afraid of no one. Luo Qin held a sunny doll carved out of wood to play with him. Luo Tiantian also stood up, and clung to the railing of the crib, wagging her tail and looking at the child inside. "No," Luo Qin suddenly said. "I don't think it's right." Xue Liang raised his head. "What have you figured out? If you're talking nonsense, don't say it." Luo Qin pointed at Jimo Lang's face, and then pointed at Jimoro. "Xiao Lang definitely inherited less than 30% of Xiao Rou's looks. His mother must be a great beauty." "Fuck." Luo Qin. "What do you mean?" Jimoro couldn't believe it. "You mean I didn't inherit good looks?" Xue Liang looked carefully for a long time, and also came to the conclusion, "Don't tell me. He really looks more like someone else. We haven't met. You know it yourself." Luo Qin took advantage of the victory and pressed, "Just say whether you admit it or not." "Xiao Lang definitely looks more like his mother." Jimoro said that she didn't want to argue with him, but she was obviously guilty. She turned to sit in front of the window and drink boredly. She lived a fulfilling life alone, and was too lazy to look over here. "Doesn't your sister regularly send people to deliver things and visit Xiao Lang?" Xue Liang asked him casually. "She seems to have not been here for a long time." "And you didn't ask how things were going?" Jimoro didn't even raise her eyelids. "I just do what she says. And I don't want to care about anything else. Anyway, they are all the same. As long as I listen, nothing else matters." The interest relationship between Jimo's family and Yuan Shan is complicated. Xue Liang doesn't want to interfere, so he doesn't respond every time. However, he heard some rumors. Xue Yunting was not sure what he was doing. He followed the Human Alliance's convoy to the Yangtze River Delta. It seemed that it was about the construction of the East Safety Zone, but he encountered some problems halfway. He was too lazy to intervene personally, but he had already found someone to keep an eye on him, so that he would not be completely unable to grasp Xue Yunting's actions. Bai Wulua also sent an experimental report. The infected biological tissues they brought back from Chernobyl could not extract any effective strain samples. It seemed that at the moment these things died, the viruses in their bodies also shrank and soon decomposed, completely losing their research value. So far, they still knew nothing about what Li Muki was planning. The winter solstice is coming soon. Have you prepared the pig house and chicken house for heating? Xue Liang lowered his head to turn Jimo Lang over and asked. This is a winter's ration. There are many people in the camp. There might be someone with problems sneaking in. Don't let anything happen. Luo Qin nodded. No problem. I prepared it last week. I will drive them all in before the temperature drops. Now Brother Su and his team are taking turns to watch the heating system 24 hours a day. No one can do anything. In a blink of an eye. It was the winter solstice. Luo Qin slaughtered 2 pigs and made dumplings with meat filling according to the custom in the north. This meal has both meat and vegetables. And you can drink soup after eating. It is the best meal in recent days. Luo Qin used pork, cabbage and leeks to make the meat filling, and carrots and pumpkins to make the vegetarian filling. Bai Lang and others took out the Shangqi old vinegar from the bottom of their boxes and generously distributed it to everyone to dip dumplings in vinegar. They said that the winter solstice must be lively, and there must be plenty of dumplings. And they must eat them to their heart's content. Dozens of people made dumplings for a whole morning. And 7 or 8 tables were piled with dumplings waiting to be put into the pot. The steaming iron pot next to them was bubbling, which was the most reassuring sound at this moment. While eating, Falcon suddenly raised his hand and slapped the table. His eyes red. I didn't expect to be able to eat dumplings now. The taste is similar to what my mother made. I am going to cry. Eat more. There are enough dumplings today. Luo Qin scooped out another bowl of dumplings and distributed it to the people in line. Happy winter solstice. Chen Nua came over, touched the handle of the chopsticks with Falcon, and whispered, Eat. Today is the winter solstice. Eat more. Luo Qin finished his work, took his bowl, and sat next to Shui Liang, seeing that the other party was eating with relish. Probably also knowing that he had succeeded this time. Is it delicious? Delicious. Shui Liang enjoyed a quiet lunch slowly and carefully. I haven't eaten dumplings for a long time. There are too many desserts in the south. I can't eat them all. Luo Qin smiled and touched the back of his neck. He found that Shui Liang's hair had grown a little longer. He always pulled it back. A few strands of it hung down from his forehead and were pushed aside. In addition, his eyebrows were well defined. The original tough temperament had a bit more delicateness. Shui Liang's hairstyle is mostly seen in photos of her school days. It's not very long, but it's the last memory of her youth. Luo Qin regrets not having seen Shui Liang like that. So his eyes will deliberately stay on every subtle change of the other person. In Luo Qin's eyes, the time since they met should be countless tiny scales, and every moment is extremely precious. He just wants to remember a little more and never forget it again. I still like short hair. Shui Liang thought his hair was in the way and reached out to push it back. Just shave it back in a few days. Luo Qin's finger sank into his hair and said regretfully, Can't you keep it longer? I've seen you with short hair too much, and I want to see you in a different way sometimes. Shui Liang didn't continue to refute and ate a few more bites and compromised. Then it can't grow longer. I'm used to short hair. Luo Qin suddenly pulled his ear, and Meng Lang laughed, because the last time I kissed you, your eyes were half covered by your hair, and your bangs were messy. So sexy. What's so sexy? Shui Liang looked up in shock. Are you talking about me? Luo Qin nodded seriously. Next time when we're from behind, I'll turn on the light and let you look in the mirror and see for yourself. Ji Moro was not there at night, and he was busy taking people to open up Wasteland on Dongshan these 2 days, and he often couldn't get back at night and stayed there. Ji Mo Lang was also coaxed to sleep early, which was a godsend opportunity to do something. As soon as Luo Qin entered the room, he kissed Shui Liang all the way from the front hall to the bedroom, kissing until his legs were weak. He grabbed his clothes tightly with both hands and panted, Do you want to take a bath? I took a bath during the day. Luo Qin couldn't wait any longer, and made an excuse. I'm sleepy now, and I'm afraid I'll drown in the bathtub if I take a bath. I won't drown. I'll take a bath with you. Shui Liang was choked by his kiss, and smiled while kissing. No. Where is the bathtub? Luo Qin eagerly stripped him of his clothes, and put his hands in. Well, there is no bathtub, so it's just an excuse. The truth is that I want to hack you now. In recent days, Luo Qin has been sleepy during the day, but energetic at night. He kept pressing her until midnight before finishing. The cold weather made him feel like he was in the dog days of summer. Both of them were sweating. Shui Liang was sleepy, but he couldn't bear to go to bed without a shower. So he took a shower. When he came back after taking a shower for 10 minutes, Luo Qin had already fallen asleep. Without even a buffer, Luo Qin had another dream at night. But it was not a nightmare. He dreamed that a child with an unclear face was standing in front of him, crying very sadly, and kept asking him why he stole his things, and why he always bullied others. He knew he was dreaming at that time, and wanted to get closer to see what the child looked like. But the face was always blurry. Luo Qin listened to the pitiful cry in his dream, and always felt a little sad. Hangzhou ushered in a heavy rainstorm that had not been seen in 10 years. The rain almost flooded half of the city. The high-lying areas were already knee-deep in water, and the surrounding low-lying areas were almost turned into an ocean. Ark rescued the supplies immediately, and did not suffer any losses, but many of the survivors in the camp and the people wandering in the city did not have time to escape, and still suffered a great impact. After the flood receded, the looting in the city became more rampant than before. Even the convoy escorted by Ark to seize contraband dared to be robbed in a big way. Zheng Qiniao later simply took the empty truck out, and the supplies were transported secretly along another route, which made those people miss many opportunities. Stop! Don't run! A figure ran through the puddle-filled streets, soaked in sewage, but still rushed forward desperately. A team of special police officers chased him closely, firing their guns into the sky, and shouted at him to stop. The man suddenly burst out with amazing strength under his feet, and rushed into the corner of the street. When the special police chased him, they found that there was no one left on the empty street. Zheng Qiniao immediately ordered everyone to split into 2 teams and chase in 2 different directions. He was originally responsible for transporting a batch of supplies, but he didn't expect that before he could deliver them to the Ark. He was stolen a lot by this kid, who was following him. In fact, there were no contraband items in this batch of supplies. When people are extremely hungry, they will inevitably take risks. Zheng Qiniao could turn a blind eye to these things. But before stealing the things, this kid actually knocked out one of his assistants with a stick. And he hasn't woken up yet. It seems that he was going for the dead hand, and the other party is likely to be a recreated human. His special police soon found that something was wrong, and they came to their senses and chased after him. But they still lost him. Zheng Qiniao remembered the news from Xue Liang a few days ago, saying that Hangzhou might be hiding those alpha-type reconstructed humans who escaped from Yuanshan headquarters. He subconsciously felt that today's incident was very serious, and it would be better to catch that person first. The footsteps of the pursuit gradually faded away, and the trash can next to a dark alley on the corner of the street suddenly moved. And then a disheveled man poked his head out from it. He looked around and confirmed that there were no more pursuers. He then jumped out with confidence. He held onto the wall and retched the moment he landed. He was still holding a bag full of food. The half of his right hand was covered with hideous scars. He seemed to be alert, and put his sleeve down to cover the scarred back of his hand. The man calmed down his breathing, looked back at the direction of the twin towers of the Ark, hesitated for a moment, and walked over. Chapter 165 Heart-Piercing Arrow. After New Year's Day, all matters in Wanchun camp were progressing normally, and the defensive works outside the camp were also strengthened. But Xue Liang kept looking for new samples of protective walls for comparison, trying to find a more solid one. Soon, the zombies in Songha really began to come here one after another, forming a corpse wall that stretched for miles outside the defense line, which was shocking from a distance. This year's New Year's Day was quite early, and the temperature was much lower than in previous years. Coal for heating was in short supply, and the Blue Flame Brigade went back and forth to Songha several times, and finally brought back enough coal for the winter. The farm in the camp was also well managed. The rescue team found a lot of sheep in the ravine, and brought them back to raise. They estimated that they would be able to breed a flock again by next summer. The heaviest snow fell for 4 days and 4 nights this winter, and the temperature once dropped to more than 10 degrees below zero. On the morning of the 5th day, the continuous blizzard finally came to an end, and the sun cast thousands of rays of light from the clouds. People gradually recovered from the severe winter, and the production system of the camp began to operate again. The Walker rescue team dutifully registered the names of every survivor who joined the camp. Suyugang kept the personnel list and arranged work in a rotation system every week. As long as the survivors completed their daily work, they could go to Lan Yin to collect supplies. The rescue team divided all affairs into 4 aspects, namely patrolling, guarding, production, and transportation. There are also some other comprehensive tasks, which are generally handled by the elderly and weak. In this way, everyone has something to do, and there is basically no situation of being lazy and eating. The camp does not prohibit the exchange of supplies and spontaneous hunting. People are free to come and go, as long as they don't cause trouble. Shui Liang will not interfere with anyone's activities. I went hunting with Brother Su yesterday, and he gave me half a leg of lamb. Luo Qin squatted on the edge of the vegetable field, with his coat tied around his waist, splashing some muddy water from peeling cabbage. I'll make a bone whistle with my leg bones, and you can use it to scold your son. Shui Liang held a cabbage and patted the mud off the leaves. When you mentioned this, I remembered that I talked to Brother Su a few days ago. He said that the coal might not be enough, and it would be good if we could barely survive the winter. Don't we have to go back to Hangzhou the day after tomorrow? I'll go talk to Lao Zhao and see how to bring some natural gas here. Luo Qin finally gave up fighting the stubborn cabbage in front of him, sat down on the ground, and said, "Isn't that troublesome? It's a big project, and laying pipelines is a problem. Yes, and if we really want to do it, we may have to go through the mountains, which is not very realistic. So we may have to return to Hangzhou in the end." Shui Liang said in annoyance. "There are more and more people. We have to think of a way. There must be a way when the car reaches the mountain," Luo Qin said. "And you have me, your right-hand man." Shui Liang tore off a cabbage leaf and put it on his head. "Then let me ask, why does your right-hand man go into the house to sleep whenever he has time these 2 days?" Luo Qin carefully held up the cabbage leaf and looked at Shui Liang with his peripheral vision. "Maybe you get sleepy in winter, and you get hungry easily. Don't come on. You get sleepy all year round. I haven't slept well recently. I always have dreams." As soon as Luo Qin lowered his head, a cabbage leaf fell into his hand. "I dreamed of a little boy who always cried to me. Don't tell me about horror movies," Shui Liang said. "I have never liked ghost stories since I was a child. No, it's not scary, but the little boy cried so sadly, I wanted to cry with him in the end." Luo Qin tried hard to recall his dream. "He kept asking me why I bullied him, why I stole his things. Strange, I stole a lot of things when I was a kid. I don't remember being a crybaby." Shui Liang's mouth was slightly stiff, slowly straightened up, and asked, "Then what? What else did you dream about?" Luo Qin shook his head. It was the same scene over and over again many times, and it didn't change much. "Hey, do you think he is suffering from sleep paralysis? Is this little boy a ghost from some dynasty, coming to me to avenge him?" Shui Liang looked at him for a while, suddenly kicked him in the butt without saying a word, turned around, and led Luo Tianyan away. Luo Qin rubbed his butt aggrievedly, not understanding why he had to take this. He will go back to the Ark the day after tomorrow, mainly to accompany Shui Liang back to take a look, and by the way, help clean up the streets in the safe zone at the request of Jima Song, and deal with the recent problem of recreated humans gathering to cause trouble. However, Luo Qin guessed that this matter was probably proposed by Lin Yuqi. But because of the strained relationship between him and him, he borrowed Jima Song's face to ask him this question. He was too lazy to settle the matter with Lin Yuqi, so he did not refuse, and just took it as a way to repay Jima Song's favor. As for the incident in the vegetable garden, he and Shui Liang did not have a quarrel. They were as good as each other in bed that night. However, Luo Qin felt that Shui Liang's reaction at that time was a bit strange. He asked a few more questions but still failed. The other party seemed to just ignore it, and did not mention it at all. Luo Qin watched Shui Liang tuck in the quilt, with her exposed arms dotted with dots. He couldn't help but touch her face, and said jokingly, "If you can have a baby, Xiao Lang would probably have a lot of brothers and sisters now." Shui Liang was so dizzy that he couldn't tell what he was saying. How could it be so fast? Your baby was born after only half a month of pregnancy? He suddenly frowned after he finished speaking, and before Luo Qin could say anything, he covered her mouth. No. Wait a minute. You didn't say anything. It's too late." Luo Qin pushed him down. "I don't care if you're talking nonsense or something. I'll give birth now. Why are you in such a hurry?" Shui Liang could only follow his words, trying to buy herself a quiet time in the second half of the night. "Wait a minute, is the door locked? Luo Qin lifted the quilt and wrapped them both in. Shui Liang subconsciously wanted to raise her legs to receive him, but felt Luo Qin stop, reaching out his hand to stroke her face carefully. There was no such deep aggression in her breathing, but it became very peaceful. "What's wrong?" Shui Liang opened his eyes and asked unhappily. Luo Qin kissed his ear. "Lizzie, do you have anything to say to me these 2 days?" It was pitch black under the quilt, and the touch in Shui Liang's eyes was hidden. Finally, he shook his head and said, "No." If you want to tell me something or ask me something one day, just say it directly. Luo Qin hugged him gently, and his voice was a little soothing. I will tell you everything I know. Shui Liang suddenly felt sleepy, squinting and nodded. Okay. When they set off the day after tomorrow, Bai Wuluo and Ji Moro would accompany them in the car, and they also packed some vegetables and fruits grown by the camp. Luo Qin whistled as he drove out of the camp, honked the horn, and signaled them to get in. Whenever he traveled, he would enjoy the process, as if there was no place in the world that could trap him. Luo Tiantian lay at the feet of Shui Liang, the co-pilot, with her head on his knees, and was comfortably stroked on the top of her head. Stupid son of a landlord. Luo Qin flicked his dog ears. Stop clinging to your dad. Bai Wuluo was shocked as soon as he got in the car, and looked at the two of them with a helpless expression. Who is the landlord? You or me? Shui Liang asked him. I am the young lady of a landlord's family. I have a dog, land, a farm, chickens, ducks, fish, and sheep. Can there be a more comfortable life than this? Luo Qin leaned back and stretched his muscles. Why go back to the Ark? I get allergic reactions when I walk in now. Bai Wuluo leaned on the backrest of the car and tapped Luo Qin's shoulder. I heard that the Ark is very chaotic recently. Be careful on the road. Cheng Qingyao was robbed of a lot of supplies when he was escorting them a few days ago. He said that there are gunfights everywhere in the city now. When ordinary people and reconstructed humans meet, they fight to the death. Luo Qin asked, It's so serious, is there no one to take care of it? Cheng Qingyao can't take care of it alone. There are not many ordinary survivors left in the camp now. Most of them have come to us. Some people don't believe in anyone, and have set up their own camps. Bai Wuluo said. Luo Qin, aren't you keeping an eye on the Ark? What do your informants say? Luo Qin said, It's hard to say about informants. The group of people under Huang Mao are well informed. He told me a few days ago that Li Muqi finally got in touch with the mercenaries of the giant lizard, saying that he would provide them with supplies and recruit mercenaries to his own company. He might officially join the Ark in the next 2 days. Shui Liang sighed and shook his head. Li Muqi is going crazy. Now he will accept anyone who can be used as a gun for him, whether it is a human or a ghost. Can't Cheng Qingyao come over? Luo Qin asked Bai Wuluo. Bai Wuluo was silent for a while. He looked out the window and said in a flat voice, he should have his own considerations. After all, the Cheng family is so deeply involved in Yuan Shan, and he can't just abandon Sister Yi. Yuan Shan has a long history, and with the former pharmaceutical company, it has been more than 20 years. The Cheng family moved from the northwest to Hangzhou during the Republic of China. Cheng Qingyu's great-grandfather planted all his family assets here when he founded the pharmaceutical company. The lifeblood of the entire family is entangled with the foundation of Yuan Shan. It has been intertwined for many years. Even in the current situation, it is not something that can be given up. Cheng Qingye and Ji Ma Song are different. Even though they both have extraordinary insights and extraordinary ambitions, Ji Ma Song obviously wants to continue to rely on Fang Zhou to consolidate his power. Cheng Qingye has been trying to break away from the system established by the old Yuan Shan. This is a nail for Li Muqi. Shui Liang looked at Bai Wuluo in the rearview mirror and said, Now is not the right time. The Cheng family cannot leave the Ark. Otherwise, ordinary people there will have no way to survive. Cheng Qingye thinks more than us. Bai Wuluo nodded and said nothing more. The snow on the highway had not thawed at all. Luo Qin drove very carefully, and drove around the winding mountain road for more than 2 days, stopping and starting. Along the way, there was only the vast expanse of white, and the occasional exposed abandoned car bodies buried deep in the snow. In addition, there was almost no moving object, and no trace of any living creatures. Sometimes, the radio would receive signals from nearby survivors, but no response was received when contacting them. They would just mechanically repeat the same cry for help over and over again, which made people feel creepy. Obviously, the people who sent these signals might never respond. When the batteries of the radio broadcasting equipment were completely exhausted, even these active voices would disappear in the white. Human wisdom, history and heritage have changed dramatically in the past 2 years. The once omnipotent technology has long been abandoned by the end of the world. The world once again turned into a huge silent cage, destroying the stale mud and sand, until the end of this disaster. Perhaps for humans, this is an endless escape. The off-road vehicle stopped by the roadside, and Luo Qin and Shui Liang got off the car to take turns. and took a few cans of food from the back seat for lunch. Jimoro pulled open the stubborn pull ring and knocked on the hard luncheon meat inside. Luo Qin, didn't you look when you took it out? Or do you plan to let Shui Liang use his saintly heart to influence these cans? How can you involve me when you eat? Shui Liang turned his head to look at him. Are you schizophrenic? Luo Qin walked to the snow on the side of the road, stepped in with his marching boots, and swept away a piece of snow. The road sign covered by snow and garbage was revealed. The handwriting had long been modeled, but it could still be seen that this was once an important provincial road exit around Hanzhou. Bai Wulua came over from behind and handed him a piece of bread. Canned food is inedible. Eat this. Thank you. Luo Qin took it, tore open the bag, took a bite, and found that it was filled with red bean paste. You and my brother have a good relationship. Bai Wulua stood side by side with him, looking at the snow-capped mountains in the distance together. I've never seen him like that before. Your brother must have been very tired before. Luo Qin chewed the bread and said, I hope he will be happy every day in the future. That's all. In the car behind him, Shui Liang leaned against the driver's seat, lazily looking at Luo Qin and Bai Wulua, and occasionally touching the drowsy Luo Tian. I have advised you before. Jimoro put one leg on the co-pilot, digging the cold cans persistently. Never go back to Hanzhou again. Why? Shui Liang asked without looking back. Jimoro put down the can, looked at him seriously, and said in his usual straightforward tone, because to kill someone like you, the best way is not to do it yourself. That will not work for you. Shui Liang laughed and asked casually, so, what if I ask you to find a way to kill me? Jimoro paused, and his eyes seemed to fall on Luo Qin not far away. I will let you kill yourself, he said. Let the arrow you shoot with your own hands finally shoot back into your chest. Chapter 166 Prelude to Betrayal. It took them nearly 3 days to reach the outskirts of Hanzhou. As soon as they entered the suburbs, they found that there were indeed constant gunfire in the city. Every time they drove past a block, they could see groups of survivors fighting each other, and the zombie brothers following behind them. Fortunately, their car was bulletproof enough. Someone fired at the car window several times, but not even a crack was made. The defense at the entrance of the Ark was much tighter than the last time they came, and the snow was also swept away. Although Li Muki had completely cut off the supply of materials to the camp, he also knew that this was the first line of defense to protect the Ark. Before he could come up with a better solution, he could only send the Alliance to garrison outside the camp, guarding against the survivors who tried to attack. The car was checked at the door for a full 20 minutes. When the Alliance guards saw the vegetables and fruits in the trunk, they couldn't help but reach out to look through them. It was obviously due to their experience, and they were worried that there were explosives or something hidden inside. Can you leave us some vegetable leaves? Luo Qin stuck his head out of the car window and looked at them, and said. After the guards checked and confirmed that there was nothing unusual, they let them in. As soon as Luo Qin turned in, he saw Nian Yu waiting in the square. He honked the horn in that direction and turned the car. Lychee. Nian Yu ran over. His nose tip was red from the cold, and he looked like he had lost weight. Shui Liang threw a bag of hot peppers out of the car window, which fell into Nian Yu's arms. You are waiting outside in such a cold day. Go back quickly and give this to Cheng Qingyao. Last time, this kid said that someone in their team wanted to eat something spicy, so he got it for him. Nian Yu saw the ring on Shui Liang's left hand at a glance, and was slightly stunned. He held a bag of chili peppers, turned to Bai Wulua. Wulua, will you come with me to see Qingyao? Bai Wulua didn't wait for him to say anything. He had already opened the car door and jumped out. Brother, you go first. I'll go over to take a look. Why are you in such a hurry? Shui Liang couldn't help but say. He won't run away. Brother, did you do this on purpose? Bai Wulua slammed the car door, stared at his brother. Then why don't you go find Cheng Qingyao, and I stay with Luo Qin? Luo Qin frantically gestured to him from behind to hurry up and don't cause trouble. Shui Liang pointed at him and said, Okay, Bai Wulua, you can do it. The headquarters conference room was rarely lively. Almost all the people from the Ark Committee were there, but the number of people was visibly reduced by half compared to before. Most of them were senior officers who died in the wave of infection. Jima Song and Cheng Qingyao sat together. When Jimoro pushed the door in, she just raised her head and glanced at him, as if she didn't take it too seriously. After Shui Liang entered the room, she saw Zhao Fengluo was there at a glance. and she was a little surprised. Next to Zhao Fenglu was a seat reserved for him and Luo Qin. And Yi Qinglan sat not far from them, staring at the table in a daze, with no interest in chatting with the people around her. And no one knew what she was thinking about. Xue Liang and Luo Qin walked over, sat down next to Zhao Fenglu, and quietly moved the disposable paper cup on the left to the right. Is it hard at Wanchun camp? Zhao Fenglu didn't turn his head, but Xue Liang knew that the other party was talking to him. He didn't know how to answer. If these people hadn't sat together again today, he would have even forgotten the existence of the Ark Committee. In just 1 year, the Ark had already begun to split. Although no one said it, the agreement signed at the beginning was indeed in name only. Even though the committee continued to expand, only a few people actually had the right to speak. That's it. It's hard to live now. Xue Liang took a sip of water and said softly, "What about you? Don't you plan to come back and join us?" Zhao Fenglu was silent for a while and said, "When I was your age, I never thought of relying on my superiors for everything. As long as there is one of you, the Blue Flame Brigade will be there. You are their captain. Can't you be independent at this time? I don't want to rely on you." Xue Liang squeezed the paper cup with a little force, and a few drops of water splashed out. "Do you feel that every time I look for you, there is nothing else to say except asking for instructions on work?" He laughed to himself and said, "Yes, you are busy hanging out with those two people all day long, and we really have nothing to say to each other." Xue Liang was referring to Li Muqi and Shui Yunting. Zhao Fenglu's attitude towards them has always been lukewarm, which has made him dissatisfied for a long time. It was Zhao Fengluo who tacitly agreed to Li Muqi's reconstruction plan for the alliance. Xue Liang always believed that his silence had contributed to the chaos in Hanzhou. Zhao Fengluo coughed a few times and frowned. "I hope that for Lanyan, or at least for yourself, you will not always act on impulse and do whatever you want." Xue Liang asked back, "Why can't I do whatever I want?" Luo Qin propped up his chin and listened to the conversation between the two, turning the pen in his hand. Li Muqi pushed the door open and walked in, followed by Shui Yunting. As soon as they entered the room, their eyes were fixed on Xue Liang, who sat there calmly, leaving no loopholes for the other party. There was only a long table in the conference room that could accommodate about 10 people. Shui Yunting sat opposite Xue Liang and smiled contemptuously at him and Luo Qin. "Everyone is here today. I want to inform everyone of something." Li Muqi got straight to the point, not giving the two sides too much time to build up tension. The other 3 safety zones have been developed, and the progress is currently going smoothly. The nearest east safety zone is in the Yangtze River Delta. I sent the recreated humans and the survivors there. The representative of the survivors is our Professor Feingni. He also has some shares in Yuanshan. I invited the old man to help. The two sides cooperated happily. Xue Liang didn't expect Feingni to agree to this, but then he thought, people like Li Muqi are best at putting the blueprint on the table and negotiating with others. Even if it is a promise or a bet, his words are more convincing than those of ordinary businessmen. Feingni has never been on guard against smooth people. And he is old, so it is not surprising that he was persuaded by Li Muqi. In the next Xian district, Zhao Zhongjian will help Fan Zhou to jointly develop it. I hope everyone can work together and jointly. Xue Liang was too lazy to listen to Li Muqi's words. He didn't pay attention to what he said later. When the meeting was over, he stood up and pushed his chair away and left. Luo Qin stood up with him, but was stopped by Li Muqi when he walked to the door. Luo Qin, "Wait a moment. It's okay. You can go and listen to what he has to say." Xue Liang held him down. "I'll go outside to get some fresh air and wait for you to come back." Luo Qin then returned to the meeting room and sat down again. The others left one after another, leaving only Li Muqi and Shui Yunting in the meeting room, the 3 of them looking at each other in silence. "Let's chat." Li Muqi smiled. "You are also a member of the Ark. I hope you can help with the safe zone." Luo Qin crossed his legs and leaned back with a lack of interest. "How can I help? You have so many reconstructed humans under your command. You are not still short of people, right? The quality of help is not the quantity. Didn't I have high hopes for Xue Liang at the beginning? Now he is openly against me and wants to show that he is different. Is he trying to step on me to establish his authority?" Li Muqi restrained his smile. "I don't have any opinion on him, but he really has no talent in management. Otherwise, he would not have ruined the family business." Luo Qin sneered. "He is only 10 years old. What does he know about the family business? Stop talking nonsense and talk about business. Lee Muki said, don't you see? He wants to be a leader and wants to get everyone to respond. But he has no talent. Do you think he has no selfish motives in developing Wanchun Camp in this way? Now the public opinion is all praising him, including the Ark. But I have seen many people fall from the heights. Once any person or thing becomes huge, it will inevitably become more and more difficult to control. Luo Qin knew that Lee Muki had talent. But it was the first time he saw how this man's 3-inch tongue could gossip. The more unattractive he is, the more scheming he is. These words are full of the 4 words sowing discord from beginning to end. And the tone is very gentle. I don't know how many people this tongue has lured into the abyss before. Perhaps since the day the Ark was built. Many people have fallen into his trap. How do you want me to help you? Luo Qin followed Lee Muki's words and asked. Help you get rid of Shui Liang? Lee Muki shook his head, too exaggerated. Shui Liang has his own areas of expertise. Why should I overthrow him? In my safety zone plan. The southern safety zone is located in Shining. I hope you can take some people south and reclaim and rebuild the entire Shining. Luo Qin did not reply immediately. Shui Yunting stood up from his seat and said, after the southern safety zone is built, you will be the manager there, which means that the entire Shining is under your control. What do you want to do? Development is fine. After all, the headquarters can't reach that far. We have to find reliable people. Give me power? Luo Qin narrowed his eyes and smiled innocently. Are you sure you won't kick me away after you're done with me? Like you would your own son? Shui Yunting didn't show any obvious reaction to his words. He just said, blood relationship means nothing to me. If my own son becomes a waste, it's better to throw him away. This man is so mean. Speaking of his own flesh and blood seems like he's just talking about a bunch of garbage. It doesn't matter. I don't care if he has selfish motives. Luo Qin stood up, turned around and walked outside. If you ask me, then beg me. I will consider this matter. But I need to set the conditions. Let's talk about it later. Luo Qin just walked out of the Ark building and ran into Zhu Yin and Li Xiaohan standing outside. Although he didn't know why these two people who had nothing to do with each other were together, he was not interested in exploring it. He just walked over and said hello. Li Xiaohan smiled at him, and the smile was very warm and decent. Luo Qin thought for a moment, and said, thank you for what happened last time. Li Xiaohan said, what did you say? I don't think I did anything. The topic was just a brief one. And Luo Qin didn't say much. After all, Zhu Yin was present, and it was enough for them to know each other. He had also changed his opinion of Li Xiaohan a little recently. He felt that although this person looked like his father, he was really hateful. But he was still a relatively normal person. He hadn't done anything immoral so far. And at most, he helped his father run errands. However, Luo Qin couldn't figure it out. How could there be people in this world with such similar facial features, but with different looks? Either handsome or mediocre? Lee Muki looked like a passerby who would die within 10 minutes of appearing in a disaster movie, while Li Xiaohan looked no less than a movie star. It seemed that she paid great attention to maintenance, and her face looked quite young. It was said that the least good-looking spouse would have stronger genes. Perhaps Li Xiaohan's mother had to be very beautiful to suppress the proportion of Lee Muki's genes. When are you leaving this time? Li Xiaohan asked. I heard that Shui Liang is going back to Songhe. Luo Qin shook his head. I don't know either. It depends on his arrangement. It is difficult to take back Songhe. There are not enough people. Since the last attack, there is almost nothing that can be used. If we take it back by force, everything will have to be rebuilt, and the cost will not be low. Zhu Yin, I was just about to tell you about this, but I was too busy recently and forgot. Later, I sent a drone to explore Songhe and continued to observe the movement trajectory of the zombies for a month. I found that they seemed to have group behavior, and they always moved in a fixed direction, not wandering aimlessly. I have a preliminary guess. This may be the migration behavior of zombies. Migration? I think it is very likely. To get a definitive conclusion, we need to conduct periodic observations. Zhu Yin walked out of the headquarters gate and shrank his neck in the cold. It is normal for animals to migrate, and zombies can barely be considered as such. They didn't migrate in the past, Luo Qin said. Does this mean that they are also evolving? Zhu Yin nodded, yes. Compared with ordinary animals, the evolution of zombies is very rapid. Before, they only evolved secondary mutants with faster movement speed. And now there are more individuals with appearance mutations. The big guy Xue Liang killed at the entrance of the Ark was a third-level mutant called Titan. When a living person uses enhancers, his body will mutate genetically, and there is a certain chance that he will mutate into a Titan. Titans are huge and extremely powerful. They can fight back and forth with Alpha-type reconstructed humans. Therefore, the scene of Xue Liang single-handedly killing Titans at that time caused a sensation in Hanzhou. No one knows whether Titans still have human consciousness, but they seem to be intelligent. Luo Qin remembered that when the Lieutenant General disappeared last time, the Titan they encountered behaved very strangely, and even seemed to be blocking the way for those recreated humans who were killing and robbing. Until now, Luo Qin didn't know whether that thing was in the same group as the building sniper. Next time, let Xue Liang catch a live one. Zhu Yin rubbed his hands, his eyes shining. I want to study it. Several people walked to the camp square, and suddenly heard a noise outside. Zhu Yin took out the terminal and looked at the message, and suddenly became a little excited. Someone picked a fight with Xue Liang, and a fight broke out. Let's go and take a look. Chapter 167 Kiss there, Lychee. It was almost the same as expected. Xue Liang encountered the survivors, who were making trouble again, but this time, they were clearly well prepared. The leader was Han Long, who had provoked Luo Qin last time. His subordinates were all threatening, while he was sitting on the side, smoking a cigarette, watching the fun. I said, get out of the way. Xue Liang was in a bad mood today, and had no patience to deal with the inexplicable challengers. These recreated humans who had used enhancers seemed to be deliberately bumping into his gun, and kept pestering him. Han Long looked at Xue Liang through the crowd, and raised his middle finger. Coward. What's the point of just defending? If you have the guts, let's fight today. That manly Xiaohan suddenly frowned and pointed at the crowd. He looks familiar. He must have caused trouble at the entrance of the Ark before, and was locked up for a few days. No. I remembered he is not a recreated human. Just an ordinary person. What does he want to do? Luo Qin looked in the direction of Li Xiaohan's finger, and saw a gloomy man standing behind Han Long, his eyes fixed on Xue Liang, his right hand in his pocket, as if he was shaking all the time. After Han Long finished cursing, he turned his head and whispered something to the man, his eyes fixed on Xue Liang. No. Luo Qin had a bad feeling for some reason. I'll go over and see what this guy is going to do. At this time, all the challengers in front of Xue Liang were defeated. He turned around and was about to leave, but the man with a fierce face behind Han Long suddenly rushed towards him, and took out a steel knife from his bulging pocket with his right hand. His posture of holding the knife was unstable, but his speed was extremely fast, and soon, he was in front of him. Luo Qin didn't know why this man suddenly went over to give himself a head, but Xue Liang was already a little jealous. Even if he defended with one move, this man would be crippled if not dead. He was frightened and broke into a cold sweat. He quickly quickened his pace and ran over, and at the same time shouted to stop him. Lizzie, don't. It was too late. Xue Liang had already turned around in half a second and punched him in the face. When Luo Qin's shout reached his ears, he couldn't stop his hand. Luo Qin had only one thought in his mind. If Xue Liang really killed an ordinary person here, then everything would be over. In an instant, Luo Qin had rushed in front of the two men, and without thinking, he stood between Xue Liang and the man. The next second, Xue Liang's fist hit him hard in the abdomen. Luo Qin felt a black screen in front of his eyes. His head was buzzing, and he immediately lost consciousness where he was hit. When Luo Qin's body appeared in his sight, Xue Liang's instinct told him to stop, but it was too late. Luo Qin flew out with a bang, and hit the isolation belt on the side of the road heavily, and smashed a dent in the half-meter-wide iron railing. The man was only dragged by Luo Qin, and staggered a few steps. He sat down on the ground, and immediately rolled around with his head in his hands, screaming, "He's hitting someone! He's hitting someone!" The crowd was in an uproar. Xue Liang first looked at his hand in disbelief, then suddenly came to his senses, ran over to help Luo Qin up, and his voice trembled with anxiety. Luo Qin, Luo Qin. There was a lot of discussion behind him. Han Long took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire, pointing at Xue Liang and accusing the man, looking like he was afraid that the world would not be in chaos. Luo Qin was completely stunned. He finally experienced Xue Liang's strength. The opponent's punch was extremely restrained, not to mention what would happen if he used all his strength. He couldn't even stand up. He held Shui Liang's arm. His body convulsed. And he curled up and vomited blood. He said dizzily, "It's okay. I'm fine." Lychee. The few mouthfuls of blood he spit out almost scared Shui Liang to death. It was the first time he was so helpless in front of Luo Qin. His eyes were red. "Don't move. Don't move. I'll go call Zhu Yan for help." Li Xiaohan walked over quickly and helped him hold Luo Qin up. "Don't worry about these people. I'll ask the Alliance to deal with it. Take him away first." Shui Liang didn't say anything. Just looked at Luo Qin's pale face. His face was extremely ugly. Li Xiaohan accidentally turned his head and glimpsed the other person's expression, and was stunned. It was an emotion he had never seen on Shui Liang's face before. Except fear, which was an even more extreme fear, without any extra emotions. For the first time, he completely and closely saw the red eyes of the corners of the eyes and eyebrows completely stained with fear. Luo Qin was really hit hard by this punch. When Zhu Yan lifted his clothes to check, he found that his whole stomach was blue, and there was a circle of purple-red blood around it, which was shocking. Luo Qin was lying on the bed, surrounded by a crowd of people, making him feel like he was going to die soon, and these people were here to see him off. Ji Moro looked at his wound and exclaimed heartlessly, "My dear uncle, Shui Liang, you are so awesome. You can beat someone like this." Zhu Yan applied medicine to Luo Qin while kicking Ji Moro in the back. "If you can't talk, just shut up." Row. Ji Moro patted Shui Liang, probably intending to comfort him. "It's okay. You're not dead. Don't act like you're going to cry." Row. Zhu Yan's smile faded. "I'll say this for the last time." Ji Moro snorted and stopped talking. Fortunately, he is not an ordinary person. Otherwise his internal organs would be shattered. Zhu Yan wrapped several layers of gauze around Luo Qin's waist. "What happened at that time? Why did that person rush up?" Li Xiaohan said, "I have seen that man. He is not a recreated human. He came to the camp to rob things last week and was caught and beaten by the Alliance. Officer Chung also knows this man. I have asked him to investigate. Did this man do it on purpose?" Those who provoked in front were all recreated humans, who knew that someone who didn't care about his life would rush up. Luo Qin has become such a bad person. If it were a weakling like that, his intestines would probably be beaten out on the spot. Ji Moro couldn't help but say, "Anyway, now they are shouting everywhere that you even beat ordinary people. Isn't it obvious that someone is plotting against you?" Shui Liang frowned. "I didn't even touch him." Ji Moro nodded. "I know. We all know. But if there are 100 people outside saying that you just beat ordinary people, soon these 100 people will become 1,000 people, and it will never end. But I was the one who was beaten," Luo Qin said weakly. "They should believe me. Right? Li Xiaohan, it doesn't matter who was beaten. Many people can come out and say that they were beaten. People are more inclined to believe the answers they have long been convinced of, or be guided to accept more extreme and exciting conclusions. Sometimes, if you learn more about psychology and sociology, you will find that many things are like this." Seeing Shui Liang's face full of guilt, Luo Qin wanted to sit up and talk to him, but he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen as soon as he raised his arm, and fell back to the bed with a bang. Shui Liang hurriedly reached out to support him. "Why is this injury healing so slowly?" Zhu Yan explained. "He has a special physique. Sometimes, the self-repairability of the Lantian virus seems to be a little lagging. Unlike you. If Luo Qin suffers a fatal injury in an instant, it may also lead to, some more serious consequences because of the lack of time to repair." This was said more tactfully, but Shui Liang understood what he meant. Luo Qin might die. Shui Liang didn't know what level of injury was fatal to Luo Qin, but what happened today made him very scared. If his punch didn't hit Luo Qin's stomach, but other more vulnerable parts, what would the consequences be? After Zhu Yan thoroughly examined Luo Qin, he found that there was only some subcutaneous bleeding, which was not serious enough to endanger his life. He would be fine after resting for a day or two. Shui Liang was still worried, and stayed in the dormitory with him all afternoon, except for getting water and changing the medicine for Luo Qin. He almost never left the bedside. "It's okay, Lychee. I don't feel any pain anymore." Luo Qin smiled and patted Shui Liang's hand. "Stop busying yourself. Take a break." Shui Liang lifted his clothes and checked the wound for the 23rd time. "Let me see. Is it better?" The bruises faded a lot, which was not related to the medicine. It was probably because the virus in the body finally started to work. Luo Qin reached out and rolled down his clothes and pulled Shui Liang's arm. It really doesn't hurt anymore. You come up and lie down with me. It will heal faster than me waiting here. Shui Liang was stunned for a moment. Is it true? It's false. Luo Qin scratched his chin. I just want you to lie down with me. Okay? Shui Liang lowered his eyes and sighed in frustration. I'm sorry. Then kiss me. Luo Qin smiled. Kiss me, and I'll forgive you a little. Shui Liang felt bad in the first place, and he would not refuse this request. He carefully supported himself beside Luo Qin, clasped Luo Qin's 10 fingers with both hands, and lowered his head to kiss him. My stomach hurts again. Luo Qin's Adam's apple throbbed, and his voice suddenly became hoarse. Kiss there, Lizzie. Shui Liang glanced at him, didn't refute, but slowly moved down, lifted the hem of his clothes, and gently kissed his lower abdomen. He really had no way to refuse Luo Qin now, either emotionally or physically. Luo Qin felt that his sanity was about to burn out, especially when he lowered his eyes at this moment. He could see Shui Liang lowering his head to kiss his stomach. The room was a little dark, and the two of them were still holding hands. Luo Qin couldn't see the specific details clearly, but Shui Liang's movements and positions made his chest burn with fire, and the heat kept gathering towards the part that was kissed by the other party. Lychee, he couldn't help but want to sit up, but Shui Liang pressed him down and said lightly, You don't have to move. However, Luo Qin couldn't bear it. He held Shui Liang's hand that was holding him down, and his voice was restrained to the limit. That won't work. I can't bear to look at you. Don't move. Shui Liang still said so, but his hand didn't stop. I'll do it. Luo Qin lay on his back, still a little dazed. He didn't expect Shui Liang's hands to be so warm. The fingertips felt a little rough. Even the bones of the knuckles were so clear. But nothing mattered. No one knew how happy he was now. Shui Liang went to the bathroom to wash his hands, and when he came back his face was still a little red, and he poured himself a glass of water to drink. But seeing Luo Qin's satisfied face, he also felt pretty good. Luo Qin looked at him, with an unusually calm expression, and then raised his head and let out a long breath. What's wrong with you? Shui Liang asked in confusion. Luo Qin hushed. Don't talk. I'm excited. I'm savoring it. Then you savor it slowly. Lie down and don't move. Shui Liang saw that he was in much better condition, and he breathed a sigh of relief. I'm going out for a while. I have something to talk to Chung Qingyao about. Let Shiro bring you food in the evening. Don't wait for me. Luo Qin nodded, then remembered to eat well. Shui Liang left the dormitory and prepared to take the elevator upstairs, but saw Zhao Fanglu's face the moment the elevator door opened. Both of them were stunned, and they didn't say any greetings. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a while. Where are you going? Zhao Fanglu stretched out his hand to press the door opening button for him, and asked first. Chapter 168. Don't you regret the path you chose? Shui Liang hesitated for a moment. While thinking about why Zhao Fanglu came to this floor, he answered, I'm going to Chung Qingyao's office. Zhao Fanglu nodded, and did not leave the elevator, but just stepped aside to let Shui Liang come in, and pressed the button for Chung Qingyao's office for him. The elevator door slowly closed. Shui Liang found that Zhao Fanglu did not press the floor button at all, but just went down on the same floor with him, and walked forward in silence. When they were still a dozen steps away from Chung Qingyao's office, Shui Liang couldn't help but stop and asked, Why didn't you go down from that floor just now? Zhao Fanglu glanced at him and said, I just finished talking to someone, and I came to see you. Shui Liang then realized that Zhao Fanglu should have been planning to go to his dormitory just now. However, the two had been walking side by side for a long time, and there was no conversation except for the 2 words they said when they met. Shui Liang felt a little guilty, and complained in a low voice. Why didn't you say you were coming to see me earlier? Zhao Fanglu sighed. I was going to say it, but you didn't want to pay attention to me. Shui Liang was choked by his words, and suddenly didn't know what to say. I heard that you heard Luo Qin at the entrance of the safe zone today. Zhao Fanglu asked. Yes. Shui Liang avoided his gaze. I didn't mean it. Zhao Fanglu listened to the cause and effect of today's incident, frowned and thought for a while, and said, Yang, stay out of the limelight for a while recently. You haven't been back to Hangzhou for too long, and you don't know the current situation. Any force wants to get involved in Fangzhou. As for the disputes within the committee, the farther you and I stay, the better. Shui Liang looked at him for a while. You and me? What's wrong? You mean to keep me away from the power struggle within Fanzhou? But Li Muqi is now trying to win over Luo Qin. He asked Luo Qin to stay at the meeting this morning. You don't seem surprised. Did you know what Li Muqi was thinking? Shui Liang was always straightforward when talking to Zhao Fenglu. The same on any issue. In his opinion, there is nothing between him and Zhao Fenglu that is inconvenient to say. Since the Soma conference, you seem to have always been inclined to push Luo Qin to Fangzhou. Moreover, I only learned today that you want to help Li Muqi build the Xian district. Is this what you said? The farther away, the better? Zhao Fenglu, are you blaming me for not discussing it with you in advance? Shui Liang shook his head. Whether you told me in advance or not, I am not interested in the so-called Ark plan. Because Fan Ark is not a so-called shelter at all. Today's Hanzhou is like this. And the future Xian district will be no different from here. Before the Xian district is built, the initiative is not in our hands. Zhao Fenglu said. There has been no news since the disappearance of the lieutenant general. And you have seen what Hanzhou has become. Songhe had just been attacked. And now it has fallen out with Li Muqi, which is of no benefit to us. It used to be us, Shui Liang said coldly. Now it's you. Zhao Fenglu began to feel a headache again. Do you feel a sense of accomplishment in going against me? Shui Liang didn't say anything, but turned his face away, put his hands in his pockets, and looked nonchalant. Zhao Fenglu raised his hand and rubbed Shui Liang's hair, but found that the top of her head that seemed to be easily touched in his memory. Now he had to raise his arm with some effort to reach it. Seeing that they had reached their respective forks, they both stopped at the same time. Zhao Fenglu's tone was filled with helplessness. I'm old. Yanong. I can't take care of you forever. Sometimes you young people have to take steps ahead of me. I'm afraid that you will suffer with your character, and you will never turn back. Things will change. No one can say for sure how long I can last. What will you do then? Shui Liang's shoulders paused. Don't talk nonsense. I'll go back to Lantian tomorrow afternoon. You should get up early and come to me. Let's talk. Zhao Fenglu said. If you have any opinions, just tell me directly. Don't keep them to yourself. Yeah. Shui Liang nodded and continued to walk forward. See you tomorrow. He walked a distance and suddenly stopped. Turned his head to look at Zhao Fenglu's back. And his hand in his pocket moved slightly. He walked to the other end only after Zhao Fenglu turned the corner and disappeared at the end of the corridor. Cheng Qingyao's office was in a remote area, and Shui Liang had to walk through an empty office area to find the place. As luck would have it, Li Muqi was also in the office, talking to a young police officer. Shui Liang was noticed by him as soon as he entered. Are you here to see Officer Cheng? Li Muqi raised his head. He's not here. I just got here too. I want to check out a surveillance video outside the safe zone today. Shui Liang hummed. The police officer who had just talked to Li Muqi had just packed up his documents and was about to leave. He casually said to him, Captain, our team leader Cheng went out and said that the dog you brought back was pretty good and he wanted to train it. If you see him, please tell him that he has something to ask him. No problem. Captain. The police officer walked out of the office. At this time, only Shui Liang and Li Muqi were left in the room. Shui Liang didn't plan to talk, but he knew that Li Muqi would definitely speak first in such an occasion. I heard that you will leave in the next 2 days. Don't you and Luo Qin consider staying in Hanzhou? Shui Liang thought. Li Muqi really deserves to be the top leader of Yuanshan back then. No matter what unpleasantness he had with others, he can still greet you with a normal expression the next time you meet. The development of Wanshan Camp is indeed beyond our expectations. But it is also very difficult to operate normally. Right? Songhe is destroyed. Apart from the materials you produce yourself, your alternative resource replenishment channels are actually very narrow. You can hold on for a few months. But with more and more people coming in the future, you will not be able to hold on. Li Muqi said. To reclaim Songhe, you definitely can't do it on your own. If you connect with the Ark and divert some of the survivors to Hanzhou, your pressure will be much less. Shui Liang nodded casually, picked up a stack of safe zone report documents on the table, and flipped through them. Indeed, Wanshan Camp will definitely not be able to stand alone without help. I agree to connect with the Ark. But how do we define the management rights? Li Muqi seemed to have known that he would say this, and responded calmly, in terms of numbers and technology. Your total combat power is not even half of that of the human alliance. Otherwise Zhao Fenglu would not have chosen to stand on my side. If the alliance really has strength, you wouldn't have bothered to win me over. Shui Liang said calmly. Do you think that you can stop those zombies that are mutating faster and faster by relying on only the half-baked people in the alliance? Li Muqi smiled slightly and said, this is because the virus is evolving. Of course they will too. The recent small waves of infection have been fierce. And we have to spend a lot of resources on repairing the security wall every month. Shui Liang's eyes swept over the data in the report file. It was indeed similar to what Li Muqi said. It seems that the main dilemma facing the other party at the moment is that the internal combat power is insufficient, and the external destruction is continuous. So the safe zone should be reinforced. Besides, you advocated the Ark plan. Those people outside came here to seek a shelter. Now they need protection. Why do you turn them away? Li Muqi looked at Shui Liang gently, not caring about the tone of his words to him at all. Why should I worry about this problem? The shelter I built will provide the most basic security measures. But I never said that I would be responsible for the safety of these people. Shui Liang closed the file in his hand and looked at him steadily. What? Li Muqi asked back. Do you know what is? Evolution? Shui Liang said slowly. Survival of the fittest. Li Muqi nodded. Yes. In simple terms, it is this sentence. Survival of the fittest. Captain, you and I both know where this disaster came from. You just don't want to accept it. And you still stay in your illusory ideal of wanting to save everyone. But you have to know that this is the choice of the earth. It is a cleansing of all creatures in the world by nature. And only the groups that finally adapt are qualified to continue to survive. The earth has reached a critical point. It can no longer maintain the normal operation of the biosphere on it. So it has turned on the self-healing mode. Just like a person's cold and fever. It is helping to detoxify itself. Shui Liang stared at Li Muqi in disbelief. He only knew that the Ark plan being promoted now was contrary to the original concept. But he never thought that this man's idea would be so terrifying and extreme. No wonder Li Muqi immediately established the human alliance after his army suffered a series of blows. And trained and recreated humans like an assembly line. Shui Liang originally thought that he was just simply thirsting for power. But now it seems that under this thirst, there is actually an ambition to destroy and cleanse. Since the establishment of the Ark until today, all the efforts and sacrifices made by everyone have been paving the way for this inhumane, ambitious man in front of him. You are crazy, Shui Liang said. Li Muqi, are you still a human being? Li Muqi still smiled very decently. But under that smile, it seemed as if there was a poisonous snake lurking. What's wrong? People expel viruses from their bodies through colds and fevers. And for the earth, humans are these viruses. The development of the earth has exceeded the necessary limits for survival. And this is the result. From the Black Death in the Middle Ages to the HIV virus. These are the backlash and retaliation that humans have suffered for trying to get involved in the forbidden areas of the earth. Shui Liang retorted coldly. This is a man-made disaster. Not a natural disaster. Li Muqi, you think I don't know how the Lantian virus got mixed into the vaccine in Yuan Shan? The culprit hid in the Ark and survived. And let the people outside be eliminated. Is this your cleansing plan? Is this your evolution theory? Li Muqi slowly put away his smile. And looked at Shui Liang with eyes as ruthless and calm as a machine. The vaccine issue is indeed nothing to do with me. But the Lantian virus will sooner or later sweep the world. From the moment the raw stone was exposed to humans, people's pursuit and scramble for it announced the arrival of cleansing. The mining of Tai Sui has caused the virus to spread. And I established a safe zone to select the best and most suitable part of the human race. So that these people can be preserved and continue. Otherwise everyone will die together. He seemed to think of something, laughed strangely, and continued, look, even zombies are completing population evolution. So those who are still staying in the same place, what reason is there not to be eliminated? You and I are both selected by nature, and are destined to survive. Shui Liang carefully folded the documents in his hand, and put them back in place. But his brows were cold. And he said word by word, Li Muqi, you'd better be crazy when you say these words. If you really dare to do this, I will make you the first person to be eliminated. Li Muqi sighed, as if he didn't understand his choice, even if you were misunderstood, hated, and pointed at by the people you saved. Don't you regret the path you chose? Shui Liang didn't answer, brushed past him, and turned away without looking back. Before he left, Li Muqi suddenly said, I have also said these words to Luo Qin. And he doesn't seem to react as much as you do. You might as well ask him how much he agrees with my point of view. The door slammed in front of Limuki, and he chuckled in the dark, his expression looking a little gloomy. Okay. You want to save, but don't regret it. Chapter 169, the beginning of screening. There was a knock on the door in the silent office. Zhao Fenglu didn't look up. He coughed a few times before saying, "Come in." Xue Liang walked in, holding a piece of paper in his hand. Without waiting for Zhao Fenglu to speak, he pulled out the chair in front of his desk and sat down. The fragile back of the chair cried out, as if venting dissatisfaction for someone else. "I thought you weren't coming." Zhao Fenglu took off his glasses and put them aside. "I'm almost done reading the report." Xue Liang stared at the plain thin-framed glasses on his desk, and his eyes turned from the desk to Zhao Fenglu's face. "I remember that you only wore glasses when you read things at night. When you were in middle school?" Zhao Fenglu thought for a moment. "Indeed, I always read documents in your living room at midnight, and thought you didn't know." Xue Liang nodded softly, and said nothing more. He remembered that Zhao Fenglu was transferred back to Hangzhou from Urumqi for a few years, thinking that his parents were not around and Sixian and Simu were also sent for adoption. He often came home to take care of his daily life. Sometimes Zhao Fenglu came back from the army to see him, and it was very late when he got home. And he would work alone in the living room with a lamp. In fact, he slept lightly during that period, and he would wake up as soon as Zhao Fenglu entered the door. He would get up in the middle of the night and secretly open a crack in the door, looking at the not-so-bright light in the living room, which always made him feel at ease. In that once silent home where he was the only one left, Xue Liang could only feel that he was not the only one who was alone here on those nights. The back figure in the living room has not changed for many years, but one night in the second year of high school, he suddenly found that Zhao Fenglu started to wear glasses when he looked at things in the middle of the night. Just like he looked back on a whim in the corridor yesterday, it seemed that the back figure was no longer as straight as before, and was slightly hunched. "You haven't changed. You didn't look like a child at that time. The first time I saw you after I went back, I knew that this child had a lot of things on his mind, but he just didn't tell anyone." Zhao Fenglu smiled slightly. His eyes were full of nostalgia. "You are just mean and bad, just like now, making plans silently. You didn't ask me." Xue Liang was dissatisfied. "You are the same as now. You will order people. Everyone has to listen to you, or you are disobedient. You are a child. I can't escape this even though I don't have a child. You went through those years, and I caught up with your rebellious period." Zhao Fenglu smiled bitterly. "You skipped classes in your second year of high school, and the teacher called me back from the army. I was a battalion commander after all, and I was scolded by your head teacher at the door of the office. Isn't it you who caused this? What's wrong with a battalion commander? Didn't you always say that there is no distinction between high and low military ranks?" Xue Liang laughed. "I'm still being scolded by you now." As the two chatted, the previously tense atmosphere was immediately resolved. It was the same in the past. The unreasonable temper and quarrels during the rebellious period almost turned the world upside down. In the end, the sentence "let's go out for dinner" was the best way to break the Cold War. Zhao Fenglu cleared his throat and asked, "Let's talk about business. How is Luo Qin?" Xue Liang's eyes dimmed when he heard him ask this. "The injury has recovered. But there is nothing else. The one who made trouble at the door that day. I found out something. There is a man named Han Long. Does he have a grudge against you?" Zhao Fenglu asked. "That man is Han Long's follower. Qingya's people saw him at a survivor camp in the north of the city yesterday. He is fine and has no injuries. But you injured someone at the entrance of the safe zone. I don't know who spread the rumor everywhere. And it was even reported in the Ark newspaper, which caused quite a stir." Xue Liang said indifferently, "Let them say what they want. I didn't do it. It's not a question of whether you did it or not. If the rumor is spread out, people will believe it. Who cares whether it is true or not?" Zhao Fenglu sighed. "You should be careful in Hangzhou these days. Maybe someone is deliberately targeting you. Just don't get into trouble. If it's nothing important, go back to Wanchun camp as soon as possible." "Got it. I'll leave tomorrow," Xue Liang said, and raised the paper in his hand, and put it on the table neatly. "Well, I have something else to tell you." Zhao Fenglu looked down and narrowed his eyes. "What is this?" Xue Liang looked at him, and his tone was slow, as if he had been planning for a long time. "I want to quit the Ark." Zhao Fenglu was stunned, and his fingers slightly bent. "Withdraw?" Xue Liang nodded solemnly. Lee Miyuki's ideas about the Ark project, all the current measures and styles within the committee, I completely disagree with them now. The Ark is already safe and complete enough. It doesn't need me now. But outside the safe wall, there are still many ordinary people who want to survive. After saying that, he stretched out his hand and pointed at the paper. This is my application, although it is a piece of waste paper whether it is written or not, but I still want to formally point it out to you. He didn't need Lee Miyuki's approval. Even if he left without saying a word, Lee Miyuki had no right to say a word. But for this matter, he had to inform Zhao Fenglu anyway. Zhao Fenglu crossed his hands on the table, looking at Shui Liyang. Do you think you can save those people's lives by leaving the Ark? Shui Liyang said calmly. I can't change anything if I stay, of course. It's impossible for Lee Miyuki to change it. I am very sure that the future chosen by Feng Zhou is different from the path I want to take. Zhao Fenglu did not speak for a long time. And neither of them moved. After a long time, Zhao Fenglu raised his hand and rolled up the paper. And put it in the drawer. Okay. I approve it. Shui Liyang actually did not expect him to agree so quickly. In the preset situation, the other party should put the application aside with an expression of an old cadre. And then say with a stern face, let's put this matter aside for now. You are right. You have grown up. Zhao Fenglu said slowly. I did have some problems in the past. I wanted to guide you on the one hand, but I wanted you to be independent quickly on the other hand. So you felt a sense of division. Yang, what you do in the future is your own business. The Ark is different from before. And so is the army. Everyone has started to fight on their own. Including me. You head back to Shangqi this time. When will you come back next time? Shui Liyang did not continue the previous topic, but changed the subject. I heard that the situation there is not very good, and there are often zombie attacks. Don't worry about me. I restarted a lot of factories when I was there before. The equipment inside is still usable, and food. Clothing and daily necessities are basically guaranteed. Zhao Fenglu waved his hand and said, I will go to Tibet after the new year to expand the safe zone there, and I don't know when I will be back. Shui Liyang stood up, reached out to brighten the lamp on Zhao Fenglu's desk. Don't make it too dim. It will be difficult to get new lenses if the degree increases. Zhao Fenglu smiled and nodded, picked up his glasses, and put them on again. You kid, don't talk too maturely. You make me feel that I am at the age where the younger generation should worry about me. Don't refuse to admit your age. This is for you. Shui Liyang took out a small bottle of Chuanbei loquat paste from his pocket, and pushed it in front of Zhao Fenglu. I heard you coughing 2 days ago, and I happened to find a bottle of medicine when I went out to search for supplies. He saw a white hair on Zhao Fenglu's temples, unable to bear to look at it anymore, turned around and left. Luo Qin was waiting for him outside the door. He stepped forward and straightened his collar as usual. Have you submitted the application? Shui Liyang came back to his senses from the wild thoughts caused by the white hair, and held Luo Qin's hand. I have submitted it. I will have nothing to do with this place in the future, and I may not come again. One day I will leave here. Luo Qin rubbed his fingers and smiled. Wait for me. Shui Liyang let him put his hand in his pocket, and their fingers intertwined, dispelling the slight chill in the corridor. The two took the elevator downstairs, but saw Cheng Qingyao waiting outside. His face solemn. Shui Liyang's eyes changed, and he walked over quickly. Any news? Found it. Cheng Qingyao sighed. The situation is not good. I called Zhu Yan for emergency treatment, but it didn't help much. Shui Liyang hurried to the entrance of the camp, where a temporary ambulance was parked. The door was open, and several young police officers gathered around. Captain Cheng, a female police officer, stepped aside to make way. The blood protein is seriously below normal, only in the single digits. The stomach seems to have a perforation, and the patient is very weak now. Have you injected the nutrient solution? Cheng Qingyao asked. What did Dr. Zhu say? Zhu Yan sat in the car, holding an abnormally thin arm, and shook his head. It's too late. When I arrived, she was almost dead. I only gave her half a bag of emergency nutrient solution, and she started vomiting. She even vomited when she drank water. The body's rejection reaction was very obvious. There is no other way now. Shui Liyang pushed through the crowd, and saw a girl, who was too thin to be a human being, lying in Zhu Yan's arms. Only a layer of skin was left on her bones, and she looked like a skeleton. How could this happen? Shui Liyang was incredulous. Where's her father? Cheng Qingyao, before. The father and daughter would come here, and I would give them some food. But 3 months ago, they suddenly stopped coming. I had people look for them for a long time. And just now I brought Luo Tiantian to dig them out of the garbage dump. When we found them, she was the only one left. Maybe, Luo Qin stepped forward and touched the little girl's neck. Except for the almost imperceptible panting. He could not feel any breath of a living person from this thin body. Although the other person's face was completely thin. Luo Qin recognized her identity at a glance. A few months ago, several people from the Alliance accused a father and daughter of stealing things here. Luo Qin still had a vague memory of it. At that time, the little girl was busy picking up the expired food scattered on the ground. He noticed that she had a red rubber band tied around her wrist. The rubber band was now hanging on the skinny arm of the girl in front of him, swaying, as if it was about to fall off. How did she become like this? Luo Qin murmured. Is she hungry? Zhu Yan nodded. When she vomited just now, her stomach was full of fruit peels and melon seed shells. She must have been so hungry that she picked them up to eat. Xue Liang got in the car and held the little girl's hand. The other party seemed to sense something and slightly opened her eyes. Brother, I'm here. Xue Liang gently stroked her forehead. Don't be afraid. You will be fine if you just take the infusion. Zhu Yan moved his lips. And finally just sighed. With pity in his eyes. Mom. The little girl's eyes were empty and distracted, but her still clear pupils tried to focus with the last bit of strength. Dad. No one spoke, but she continued to say in a voice like a flame in the wind, I want to eat egg yolk pie, I want. Xue Liang stood up, searched his pockets, asked Cheng Qiao, do you have egg yolk pie? Forget it, I'll go find it. It's meaningless. Zhu Yan couldn't help but call him. She can't eat anything now. Let him go. Luo Qin said. I'll wait here. Xue Liang went there not long ago, but didn't find the egg yolk pie, and hurried back after finding a pack of biscuits from Nianyu. He jumped into the car, torn open the biscuit package, and gently called the little girl, come, eat. Luo Qin sat there, looking at him sadly, shaking his head. Cheng Qiao also stood by the roadside, said nothing. Xue Liang was stunned for a moment, tightened his hand holding the biscuit bag, and his eyes fell on the little girl's face, which was not peaceful. There were traces of tears at the corners of her eyes, her mouth was slightly open, and her lips had dried up to white. He was silent for a long time, stretched out his hand to tie the rubber band on the little girl's wrist, and put the biscuit bag next to her. Did you see it? Luo Qin? Xue Liang spoke calmly, with a hint of deep sadness. This is why I quit the Ark. This is screaming. On the top floor of the building behind him. Li Muqi turned his head slightly, and said to Li Xiaohan next to him. Li Xiaohan looked into the distance. Those cement cages blocked the last glimmer of light in the city. But soon, when the safety wall of the northern district is completed, that glimmer of light will be completely taken into his father's pocket. It started. Li Muqi smiled with satisfaction. The real launch of the Ark plan was not a year ago. But now, Chapter 170, the beginning of the separation. The new year arrived soon. And the new year atmosphere in Wanchun camp had been brewing a month in advance. This was Luo Qin's second spring festival after arriving in Hanzhou. And he also spent it with Xue Liang. As soon as the new year came, the task of developing the South Safety Zone fell on Luo Qin's head. And it was urgent. Before the new year, Li Muqi had already spoken about this matter several times, but Luo Qin deliberately delayed it until after the new year, also to leave the other party out in the cold, and at the same time, he had accumulated enough bargaining chips in just 2 months, and had a lot of control over Li Muqi in the negotiation of the specific development plan. It can be seen that although the other party was very unhappy, he could not do anything about him. He talked about this with Xue Liang. In the beginning, he was anxious to save people, so he sold himself to Li Muqi. At first, he felt a little frustrated, but now he has grown a lot. At least this identity can be used for himself. Even if Xue Liang leaves Fangzhou, he can easily deal with both sides and lend a hand from time to time. Xue Liang also advised him not to rush into it. There are pros and cons to leaving Fangzhou. And for Luo Qin now, a reliable identity and backing are the foundation for him to gain a foothold in Hanzhou. After the new year, Xue Liang and Jimuro will go to Qingdao together and set up a new camp there. They took some survivors who volunteered to accompany them to form a pioneer team. And as the first pioneers of the new camp in Qingdao, they set off eastward. Other members of the Blue Flame Brigade began to implement the Songhe City recycling plan with the Walker Rescue Team, reopening Wanchun Road, clearing a quarter of the area in Songhe City within 2 months, and arranging about 200 survivors to settle in. The snow in late winter has not stopped, and the north wind swept the cold current from Siberia southward, making everything cold and silent, and falling into hibernation. I'll be gone for a month this time. Luo Qin sat on the bed and packed his luggage, glancing at the bulging backpack. It's actually pretty fast. You don't have to bring so many things for me. Xue Liyang came out from the balcony, wiping her hair. When you get there, you realize you forgot this or that, and you call me to deliver it to you? Luo Qin, is there no Lychee Express delivery service? Xue Liyang, go away. You bastard. Take everything with you, and don't take it out. Luo Qin pulled the man over and kissed him a few times. The action was rough, and as expected, there was a tooth mark on his neck. I'll take Luo Tiantian away, Xue Liyang whispered in his ear, a little out of breath. You go to Shining by yourself. Are you going to remind me of someone by seeing the things? Luo Qin pushed his knees up. No. Seeing the dog reminds me of someone. Don't do it. Xue Liyang raised his head slightly, and looked at him with his eyes down. What's wrong? You can't see the person, but you can't see the dog? Luo Qin grabbed Xue Liyang's waist, and said with a low laugh, wait until I come back. Let's pick a day, and I'll make your mind so full that you can't think of anything else except me. Luo Tiantian gets excited every time she goes on a long trip, wagging her tail and running around the house. And then she clings to Jimo Lang's crib and barks at Jimo Ro. Jimo Lang held the railing curiously, looking at Jimo Ro not far away. Tell your son of a bitch to stop howling. Jimo Ro sat aside, whittling wood without fail. Forget it. A dog can still bark, but this thing on the bed can only drool and giggle. Luo Qin rolled his eyes at him. When you are 80 years old and drool and giggle, I will let Xiao Lang throw you out to freeze to death. Whatever. I will die gloriously in battle. I can't freeze to death. Jimo Ro sneered. I hope he stays away from me in the future. Seeing him smile, Jimo Lang also shook his hand and stretched out his hand. His voice unclear. Bah, Jimo Ro paused, without turning his head, but his hand that was whittling would suddenly slow down. The pioneer team will leave for Qingdao tomorrow. In Jimo Ro's impression, he has not been back to his hometown for many years. The blue sky and the bay in his memory seem to have become blurred, like yellowed old photos. The more you look at them, the less real they are. Jimo Song knew that he was going back to Shandong, but he didn't say anything, but asked someone to send him a bunch of keys to his ancestral home in Shandong. He didn't know what to do with them, but he was too lazy to retreat. The team of Wanchun camp split into two groups, heading towards Qingdao and Shining respectively, starting their respective pioneering plans. As soon as the convoy heading south passed the Qinhuai dividing line, the severe cold in the north, which was nowhere to hide, was eliminated a lot. The snow along the road became less and less. When approaching Shining, they could even see evergreen trees swaying in the wind on both sides of the highway. After a year, Luo Qin returned to Shining. This place has been abandoned for a long time. The city is still occupied by zombies. The convoy encountered some obstacles when entering the city. Luo Qin drove into the city with a few young people picked by Xue Liyang and quickly took back a square near the city government. The pioneer team took the opportunity to rush in and occupy that small area. He took the time to go back to the welfare home and take a look. It was completely burned down. The beams and roofs had all collapsed, and everything was charred. Luo Qin stood in front of the building for a long time in silence. In the end, he did not ask anyone to clean up the place. He locked the door and completely sealed the welfare home. Shining's land is not suitable for farming, but its advantage is that it is located near the sea, has a mild climate, and is rich in fish resources. Luo Qin led people to explore the nearby waters and found no signs of pollution. Perhaps the self-purification ability of the water body has been working. No matter how tenacious the Lantian virus is, it cannot stay away from the host for too long. It flows into Shining's water circulation system through the dead infected organisms, and soon disappears in the rivers rushing into the sea. A fishing ground was built along the coast of Luo Qin, and hundreds of tested marine fish were put in for breeding. These fish reproduce very quickly, and are enough to supply the current food needs of the pioneer team. He was accompanied by members of the Human Alliance, as well as a group of reconstructed human self-defense forces that Xue Liyang personally trained in Wanchun camp. And the little yellow-haired boy who admired Xue Liyang very much was also among them. Luo Qin gave Huang Mao the title of captain of the self-defense team. This man would wander around the fishing grounds with his men every day, doing his job very conscientiously. In the second week of arriving in Shining, Huang Mao drove a group of cattle back from the suburbs. Luo Qin was quite surprised. For the first time, he felt that this man had other skills besides making noise all day long. Those cattle had been unattended since the infection wave. They broke through the fence and wandered around the nearby pastures. Their skin was shiny and smooth after eating, and their tendons were firm. It was like a reserve of food from heaven. The pioneer team finally didn't have to live on fish and shrimp all day. In the next few days, the focus of the pioneer team's work fell on infrastructure repair, which was more difficult than the previous ones. Those factories and equipment contaminated by the virus almost turned into a pile of scrap metal. The remains of dead Tai Sui crawled all over the machines, and the internal parts and structures were completely scrapped. Even after disinfection, they could no longer be used. Luo Qin led his men around the city for a few rounds, and finally found a factory that had not been contaminated. Can this thing still be used? Luo Qin looked at the huge wind power generation equipment in front of him. A little hesitant. Will it not explode after starting? Huang Mao said confidently, don't worry, Brother Luo. There is someone in our team who specializes in this. I guarantee. Before he finished speaking, there was a bang above his head, and I didn't know what went wrong. And a burnt smell came. Damn it! Luo Qin and Huang Mao said in unison. The latter immediately rushed in and yelled, What are you doing? Turn it off. Turn it off quickly. Hurry up. The plan to restart the power plant failed temporarily. Although the power plant was not infected, some equipment had not been used for too long, and they were a little old. New replacement parts had to be found as soon as possible. Luo Qin searched for 2 days in the city for this purpose and barely gathered those parts. Huang Mao brought several power engineers to work together for several days. Finally, when their own power generation fuel was about to run out, they restarted the 2 wind power plants in the eastern suburbs of Shining. Huang Mao came back from the beach, jumped into the car with 2 buckets of fish, and lit a cigarette happily. Brother Luo, the power plant is fine. What are our plans for tomorrow? Go north, open up the highway, and repair the signal towers and base stations along the way. Luo Qin started the car, blew on his thumb twice. Don't you feel a little cold? Huang Mao said, Isn't it like this in winter? It's cold, but it will be fine after a while. Luo Qin shook his head. Shining's winter is not that long, and the spring is much warmer than in the north. The temperature in the past 2 years has been unusual. This winter seems to be more than 20 days longer than last year. The two returned to the camp and brought back freshly caught fish to the team members who were repairing the signal tower. A group of people gathered together to roast the fish. Due to limited conditions, they only sprinkled some salt, which made it a bit monotonous. Fortunately, there was also white wine found in the supermarket. This thing will not expire and can be used at any time. Luo Qin recently learned a method of pickling sea fish from an old soldier. He plans to cook it for the pioneer team members when he has time. It can also be regarded as an improvement in food. They found some edible food from the supermarket and ate it with grilled fish. As for the old date on the packaging bag, Loken didn't care. To hell with the expiration date. The pioneer team didn't have many people, only about 30 in total. At night, 3 or 4 people would take turns to guard. Once they found zombies approaching nearby, they would be the first to use cold weapons to deal with them. The sound of gunfire would attract infected creatures nearby. The development of the South Security Zone is in the initial critical stage. Even if the camp's fortifications are as strong as a copper wall, they dare not take risks easily. One morning, Luo Qin woke up to the sound of shivering teeth all around him. He opened the tent and saw that it was knee-deep snow outside. He thought he was dazzled. He stepped into the cotton-like snow. The snow poured in through the gaps in his boots. He shuddered with cold and realized that it was really snowing. Luo Qin found it unbelievable. Shining had not had so much snow in the past 20 years. Moreover, how could there be a sudden snowstorm in early spring when the temperature should have risen? The pioneers were dumbfounded when they woke up. They didn't know what happened and thought they were dreaming. The snow was still falling, and it was very quiet. Luo Qin swept the snow off the car and started the car 3 times. The car was as cold as an ice cellar. Brother Luo, let's go to the suburbs. Huang Mao opened the door and sat in the back seat. Wrapped tightly. I have to go and see what's going on with my cow. The snow was very deep, and it was difficult to start the car. Several people worked together to push the car with slipping tires onto the road. Luo Qin drove the car carefully. When he passed an intersection, a dozen zombies suddenly jumped out. He turned the steering wheel sharply and almost hit the store on the corner. Huang Mao lowered the window and fired a few shots. Luo Qin took the opportunity to straighten the direction and stepped on the accelerator to fly onto the viaduct. The cows were fine, but the vegetable fields suffered. The seedlings that had grown with great difficulty were pressed to the ground by the snow. Huang Mao rescued some of them urgently, moved them to the truck and covered them with cloth. Fortunately, the power plant in the eastern suburbs was not affected. However, the generator stopped working for 2 hours this morning. Several engineers got up early to repair it, and it started running again. How are the base stations? Luo Qin asked. Are there any problems with the ones that were just debugged yesterday? No damage. But it rained before, and it snowed last night, and many parts are frozen, the engineer said. We have to find a way to break the ice in the gaps. Hurry up. We originally planned to connect with Hanzhou in February. Luo Qin rubbed his hands, still feeling cold, and put them in his pockets again. It will probably be postponed now. The roads in Xining were frozen. The temperature dropped below zero, and even the river had ice floods. Fortunately, the fishing grounds were not frozen, and the fish were not frozen to death. The most common sight on the streets that month was a few cars carefully gliding across the ice in front, and a group of zombies chasing them from behind, their hands and feet slipping. No one could run fast, and no one could catch up with anyone else. This heavy snow was indeed a bit sudden, and it was also the only snow in Xining that year. After that, the snow began to melt naturally, and the recycling work that had been stagnant could continue. The pioneer team recycled parts from discarded electronic equipment from all over the city, picked up the intact parts, and made full use of them. Until the end of the first month of the year, Xining finally regained the warm feeling of a coastal city. Luo Qin sat in the snow that had not yet completely thawed, adjusting a radio that he didn't know if it could still be used. He kept tuning the frequency, one section after another, all of which were rustling noises. Huang Mao stood not far away smoking, waiting for the last net of fish to be caught, so that he would have enough food for the next half-month. He looked at Luo Qin and felt that his back seemed a little lonely. Luo Qin turned the button again, and the band returned to the original channel. He sighed, put the radio aside, and took a sip of the energy drink next to him. Brother Luo, what have you been doing with this radio recently? Huang Mao couldn't help but be curious. We don't need this to communicate. Right? Luo Qin said. Wanchun Camp has built a radio station. If we are lucky, we may be able to connect. The radio station was built by Shui Simu. He used the military's satellite antenna to build Wanchun radio station. It is said that it will broadcast information about sheltering survivors from time to time. Wanchun Camp is not like Ark, which has the ability to spread information to the world through paper media. It can only use this method. I hope that more and more survivors in this camp will know about it. Luo Qin never asked Shui Simu why he wanted to do this, but he also knew that it was probably Shui Liang's idea. Huang Mao scratched his head and asked, Brother Luo, do you think the boss has returned from Qingdao? Is it snowing there like we are? Luo Qin shook his head. I don't know. Since arriving in Xining, the pioneer team has lost contact with the north. When it snowed before, Luo Qin was worried that the north would be worse than here. But it was a long way from here to the north, and no one knew. He hoped to hear Shui Liang's voice from the radio. Even a few words would do. 5 years later, late autumn, the radio was repaired. Except for more noise than before, there seemed to be no change. Luo Qin held the radio, moving in a daze. Mr. Executive. The assistant behind him called him. We heard some rumors in Baida town about Red Eye. Who are you talking about? Luo Qin still didn't move, and didn't even look back. The assistant paused, and changed the topic at the right time, regarding the person who escaped with serious injuries 4 years ago and disappeared afterwards. It is said that he has made some moves, but it is not certain whether he is related to Fang Zhou. Li Muqi is the most anxious. Luo Qin closed his eyes and leaned back. Don't worry about it. Okay. Luo Qin was silent for a while, and then said, I will find time to go there. The assistant hesitated. We have very few forces in Baita town. It may be a bit troublesome, and they probably won't welcome people from Fang Zhou. I know. Luo Qin reached out to turn off the noisy radio, and his ears caught the sound of gunfire and brakes screeching not far from the window. This is already the most common background sound in Honshu, which means that someone is still alive. Or, someone is about to die. I just want to see the White Tower. Chapter 171, He looks like a big shot. Another week passed, the snow completely melted, and the outer defense of the safe zone was basically completed. After the signal base station was repaired, Shining could already receive radio wave signals from nearby areas. Luo Qin built a small-scale radio station in the safe zone. He walked outside with the radio to debug, and found that the signal reception distance was much farther than expected. He drove all the way to the outskirts of the city, and drove around the outer ring several times, and finally determined the coverage area of the radio signal. From that day on, the radio station would broadcast rescue information at 3 times every day: morning, noon and evening. It was just unknown how many survivors could receive the signal, and whether they could arrive here safely after receiving it. The pioneer team still searched the city regularly every day, but never found any survivors. Luo Qin often felt a little irritated recently. He looked at the cigarette in Huang Mao's hand and always wanted to take it and smoke one. But he actually didn't like smoking, and couldn't stand the smell of nicotine. When he was bored, Luo Qin would play Candy Crush with the terminal. Shui Simu didn't know how to make this thing, but it could automatically update from time to time. The red and green blocks collided and offset each other, which was quite relaxing. Brother Luo, how can you play games on your phone? The yellow-haired man fiddled with the radio, and asked casually. Can you get me one too? Luo Qin smiled. Wait until we get back to Wanchun camp. I'll ask Shui Simu to install one for you. He looked at the half-exposed 3-axe on the yellow-haired man's arm, and asked curiously, By the way, your boss and I both want to ask, what is the meaning of your tattoos, the blue dragon, the white tiger and the single 3-axe? The yellow-haired man was stunned, and waved his hand shyly, and pulled open his clothes to show him. Brother Luo, I'll show you that the blue dragon and the white tiger were pasted on, and they're gone long ago. Only the 3-axe was really tattooed, and it was too painful to tattoo half of it, and the money couldn't be refunded, so I endured the pain and only tattooed one, and the money for the other was refunded to me after much persuasion. Luo Qin's expression twisted. You. At this time, the radio in the yellow-haired man's hand suddenly sounded, and there was actually a sporadic human voice. Shenning, North Suburbs Inn. The two held their breath at the same time, listening attentively, but the other party's words had become very fragmented when they reached here, and it was difficult to distinguish the specific content. However, Luo Qin still caught a few vague words, and roughly understood that the owner of the voice was somewhere in the north suburbs of Shenning, and was still alive. Quick, turn on the radio, and continue to broadcast the rescue signal. Luo Qin immediately stood up, grabbed 2 guns and walked out. Keep broadcasting, don't stop, pay attention to the response of the channel just now. He and Huang Mao drove to the north suburbs, observing both sides of the road all the way. The zombies that were attracted chased the car. Huang Mao took the radio and tried to find the same frequency band, but he didn't receive any new distress broadcasts. Could it be that something happened at this moment? Huang Mao asked in confusion. It shouldn't be. Keep listening. Luo Qin turned around, drove onto the viaduct, and continued to drive towards the 3rd ring road. Finally, when he drove along the 3rd ring road, the radio station finally received a signal again. The voice, this time, was clearer than before, and it could be heard that the other party should be a man. We have someone alive here. In the sugar factory in the northern suburbs of Shenning. In the power distribution room on the east side of the 2nd floor. Someone is injured and needs anti-inflammatory drugs and bandages. There are zombies everywhere outside. Luo Qin immediately drove towards the sugar factory and soon arrived at the place. The sugar factory was in an industrial park in the north, not far from the pioneer camp, and it was not very large. Luo Qin did not drive in directly, but parked the car in the warehouse in the corner of the park, took a gun from the car, and walked to the sugar factory with Huang Mao. However, the two of them were cautious and did not go through the main gate. They quietly went into the sugar factory through the back door. Luo Qin went up to the 2nd floor and saw a lot of zombies wandering around. He winked at the yellow-haired man, who understood and went around to the other side to go upstairs. The two of them surrounded the 2 ends of the stairs and quickly cleared the entire 2nd floor. No other dangers were found. Brother Luo, the distribution room is here. The yellow-haired man waved his hand and called Luo Qin over in a low voice. The door is closed. Luo Qin loaded his gun and reached out to push open the door. You stand guard at the door. I'll go in and take a look. The distribution room was not small, filled with various transformer boxes, with only a short aisle in the middle. Luo Qin walked slowly forward, close to the transformer box on one side. During this time, he looked back at the yellow-haired man. The other party made a gesture that he couldn't understand. After that, he nodded very firmly. Luo Qin didn't bother to pay attention to him, turned his head, and continued to move forward. He turned the corner of a row of transformer boxes, and a man's back appeared in front of him, with a small homemade radio next to him. As if he heard the movement behind him, the man immediately turned his head to look over, and Luo Qin found that his hands were tied, and his face was full of deep and shallow purple scars, which were obviously caused by being beaten. The other party was also stunned when he saw him, but reacted in the next second, anxiously mouthing to him, "Run." Huang Mao was guarding the door diligently, and suddenly heard a loud noise in the distribution room. And then a gunfight broke out, and it was very intense. It sounded like more than 1 or 2 people. He immediately rushed in with a gun, and saw that the innermost rows of transformer boxes were all smashed. Luo Qin was pressing a man's head against the wall, and then he raised his hand without hesitation and fired a shot, and the bullet penetrated the man's head. "Brother Luo, are you okay?" "Brother Luo?" Huang Mao ran over anxiously, and saw that Luo Qin didn't seem to be injured. He looked at the corpses on the ground, and was a little surprised. "Who are these people?" Luo Qin threw away the dead body in his hand, and said coldly, "I don't know." He drew out a knife, and cut the rope on the wrist of the only living person in front of him. The other party had been tied up for too long, and his legs had poor blood circulation. He fell forward the moment he stood up. Luo Qin held him up. "How are you?" "Luo Qin? Are you Luo Qin?" The man was a little weak, but he still struggled to look up at him and asked. Luo Qin was startled by the question, and nodded subconsciously. "Do you know me?" The other party's consciousness was still vague, and he fainted after a few words. Luo Qin could only drag the man into the car and take him back to the camp. The medical staff accompanying the team saw that the man was in shock due to long-term lack of water, so they made a cup of light salt water and fed him a little bit. After nearly an hour, he finally woke up slowly. "Are you feeling better?" Luo Qin saw that his face was still very pale, and there were dark blues under his eyes, and he looked like he would collapse at any time. The other party coughed a few times, and sat up on the edge of the bed. "I'm fine. Are you Luo Qin?" Luo Qin didn't know why he had to confirm this again and again, but he remained patient. "I am." "Great. Those people asked me to use the radio to attract you here, but I heard the rescue information in Shining City from the radio before. You mentioned your name. Your deeds of causing a big disturbance at the Ark conference in Songha last year were reported in the Ark news. I recognize you. I still have that issue of the newspaper," the man said. "When I was broadcasting, I kept typing Morse code for you, asking you not to come." "No." "Did you find it?" "Luo Qin, I found it. So I decided to come and take a look. If anyone is in the way, I will kill him first. My name is Lu Huai." The man spoke in a soft and polite voice. "I am Shui Liang's friend." "Do you know him?" Luo Qin sat up straight when he heard it. "No. How come there are so many of his acquaintances on the street?" Huang Mao also asked curiously, "Do you know our boss?" "Who are you?" "I know him. I also know that he is now the captain of the Blue Flame Brigade," Lu Huai said. "Before I was arrested, there were a total of 10 people and 2 cars. We came all the way from the west, but were robbed by these people on the way. One night, the people with me tried to escape, but they found us and killed us all." Luo Qin asked suspiciously, "You are the only one who was not killed?" Lu Huai coughed a few times, and said with a wry smile, "Because they didn't call me when they ran away. It's both infuriating and funny." Lu Huai was in poor health, and his companions who were tied up with him were afraid of being held back when they escaped. So they bit the rope in the middle of the night without telling him and planned to sneak away. However, before leaving, they wanted to take some supplies out of greed, and woke up the sleeping robbers, and were eventually killed. It's fate. After listening to Huang Mao, he sighed. "You are lucky in disguise. If they had dragged you along, you would have died." Lu Huai shook his head. "Not entirely. They wanted to kill me, but I said I was good at mechanics, so I was left alone." "Did you make the radio?" Luo Qin asked. Lu Huai nodded and said, "They forced me to make a simple radio, saying that as long as they tricked you all over and killed you, All the supplies in Shining City would be theirs. Do you know their identities? Luo Qin asked him again. They are the people who kidnapped you. I know. Lu Huai said. They are recreated humans. Just like you and Shui Liyang. Luo Qin didn't expect Lu Huai to know all this. And for a moment, he didn't know how to continue the topic. Lu Huai took over the conversation and naturally led the conversation. You don't have to think that I'm a great person. I was the most ordinary person in the Chaoyang generation of Hanzhou back then. I can't compare with my peers in the Chung family, the Li family, and the Jimo family. Luo Qin looked at him, and absolutely did not agree with his point of view. This man was not ordinary at all, but was simply a hidden talent. Just like the passerby picked up on the roadside in the movie, who looked like he would never live for more than 20 minutes. But in fact, he might be the ultimate behind-the-scenes promoter or initiator. But Lu Huai looked really weak. It was hard to imagine what extraordinary means he had. I don't understand what you were saying, Luo Qin said. Hanzhou Chaoyang generation. Does it refer to the second generation rich alliance? Do you really know Shui Liyang? When you meet Shui Liyang, you can ask me what my relationship with him is. Lu Huai rubbed his forehead. Is there any hot water here? I want to take a shower. The camp has a simple shower room and a water heater. Luo Qin found some clean clothes and came out. Lu Huai didn't treat him as an outsider at all. He took his things and went to take a shower. This time he took a long time to take a shower. Luo Qin thought he had fainted in the shower room. Just when he was about to take a look, he saw Lu Huai coming back humming a song. Luo Qin immediately added another evaluation of this man in his mind. Extremely fearless in the face of danger, at least his mentality is very good. Thank you. Lu Huai shook his wet hair, feeling a lot lighter after taking a shower. When are you going back to Hanzhou? Maybe as early as next week. Do you want to go back? I can't go back, Lu Huai said. I have more important things to find out, and then I have to tell Shui Liyang. Can you protect my safety? Luo Qin. I don't know where this Lu Huai came from, but he was not polite at all. It's okay. You don't have to. As long as I can stay here. Seeing that he didn't answer, Lu Huai didn't insist. Can I go online here? Luo Qin asked. Do you want to play Dota? That's not what I meant. If I can access the internet, I want to check some things, Lu Huai said. It's okay if I don't have it. I can still do it. But the conditions are a little more difficult. By the way, my computer fell outside the city. Can you? He looked at Luo Qin's expression, his voice gradually lowered, and moved his toes. It's okay if you can't. Yes. Luo Qin sighed. I'll give Shui Liyang a face. Chapter 172 Evolution and Species Extinction. Lu Huai's computer was thrown on the back seat of a crashed car outside the city. He hurriedly climbed into the car, opened the computer bag and checked it. The tenacious notebook was still alive, but the shell was slightly broken, a screw was missing, and the chassis was a little loose. He couldn't wait to open the computer in Luo Qin's car, and started typing. Luo Qin hesitated for a long time, and finally couldn't help asking, You have a good relationship with Shui Liyang? I think it should be considered very good. Lu Huai thought for a while and said, In the past, only Shui Liyang was not interested in playing tricks on me. Others liked to laugh at me, especially Jimoro. He is a very bad person. I don't like dealing with him. No, Luo Qin was surprised. How come you know everyone? Do you know Chung Qingye and Chung Qingyao? Lu Huai, yes. The Chung family siblings are very powerful, but they are also very dangerous. They look like the most gentle family on the surface, but they can easily eat people to the bone. Luo Qin slowly found that chatting with Lu Huai was quite interesting. This person is a bit like Shui Xingyu. It seems that he is immersed in his own world all the time. Your praise, ridicule or scolding can't affect him. It's like he is always emptying himself. The two returned to the camp. Luo Qin parked the car and sat outside to enjoy the breeze. Suddenly, he heard a voice behind him. Are you going back soon? Lu Huai walked to him with a computer and sat down. I really don't understand why the Ark you mentioned is so troublesome. Isn't it enough to let everyone go north? Building such a superficial safety zone. The number of people saved is not enough to die on the road. Do you think everyone has such good luck like you? Surviving a disaster and being saved by me? Luo Qin said. Just the heavy snow 2 days ago. How many people couldn't stand it? Shining has never been so cold. And I don't know where the snow comes from. In the past 2 years, human intervention on the Earth has been declining. And extreme climate anomalies are also possible, Lu Huai said. Global warming is caused by greenhouse gas emissions. And global cooling is also a reason. Do you know why Shining is suddenly so cold? The Earth has experienced 11 ice ages. And the entire surface was covered with ice. But later human activities became more and more frequent, resulting in the Earth only experiencing a similar small ice age. Originally, if the influence of various astronomical factors were excluded, the earliest ice age would not appear until 10,000 years later. But now it may come earlier. Loken pondered for a while. That is to say, will humans be frozen to death in large numbers, and then directly extinct? I am not sure. It may not be that serious. Or it may really be the arrival of a great ice age if humans cannot restart factories and heating equipment on the Earth on a large scale before that. Lu Hui said, the Earth has a regulating function. It has experienced 5 geological eras, including the Cambrian explosion of life and the Ordovician mass extinction, which are all self-regulating stages. After tens of thousands of years of freezing, new life sprouts. I can tell you a passage from Darwin's Origin of Species. Luo Qin was too lazy to listen, and he didn't understand. When Lu Hui talked about these things, it was like a machine gun, regardless of whether the audience could accept it or not. Just talk about the important things. I haven't been to school. Oh, in short, it's natural selection, and the fittest survive. Lu Hui said seriously. Every time the Earth changes drastically, it will force the existing creatures on the Earth to migrate, otherwise they will face extinction. Zombies also have instincts common to other creatures, such as infection is the instinct of reproduction, and attack is the instinct of predation. Humans may think that they are adaptable enough. But look at us now. We are being chased around by zombies. And we are living worse than rats and sparrows on the street. Luo Qin twitched his lips and listened to him continue. This time the global infection wave broke out, and it was caused by humans discovering the Lantian virus. Lu Hui sighed, showing a rare look of distress. We have been the masters of the Earth for too long, and have forgotten that this planet has life and consciousness. We claim to be the only advanced life on Earth, so we are doing more and more out of line. Luo Qin turned on the heater in the car, lowered the window a little, and listened carefully. Over the past few hundred years, many people have become less and less respectful of nature. We rely on our own technology and intelligent thinking, so we act recklessly. Wars, environmental destruction, and overexploitation of resources have accelerated the pace of the world, which should have evolved naturally. In just a few hundred years, human evolution is too fast and too unbalanced. Lu Hui said as he picked up a leaf from the ground and bent it with his fingers. For example, the Earth could originally support so many people, but the technological revolution caused the population to surge to several times the original. Originally, all the resources on the Earth were enough for humans to use for tens of thousands of years. And now, this period has also been shortened. He applied force with his fingers, and the leaf snapped. After the Lantian virus was discovered, the United States quickly discovered the wonderful uses of this virus. It can be used to treat diseases, and it can also be used to make biological weapons. The reconstruction of human beings was born from this. Lu Hui's tone was mixed with a bit of seriousness, and there was a sense of paleness and helplessness. But this should not have happened. This is a very serious act of human intervention in the Earth itself. They want to control the power that they cannot control at all. The original Lantian virus was not very harmful, but after contacting humans, it found a host that was completely different from before, and evolved a more terrifying power infection mutation. I know that the Lantian virus was first studied by Americans, but Li Muqi is now using it as a weapon, and using it like crazy in human experiments. Luo Qin said, there is a kind of enhancer that can skip the experiment step and directly become a reconstructed human being. But if it is not used properly, it may become a zombie. Perhaps you don't know that the Lantian virus was originally used as a clinical medical method. Xue Liyang signed an agreement with Yuan Shan that year. But that agreement was a medical consent form, not a so-called human experiment. Lu Hui took a deep breath and told Luo Qin about this past that he had never known. In fact, Xue Liyang didn't know what he was facing at the time, but his intuition was very sharp. He is the smartest and most prepared person I have ever seen. Before the operation, he asked me to help modify the agreement, deleting the clause on the participant's ownership. From then on, he was completely independent of Yuan Shan. Luo Qin suddenly realized, thinking that it was no wonder that Li Muqi hated Xue Liyang so much, gnashing his teeth when talking about the past, and wishing to chew him up. Yuan wanted to use the Lantian virus to break through the physiological limits of the human body, to create a new type of human that far exceeded the laws of nature in terms of physical fitness and lifespan, and even sold the virus as a biological weapon to countries in war. It was this move that eventually led to the spread of the infection. Lu Huai turned on his computer, and Luo Qin noticed that there were 7 large-capacity hard drives in the inconspicuous notebook, and each storage bar was red, almost full. I have a photo here, I'll look for it. Lu Huai fiddled with it for more than 10 minutes, and finally found what he wanted. He clicked on the photo, enlarged it, and pointed it to Luo Qin. This freighter was hired by Yuan Shan Company to smuggle arms, but the container was damaged during transportation and leaked. The virus infected the crew, so that the zombies first spread from that country, and then spread to the world through an international flight. On the screen was a freighter docked at the dock, with the logo of Inghui Logistics printed on the side of the ship, which was exactly the same as what Gina had said. Luo Qin finally knew where the source of this disaster came from. A little greed caused a global extinction disaster. I spent a lot of effort to buy this photo from someone else, and I almost lost my life. Lu Huai seemed to remember some unbearable experience. Shook his head. In short, it is impossible to stop this infection, because there are some missing data. So no one has developed an effective serum yet. During the evolution of Lantian virus, it gradually acquired the ability to corrode electronic equipment and metals. The scientific and technological means we are proud of are nothing in front of nature. How do you know so much? Luo Qin asked. I have been traveling around the world these years, and I have heard some things. Lu Huai said. I have become more and more convinced in the past 2 years that the end of science is theology. Almost anyone who does research will experience this kind of doubt. Sometimes you have to believe in things like divine punishment. Luo Qin laughed. Luo Gu. Luo Gu. Huang Mao suddenly ran over, shouting hurriedly. There are zombies. And there are quite a few. Luo Qin led a few people to climb up the defense tower, and saw groups of zombies appearing on the street not far away, with extremely fast speeds and postures like racewalkers. He set up a gun on a high place, and gave an order through the intercom. Everyone, follow the previously arranged formation, and prepare for defense immediately. The gunshots rang out fiercely, and the front row of zombies was beaten to pieces. Cold weapons such as crossbows and longbows quickly followed, and sharp arrows flew out, piercing the heads of the zombies, and blocking them outside the defense line. There were not many zombies this time. About 100, and they were quickly suppressed by violence. Luo Qin jumped off the tower, and saw Lu hiding behind the sandbags with a computer in his arms, typing on the keyboard in a hurry. What are you doing? Luo Qin asked. I'm using the receiver in the computer to analyze the radio signals around here. If it works, I won't need the radio in the future. It's too simple, and I can't receive the signal, Lu Huai said without raising his head. Maybe I can even receive news from the other side of the ocean. Luo Qin patted his shoulder, and suddenly felt that he had really picked up a very versatile passerby. It's up to you. Chapter 173, Overturned in the Gutter. A few days later, Luo Qin and Huang Mao set off back to Wanchun Camp, but as they headed north along the Beijing-Hong Kong-Macau Expressway, the weather became increasingly colder, and the ground became frozen, and the land was frozen for thousands of miles. The new greenery of Shening in spring gradually faded as they headed north, and in the end, only a frozen wasteland remained, and a highway covered with thick ice. When they passed Juligwan at the junction of Hunan and Hubei, the two had to wear thicker clothes. The temperature had dropped below zero, and the engine seemed to be frozen. The road surface was also slipping, and Luo Qin almost hit the fence several times, which was extremely thrilling. What's going on? Huang Mao huddled in the back seat with a shivering teeth. Luo Qin looked at the white scenery outside the window with a serious expression, and reached out to turn on the radio in the car. What they are most worried about now is the situation in the north. It seems that the impact of the cold wave is more serious than expected. This winter has been unusually long. If it continues, I don't know how many people will not survive this severe cold. There was a noisy and intermittent sound of electricity coming from the speakers. Luo Qin tried every channel, but couldn't receive any signal at all. It seemed that only the breathing of the two living people was left in the world. The surroundings became quieter and quieter, and the silence was terrifying. Didn't the kid surnamed Lu say that he had modified the car radio, and it would definitely be fine? The yellow-haired man complained. What a fool. I will beat him up when I get back. Luo Qin looked ahead, and everything he could see was white. He gradually began to feel some visual fatigue. Suddenly he stepped on the brake, and the wheels scraped across the ice, making a sharp and long friction sound. Huang Mao was shocked and asked quickly, "What's wrong?" "Get out of the car. There are zombies ahead." Luo Qin opened the car door, jumped out quickly, took out a gun and bullets from the trunk, and threw a handful to Huang Mao. "They are coming." Huang Mao looked forward following Luo Qin's gaze, and saw an endless group of zombies coming towards them in the vast snow. This was a shocking scene he had never seen before, as if thousands of troops were migrating south, attacking their lonely car. "Too many!" Huang Mao shouted. "Brother Luo, we can't just fight." Luo Qin took the gun and jumped into the car immediately, calling Huang Mao to get in. "Of course I know. Get in the car. Hold the gun for me." He turned the steering wheel hard, and the front of the car turned to the side at high speed. The head of the modified explosion-proof armored vehicle was very hard. Luo Qin stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and crashed through the guardrail and rushed down the road. The huge group of zombies chased the car, and Luo Qin drove the car all the way on the ice field, always keeping a distance of several hundred meters from the zombies. Huang Mao cursed loudly, raised his hand and fired a few shots. Several zombies were immediately shot out, and knocked down a group of people. Huang Mao quickly became excited after firing the machine gun, and the excessive secretion of adrenaline stimulated his nerves. This was one of the few actual combats he had. Xue Liang had trained him before, but he never had the opportunity to face such a real battle. This kind of blood-boiling feeling was exactly what he had always wanted. "Hold on tight." Luo Qin shifted the gear, and the car rushed out. There was a muffled sound from the roof of the car. Before the two could react to what happened, a ferocious head suddenly poked in from the driver's window, roared at Luo Qin, and started to bite. "Brother Luo, there are two more on the back of the car." Huang Mao leaned out half of his body, but couldn't reach the zombies hiding behind the car. He shouted anxiously, "They are biting the tires." Luo Qin pointed a shotgun at the zombie's head, and it burst out of the window with a bang. He grabbed the steering wheel with one hand and shouted, "Hold on to the handrail." Before he could finish speaking, the car body drifted out in an instant, like a spinning top spinning rapidly on an ice field, and the wheels almost scratched sparks with the ice surface. Huang Mao was almost thrown out, and he desperately grabbed the back of the chair, and finally struggled to throw himself back into the car. The two zombies hanging on the rear of the car were thrown into the air, and both fell into the snow not far away, and were run over by their companions who swarmed over them. And in an instant, they turned into black blood mud. The car suddenly shook, and then the front of the car lifted up. When the snow foam outside the window dispersed, Luo Qin realized that they were in a gully. It was covered by heavy snow before, as if it was flat ground, and nothing could be seen at all. Now, under the weight of the car body, the snow layer on top collapsed all at once. He didn't even have time to call Huang Mao to jump out of the car, and he fell into the deep ditch with the falling car. Xue Liang's arm, which was supporting his head and dozing, suddenly lost balance, and he woke up in shock. Luo Tianyuan was woken up by him and looked up. He realized that he had just fallen asleep, rubbed his sore eyes, and slowly recovered. There was an old radio next to him, which was out of power. Xue Liang yawned, and for some reason, he felt a little uneasy after waking up. So he waved his hand and called Luo Tianyuan over. "Do you want to go play?" Luo Tianyuan was very sensitive to the word play, wagging her tail wildly and circling around his legs. Xue Liang touched its head and took out a dirty tennis ball from the drawer. "Let's go." When he had nothing to do these 2 days, he would take Luo Tianyuan to climb the mountain. No matter where he threw the ball, the puppy would always bring it back accurately, and turn its belly up to ask for snacks. There are many fish near the sea in Qingdao, and the fishing team can collect several nets every time. Xue Liang would specially pick boneless sea fish to feed it. A few days ago, a cold wave suddenly hit Qingdao, bringing a rare heavy snowfall. The snow outside was over the knees, and it was almost impossible to walk. During that time, Xue Liang rarely let it go out, and as a result, the whole dog was fed fat. He looked at the dog's shaking belly, and decided to take it out for exercise. Xue Liang climbed up a low hill, and threw the ball out with all his strength. Luo Tianyuan yelled, rushed down the hillside like an arrow, and soon ran back happily with the ball in her mouth, leaving a long trail of dog paw prints on the white hillside behind her. "Squat down." Luo Tiantian was having fun, and didn't listen to the instructions at all. She ran headfirst into Shui Liang's arms, and the ball flew and the dog jumped. The man and the dog rolled into the snow like a cannonball. Shui Liang was knocked unconscious by him, and snowflakes like old TV appeared in front of his eyes. It took him a long time to recover. Rebellious son, get off me. He gritted his teeth and pushed Luo Tiantian away. You are almost heavier than me. Luo Tiantian arched against him a few times, curled up her tail, and lay down comfortably, stretching her body. Shui Liang hugged Luo Tiantian's neck, looking at the blue sky above. The air was filled with the fragrance of fresh soil after the snow melted. Do you miss Luo Qin? He suddenly turned his head and pinched the puppy's ear. I feel like you haven't been in a good state these 2 days. Luo Tiantian didn't understand, but she could feel the briskness in the other party's tone. She looked up and shook her tail. Woof. Shui Liang, okay, got it. The communicator on his waist rang. Shui Liang pressed it and connected it, and the voice of Falcon came intermittently from the other end. Captain, our satellite communication station received a signal from the south. Where are you? Can you come back? Well, don't worry, I'll go back. Shui Liang got up from the ground, swatted off the snow foam on his body, walked down the hill. Call Jimoro back too. Luo Qin woke up from his coma. His whole body was cold and stiff, but not to the point of necrosis. He moved his fingers, touched the lighter beside him, held it in his hand for a while before getting up to light a fire. 5 days later, there was only 1/3 of the fuel left in the alcohol stove, but there was still a lot of food. 5 days ago, their car flipped into a deep snow-covered ditch, which was about 20 meters high. Both sides were smooth rocks, which became even more slippery after the snow, and there was no place to climb. Yellow-haired man was collecting dead branches at the bottom of the ditch, trying to make an SOS distress signal flag and extend it. But the concept of a vertical distance of 20 meters is completely different from running horizontally. If you want to use SOS to ask for help, the flagpole must be made longer than 20 meters, which is completely impossible. No need. Not to mention that you can't find so many ropes to tie up the branches, even if you can really stretch it out. The chance of being seen is not as high as the chance of you suddenly learning Qigong. Luo Qin looked at him and said, at least the latter is still a little possible. What should we do then? Huang Mao was a little discouraged. Although there is enough food at present, the recreated human beings don't need to worry about being frozen to death in the wild. But if this continues, the food will be eaten sooner or later. They can survive a week, a month. Can they stay here forever? Luo Qin climbed back into the deformed car and turned on the car radio to continue trying to capture the signal. Huang Mao poked his head in from the window and said, Brother Luo, you want to receive a signal in this remote place, so we might as well find a way to make an SOS. The fire burned silently beside him. Luo Qin lowered his head, pulled the walkie-talkie out of the glove box, and adjusted the wires before the car's reserve battery ran out. If he still couldn't send out a distress signal, then he might really consider Huang Mao's proposal. Brother Luo, you have only slept for a few hours in the past 2 days. How about I do it? Huang Mao said again. I can do this too. Luo Qin shook his head and motioned for the other party to rest. He didn't want to sleep yet. He really couldn't sleep anymore. Even the short 2 or 3 hours of sleep were filled with endless nightmares. In the gap between wakefulness and sleep, he began to have the dream of killing Shui Lijing again and again. Each dream was more real than the last. He even began to lose the distinction between reality and fantasy. In the few seconds after waking up, he would really think that he had killed someone. Then let's chat. The yellow-haired man carefully sat down outside the car door, picked up a screwdriver and played with it in his hand. I can't keep my mouth shut. I like to talk nonsense. Okay. Luo Qin nodded. What do you want to talk about? Brother Luo, I heard you are from Shining. The yellow-haired man asked. What did you do before? Luo Qin, I did everything, carrying water, delivering food, repairing things, being a chef and pastry chef, and later I started my own business and opened a store. I have done everything that can make money. The yellow-haired man praised. I said you are not an ordinary person. Hey, unlike me, my mother said I was a waste since I was a child, and she kicked me out to work before I finished junior high school. I have 2 younger sisters at home. I originally thought that I could earn money to support their schooling. But as soon as I entered the city, someone cheated me of my money. I didn't dare to tell my family. Later, I wanted to go to Guangxi to work, but before my bus was full, this happened. Where are your family members? Luo Qin asked. Huang Mao smiled bitterly. They are all dead. They live in the village in the city. And there are a lot of people. I heard that after the accident. Many people were directly blocked in the building and couldn't get out. Where did you get the enhancer? I'm not afraid that you will look down on me if I tell you. I stole it. At first, I wanted to go to the Ark. But that damnly Muki wouldn't let us in. We had no choice but to go somewhere else. I met a group of people fighting each other in Hangzhou. Just to grab a box of enhancers. As a result, they fought to the death. The person who kept the box was shot to death on the roadside. I stole one in the chaos. Huang Mao said. When I shot myself, I almost died. It was so uncomfortable. I thought I was finished and would definitely become a zombie. But when I woke up, I was fine. My waist and legs didn't hurt. I was even better than before. Luo Qin laughed. You were at the door of the safe zone at that time. Why did you think of trouble with Shui Liang? Huang Mao was embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, I was fooled. I just wanted to fight with the group of recreated humans in the Ark. Fortunately, the old man was good and didn't bother me. He seemed to feel something was wrong, and slapped his head. I've gone off topic, I have nothing to say. Luo Gu, tell me about your story with the boss. Chapter 174 really came to save him. Luo Qin thought for a moment, and said with a smile, What do you want to hear? The lingering love story between me and your boss? He was just saying it casually, but Huang Mao suddenly became interested, and sat upright and stared at him. Okay, this is good. Luo Qin was speechless, and he didn't expect that this kid really liked to gossip. I was just joking. How can I tell this to others? Huang Mao asked persistently. Then tell me about your childhood. When I drank with those people from the same village, we loved to talk about each other's open crotch pants. Luo Qin paused, and shook his head. I really don't remember this. I've had a bad memory since I was a child. I've forgotten everything. Tell me about it. Brother Luo. Luo Qin couldn't get him to agree. So he could only talk about his experiences with Shui Liang. Huang Mao's eyes widened when he heard this. And he kept sighing, Fate. It's really fate. What is this called? A match made in heaven. Right. You're a good talker. Luo Qin said with a smile. He's so good. Of course it's the best fate. The two chatted for who knows how long. And finally fell asleep slowly. Half asleep and half awake. The radio station in the car, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly made a noisy sound of electricity. And a vague voice echoed in the car. Brother Luo. I might have dreamed just now. Huang Mao turned over and murmured. I seemed to hear the boss's voice. Yeah. I heard it too. Luo Qin was drowsy, and wrapped his coat tightly. 3 seconds later, they opened their eyes at the same time, sat up suddenly, and stared at the radio light in the car that was flickering. This is the rescue force of the East China military region. Survivors who receive this message, please respond immediately, or look east for our rescue base. I repeat, this is the rescue force of the East China military region, at this moment. The voice coming from the radio broadcast was Shui Liang's voice. Luo Qin quickly reacted, randomly pushed away the debris in the glove box, pulled out the walkie-talkie and responded, There are people here. We are trapped. The other side was silent for a while, and some people couldn't believe it. Luo Qin? It seems that this rescue message is not a recording. Luo Qin finally breathed a sigh of relief and said quickly, Lizzie. It's me. Where are you? I don't know. Probably after the Zhiliguan tunnel on the Beijing-Hong-Kong Macau Expressway. Luo Qin looked up blankly, and could only see the night sky and a narrow gap. Our car fell into a deep ditch, and the exact location cannot be determined. It's okay, you keep in touch. I'm trying to locate your car GPS. The sound of jumping into the snow came from the other end of the intercom, and the heavy combat boots creaked when they stepped on it. How many people are there? Is anyone injured? Luo Qin, there are 2 of us. No one is injured, don't worry. Stay where you are. The rescue team has already arrived. Shui Liang seemed to jump over something, and took a slight breath. Wait for me, I'll come. Luo Qin felt relieved the moment he heard Shui Liang's voice. That familiar and reliable voice was right next to his ears. Hearing the voice was like seeing the person, and his tiredness disappeared instantly. Huang Mao couldn't hear what the other party said, and hurriedly grabbed Luo Qin and asked, Is it the boss? He came to save us? Damn. How can the boss be so amazing? After a long time, a not very clear dog barking suddenly came from the crack above his head. Luo Qin's heart moved, and he immediately got out of the car. He recognized the barking. It was clearly Luo Tiantian's voice, and he would never forget it. Luo Qin walked to the bottom of the crack, bent 2 fingers to his mouth, and whistled a long whistle. The barking stopped for a second, and then it quickly came over here. Luo Qin heard the sound getting closer and closer, almost close at hand, and immediately shouted, "Here!" Luo Tiantian ran to the edge of the deep ditch and barked wildly at the bottom. A flashlight shone down through the gap and shook a few times. "Luo Qin? Lychee." Luo Qin raised his head, jumped up and waved his hands. "I'm down there." As soon as he finished speaking, the man above him couldn't wait to jump down. Luo Qin used the flashlight to see who was coming. Before he could say anything, Xue Liang grabbed him and pinched him from head to legs anxiously. "So high? How did you fall? Are you okay?" "Boss." The yellow-haired man jumped over in 2 or 3 steps. "We are fine. We have a car to cushion us. It is very resistant to falls. Go up first." Xue Liang untied a climbing rope from his waist and threw the hook at the other end upwards. "Go on." Luo Tiantian bit the end of the rope, found a solid stone to hold the hook firmly, and put all his weight on it. He shouted twice in a steady manner. Xue Liang pulled the rope to make sure that the other end was completely fixed. "You go up first." The 3 climbed up the rope to the ground. There was the roar of a helicopter hovering overhead, and the lights of a truck head not far away. Luo Qin felt that all the silence at the bottom of the pit for the past 5 days was swept away. The noisy sounds of the world came into his ears. At this moment, he suddenly felt alive again. The turbid air in his chest had long disappeared. Luo Qin turned his head and took advantage of the fact that the convoy had not yet driven close to them, pinching Xue Liang's chin and kissing her gently. "When I miss you, you come." He raised his hand and put it beside Xue Liang's ear. Only the 2 of them could hear the sound. Xue Liang touched the hair on the back of his head. The sound was like the wind on the snowy field. "Because I miss you too." The mechanical recording on the radio played over and over again. But the only response was the rustling wind outside the window. The mechanical sound seemed a little tired, interrupted by the current for a few seconds from time to time. And then it continued to broadcast the repeated rescue signal, as if waking up from a dream. Luo Qin was wrapped in a blanket and lying on the bed in a corner of the safe house. His hands were still twitching slightly when he was sleeping. Xue Liang held his hand, feeling the large palm gently grasping his fingers, and then tightening it with some uneasiness. This time Luo Qin woke up from a nightmare again. He shrank to the corner of the bed, holding the blanket and shaking unconsciously. Xue Liang finally soothed him and woke him up. He touched his forehead, and it was not hot. "Are you having a nightmare again? Don't leave. Lizzie, stay with me." Luo Qin was like a trembling beast that was injured. "I don't want to sleep anymore. My head hurts. I'm here. I'll always be here." Xue Liang leaned over and patted him. "You sleep. I won't leave." Luo Qin dreamed of Xue Lijing again. It was still a dream that was so real that he couldn't distinguish it. He couldn't tell Xue Liang about the content of the dream. He could only swallow it like sand and let the pain rot deep in his bones and blood. "What is this place?" Luo Qin looked around in the dim room, a little uncomfortable. "What time is it?" "We contacted the fleet of the East China military region a few days ago. They are stationed here in Shanghai and are searching for survivors from all over the place. Shiro and I came here by water from Qingdao to help with the rescue," Xue Liang said softly. "When you were heading north, you happened to encounter the migration of zombies. Satellite remote sensing detected that group of zombies, then went south. They were probably looking for a warm place to spend the winter. You slept for a day after being rescued. It's 9 o'clock in the evening now. How did you find us?" The Navy headquarters said that there have been rescue signals coming from the west, but it was intermittent, and they couldn't locate it, so I brought a few communication soldiers from Lanyan with me, but I didn't expect it to be you," Xue Liang said. "It's a good thing I came, otherwise you two wouldn't know how many days you would be trapped." He got up and brought Luo Qin a bowl of ginger soup from the table next to him. It was still warm, so he heated it up every half an hour, and heated it up again when it got cold, repeatedly several times. When Falcon saw Xue Liang coming out of the kitchen for the 3rd time just now, he asked him in surprise how much ginger soup he had boiled. Luo Qin frowned and took a sip. "It doesn't taste good. Not as good as what I boiled," Xue Liang said with a dark face. "Don't be picky. Some people want to drink, but they don't have any." "You didn't boil this?" Luo Qin suddenly realized something. and asked knowingly with a curled mouth. Is it hard to drink? Xue Liang avoided the question, but her expression gave her away completely. I think it's pretty good. It tastes good. Luo Qin raised his head and drank it all in one gulp. He smacked his lips after drinking it, as if he had just drunk some kind of nectar. Just respond to the situation and say a line. What line? Lang? It's time to take medicine. Are you looking for a fight? Luo Qin was forced to drink 2 bowls of ginger soup. Xue Liang put away the bowls contentedly, as if she was very satisfied that Luo Qin had finished drinking it all. Lizzie, don't you usually cook? Luo Qin asked him. Xue Liang rolled up his sleeves and wrung out a hot towel. When I was in elementary school and junior high school, I cooked for my mother and Xian Simu. After Lao Zhao came back, he has been cooking. And there is also the aunt he hired. Why do you ask this? Nothing. Luo Qin pressed his throat as if nothing had happened. His voice was a little hoarse. I will do it in the future. You can't be busy in the kitchen with your hands. Xue Liang sneered, don't pretend. Bai Wu Luo also said so. In fact, he just thinks my cooking is bad. How is it possible? Luo Qin just finished 4 words. His voice was completely hoarse, and the rest of the words were all suppressed. But he still insisted on using sign language to finish the second half of the sentence. This is what he learned from Xue Simu. Xue Liang can actually understand the general meaning, which is to praise his cooking for being delicious. No. Xue Liang was frustrated. You don't have to comfort me. I know my cooking is really terrible. Luo Qin shook his head, raised his hand, and patted his chest wildly. As a result, he felt chest tightness and coughed loudly while holding the bed. Xue Liang reached out to him to relieve his breath, and suddenly became more frustrated. I'll take you out for a walk. The two got up and packed up, and walked out of the safe house. What came into view was a vast and lively camp. It was still snowing outside, and the weather was freezing cold. Liberation trucks drove past them in the cold wind, and huge cargo boxes were parked in front of the warehouse, waiting for someone to come and unload the goods. Not far away were several 2-story buildings under construction, surrounded by blue-colored steel tiles. The tower crane hovered in the air, slowly delivering construction materials into the construction area. The sound of rushing work penetrated the colored steel tiles. Everything was extremely orderly. Luo Qin had never been here before, and could only identify the landmark buildings he had seen on TV before. He saw the Oriental Pearl Tower and the World Financial Center standing in the distance, which were much more shocking than what he saw on the screen. But now those buildings have fallen into silence, without the colorful neon lights and light curtains, leaving only the signal lights on the towers flashing from time to time, and helicopters flying between them, one passing every few minutes. They were at a dock by the Huangpu River, where dozens of warships were docked. As a temporary resettlement area, hundreds of soldiers and rescued survivors gathered. Looking around, the once prosperous metropolis was now shrouded in darkness, with countless dead bodies and ghosts wandering around the city. The deck was relatively safe, as the zombies could not swim and could not get on board. The terrifying howling mixed with the wind was blown intermittently to the deck. The East China Sea Fleet has been settling the survivors here. Even the communication system was paralyzed by the Lantian virus before. They did not create any more human soldiers, and the repair work was difficult. Xue Liang said. They only got usable radio equipment a few days ago, repaired several signal base stations, and successfully contacted us. Didn't Li Muki say he would come here to build a safe zone? Luo Qin asked. He still wants to do this, and cooperate with the army on the surface? Xue Liang nodded. There are Xue Yunting's former connections here, so Li Muki asked him to come here once before, but this road didn't work. The East China Sea Fleet refused to accept the Ark plan. So Li Muki asked Mr. Fei to come over to use his connections, and wanted to establish the East Safety Zone in Shanghai. I only learned about these things recently. Li Muki kept the news very secret. And Lao Zhao also didn't tell me. Why are you alone? Luo Qin asked. Didn't you say that Lan Yan and others came too? Xue Liang. They are busy repairing the satellite ground station here. Some signal coverage areas in East China have been restored. We plan to connect the communications between Shanghai and Qingdao first, and then radiate outward from these two places. We hope to establish connections with more areas before the end of the year. Luo Qin looked around and asked, Where is Xiao Rou? He is at the tower of the headquarters. You should also come with me to meet a few people. Xue Liang looked at a tall tower not far away. Don't be nervous. I'll go with you. Chapter 175. No one negotiates tonight. Luo Qin followed Shui Liang up to the tower, pushed open the door of the general command room, and was hit by a bustling noise. There were more than 20 people crowded together in the room. Jimoro, Falcon, Feini and others were all there, and the room was as noisy as a KTV. He saw Ignat and Aaron at a glance, and there were also a few foreign officers standing beside them, who all looked very unfamiliar. Aaron came over enthusiastically and gave Luo Qin a bear hug, which almost made him choke, and he pushed the people away desperately and staggered to hide behind Shui Liang. Ignat held the bottle in his hand and waved at Lachlan. Long time no see. Buddy? This combination is quite rare. Lachlan didn't know why these Americans appeared here. After all, he hadn't heard any news about Black Falcon since the Songha conference. After a few words, he learned that a blizzard that had not been seen in a century suddenly hit the central and southern United States, causing the Ark safe zone that was originally under construction to be almost completely buried by the blizzard. The heavy snow raged for a whole month, and various safe zones in North America were cut off from water and electricity, and traffic was blocked. Many people did not survive the cold winter that just passed. Some froze to death, and some disappeared. In addition, a sudden wave of zombies migrating eastward made the situation even worse. Several elite members of the Black Falcon originally wanted to send a helicopter to the north for rescue, but they deviated from the direction in the blizzard and had to cross the Pacific Ocean. Eventually, they ran out of fuel and landed safely near Shanghai. The East China Sea Fleet found the Black Falcon members in distress and, after some negotiations, escorted them back to the safe zone of the naval vessel. The climate in the northern hemisphere after winter is generally abnormal, and northern Europe has also suffered a heavy snowstorm. Some countries have asked Russia and Xia for help, but other countries are also busy with blizzard relief and cannot spare any support. The speaker is a dark-skinned naval officer with some graying temples, but he can't hide his vigorous spirit. Luo Qin secretly counted the stars on the other person's shoulder with his peripheral vision, a total of 3. He looked at the 3 stars on Shui Liang's shoulder again, and couldn't tell what level they were. But fortunately, he didn't have to speak, he just listened to the conversations of other people in the room, and roughly understood what was going on. It snowed heavily north of Qinhuai, much more seriously than Shining. Many of the temporary safety zones, where the survivors lived, were crushed into ruins, and there were displaced civilians everywhere. The East China military region has been carrying out disaster relief work nearby for half a month. The Hangzhou safety zone is fine. The Ark was very solid when it was built, but it still can't meet the needs of so many survivors. Shui Liang took the thermos and poured a glass of water, put 2 slices of lemon in it, held the wall of the cup to test the temperature, and handed it to Fei Yingni, who was reading a document. Luo Qin then noticed that the frame of Fei Yingni's glasses was slightly deformed, and the legs of the glasses were tied together after being broken. I don't know what he had experienced before. Li Muki had previously shown Fei Yingni the planning vision of the East Safety Zone, hoping that he would come here to persuade the military to assist the Ark project. However, after he arrived, he discovered that this temporary naval safety zone was, in a sense, more suitable to be called a safe zone than the Ark. Obviously, Li Muki was trying to rescue the survivors on the surface, but in fact, he still wanted to expand his territory as much as possible, developing from the east, south, west, and north to the center, and finally connecting to form a large safety zone. In Li Muki's plan, the Ark is a black hole that expands without limit. It is always advancing its territory relentlessly. If the so-called large safety zone is established, the fleeing survivors will have no place to stand. Personally, I still think that it is more appropriate for the East Safety Zone to be led by the army. Fei Yingni took a sip of water and said, after the communication is restored, I will tell Li Muki my own ideas. If he still insists, you can send someone else. Li Muki's repeated back-and-forth behavior has made his so-called Ark plan completely unreliable. At present, he only relies on the human alliance to take back the infected area by force. The shelter is in name only. The Ark's endless demand and hoarding of supplies is gradually compressing the survival space of ordinary people. Jimoro, one of the leaders of the human alliance, is also here. His attitude towards Li Muki has always been very clear. This is probably a headache for the other party. He can only indirectly restrain the other party's behavior through Jima Song. As for the relationship between the siblings, which is gradually deteriorating, it is not within Li Muki's consideration. He just wants to maximize the last bit of usable value in this blood relationship. If both the West and East security zones are in the hands of the military, it will be much better than the Ark being the only one in power, Xue Liyang said. I'll talk to Lieutenant General Zhao Fengluo. We will build a security zone along the coast of the East China Sea. This will only serve as a temporary transit point, the naval officer said. Once a sea transport line is opened between Qingdao and Shanghai, there will be no need to take the risk of taking the land route. The East China Sea Fleet is currently the only army that still retains some combat power, although there are no human soldiers to support it. The East China Sea is the Tianqi that breeds Jialong for them. If they continue to develop along the coast, they will have great potential in the future. There was a simple meeting in the evening. The military leaders and several relevant personnel present would attend, including Fei Yingni and Jimoro. The Black Falcon team members could not stay here any longer. After saying goodbye, they returned to their own residence. Luo Qin always felt that he was staying here just to make up the numbers, and he was a little out of place. I'll go back first. Luo Qin shook Xue Liyang's arm. You have to avoid suspicion. Right? Xue Liyang looked at him, somewhat amused. What do you want to avoid suspicion? You're going to say that I have some relationship with the soldiers. Luo Qin thought for a while and said, Can military dependents also participate? Xue Liyang smiled and said, You can go if you want to. Before you woke up, I had already talked to them. If you want to trust me, you can't distrust you. Otherwise, both parties will definitely not be able to communicate with confidence, because I won't kick you out. I don't like this kind of occasion. I'd better not go. I'll wait for you outside. Luo Qin quietly grabbed his hand. It shouldn't take too long. I'll go back with you after the meeting. At the evening meeting, Luo Qin took Xue Liyang to the temporary meeting room for a walk. It was a spacious room on the bottom floor of the warship. It was always used as a temporary meeting room in the past. It was fully equipped with all kinds of facilities. There was a long square table in the meeting room. The main seat should be prepared for the officer, with 3 stars on his shoulder strap. There were already 2 piles of documents, and a fountain pen that looked very elegant. Luo Qin watched several non-commissioned officers carrying disposable paper cups to the table. The cups contained freshly brewed tea, which was steaming. Someone else brought a few plates of snacks from the back. They were sloppily made, like expired bulk cakes, but they were quite big. After all, many people rushed to the meeting after finishing their work, and they didn't have time to eat dinner. This was just enough to fill their stomachs. Luo Qin didn't think he had to worry about anything. He sat down on the table, next to Xue Liyang, and took a snack from a plate in the hands of a sergeant and stuffed it into his mouth. The sergeant was stunned, and the falcon next to him didn't react. He watched Luo Qin chew a few times and swallow it, and he commented a few words with lingering feelings. It's made of red bean paste. A little bland, but it's still okay. Hey, you, the sergeant was a little dissatisfied. He originally served it to Xue Liyang, and the neatly arranged snacks were missing a piece, which looked a little shabby. Xue Liyang held his chin and smiled, waved at the sergeant. It's okay, let him eat, give him the whole plate. Thank you. Luo Qin took the whole plate from the sergeant. I'm starving. Eat slowly. Xue Liyang also handed over the tea in front of him. No one is competing with you, don't choke. Luo Qin ate 2 pieces in a row, and moistened his throat with the tea, and burped a little. Xue Liyang laughed even harder. At this moment, Jimoro and Fei Yingni walked in. Luo Qin was pinching a piece of dessert, and putting it into Xue Liyang's mouth. The two were so close, that even Falcon turned his head away uncomfortably. Fei Yingni saw the two's actions, and was stunned. Jimoro turned away speechlessly, not wanting to look at the two. Teacher. Xue Liyang turned around and saw Fei Yingni, and naturally let Luo Qin take the half-bitten dessert from his mouth, and stood up and nodded slightly. Luo Qin put the remaining half into his mouth and ate it. Not serious, Fei Yingni said in a not-so-light voice, and went straight to the seat opposite. Although he is old, he is not a fool. He has seen all the ups and downs in the past 60 years. He can tell at a glance that the relationship between the two is not ordinary. But knowing something about this does not mean that you can accept it calmly. Fei Yingni is obviously like this. Luo Qin was a little confused. Xue Liyang patted his back gently and said, It's okay. I'll wait for you outside. Luo Qin sighed and turned to go out. Although it was freezing outside, the heating in the cabin was turned on very well, and it was even a little hot. Luo Qin wandered around and went up to the deck. He leaned on the railing to look at the flashing lights and busy soldiers around him. He felt a little depressed. A whistle sounded in the distance. A cargo ship slowly approached the shore. The gangway was lowered to board the nearby warship. Many people began to move things up and down. Luo Qin wanted to get off the ship and take a look around. But there were special forces guarding the deck. If he went down, he would probably not be able to get back up. Xue Liyang might not be able to find him after the meeting. I don't know how long I waited. Luo Qin was hanging on the railing and almost fell asleep. He heard Xue Liyang's voice from behind him. I thought you were at the door. Isn't it cold on the deck? Luo Qin turned around and saw Xue Liyang coming with a bag. Are you done? Yes. I'll bring you the remaining snacks. Are you unhappy? Xue Liyang immediately saw the unhappy mood on his face. What's wrong? Did your teacher say anything later? Luo Qin asked him. He's so fierce. Xue Liyang smiled helplessly and sighed. Just now. He pointed out a few things to me. In short, the old people can't accept it. After all, in their era, this matter would be criticized. Did I say anything bad? What bad words can I say? It's like this, what's wrong with men and women? I just want to find a zombie. Luo Qin was very surprised. No, you have this habit? Xue Liyang said speechlessly. I'm just giving an example, are you sick? Luo Qin teased him on purpose. He just liked to see the other party explaining seriously because of his teasing, and his bad intentions fermented again, and he wanted to see more. I'm much more handsome than a zombie. Luo Qin pulled Xue Liyang over, hugged him and patted him. If you really find a zombie, he will definitely regret it. He should have found me earlier. Ha ha ha. Jimoro walked out of the hatch behind him, and saw the two people hugging each other, and whistled. You two are not going to fight on the deck. Are you? Xue Liyang reacted quickly, turned around and pulled out a small military knife from somewhere, holding it in his hand, looking at him with a smile. Are you uncomfortable if you don't get beaten for a day? Jimoro saw that he really showed the knife, and cursed. Xue Liyang. You? He is such a hot-tempered person. He gets angry at the slightest thing. You know I have a hot-tempered temper. Why do you still provoke me? Xue Liyang retorted. Are you bored? Jimoro turned away, cursing. Luo Qin laughed for a long time, and asked Xue Liyang, I thought he didn't want to have such a meeting. Who knows? Xue Liyang shrugged. Maybe he suddenly realized that he had used the functions of his upper and lower body in the wrong way before. Luo Qin, damn. You are so mean. Lychee. The two returned to the place where they spent the night, and saw Huang Mao taking Luo Tiantian for a walk. The man and the dog were walking slowly at the head of the Huangpu River. Luo Qin went up and called him. Huang Mao turned around, a little surprised. Brother Luo, are you awake? I've come back for my second sleep. Luo Qin took the dog leash. Let Luo Tiantian run and play by herself. Where were you before? The boss asked me to help move things, Huang Mao said. Are we going back to Hanzhou? Yes. Wait a few days. Luo Qin nodded. It depends on how your boss arranges it. Xue Liyang said. Next Tuesday we will go back to Qingdao by sea. You two can go together, and I will arrange a car for you to go back to Hanzhou from Qingdao. Dumpling stuffed with cuttlefish. Luo Qin looked at him and asked. Have you eaten? No. Xue Liyang shook his head. I want to wait for you to eat together. Chapter 176, A Hearty Fight. Luo Qin stared at him for a long time, which made Xue Liyang a little nervous. Then he touched his ear and said, Let's go, and go back to sleep. Xue Liyang saw through his undisguised expression, stepped back a few steps, quickly turned around and walked towards the dormitory, but before he could escape, he was caught by Luo Qin and forced into the house. Luo Qin carried Xue Liyang into the dormitory, threw him into the quilt, and before he could get up and run away, he threw himself on him, controlling himself from always putting up a few fake resistances before doing this. Xue Liyang felt a chill on his body, and his coat and underwear were pushed up. Luo Qin's iron-like palms pinched his neck tightly from behind, and buried his face in the pillow. He was almost tortured to death. Luo Qin was breathing rapidly, pressing him and raging. Why are you running? Is your voice not hoarse again? Xue Liyang saw that resistance was futile, so he simply entangled him and kissed him with the same passion. The panting of the two gradually increased, and they collided back and forth in the room with little sound insulation. You seem to like playing like this? Luo Qin bit his earlobes and the corners of his mouth. How could you run into the house? Xue Liyang found that Luo Qin seemed to like watching him struggle. At this time, He was more excited than ever. The more he resisted, the more Luo Qin clamped him so that he couldn't move, as if it was some bad taste. The lychee flesh is well preserved. Luo Qin pinched his waist. Let me touch it. Do you like this? Xue Liang took advantage of being turned over to face Luo Qin, hooked his neck, wiped off the thin sweat on it, and laughed. You are really perverted, aren't you? Yes. Luo Qin had a blank expression, and his voice was filled with long-accumulated demands. It's a pity that you'd just like me to do this to you. Luo Qin always said more than he did, and his physical strength was much better than before. When Xue Liang was drowsy, he was still thinking about taking a shower after the fight was over. But in the end, he didn't know when he fell asleep. Before he completely lost consciousness, he grabbed Luo Qin and said in a daze, "Remember to clean up." The next day, Xue Liang's biological clock started working at 5:40. He got up from the bed tiredly, pulled a quilt over his shoulders covered with purple marks, rubbed his face, and went to pick up the clothes on the ground. Luo Tiantian was lying on the side of the bed, not awake yet, and rubbed his trouser legs a few times, and fell asleep again. Not sleeping anymore? Luo Qin crawled out of the quilt and asked. I woke up at the appointed time. There was nothing I could do. Xue Liang got out of bed while getting dressed. Did you take me apart and put me back together last night? Luo Qin nodded. Count and see if there are any missing parts. Xue Liang stretched out his hand and rubbed his face twice. Okay. I won't chat with you anymore. Get up and eat something by yourself later. I'm leaving. Kiss me, Luo Qin said without even opening his eyes. Xue Liang quickly lowered her head and kissed him, then got up and left. It was obvious that she was in a hurry. She was walking with the wind when she closed the door and left. When Luo Qin woke up, it was almost noon, and Xue Liang hadn't come back yet. He was not in the mood to eat, so he took Luo Tiantian for a walk on the deck, and ran into Huang Mao. Where is Luo Guhaoda? Huang Mao saw him walking the dog alone, and asked. Luo Qin replied unhappily, he ran away. Huang Mao was stunned. Ah, can it be? Luo Qin looked at him. What are you doing so early in the morning? Huang Mao didn't dare to ask. Isn't it noon now? Just replied, I have nothing to do. I went to help move things, and just came back. Let's go eat. The food here is really good. I ate canned food every day in Hanou and Shening, but here it's all freshly made. Luo Qin took the dog and went to the cafeteria with him. This is an open-air restaurant. It was covered with a canopy after it snowed a while ago. It can accommodate 300 people to eat at the same time. Luo Qin went over to get a bowl of soup and a set meal, and sat down to eat slowly. The veterans in the kitchen liked this puppy very much, and brought a basin of cooked bone residue from the back kitchen for it to eat. Luo Tiantian dived directly into the basin, eating so hard that she didn't even bother to look up. Luo Qin thought that this good son really knows how to make a living by himself. He will be able to get a bite of food wherever he goes in the future. Brother Luo, have you tried the omelette? The yellow-haired man sat down opposite him with a plate, and drank a big mouthful of porridge first. It's really delicious. I didn't expect to eat eggs at this time. I tried it. It's well done. I plan to learn from you when I have the chance. Luo Qin finished the rice in the plate in a few mouthfuls, and then took the soup and drank it all. He wiped the corner of his mouth and stood up. I'm full. You eat slowly. I'm going back. Hey, let's go. The yellow-haired man nodded. When Luo Qin called her, Luo Tiantian ran out of the crowd with the dog leash in her mouth to catch up with him, licking the meat on the corner of her mouth happily. Why are you so useless? Luo Qin glanced at Luo Tiantian, and kicked her lightly on the butt in disapproval. Your father ran away for work, and doesn't want you anymore. Do you understand? Luo Tiantian hung her tongue and barked excitedly. You can understand nothing. Luo Qin turned his head away in frustration. You're just a dog. Of course I can understand. Luo Qin was stunned, looking at Luo Tiantian in disbelief, with only one thought in his mind. Damn, it's a spirit. Then the voice came again, but it wasn't from the dog. I did what you told me to do. I really don't understand. How much benefit did Li Muki give you? You don't even know your last name. What your name is. GMO Rose stood on the deck, shouting at the radio communicator, looking even angrier than Luo Qin. Luo Qin stood there quietly, watching GMO Rose's crazy output for 10 minutes, and then cut off the communication angrily, and turned to walk over here. The two people's eyes met for a moment, And Luo Qin caught the anger and irritation on Jimoro's face that had not yet been hidden, and was a little surprised. Who are you yelling at? As soon as he finished speaking, he felt that his question was redundant. Except for Jima Song. There is really no other person in the world who can get such a big face from Jimoro and roar so out of control. None of your business. Jimoro looked at him and said sarcastically. Luo Qin's anger rose up and he said, have you had too many one-night stands in your head and the thing below are reversed? Jimoro kicked the railing angrily and cursed. Luo Qin, can you stop being so arrogant? When I have a one-night stand, it's with a woman. At least I'm not as perverted as you two. Luo Qin threw the dog leash, rolled up his sleeves, and walked towards Jimoro. Have you never been beaten up in your life? A few minutes later, Xue Liang rushed to the deck and pulled the two people who were fighting apart. But the battle was so intense that he was almost beaten up. So Xue Liang used the simplest and most brutal method, punching each of them with his fists, and finally completely suppressed the two irrational people. I'll give you half a minute. Xue Liang's gloomy eyes that seemed to kill him glanced at them like a knife. Go to my room by yourself, and think about how to explain to me later. The soldiers who came to watch the excitement were dismissed, and soon went back to do the unfinished work at hand. Luo Qin and Jimoro, the two bruise perpetrators, walked side by side into the cabin. At first, no one took the initiative to talk to each other. When they reached the door of the room, Luo Qin sighed and said, we are finished. Jimoro also said solemnly, will he chop us into pieces and throw us into the river to feed the fish? Luo Qin, can you think of something auspicious? Jimoro scratched her hair in frustration. I am so annoyed. Why did your sister contact you suddenly? Luo Qin asked him. Jimoro, she went to Qingdao. We must meet when she returns. Just like before. She always spoke from Li Muqi's perspective. As soon as the two of them entered the lounge, Xue Liang came in with Falcon. She ignored the other two, and went straight to the table to look for documents, and handed them to Falcon. Before Falcon took the goodies out, he looked at the two people standing in the corner with sympathy, then closed the door and left. Xue Liang took a sip of the water on the table, and did not speak. He just lowered his head, and looked at the water in the glass, with no expression on his face. Lychee. Luo Qin hesitated and said, we are fine. Jimoro nodded, completely fine. As if to confirm this statement, the two of them hugged each other and patted each other, acting like good brothers. Are you two okay? Xue Liang raised his head and asked. It's okay. Xue Liang put down the cup with a sneer. You two are okay. But you let the whole fleet see that today two idiots fought on the deck in front of everyone. And the fight was in full swing. Both of them were going to kill each other. There were also Americans watching the fun. And those who didn't know thought it was our latest welcome ceremony. Chapter 177. Who fights? Who lies dormant? Luo Qin rubbed his bruised face, kicked Jimoro. You are fine. I still need several days to recover. I am not saying you are too cruel. You deserve it, Jimoro said proudly. You should not recover. This is better than before. Luo Qin punched him. Get lost. Xue Liang was sitting on the deck repairing a generator, and had no intention of participating in the conversation between the two atavistic creatures. He reached out and lifted his hair, took up the screwdriver beside him to tighten the bearing, and then touched the next part. Luo Qin quickly grabbed the part, jumped to the edge of the deck in 2 steps, raised his hand and said, if you ignore me again, I won't give it to you. Xue Liang glanced at him, put down the screwdriver in his hand. What are you doing? Are you still angry? Luo Qin squatted beside him, and honestly returned the part. Don't be angry, you can ignore Jimoro, but you can't ignore me. Jimoro was shocked. Why? Xue Liang pushed Luo Qin aside. Forget it, it's my problem, I should put you two in separate compartments. By the way, you've been busy these past 2 days, I haven't had time to tell you something. Luo Qin suddenly remembered something, pulled Xue Liang's sleeve. Do you know Lu Wai? Xue Liang and Jimoro were stunned when they heard the name, and said in unison, is he still alive? What are you talking about? Luo Qin scratched his face awkwardly. He must not be dead. I rescued him from a group of recreated humans. Did you meet him? Xue Liang glanced at him, with a tentative look. Did he say anything to you? Luo Qin thought for a while. For example. What? Tell me a story. Do Darwin and the theory of evolution count in the evening? Xue Liang seemed to be slightly relieved, and said, he is a friend I knew before, he is quite smart, but he didn't do anything serious in China. He was away from home every few days, and we didn't have much contact later. Ji Moro was a little surprised. You know him? Shui Liang. I want to ask, you know him too? Luo Qin. Let's not talk about why Shui Liang and Ji Moro were completely unaware of their overlapping social circles. They both have such a powerful friend. They must have a wide network of contacts. How could they not know each other before? Shui Liang raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, and didn't care about Luo Qin's question. I am a bankrupt rich second generation. How can I know so many second generation rich people? Ji Moro leaned against the railing, leisurely blowing the wind. The Shui family used to be the boss of Han-O real estate. But it suddenly collapsed. And it was on the social news for a while. And it caused a sensation across the country. This is normal. After all, wealth cannot last for more than 3 generations. Although my family only lasted for half a generation. Shui Liang seemed to be talking about something that had nothing to do with him. And even a little funny. Before it was my turn to ruin the family, Shui Yunting had ruined it all by himself. If there is a ranking of the fastest rise to bankruptcy, he will definitely be ranked first. What is your relationship with Lu Huai? Luo Qin asked curiously. I feel like he knows you very well. Shui Liang stopped his work, turned around and said to him, Yes, I know you very well. Do you remember what I told you about? The real estate boss, whose accountant of United Company shorted Shui Yunting? He is Lu Huai's father, the executive director of the second largest real estate company in Hangzhou at that time. Oh, so that's how it is. Luo Qin nodded in sudden realization, but suddenly felt something was wrong, and slapped his thigh. Wait a minute, is that so? Shui Liang looked at him strangely. Why are you so excited? Luo Qin felt very aggrieved, but there was an indescribable feeling. Looking at his familiar look, I thought you two were good brothers, but it turns out you are enemies. Then I won't help you in vain. Many people are enemies of Shui Yunting, including Jima Song. You don't know how much Shui Yunting wants to kill her, but his viciousness is never shown in front of others. Shui Liang said calmly. I don't care about the grievances of their generation, and even think that it is his retribution. He was greedy 10 years ago, but in the end, he got nothing. Is Han-O so chaotic? Luo Qin swallowed his saliva. I thought it was all on TV. Do you think the TV shows are exaggerated? In the 10 years of Hangzhou's urban reconstruction, many forces fought against each other to take over the projects. People were no different from animals. They fought for a few pieces of meat. No matter how glorious a person is on the surface, they are also very ugly in private. Ji Moro said. Shui Yunting started from scratch, and he was only glorious for more than 10 years. He was too eye-catching. In addition, he was too ambitious and could not fight against other people who wanted to share the meat. Shui Liang fixed the generator, wiped the sweat off his face and stood up, asked the private to carry the equipment down for debugging, and stood on the deck to stretch the muscles of his shoulders and back, and said to the other two, The general called me over early this morning, said that Lieutenant Colonel Ji from Hangzhou would be here soon. Do you remember this man? Ji Moro's eyes moved. Does he still have soldiers under him? Shui Liang, after being punished, he retained a deputy battalion level position. Originally there was a battalion of troops, but later they were all transferred away by Lao Zhao, and he was a battalion commander in name only, and he had almost no power in his hands. But he has always supported Li Muqi's plan, and even began to recruit private soldiers, which are the survivors gathered in the Ark camp. Ji Moro sneered. What does he want to do? Is he going to rebel? He doesn't have that ability, and can only rely on Li Muqi. These two people are very ambitious, and they are in cahoots with each other, so they can succeed. Shui Liang shook his head. Lieutenant Colonel Ji probably wants to show some credit from Li Muqi, so he acted first and reported later, and intercepted this negotiation first. Luo Qin, but I think even if he came in person, the fleet safety zone would not agree to cooperate with the Ark. He is so anxious. What is he trying to do? Shui Liang looked at Ji Moro with some uncertainty. I remembered he had 2 sons before. Right? Ji Moro nodded, yes. A pair of twins from the Ji family. But they died together in a car accident later. The Ji family is such a feudal family that they didn't even leave a single incense stick behind. They really pissed off the old man Ji to death. I think he wanted to find an heir for himself. People with the surname Ji have always had their eyes on this one. Even if he is not his biological child, it is better than losing the business, Shui Liang said. That's why he dislikes old Zhao. They are both childless. But old Zhao at least has me by his side. while Lieutenant Colonel G has no one to rely on. He has indeed been looking for an heir recently, Ji Moro suddenly said. He found Zhu Yin. Shui Liang was stunned. Zhu Yin. The people I arranged in Fangzhou told me that even Li Muqi is optimistic about Zhu Yin. Not his biological child Li Xiaohan, Ji Moro said. Li Xiaohan doesn't seem to have any opinions. This guy is like a puppet who only smiles all day long. He doesn't care about anything and only works hard for his father. Shui Liang thought of the young man who always had a smile on his face. Although he was not very popular, he was definitely not annoying. What did Zhu Yin say? Compared to whether Li Xiaohan's inheritance rights could be preserved, he was more concerned about Zhu Yin's attitude. As the chief biochemical expert of the Ark, Zhu Yin had extremely advanced technology in his hands, and in a short time, he restored the core technology of human reconstruction that took the Americans nearly 100 years to develop, helping Li Muqi, who was stuck in a bottleneck due to Yuan Chan's suspension of the project, to turn defeat into victory, and to come all the way to today. From Ji Moro's meaning, Zhu Yin should be the same as Li Xiaohan, and did not express any opposition, at least not on the surface. He didn't reply. But you know, if someone really wants to refuse something, Ji Moro rubbed her hair irritably. He would refuse at the beginning. That's right. Shui Liang was silent for a while, and said, after all, he doesn't have to bet everything on us. The few of them didn't continue the topic. The cold wind blew on the deck, and it started snowing again. They didn't feel like talking anymore. 3 days later, they returned to Qingdao before Lieutenant Colonel Ji came to Shanghai to cause trouble. Luo Qin was in a low mood for some reason. He stayed in the cabin on the way back and rarely came out. He only occasionally accompanied Shui Liang and Luo Tiantian to take a walk on the deck. He rarely left the narrow single bed in the room. He was afraid to fall asleep when he was alone, fighting against the nightmare that could come at any time. He knew that Shui Liang didn't see anything. At least, he didn't know what he was worried about. The ship arrived at Qingdao port, and the whistle sounded throughout the bay. Luo Qin was awakened from his chaotic consciousness. He heard Shui Liang knocking on his cabin door and calling him, Luo Qin. We are here. When he walked down the gangway, a relatively warm breeze blew towards him. Luo Qin was a little confused for a moment and grabbed Shui Liang's hand beside him. What's wrong? Shui Liang turned her head and looked at him. Luo Qin saw that there were still many people on the dock, so he quickly let go of his hand, shook his head and said, It's okay. Let's go. Shui Liang frowned. He realized that Luo Qin was not quite right recently. He seemed to be trying his best to suppress some emotions. He became much quieter. Come with me. Shui Liang looked at Luo Qin's profile and said, I have something to give you. He took Luo Qin to a naval military base in Qingdao. There were only 2 of them in the car. Ji Moro went to see Ji Ma Song as soon as she got off the boat. The road outside was icy and slippery. The car was heated, but the atmosphere was a bit dull. Shui Liang didn't say anything to Luo Qin along the way. Most of the time, he was silently feeling the emotions of the people around him, trying to use the same silence to resist the obvious low pressure. The car drove into a military base a few kilometers from the coastline. When passing through the gate, the speed bump shook a little. Luo Qin raised his forehead from the car window, which was red from being pressed, sleepy-eyed. Are we there? The 2 got out of the car and walked towards the laboratory building. Luo Qin didn't know why Shui Liang brought him here. He looked around curiously all the way, and didn't notice when Shui Liang stopped and bumped into his back. Slow down. Shui Liang pulled him. Here, this laboratory. He pushed open the door of the laboratory, and several non-commissioned officers in military uniforms saw the newcomer and saluted in unison. Captain. Luo Qin saw 2 black machines on the operating table in the center of the laboratory, which looked quite technological, and their shapes were a bit like the front paws of canines. A young man who looked like a researcher was standing in front of the operating table, installing the metal shell of one of the machines. Very focused. When I left, wasn't the progress almost done? Shui Liang walked over and asked. What else is missing? The young researcher turned around, wiped his sweat with a smile, and said, It has been debugged. Captain, I still want to polish the shell. What is this? Luo Qin couldn't help but touch it, and his palm felt a little cold. Cool? Armor. Do you like it? Shui Liang looked at him and smiled. Give it to you. Chapter 178 Gift. Luo Qin stood still. Ah. A what? Shui Liang said. Try it. How do I use this? Luo Qin hesitated for a moment, and weighed the two mechanical claws. I have never seen such a thing. Xue Liang sighed, and reached out to take the thing. That's right, there is only one set in the world. I spent a long time designing it, and all my brain cells died. Did you design this yourself? Luo Qin asked. Xue Liang nodded. At the beginning of last year, I started working on this thing. The blueprints were not a big problem, but the materials were difficult to gather, so it took a year to complete it. Did you design the blueprints yourself? Luo Qin once again reached out and touched the pair of mechanical claws, and asked in surprise, You can also make this? Xue Liang crossed his arms. A little proud, of course. I learned this. This set of armor did take a lot of his efforts. He spent countless nights working under the lamp to improve the blueprints. And after screening and eliminating dozens of materials, it took a whole year to finally finalize the finished product. As he used a pencil and eraser to detail the design, he often wondered how Luo Qin would look wearing the armor. Whether it would look good. Whether he would like it. The researcher tightened the last screw, blew his sleeves, and said, It's done. Let's try it. Luo Qin was guided by Xue Liang to put on the peculiar-shaped armor. When the other party closed the last buckle for him with a click, Luo Qin suddenly felt a kind of excitement. A bit like the protagonist in the video game who suddenly got rare equipment. This set of armor can cooperate with your own hand strength to assist in combat. In addition to enhancing the power of attack, it can also protect your claws. Xue Liang patted his hands. I know you are not good at using any weapon, and you just like to act recklessly. That's fine. Wear this when fighting. 10 sharp finger-like tips, tightly attached to Luo Qin's 10 fingers. After wearing it, he unexpectedly found that each finger was very flexible, which did not restrict his hand movements at all. It also added a lot of power points when clenching his fist and swinging. If he put on his full strength and swung it, even a head made of meteorite would be smashed on the spot. There are some sharp protrusions on the forearm, shaped like thorns, wrapping Luo Qin's arm. The edge is streamlined, which is convenient for reducing wind resistance when swinging. The design is very clever. It can be seen that Xue Liang has invested a lot of energy and creativity. Is it heavy? Xue Liang asked him. Luo Qin moved his hands and said, It's okay, not too heavy. Xue Liang waited again and said to himself, I'll improve the weight later, and it can be lighter. He tapped a fingernail-sized LCD screen on the inside of the armor and asked Luo Qin to put a finger on it. Here, after entering your fingerprint, you can unlock it with biometric information recognition. It's very convenient to disassemble, and you can also enter commands. It can be used as a wrist guard when the battery is out of power. But it doesn't have that many functions. Luo Qin put his thumb on it, and the researcher began to operate on the computer next to him. Move your finger to the left, a little to the right. Put it on again. The computer made a ding sound, and it showed entry completed. The LCD screen on the armor also lit up, from gray to green. It will be able to recognize you in the future, and only you can use the functions after it is activated. Xue Liang said, I bought some leftover Tai Sui ore from Jima Song, and used it to make a protective layer for the outer shell, so that it can be touched by meteorites when they come. There is also a high-density alloy insulation layer inside. Even if the outer layer melts, the insulation layer will be fine. I'm afraid that if there is an explosion or fire, you are stupid enough not to hide, and you can still hold on. Luo Qin didn't say anything. He moved his fingers again, and the armor on it also made a mechanical movement sound. Come with me to the training cabin to try. Don't smash the laboratory. There are so many equipment here, Xue Liang said, and turned to walk out. Luo Qin followed him, wearing armor on both hands. On the way, he met several researchers in sterile clothes, and they looked at him with surprise. Did you buy the materials from Jima Song? Luo Qin had long legs, and he caught up with Xue Liang in 2 steps. Bought it with money? Xue Liang shook her head. What's the use of money now? Just think about the enhancers on the black market and you'll know. Luo Qin was startled, and asked hurriedly, Damn, you wouldn't be. Xue Liang laughed. I didn't sell my blood, and Jima Song didn't want my blood. At most I owed her a favor, and I've paid it back today. Paid it back? Yes, as long as I take Xiaorou back to Qingdao safely, this favor will be forgiven, Xue Liang said. She also brought Xiaolang from Wanchun camp. We'll go and take a look later. As they were talking, they had already reached the door of the training cabin, but the screen of the time clock on one side showed that someone was using it. Xue Liang pushed open the training cabin door and heard a loud noise at the same time. Bang! A sandbag flew over from midair, with a big hole in the middle, and the filling rushed out like flowers from heaven, falling all over the ground. Good guy. Luo Qin dodged to the side, exclaimed. So fierce. Who is this hero? The hero who just blew up the sandbag turned his head from the training ground and shouted in surprise. Captain! Luo, humph! The person who made the noise, like a bandit inside, was Sun Ling, wearing a combat uniform that looked very cool, and his head was full of sweat. No, Luo Qin said dissatisfiedly. Why do you become a humph when it comes to me? Sun Ling came over and pulled a towel from the shelf on the wall. Why are you here? I'm bothered by you. Then why are you here? Luo Qin asked. I came with the chairman of Jima. I still have to take care of Xiao Lang. Sun Ling said. What is this thing in your hand? It's ugly. Xue Liang curled the corners of his mouth. Luo Qin deliberately added fuel to the fire. Is it ugly? Sun Ling didn't even look at it. It's very, very, very ugly. Luo Qin shook his head and put his arm around Xue Liang's shoulders. Oh, it's a pity. This is designed by your captain himself. But it doesn't look good? Sun Ling was stunned, and then panicked, and hurriedly tried to find a way out. Why didn't you tell the captain earlier? This is actually very good looking. I just wanted to stun him. Try it first. Xue Liang sighed. Why should I bother with you too? If you are so petty, you will be pissed off in the first 2 years. Luo Qin walked to a target, warmed up for a few minutes, and then swung his right arm with all his strength, and punched it hard. At the same time, the researchers who were busy in the laboratory on the second floor suddenly raised their heads, looking at the light tubes on the ceiling that were shaking a little, and asked in confusion, Is there an earthquake? Maybe. A small earthquake. It's okay. Continue. In the training cabin, the antelope stared at the ground that was smashed into a deep pit by Luo Qin, and the row of sandbags and stakes on it had been hit into the pit with a punch just now. There was no struggle, and they were directly shattered. Luo Qin himself was also shocked. He looked at the armor on his hand in disbelief, and turned his head to stare at Xue Liang. Awesome. Xue Liang did not look surprised, as if he had known that this thing was powerful. The Tai Sui raw stone has many uses. It was Gina who gave me the inspiration to improve it. She said that Yuan Shan was too obsessed with researching the reconstruction of humans, and instead ignored many other functions, such as weapon manufacturing. Another advantage is that the shell coated with Tai Sui raw stone is not corroded by Lantian virus. Luo Qin didn't expect that Xue Liang would take the idea that Gina casually said at the time to heart, and put it into practice so quickly, which is simply a genius. How is it? Do you feel that your movements are restricted? Will your moves be slowed down? Xue Liang asked him. Luo Qin shook his head. No. If I really wear this thing when fighting, even transformers will be hit by my punches. A birthday present for you, Xue Liang said. There is nothing good to give. I don't know if there will be anything to give next year. I really can't think of anything. Luo Qin was so moved that his nose was a little sour. It turned out that Xue Liang started preparing this birthday present for him a year in advance. I don't know how he found the time to prepare all the drawings and materials. This year, he couldn't be with Xue Liang on the Lantern Festival. He couldn't celebrate her birthday in Shining, where there was no grass. He couldn't prepare any gifts. Luo Qin suddenly felt a little guilty. Xue Liang reached out and grabbed his armor, knocked on the valve on one side. Here, if you press hard, it will. Before he finished speaking, Luo Qin pushed his finger down, and with a snap, the armor ejected a sharp, upside-down spike like a hedgehog. Xue Liang quickly stepped back. The spike was less than 5 centimeters away from his chest, and he escaped unharmed. Slowed down. Xue Liang was helpless. If this is a nuclear missile launcher, would you press it? Luo Qin was also scared. Sorry. I thought it was a pop-up display screen or something. Why didn't you say I would install an MP3 for you? Xue Liang knocked him. This is a hidden barb, which has the same function as a bayonet. If you use both hands to perform a piercing attack, these barbs can help bleed and increase the wound area. In fact, it is mainly just armor. I didn't add so many fancy functions. By the way, click here, it's the satellite positioning system. Luo Qin lowered his head and watched Xue Liang operate the armor on his hand, and the warmth in his heart surged. Xue Liang thought too much for him, worrying that he would hurt his hand, and worried that he would not be able to operate it, so many places were pre-designed at the beginning of the design. This set of armor is beautiful and practical as a whole. It is really a good thing for him. Okay. After Shui Liang fiddled with it for him, she let out a long breath and said, if you think there is anything that can be improved, or any functions can be added, just tell me. I want to give you the most comprehensive armor equipment, so that once I'm not by your side, you won't get hurt too much. I like it very much. Luo Qin smiled so hard that his eyebrows curved. Thank you. Lychee. Chapter 179. A leisurely afternoon many years ago. Sun Ling hesitated, and when Luo Qin turned around to clean up the mess, she pulled Shui Liang's sleeve. Captain. I want one too. Shui Liang looked at her for a long time. No. Sun Ling was dissatisfied. Captain. You are biased. This one is not suitable for you. Shui Liang touched her head. Wait for me to make you another one. Really? Really? Shui Liang said helplessly. Go and have fun. Luo Qin did not plan to stay in Qingdao for long. A few days later, he would go back to Hangzhou with Jima Song to prepare the second batch of materials to be shipped to Shining. However, since he arrived in Qingdao, he had not met Jima Song, and only heard a few gossips from Jimoro. 3 days later at noon, Jimoro came to knock on the door, and said that Jima Song wanted to organize a dinner for 4 people, at their family's ancestral home in Qingdao, without outsiders. The so-called ancestral home had been closed for many years. Although it was somewhat dilapidated, the overall construction level was very high. It was said that it was a private residence left by a German officer. Later, the title deed was purchased by Jima Cheng's ancestors at a low price. On the basis of the original house, more than 100 acres of land were expanded, making it a self-sufficient manor. Later, Jima Cheng chose to lead his family to develop in Hangzhou. This was a difficult decision. If he was not careful, everything would be shattered and started over again. But the young Jima Cheng at that time created a miracle. He led his family to settle down in the completely unfamiliar Hangzhou and survived the intrigues for more than 10 years. Jima Song plans to renovate this place and turn it into a shelter. Jimoro led the 2 of them across the large lawn in front of the manor, looking down at her terminal. She asked me to deal with it, but I don't want to let any messy people live in. If you 2 think this place is okay, you can arrange your own people to come here. But let me make it clear first. Don't bring any cats or dogs here. Luo Qin looked around this closed manor in pure Chinese style, thinking that this guy is really a lean camel that is bigger than a horse. And there is a smell of bourgeois meat and blood everywhere. But what surprised him even more was that Jima Song actually had a lot of private forces here, all of whom had been through life and death with her in the business world. And each of them looked quite powerful, which made people wonder if this taciturn woman used to be a master of both black and white. As expected, lunch was fish. Plates of fish cooked in various ways were placed on the table. Luo Qin couldn't help but look at the dishes carefully. When he was in Shining before, he had hardly seen such dishes. In addition to fish, there were also seafood such as shrimps and crabs. But because it was not in season, there were not many. Jima Song was obviously used to being served. She waited for her subordinates to help her cut the plate before she picked up her chopsticks and started eating. Jimaro never cared about the quality of life in terms of food and drink. She cut a piece of salmon with a knife, poured a dish of soy sauce on it, and ate the whole piece. Time is a bit tight. I'm sorry for my poor hospitality. It's just that my brother rarely has friends, and he has a bad temper, and it's hard for you to bear with him. Jima Song said. Qingdao is not suitable for farming, but the nearby coastal areas are all fishing grounds. If you need fishing boats, just ask. Okay. Shui Liang smiled, nodded. Thank you for your trouble. Jimoro smiled disdainfully, but Shui Liang kicked her under the table without a word, and she became quiet. Jima Song left after eating, saying that he had to catch up with the schedule in the afternoon. Although Jimoro didn't know what she was busy with, it was probably Li Miyuki's order, and she had always paid attention to this aspect. It's really uncomfortable to eat with her. As soon as Jima Song left, Jimoro sat up straight, with one leg on the chair beside her, leaning back lazily. I have to ask someone to pick out fish bones for me when I eat. I am worthy of being the eldest daughter, who was raised by my parents as an heir since I was a child. Aren't all of you like this? If you had stayed in Hangzhou, you would have lived this kind of life. Shui Liang took a sip of the soup and said, Poor thing. There is no one around to pick out fish bones for you. You are just jealous. He used the way Luo Qin taught him to eat. soaking the fish soup in the rice and mixing it well. Then covering the hot dishes and fish meat. Eating a belly full of hot soup and rice in winter. It is more practical than air conditioning and heating. Luo Qin was not used to seafood cooked this way, and basically didn't eat much. He kept peeling shrimp for Shui Liang, filling up the small pocket bowls treasured in the manner, reaching out and pushing them over. Shui Liang ate them all in 2 bites, and then pushed the empty bowl back. Trouble. Jimoro sighed, and threw the shrimp meat that was peeled into the bowl. Pick some for me too. You wish. Luo Qin pulled out the shrimp thread neatly, and pulled the whole shrimp meat out of the shell. Don't you have hands? Jimoro pointed at Shui Liang. He doesn't have hands either? This is my boyfriend. It doesn't matter whose hand we use. Luo Qin didn't even raise his head, and filled another bowl. How about you become sworn brothers with Xiao Lang now? In this way, I should peel shrimp for you according to seniority, and both morally and logically. Fuck your father. Jimoro scolded him, and snatched the bowl in front of Shui Liang, and poured it all into her mouth. Shui Liang didn't react, and watched his shrimp being eaten. He was furious. Give it back to me. Jimoro quickly ate the shrimp all night, and shook the empty bowl at him provocatively. No more. Eat some salmon. Luo Qin took a knife, and cut a piece of sashimi for Shui Liang. This meat is very fresh. I think it's good. Shui Liang looked at the salmon on the plate, and didn't move for a long time. Don't you like it? Luo Qin wiped his hands and asked. Shui Liang hesitated for a moment. I don't like eating raw food. Do you know how to eat it? Sashimi is fresh, and the way of eating it abroad is passed down from here. Jimoro said. Don't tell me that. Your family used to cook red meat well done. What do you care about? I have been eating well done since I was a child. What's wrong? Shui Liang picked up a piece with chopsticks, poked it into the soy sauce dish, and then into the mustard dish, and was about to put it in his mouth. Jimoro watched him dip his chopsticks into the mustard as if it was free, with a smile on her face, waiting to see his reaction after eating. Sure enough, after chewing a few times, Shui Liang's face changed, and the frequency of chewing dropped instantly, as if he was eating some unbearable cosmic garbage. Did you dip too much mustard? Jimoro laughed wildly. Don't you know what mustard tastes like? Spit it out quickly. Luo Qin pulled a piece of paper to Shui Liang's mouth. Don't eat it if it's spicy. Shui Liang didn't spit it out, but insisted on chewing the whole piece of meat, and swallowed it as if he had been pardoned, and then drank 2 glasses of water in a row, looking extremely painful. Luo Qin had always known that Shui Liang was extremely protective of food. Once he ate something, he would never get it out. But he didn't expect him to be so patient. Just now, he had put half a plate of mustard on the fish. The vicious cat pounced on the food. Luo Qin said. No. It was snatching the food. Shui Liang said desperately. I'll just grab it. Don't mind me. The 3 of them swept the table of food in a whirlwind. Jimoro habitually wanted to go back for a nap. But Shui Liang felt that the lunch was too rich. When you are full and warm, you will think about sex. He wondered if he had been living too comfortably these days. He was actually a little sleepy. If you don't want to sleep, let's go fishing on the sea in a boat, Luo Qin suggested. Today's weather is good, and the wind is calm, so we can catch more fish and make fish soup for Chia Cha Ka and the others. There is a sea farm near the manor. Jimoro pulled a speedboat out of the boathouse, and the 3 of them drove the boat to the center of the fishing ground. The weather was still a little cold, but the temperature had returned to 0, and wearing a cotton coat could protect against the cold wind on the sea. Luo Qin wore a fisherman's hat that was passed down by some sage of the GMO family, and stood on the bow of the boat wrapped in a coat to cast the fishing net, and his movements were so skillful that it didn't seem like he was doing it for the first time. You can fish, too. Shui Liang leaned against the stern, looking lazily at the sea. You'll never be hungry no matter where you go. What are you 2 doing? Luo Qin looked back at Shui Liang and Jimoro, who were lying side by side. You said you were going to fish. But I was the only one fishing. You 2 are here to wait for food. Right? That's right. Jimoro was smoking a cigarette, crossing her legs, looking like Jack in Brokeback Mountain. I've never served anyone before. They went back after catching a net, and didn't really treat this place as a buffet restaurant. After all, it was a privately developed fishery, and many of the fish were just put in before winter. Luo Qin was afraid that if they caught all of them in one go, Jima Song would have some opinions about them. At dinner time, Shui Liang finally ate the cuttlefish and Spanish mackerel dumplings she had been craving for. as well as a truckload of pancakes and green onions that Jima Song had asked someone to bring over. They were all hard dishes, and Luo Qin's appetite was much better than at noon, so he ate heartily. Jima Song did not intend to get too involved with the military, and the two sides only exchanged supplies. As for formal cooperation, Xue Liang had never discussed it with her face-to-face. 3 days later, the convoy that had gone south returned. Luo Qin followed Jimo Song on a car, and did not go with Xue Liang. After they got on the highway, they separated at the middle exit. One team went to Wanchun camp, and the other team returned to Hanzhou. Jima Ro was temporarily left in Qingdao by Jima Song. After all, Jima Lang was still too young, and it was better to stay in a relatively warm city like Qingdao than to go back and suffer the cold. However, Xue Liang certainly did not believe that he could take care of the child alone. So in addition to letting Falcon stay to lead the team, he also let Sinling stay in Qingdao. I can make a video call to you after the base station is repaired. Luo Qin reached out of the car window, looking at Xue Liang outside the car. Remember to contact me. Yes. Xue Liang touched his fingers, nodded. Go slowly on the road. Luo Qin found that Jima Song in the back seat didn't pay attention to this, so he leaned out of the window and quickly kissed Xue Liang on the face. Remember to think of me. Xue Liang pressed his neck, rubbed it twice. I am thinking of you. Come in. Zhu Yan carried a metal suitcase, pushed open the door and walked in. Li Muqi was sitting in the tea room, opposite Lieutenant Colonel Ji in casual clothes. Li Xiaohan was standing by and washing tea for the two of them. He held his phone in one hand, which kept showing new messages. Mr. Li, I'm here to report to you on the progress of Project 91. Zhu Yan walked to the door of the tea room and stopped. The first phase of the results you requested has been completed, thanks to Mr. Li for helping. Li Xiaohan raised his eyes and looked at Zhu Yan for a few seconds, then lowered his head, poured out the first brew of tea in the purple clay teapot, and the spout of the teapot hit the tea tray, making a crisp sound. Li Muqi took a deep breath and stood up. Go out. Zhu Yan was not surprised, and turned around without saying a word and prepared to leave. I'm not talking about you. Li Muqi turned to Li Xiaohan and waved his hand casually. You can go out. Li Xiaohan nodded and put down the teapot obediently. Yes, Mr. Li. He passed by Zhu Yan and left the office. Zhu Yan, show me your sample. Li Muqi stared at the box in Zhu Yan's hand. His eyes seemed excited, and even crazy. Even Lieutenant Colonel Ji frowned. Zhu Yan took a few steps forward. Hesitantly, Mr. Li. This is just a temporary situation. I told you to bring it over. Li Muqi suddenly grabbed a Ria cup on the tea tray and threw it at Zhu Yan fiercely, hitting him on the knee. In an instant, the fragments scattered all over the floor. Zhu Yan staggered, but still walked over with the box. Go and call Shui Yunting. Li Muqi didn't even look at Lieutenant Colonel Ji. His voice returned to its previous calmness. No matter what he is doing, tell him to come to my office immediately. Lieutenant Colonel Ji stood up and walked towards the door. When he passed by Zhu Yan, he stared at him for a few seconds before moving away. Li Muqi couldn't wait to take the box from Zhu Yan, enter the fingerprint lock to open it, and there was a faint spark in his eyes. Great, Li Muqi murmured. Finally, I have made a breakthrough. Zhu Yan, you have done a great job. But the final result you want has not been developed yet. Zhu Yan said. It is very dangerous now. No, it can work now. Li Muqi closed the box, laughed a few times. Your research will continue, but the results of this stage will be useful to me. Zhu Yan moved his lips, and his eyes were complicated. Don't worry about other things. Just focus on your research. Li Muqi reached out and patted his shoulder, slowly said. Zhu Yan, as long as you do your duty, I can give you whatever you want. Do you understand? Yes, Mr. Li. Zhu Yan nodded mechanically. I understand. Chapter 180 Helmsman. The two teams of cars separated on the highway and drove off in two directions. Luo Qin looked back at the team heading towards Songhe and raised his hand to press the horn. Soon, there was a response from the other side. There were only him and Jima Song in the car. Luo Qin didn't know whether the other party liked the hustle and bustle, so he didn't turn on the stereo like before, but drove forward silently and quietly. Is there music in the car? Unexpectedly, Jima Song took the initiative to bring it up. Luo Qin asked with some surprise, Do you want to listen? Just play a few songs. Jima Song said. Luo Qin turned on the car stereo, picked up a CD from the glove box nearby, put it into the CD slot, and pushed it in slowly. The music started playing, and the car suddenly became a little noisy. GMO Song listened silently for a while, and said softly, "There is no eavesdropping device. We can chat for a while." Eavesdropping device? Luo Qin couldn't help but glance at her in the rearview mirror, only to see that the other party was still indifferent, with no expression. At that moment, he realized that GMO Song's silence and expressionless face all the time seemed not to be innate, but out of caution, and she had been resisting, guarding against something, just like she had just determined whether there was an eavesdropping device by the interference frequency of the stereo. This woman, what is she guarding against? To be honest, I thought you would still follow the captain this time, GMO Song said. Is it your own choice, or did he ask you to do this? Luo Qin did not answer immediately, but just turned down the music, tightened and loosened his fingers on the steering wheel, and then slowly said, "Does it make a difference? It doesn't matter whether it's me or him. It's what Lee Muki wants to see anyway." You are very principled, Luo Qin. Generally speaking, the more powerful a person is, the more he tends to break the rules, and at the same time establish rules that are beneficial to himself. But you are different, GMO Song continued. You are the same as Captain Shui Liang. Once you stick to a principle, you will not change it easily. Luo Qin smiled sarcastically and shook his head. I am not following Lee Muki's rules. If necessary, I will also establish my own rules. The Ark is a whole. There are others to do the dirty things. You don't need to be responsible for Lee Muki's ambition, GMO Song said. If you think about it this way, you can also reduce some of the burden. Do you know where the ship will go? Luo Qin asked her back. I can't see those dirty and filthy things. And I won't see them. But I can't pretend that they never happened. If even the helmsman is a bad guy, who else on the whole ship can be a good guy? GMO Song looked at him in the rearview mirror, and suddenly said, Then I will be the helmsman. Luo Qin was shocked, and he did not hide the surprise in his eyes. Looking at the pair of calm eyes in the rearview mirror, he did not figure out the real meaning of GMO Song's words for a while. But it should be more than just the literal meaning. GMO Song only finished the sentence, and then he leaned his head to one side and closed his eyes to rest. The word stopped there, and Luo Qin knew that he should not ask any more questions. After more than 2 days of travel, the convoy arrived in Hangzhou. When entering the city, it was inevitably attacked by several survivors. Luo Qin rushed all the way to the city, avoiding the buildings that were in the crossfire, and escorted GMO Song back to the Ark headquarters safely from a shortcut. It snowed heavily in Hangzhou, and it had not yet thawed. The road was very slippery, and the tires kept slipping. Luo Qin tried his best to prevent the front of the car from hitting the building. GMO Song also looked calm, even though the car was almost rubbing against the wall and sparks were coming out. There was no fear on his face. We're here. Luo Qin parked the car in front of the building, pulled out the key and turned off the engine. Are you going to find Lee Muki, or? You come with me, GMO Song said. You also have to report on the South Security Zone, and he will approve the materials you take away next time, so it's inevitable that we'll meet. Luo Qin hesitated for a moment. Okay. The two went directly to Lee Muki's office. Shui Yunting was there too, and when he saw GMO Song and Luo Qin coming in, he didn't mean to leave. Thank you for your hard work. Lee Muki came over with a smile, and shook hands with GMO Song. As for Luo Qin, he knew that even if he reached out, he would be ignored. I went all the way from Hanzhou to Qingdao. The climate there is much milder than here. The snow is not deep, and the disaster is much less severe than inland. GMO Song took off his coat and hung it on the hanger, and walked straight into the tea house. Captain Shui Liang has reactivated the military base there, and established fishing points along the coast to meet the base's daily food supply. I remember that the GMO family still has some power over there, Lee Muki said. Perhaps you still have a chance to cooperate with the military. After all, Lieutenant General Zhao is still in the Ark. If Shui Liang doesn't give me face, he has to give him face. Luo Qin sneered in his heart. GMO Song paused. I will negotiate. As for Luo Qin, I heard that you recovered the South Safety Zone smoothly, and have cleared 3/4 of the city. Lee Muki turned around, looked at Luo Qin and said, You really worked hard this time. Luo Qin took out a list from his pocket, and handed it to Lee Muki. I will submit the list of materials to be brought back to the South Safety Zone this time. We may need twice as many convoys as last time. Li Muki took the list and looked at it, somewhat surprised. Do you need so much food and daily necessities? Weapons. I don't ask for much. The safety zone recruits survivors. And resettlement must be the main focus. Shining doesn't have much arable land. So we can only rely on the supplies from Hanzhou for a while, Luo Qin said. After the city is completely recovered, the subsequent production activities can catch up. Li Muki closed the list, put it in his chest pocket, and motioned Luo Qin to sit down. Your idea is right. Resettlement is indeed necessary first, however. I hope that the southern safety zone will focus on expansion at present. And the task of rescuing survivors is too difficult. After all, those people are scattered. You only have such a small safety zone. How can you accommodate more people? Didn't you say that I would be the manager of the South Safety Zone? Luo Qin looked at Shui Yunting, as if to help him recall the terms reached by both parties before. You even know how many areas of the city I have taken back. Isn't this stretching too far? Shui Yunting sneered, and drank the hot tea in his hand. You are still arguing with me. You have been fooling around with my beastly son for too long, and all of them are. Luo Qin's face darkened, and before he could make any move, Jima Song took a step forward as if by accident, and stood in front of him and said to Li Muki, the South Security Zone is too far from the headquarters, and it is indeed difficult to manage. If you are worried that Luo Qin can't handle it alone, don't you still have Miss He? Li Muki smiled and nodded. I have already thought about this, Luo Qin. Next week Yi Qinglan will take the members of the Human Alliance with you to Shining in the South, and one more person means more strength, and I hope the South Security Zone will be ready as soon as possible. And I will do what I promised you. After the South Security Zone is built, you will be the manager. Luo Qin thought that Li Muki was not so easy to give up power. Asking Yi Qinglan to go with him was obviously meant to monitor and hinder him. But he didn't care. The Human Alliance was not a threat to him in the end. And Yi Qinglan was not working wholeheartedly for Li Muki. It was better than replacing him with someone else. I will prepare everything on the list for you. You don't have to worry about loading the car. I'll let Li Shahan do it, Li Muki said. Would you like to sit down and have a cup of tea? Luo Qin shook his head. No. I want to go back and rest. I'm leaving. I won't see you off, Li Muki said behind him. Luo Qin had just walked out of Li Muki's office and hadn't closed the door yet, when another hand suddenly stretched out from the crack of the door and tightly grasped the door frame. Shui Yunting's face appeared behind the door and smiled at Luo Qin. I'm leaving too. It's on the way. Luo Qin felt that this face was particularly disgusting no matter when. It looked a bit like Shui Liang. But it was a complete devil. I'm really curious. What on earth is there about you that can attract the little beast I raised? Shui Yunting walked out and closed the office door. Luo Qin subconsciously distanced himself from the other person, not wanting to look at that face anymore. After all, that's a wolf that can never be tamed. No matter how much meat you give him, he will bite you without mercy when it's time. Luo Qin grabbed Shui Yunting's collar without saying a word and slammed him against the wall. If you dare to say another word to him, I'll throw you off this floor. It doesn't matter if you kill me, but I don't know how long he has been whispering in your ears to make you work for him so loyally. Shui Yunting also stared at him, with a sharp look that showed no sign of giving in. I knew there must be something fishy going on between you two. What? You killed one of my sons. And you want to do something to my other son? Luo Qin's pupil shrank, and his voice trembled instantly. What did you say? You can find out if you go to Shining to check it yourself? Shui Yunting said. The welfare home burned down, but the basement is still there. It was designed with fireproof function. My eldest son is not capable, but he is very smart. He actually hid you in that place for so many years. Explain it clearly. Luo Qin grabbed his collar tightly. His knuckles turned white. What happened back then? I know. If this matter is told, neither you nor Shui Liang will accept it. Shui Yunting laughed. Boy, do you like to dig deep? If I don't tell you, you and that little beast can still live happily for a few years. But if I really tell you everything, he will hate you more than me. You're talking nonsense. No matter what happened back then, I couldn't have killed Shui Lijing, Luo Qin said angrily. Shui Yunting, you're using those unspeakable things to torture your own son. You think it's fun, right? Funny, of course it's fun. Ha ha ha. The more pain that little beast suffers, the more I'm happy. Shui Yunting laughed twistedly. It's his fault for not listening to me. If he had just worked for his father, I wouldn't have done this. Madman. Luo Qin shook him off, turned around and was about to leave. Mad? You actually said I'm a madman? Shui Yunting suddenly laughed strangely. Is there a boy named Wei Lan around you? When he was alive, did he always want to kill Shui Liang? Luo Qin's heart trembled. He didn't dare to think about what Shui Yunting knew. Was all these things shared with him by Li Muqi? But how could Li Muqi know Wei Lan's attitude towards Shui Liang? Because your good brother already knew everything, he was afraid that Shui Liang would know who killed his brother, and he would get you too, Shui Yunting said. After all, he is a member of the Human Reconstruction Plan, and knows how terrifying this power is. I don't believe a word you said, Luo Qin said coldly. I tell you, don't mess with me, or I will kill you. Shui Yunting grabbed his hand, shook it off, and sneered, it doesn't matter. While you two can still be together for a while. Hurry up and fool around. I know my son very well. On the way back to the camp from the headquarters, Luo Qin was always churning with uneasy emotions. He didn't believe what Shui Yunting said, but he was also afraid. Even if Shui Lijing's death had a connection with him, he didn't know how to face Shui Liang. Luo Qin felt that Shui Lijing's death not only formed an unsolvable knot in Shui Liang's heart, but also for himself. It was like the accident in Riddle Space that year. Was he at the scene? And how did Shui Lijing fall from his so-called surveillance position into the abyss? His mind was a mess, and strange thoughts emerged one after another. But suddenly, he heard someone not far away shouting heartbreakingly, "Don't kill me!" Many people gathered in the square in front, and they stopped to watch. Luo Qin walked over quickly, and saw a disheveled man lying on the square, rolling around, struggling almost naked on the cold snow, in extreme pain. What happened? Luo Qin pushed through the crowd and walked to the man. Is he injured? I don't know. This man suddenly rushed in. He is not from our camp. Right? People around were whispering. And at this time several special police ran over, pulled up the man together, and tried to wake him up. Sir? How are you? The man seemed to be unable to feel the surrounding environment. His whole body was frozen purple. His bare feet stepped into the snow, and were soaked in mud. Don't catch me. Let me go! Help! Help! The more Luo Qin looked at this man, the more familiar he looked. He stepped forward and slapped the man hard. The other party was stunned by his beating, temporarily shut his mouth, and stared at him blankly. Han Long? After seeing the man's dirty face, Luo Qin cried out, Is he Han Long? Zheng Qingyao happened to lead a team from the other end of the square. Seeing Luo Qin, he greeted him first. Are you back? Take a look at this man first. Luo Qin frowned and pointed at the man on the ground. Is he Han Long? Zheng Qingyao pinched the man's face, looked at it carefully, nodded. It's him. I sent someone to follow him before, but he disappeared for a long time a few days ago. Why did he appear here? Don't. Han Long still murmured. Don't catch me. He's crazy. Zheng Qingyao said calmly. Take him back. See if you can ask anything. Luo Qin. Come with me. Han Long was arrested and interrogated, while Luo Qin waited at the door of the interrogation room. Zheng Qingyao came out more than half an hour later, and took off his gloves while saying to him, He is completely unconscious, and nothing can be asked. He just shouted not to arrest him, and he didn't recognize anyone. What's wrong with him? Luo Qin was puzzled. He was fine before, and he could even direct and act in a play to throw dirty water on Li. Zheng Qingyao seemed a little uncertain, but this was the biggest possibility at the moment. He must have been scared crazy by something. It's so strange. How can a living person be scared crazy? Luo Qin was stunned. I have seen zombies. How can I be scared crazy by ghosts and gods? Zheng Qingyao also shook his head. I am also surprised. But it seems that he is not pretending. His 2 feet will be amputated if they freeze in the snow for a while. He doesn't have to act crazy so hard. Where's the little henchman beside him? Luo Qin asked. The one who was almost crippled by Shui Liang. He's also missing. At first, we thought he had left Hanzhou, but Han Long showed up in the Ark camp today, which is also quite strange. Zheng Qingyao said. Let me check again. Both of them are not normal. Luo Qin felt a nerve in his brain throbbing, and the slight pain went straight into the cracks of his bones. He pressed his forehead impatiently, stood up from the chair, and suddenly stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, he instinctively reached out to hold the wall behind him, and barely stood up. What's wrong with you? Zheng Qingyao stepped forward to hold him, a little surprised. You look bad. I wanted to say it when I saw you just now. Luo Qin closed his eyes tightly. Shook his head. It's okay. Maybe I didn't rest well. I drove for more than a day. I'm going to sleep. I'll take you home. Cheng Qingyao helped him walk out. By the way, I have something to tell you. What is it? Li Muki and the giant lizard have reached a cooperation, Cheng Qingyao said. 5 days ago, those mercenaries had already entered the Ark headquarters. The leader was a Xia countryman. You know him. His name is Cui Haoshan. Chapter 181. The night before the announcement of separation. It rained a few times after the beginning of spring, and the snow accumulated in the city for a winter began to melt, but the weather had not yet warmed up, but returned to the biting cold of deep winter. The long cold winter had just passed, and then came the abnormally humid rainy season. Thunder resounded through the sky, accompanied by a storm and rainstorms that struck the earth, drowning the earth, leaving no chance for the remaining people on earth to breathe. Hangzhou's drainage system is famous for its extensive network, but in the face of such a fierce natural disaster, it is as small as dust. The sewers were filled with rainwater, and overflowed from the wells into the streets. In this belated waking of insects, humans, zombies, birds, beasts, and even insects, rats, and ants hiding in the dark all fled everywhere. The city was in chaos, and it looked like the end of the world. The curtains in the dormitory were half open, and it was as gloomy as night inside and outside the house. Luo Qin sat in front of the window, his face full of fatigue, and the terminal at his hand kept lighting up and going out. From the frenzied sound of rain, he could hear the extremely faint gunshots in the distance. But they were intermittent, and there were gunshots in all directions. There should be more than one group of people exchanging fire. I asked you to calm down, and you entered a state of meditation here. Cheng Qingyao walked behind him with a cup of hot coffee. Sighed. Why don't we postpone the date of going south? You are physically fine, but your spirit is particularly weak. Luo Qin pressed his forehead, his temples throbbing. I'm fine. If Shui Liang was here, he wouldn't let you leave like this. Cheng Qingyao said. Wait until the base station in the South Security Zone is repaired. Aren't you going to have a video call with him? You look so bad. He can't fail to see it. Don't tell him yet. I can adjust myself. Luo Qin said softly. I told him that I'm too busy recently, and I've postponed the video call. He shouldn't have noticed anything wrong yet. Or let Zhu Yan take a look at you. I really can't tell what's wrong with you, Cheng Qingyao suggested. Luo Qin immediately shook his head. No. We can't look for him. After all, Zhu Yan is Li Muki's man. It's fine if they can get along well with each other. But this kind of thing must not be heard by Li Muki. He and Shui Yunting will not miss any opportunity to take advantage of him, even if it's just the excuse of poor mental state. Cheng Qingyao didn't persuade him anymore. Lowered his head and drank a sip of coffee. I'm worried that the giant lizards will see it. Recently, these mercenaries have been showing off their power in the safe zone, attacking and looting everywhere, and taking advantage of the heavy rain. They have even intensified their efforts, and have looted many survivors' camps. Cheng Qingyao's men had no way to confront them directly. Li Muki's power had already infiltrated everywhere. Once they chose to be enemies with Fangzhou, they would soon be torn to pieces by the group of hawks and dogs he raised. On the afternoon when Cui Haoshan and Luo Qin met, everyone saw the provocation. But Luo Qin unexpectedly ignored it, did not give Cui Haoshan any face, and walked away. Luo Qin was much calmer than a year ago. He learned to observe the enemy's movements and weaknesses. It was not a good idea to attack without caring about the consequences. Cheng Qingyao also reminded him that Cui Haoshan was a man of ruthless tactics, and once the opponent caught his weakness first, it would be difficult to regain the initiative. I can still hold on, Luo Qin said. Only the two of us will know about this matter. The rain was pouring down, and there was no sign of abating for 3 days and 3 nights. With thunder and lightning, the first violent storm after the beginning of spring came. Captain, the pigs have been driven up the mountain. Brother Su's rescue team has built a temporary shed over there, and the animals are all inside. Black Panther, wearing a raincoat, ran through the rain curtain to Shui Liang and shouted, How long will it take us to complete the transfer? There are still about 80 people. Come with me to support. The raincoat was no longer useful at this time. Shui Liang was as wet as Black Panther, so he simply took off his raincoat, stepped into the water above his calves, and waded towards the camp with all his strength. Shui Sixian and a dozen survivors hid on the top of the tent. The overwhelming rain made them shiver. The boundless wind blew, taking away the heat from people. Brother. Shui Sixian waved at the two people who were running over from a distance. Here. The water in the camp was almost half a leg deep. Fortunately, a lot of food and weapons had been moved to the nearby hills in advance. Although Wanchun camp was located on high ground, the sudden rainstorm lasted for 3 days without stopping. No matter how perfect the drainage facilities were, they were all paralyzed and out of operation. When the rain fell until noon the next day, Shui Liang was already arranging the evacuation. Unexpectedly, the rain began to intensify at that time. They only had time to quickly move the supplies from the granary and armory, and the camp was flooded. Some people followed the main force to the camp on the mountain in time, but many people were still trapped here. Take the elderly and children away first, Shui Liang said to several team members around him. Try to carry them on your back. If there is a virus or something in the water, it will be troublesome. Black Panther was holding a child in front and carrying a thin woman on his back, and walked step by step towards the hillside in the accumulated water. Sixian. Come! Give me your hand. Shui Liang stood under the tent, stepping on the not-so-sturdy wooden box in the water. I'll carry you. The group escorted all the survivors stranded in the camp to the high mountain camp safely with great difficulty. From a distance, the lower camp had been flooded for the most part. Before Shui Liang could breathe a sigh of relief, Su Yogong's people came to tell him that several of the temporary tents in the camp were leaking. If they were not repaired immediately, the leaks would be blown bigger and bigger by the wind. Shui Liang put down the water bottle he had just taken a sip from, and was about to go out. Wu Luo, you look after Si Xian and Simia. Shui Liang stopped by Wu Luo, who was about to follow him out. Don't let them run around. But Cheng Qingyao called me on video. Bai Wu Luo said. Luo Qin is about to leave for Shining. There's still half an hour left. Won't you say a few words to him? Shui Liang paused, and there seemed to be hesitation in his eyes. Brother, I'll fix it for you. No need, he's been too busy to contact me recently, so forget it this time. You say hello for me. Shui Liang turned around, didn't even wear a raincoat, and ran into the rain in his wet clothes. Bai Wu Luo returned to the tent, and reached out to wipe the slightly damp communicator screen. Isn't Luo Qin by your side? My brother left without even looking at you. He must be busy. Cheng Qingyao took a sip of coffee, and lowered his head to pack up the things at hand. The rain has stopped in Hanno. Luo Qin and his friends will take the national highway to the south later, and then get on the highway after passing the flooded section. How is the situation over there? Bai Wu Luo placed the communicator next to the thermos, so that Cheng Qingyao could see the situation in the tent clearly. Take a look. It's not good. The lower camp was flooded. We just moved to the camp on the mountain. Although not much material was lost, it was not easy during this period. We could only wait for the water to recede. You, take care of yourself. Cheng Qingyao looked at the camera, with concern in his eyes. I'm fine in Hangzhou too. Okay. Bai Wu Luo reached out and touched the screen, smiled. You too. 2 months later. Shunning. Luo Qin got up early, standing in the square of the camp to stretch himself. In the past, Shui Liang assisted him in this exercise. At first, he grimaced in pain, but later, when his body flexibility was opened, he could do a whole set by himself. Stretch your body, prolong your life. Shunning experienced a short cold winter, and soon it became green. The snow inevitably froze a number of trees to death, but fortunately it only snowed for 1 night. Otherwise half of the vegetation in the entire city would not survive until the spring. After the snow melted, some things buried in the snow gradually emerged. During a supply collection operation of the pioneer team, the team members, who were sweeping food in the store, did not notice that a zombie that had just ended hibernation emerged from the snow pile at the door. Until it rushed into the store and attacked the pioneer team, the other team members, who reacted, shot it to death. The operation lost a member of the pioneer team. His arm was bitten. He knew that he would not live long, so he took the initiative to shoot himself. The pioneer team burned the body of the team member on the spot. In order to avoid more virus spread, the body of each person who died outside must be handled on the spot. Otherwise others will be in danger. Luo Qin built a tomb for the team member in a flower bed outside the camp. Several people bowed their heads silently to mourn him, and Luo Qin wrote the name of the deceased team member on it by hand. Since the pioneer team arrived here in winter, 13 tombs have been built so far. 3 of them have no names, and no one knows where they came from. Only the ashes left by the burning are quietly sleeping there. Humans are launching a battle to reclaim their living territory from the will of nature. With sacrifice and blood, all the living people are inevitably involved. Whether they are struggling to survive or keeping warm together, humans are forced into a desperate situation, but they still refuse to give up. Lu Huai made a cross on his chest, put his fingers on his forehead, and gently nodded, Amen. Luo Qin looked at him, and did not speak for a long time. After Lu Huai finished praying, he breathed a sigh of relief, and found that Luo Qin was staring at him, so he asked, What's wrong? You Amen chicken feathers. Luo Qin cast a contemptuous look. Can the Xia people understand your foreign farts? Lu Huai was a little speechless. This is more concise, otherwise I have to rub a few incense sticks for him to light. Whatever you want, remember to sort out the list of newly registered survivors today, and show it to me in the evening. Luo Qin yawned, and turned to walk into the camp. Since the beginning of spring, he has been leading the pioneer team to search for survivors in and outside Shining. At the same time, the camp area has doubled, and many survivors attracted by the radio station have joined the camp. Although it is not easy, Luo Qin has actually developed the South Safety Zone. Since Huang Mao stayed in Qingdao with Shui Liyang, Lu Huai has taken over the position of Luo Qin's assistant. Although this person looks a little stupid, he is quite agile. He is more efficient in organizing and recording things than Huang Mao. And he can work for more than 10 hours without interruption as long as he is fed. He is hardworking and never complains. Although Yi Qinglan came to Shining with Luo Qin, they didn't communicate much. Even the camps were divided into the north and south ends. It was harder to meet each other than Lu Huai strangling a zombie with one hand. The busy days lasted until April, when the weather in Shining completely improved. And then the rainy season came. The construction of the safe zone was accelerated a lot. The tasks that were so numerous that they could kill people suddenly became much easier. Luo Qin even took the time to go to Qingdao and stayed there for half a month. He participated in the rescue during the day and occasionally went out with Shui Liyang and Jimo Ro at night to go boating on the artificial lake in the manor. There was a lantern hanging on the bow of the boat. They didn't paddle, just drifted to wherever they wanted. One night, the three of them had a sudden inspiration and drove all the way to the high mountain scenic area on the outskirts of Songhe City. After driving on the winding mountain road for 3 hours, they finally found an abandoned resort with hot springs. April is the end of the world, and the peach blossoms in the mountain temple are in full bloom. There are large tracts of peach trees on the hillside, blooming all over the mountain. The mountain is at a high altitude, and it is even a little cold after nightfall. They soaked in the hot springs while eating watermelons chilled in mountain spring water. It was a very pleasant experience. On the last night they were on the mountain, Shui Liyang and Luo Qin sat on the plank road outside the hot spring homestay to watch the night view, while Jimo Ro was sleeping in a room not far away. Everything was very quiet. How long will you be back this time? Shui Liyang suddenly asked him. I don't know. Luo Qin shook his head. Shinning supplies are too scarce, and the city's recycling progress is slow, which is a bit difficult. Okay. Shui Liyang sighed. See you next time. Yeah. See you next time. Chapter 182 Dangers lurking everywhere. Half a month later, the first phase of the construction plan of the South Safety Zone was completed ahead of schedule, and Luo Qin then set out to rush back to Shining. When passing through Hanzhou, he replenished some supplies. It happened to be rainy, and the two of them drank a few cups of tea briefly, and then said goodbye. However, although the construction of the safety zone had initial results, trouble soon followed. One day, when Luo Qin led the pioneer team to search for survivors in a school in the south of the city, they were suddenly attacked by another group of suspected survivors. The two sides immediately had a sharp conflict, and a gunfight broke out at the school gate. Luo Qin was placing the rescued survivors in the car at the time. Hearing the gunshots outside, he turned around and rushed out. Brother Luo. The other side is the rebuilt human. A team member ran to him. Wiped the blood off his face. They are quite good at fighting. I guess they want to steal our supplies. I know. Luo Qin squatted down, looked at a body with a bullet in the forehead on the street, and reached out to touch the other person's neck. There is no serial number, and it is not from the Ark. It's a survivor who used a booster. Luo Qin stood up. Bury the body. Back to the camp, Lu Huai ran over with a computer and asked Luo Qin, I heard that you were attacked by recreated humans today. Yes. Luo Qin looked at him. Did you do it? Of course not. How could I do such a thing? Lu Huai shook his head hurriedly. I just want to ask, Can you take me with you when you go to rescue next time? Luo Qin stared at Lu Huai for a while, and suddenly smiled. Okay. As a result, when Lu Huai really got on the car, he realized what Luo Qin's meaningful smile was all about. Luo Qin drove the jeep recklessly all the way, almost making Lu Huai vomit on the passenger seat. When the car finally stopped, Lu Huai leaned against the seat in a daze. His face was as ugly as an eggplant. Is it exciting? Lu Qin pulled the handbrake, took the gun from the back seat, and jumped out of the car. Stay here, bullets don't have eyes. Don't say I didn't warn you. Soon there was a gunshot outside. Lu Huai huddled under the passenger seat, waiting for the gunfight to end, then quietly poked half of his head out to observe the situation outside. As a result, just as he stood up, a rotten face suddenly lay on the window, and the hideous pupils stared at him fiercely. Lu Huai screamed in fear, and then a bullet shot into the left temple of the zombie outside the window, exploding into a ball of blood, and came out from the right side. This rescue operation was attacked by the reconstructed humans again, and Luo Qin was not surprised at all. Although this place is not as chaotic as Hanzhou, there are also traces of the existence of enhancers. It seems that the black market transactions have covered Shining. Even if it is just a drop in the bucket compared to Hanzhou, it has to arouse his vigilance. Anyway, the next pioneering and rescue operations will not be easy. When Luo Qin asked someone to burn the corpse, he saw Lu Huai, who was wrapped in a biochemical suit from head to toe. He was squatting next to a reconstructed human corpse, and the syringe in his hand was inserted from the neck, slowly drawing blood out. Luo Qin sighed, strode over, picked up Lu Huai, and pulled him far away. Are you really looking for death? I'm collecting blood samples, Lu Huai said. These reconstructed humans are still useful. What are you going to do? Luo Qin frowned. You have been talking nonsense for a month. Lu Huai shook the sample bottle in his hand, which contained a few milliliters of bright red blood. Can I ask you for another favor? As long as I can preliminarily test the composition of this blood, you will definitely be interested in listening. Luo Qin took him back to the car, started the car, and prepared to return to the camp. Lu Huai put the collected blood samples into his bag, then turned on his computer and started working, without even raising his head. Where are you going? Luo Qin suddenly asked. Lu Huai was stunned for a moment, and immediately took out a note from his pocket. A laboratory in the north of the city, near the place where you saved me before. The address is here. Luo Qin took it and took a look. Got it. He returned the note to Lu Huai, picked up the intercom, and asked the others to lead the team back to the camp first, saying that he had something to deal with. After dropping the intercom, Luo Qin felt Lu Huai's somewhat surprised gaze, and without turning his head, he looked straight ahead and asked, What? I never thought that you would help me like this. Lu Huai told the truth. I thought he would tell you something after you went back to see Shui Liyang. Luo Qin nodded. Well, he did tell me everything. And you fooled me like a fool before. Oh! Lu Huai sat back, a little dazed. He said he didn't say, he said you helped him. Luo Qin said lightly. I'm just repaying a favor for him. Lu Huai stopped talking. In fact, he is not stupid. It is easy to figure out the unusual relationship between Luo Qin and Shui Liyang. However, he never made it clear. He just shamelessly took advantage of Shui Liyang's relationship and occasionally asked Luo Qin for help. The laboratory is located in a remote area. Luo Qin finally drove into the narrow alley with his superb reversing skills. Lu Huai jumped out of the car with the computer and said to Luo Qin, You help me watch it from above. Don't let others in. The fewer people know about what I do, the better. Luo Qin waved at him. Lu Huai stayed inside for 3 hours, and Luo Qin was bored and played Candy Crush in the car to kill time. He thought Lu Huai would come up soon and ask him why there was no electricity here, because not many people knew how to connect and restart the generator. However, the result was beyond his expectation, and Lu Huai seemed to have solved these problems by himself. When Lu Huai came out, Luo Qin did not ask him why he went in, but just started the car silently, drove out of the alley, and headed back to the elevated road of the camp. In fact, he didn't know what this nerd who seemed to be a little slow in all aspects except IQ wanted to do. Nor did he care about the so-called experiment of the other party. It was just that Shui Liyang's words could make him do this. Even he doubted whether he was too fond of the crow. What's more, this was a crow that had trampled down someone's house. Luo Qin originally planned to wait until the North-South communication network was fully restored in May, and then return to Hangzhou. Maybe he could find time to go to Qingdao to see Shui Liang. But Fang Zhou has been urging him to start building a safety wall around the safe zone as soon as possible, in case he fails to meet the deadline by the end of the year and encounters another disaster such as the migration of zombies. Actually, I think Fang Zhou is right. Lu Huai sat at the door of the tent, boiling a pot of hot water at hand. During the period when the snow melted in Shining, zombies hiding in the snow often attack humans. In fact, it is because they also hibernate in winter. Organisms infected by the Lantian virus are more resistant to heat and cold. Even in winter, the Lantian virus will not passively reduce its activity. They adjust the temperature in the zombie body by themselves. Hiding in the snow is just to accumulate energy, so as to survive the period of food shortage in winter. Like brown bears? Luo Qin asked. Lu Huai nodded. Yes, it is very similar to the hibernation behavior of animals. Last winter, the whole north was very cold, so most zombies chose to migrate south. Even if they were frozen into ice on the way of migration, they would not die. As long as the snow melts, hibernation will end. Luo Qin listened intermittently, lying on the bed, trying to connect to the communication signal with Qingdao. After several disconnections, the screen finally showed a prompt for connection. Lichi. He smiled at the screen. There is a signal. Shui Liang was also free. Just finished a morning of training, he returned to the dormitory to make milk powder for Jima Lang, and before the water was heated, he received a communication request from Luo Qin. Hasn't the signal base station been repaired for several months? Shui Liang sat down at the table with the communicator. The screen was shaking all the time, and the signal was not very smooth. A sentence was always stuck in 3 parts. Before, it only supported voice communication, and the picture signal could not be transmitted. Luo Qin's tone became light involuntarily. Just hearing your voice is not enough. I want to see your face. Lu Huai listened, and silently moved the stool to sit a little further away. Chapter 183 Long Miss. Last week we built a camp on the border of Songhe River, and began to take back the city there in stages. Haven't you always wanted to go to Songhe River? Let's go together when you have time. Shui Liang was talking over there, and Luo Qin just listened quietly. The atmosphere was very quiet. Lizzie. He leaned close to the communicator, and poked the screen with his fingertips. I miss you. Lu Huai coughed awkwardly, and was about to sit outside. Next month. Shui Liang smiled at him. You go back to Hangzhou. I'll find a chance to see you. Luo Qin hesitated, looking at Shui Liang's expectant expression. He couldn't say it. He chatted with Shui Liang absent-mindedly for a few words, but still confessed to the other party. Lizzie. I can't go back next month. Shui Liang was stunned, and a trace of loss flashed in his eyes. Why? The number of survivors in Shining City is more than expected. I don't know how many people are still alive here, but at least the situation is getting better. Luo Qin said. Wait until I finish all the defenses of the outer circle. At most 3 months. And then I will run to see you. Okay? Okay then. Shui Liang nodded. I'll wait for you. I asked the team returning to Hangzhou to bring you some gifts last week to compensate for your birthday. Cheng Qingyao will ask someone to give it to you then. Luo Qin said. Remember to collect it, don't lose it. Okay. Shui Liang smiled, picked up a pen, and made a few marks on the notepad. I wrote it down in my notebook. Luo Qin looked up casually, and saw Lu Huai, who was only half of his but still in the tent, and couldn't help laughing. You've been eavesdropping for a long time, and you're just pretending. Shui Liang, who is it? The guy named Lu. Luo Qin said. Do you want to say hello? No need. Lu Huai leaned forward awkwardly. Say hello for me. What's the noise outside? Luo Qin suddenly raised his head, looking at the door. It's so noisy. Lu Huai stood up, walked out, and took a few glances, and hurriedly ran in, and said to Luo Qin, They're fighting, come and help. Damn. Luo Qin sat up from the bed. Let's not talk about Lichi, there's a fight outside, I'll go take a look. He put down the communicator and walked out. At a glance, he saw 2 people fighting in the square, and there were many people standing nearby to join in the fun. Luo Qin stepped forward to separate the 2 fighting parties with great effort. Are you crazy? One of the 2 was a member of the Pioneer team, and the other was a reconstructed human from the Alliance. For some reason, they suddenly had a conflict, and they were both furious with each other. When Luo Qin pulled them apart, the Alliance members' eyes were about to spit fire. Yi Qinglan also came over quickly, pulled the man from the Human Alliance aside, and said angrily, "What are you doing? Are you good enough to fight?" This was the first time Luo Qin had met Yi Qinglan in a few days. Her hair was cut short, neatly gathered behind her ears, and Luo Qin didn't recognize her when he first saw her. "What the hell is he talking about?" The Alliance members cursed angrily. "What do you mean we are no good like those who use enhancers? You are clean. How can it be useful when performing tasks? I am not talking about you. Are you crazy? You come and punch me?" The other one was not to be outdone, and shouted back at the top of his voice, "Come and see, am I wrong? They are crazy and mad dogs if they recreate humans." Luo Qin went up and kicked each of them. "Shut up." He and Yi Qinglan took the two sides of the fight back to reflect on their mistakes, and gave each of them 50 lashes, without favoring either side. In this highly tense environment, it is inevitable that ordinary people will be hostile to the reconstructed humans. Yi Qinglan also understands this truth. At least she is not happy to see the conflict between the two sides, which has been eased with great difficulty, further intensify. When he was about to leave, Luo Qin heard many people whispering beside him. Most of them felt that the reconstructed human was too cruel. He hit the other party so hard that his eye sockets were a little cracked. Luo Qin. Lu Huai chased him and pulled him aside. "Next time you lead a mission, let your team members take precautions. And the same goes for other teams." Luo Qin frowned. "What do you mean?" "I'm just guessing," Lu Huai said. "There may be some pathogenic bacteria, or spores, or viruses. Anyway, there may be some microorganisms in the air that can cause abnormal behavior of reconstructed humans. I am not sure yet. But just in case, okay." Although Luo Qin did not understand what Lu Huai was thinking secretly, he still planned to listen to this weird boy for the time being. After all, Xue Liang once told him that Lu Huai could be trusted, which was the other party's biggest guarantee from Luo Qin. "You didn't tell others what I did, did you?" Lu Huai asked him. "I think that girl doesn't seem to be in the same group with you." Luo Qin patted him. "Don't worry. I'm very tight-lipped. I didn't tell anyone. Even if someone uses a screwdriver to pry into my mouth, I will bite off my tongue first. Are you satisfied?" "You better not bite your tongue," Lu Huai said seriously. "Biting the tongue will cause the broken tongue to block the respiratory tract. So people who bite their tongues to commit suicide will be suffocated by their tongues before dying of excessive blood loss. But I can teach you a method that can quickly cut off your vocal cords and cause the least damage to the trachea. No. Thank you." Xue Liang lay on the bed, flipping through the things that Luo Qin set back in the box. They were all handmade gadgets, but they were really beautiful. It was obvious that a lot of thought was put into them. He had just finished a shower. His hair was still wet, and he was wearing a loose white short-sleeved shirt, revealing a thin waist under the hem. He was wearing black sport shorts that were tucked into his lower body. His skin was wheat-colored, and his muscles were clearly defined. The communicator that was charging on the side lit up, and Xue Liang immediately reached out and unplugged it. He looked at the communication request from Luo Qin on it, and clicked to connect. Luo Qin appeared in front of the camera listlessly, and the light around him was dim. He seemed not to be in the camp, and he looked exhausted. "Why do you look so tired?" Xue Liang shook off the water drops on her head, and wiped it casually with the towel at the head of the bed. "It's so late, and you haven't gone home yet. Are you busy?" Luo Qin sighed tiredly. "I'm in the car. I just cleaned up a block, waiting for the aftermath team to come back. The mutation here is more serious than in other areas. But the children you chose for me are quite capable. There was no casualty, and the efficiency is very high." Xue Liang breathed a sigh of relief. "Really? That's good. Although they are not regular troops, they are all hardworking, and they are really good. You should go back earlier. It's not safe at night." Luo Qin, "Yeah. I just suddenly wanted to see you." Xue Liang laughed without saying anything, stretched out his hand and tapped on the screen. His fingertips slid down Luo Qin's face, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. Luo Qin looked at him, also with a silly smile on his face. "What are you laughing at? I was wondering how many days it would take for you to come back, and whether you can finish the things over there." Xue Liang put the communicator on the bracket of the small table beside the bed, propped up his right arm, and lay on the bed to look at the screen. His legs crossed. "If it doesn't work, stay a little longer. Don't rush back." Luo Qin's Adam's apple moved up and down, and blurted out, "But I miss you." Xue Liang suddenly sat up, leaned forward to look at the screen, pointed to his face. What's wrong with your face? It's here. It's broken. Where? Luo Qin touched it casually, not caring at all. It's okay, little. He stopped halfway through, his eyes moved, and then he changed his tone. It was scratched by a small piece of iron. It hurts. Xue Liang couldn't help laughing at his hypocritical tone, and knew he was pretending to gain sympathy, but after all, the injury was on Luo Qin. It would be a lie to say he didn't feel sorry. Apply some medicine. Luo Qin went further. It won't hurt if you make me happy. Xue Liang was speechless, struggled for a while, supported himself and sat up, reached out to lift up the thin short sleeves, hooked the hem of the clothes with his fingers, and lifted it up a little. Look! His voice was unclear. He looked at Luo Qin with a pair of eyes that were red from the steam in the bathroom. His chest and abdomen were exposed to the wheat-colored skin and well-trained body. There were a few drops of water on his lower abdomen, sliding down along the lines of the muscles. The only reading light in the car emitted a dim light. Luo Qin's face was hidden in the shadow under the light. He felt his breathing become rapid, and the heat flowed downward. Is it done? I put it down. Xue Liang urged in an unnatural tone. You should go to bed soon. The team members responsible for burning the bodies had already returned, and the light of the flashlight not far away was approaching this side. Luo Qin's eyes returned to the screen. He swallowed, and said reluctantly, okay. Xue Liang loosened his clothes, smoothed out the wrinkles, and took the communicator. I'm going to sleep, and I'll get up early tomorrow. His hand stopped on the hang-up button, paused, and said, be careful. Although I always say it, I still hope you don't get hurt. I remember it. Luo Qin zoomed in, kissed the screen lightly. The armor you gave me is very useful. Xue Liang's heart moved, and quietly pressed the screenshot to save Luo Qin's silly face. Luo Qin waved to the camera, good night. After the two hung up, Xue Liang turned off the bedside lamp, but he still couldn't get used to the empty space around him. He closed his eyes, feeling a little lost. For some reason, he felt uneasy the day they separated in Qingdao, especially when Luo Qin suddenly turned around and ran towards him to hug him before he got on the car. The uneasy feeling was so strong, as if he always felt that he would never see him again after this separation. Luo Tiantian climbed onto the bed in the dark. The hot air from her nose was all coquettish. Her tail was wagging, and she dispelled the wild thoughts in his mind. Xue Liang reluctantly lifted the quilt and let it in. Luo Qin had just put down the communicator and was about to start the car, when he suddenly heard a gunshot from the building on the left side of the street. The flashlights in front of him suddenly became chaotic, and a beam of light rolled to the ground. There's an ambush. Chapter 184 Red Scaly Virus. As soon as the gunshots fell, several team members reacted immediately and fired fiercely in the direction of the bullets. Luo Qin grabbed the armor and jumped out of the car, quickly dressed and rushed into the building. He saw that the voice-controlled light on the third floor had just gone out, so he ran all the way to the top of the building following the gunshots. The communicator rang wildly, he pressed it casually, and Yi Qinglan's voice came from the other side. The second aftermath team was attacked by an unknown object, other team members immediately alert. Yi Qinglan was also attacked? Luo Qin chased to the fourth floor, but did not see any suspicious shadows, and the voice-controlled light did not light up again. He walked forward slowly with his gun in hand, and at this moment, the voice-activated lights downstairs suddenly lit up, and the chaotic footsteps rushed up, and soon reached the corner of the third and fourth floors. Yi Qinglan was the first to run up, and the voice-activated lights on the floor were awakened again, making the building brightly lit. She ran to Luo Qin, still holding a gun in her hand. Just now the attacker ran into this building? Did you see it? Luo Qin shook his head. Our team was also attacked, and the other party was also in the building, but I didn't find him. I've asked them to block this block, and no one is allowed to go out. Yi Qinglan continued to walk upstairs. Everyone, search every floor for me. Several teams searched for a long time, but they didn't even find a hair of the attacker. Luo Qin stood at the window on the third floor, looking at the direction where the team member was shot. His mind was in a mess. It was not surprising that a sudden attack occurred. But what really horrified him was that the reconstructed human team member who was shot died on the spot. The gunshot wound was not in the head, but in the chest. Since the development of reconstructed human technology, there has never been a case of reconstructed humans dying after being shot in parts other than the head. But the dead team member did not even have time to make a sound, and was shot dead on the spot by a bullet that penetrated the right chest. Luo Qin didn't know whether the killer did it on purpose, or just had poor marksmanship. For a reconstructed human, a penetrating wound on the right chest was not even as severe as a finger skin breakage for an ordinary person. Not to mention that he died immediately after being shot. The killer was not found, and the body was pulled back to the camp, covered with a white sheet and placed in an empty tent. Luo Qin picked up a kerosene lamp, sat in the tent and looked at the body, his face flickering in the flickering light. And he didn't move for a long time. Yi Qinglan lifted the curtain and walked in, and said to him, "What do you think?" The attacker ran into the building, and you immediately had people block the streets around the building to ensure that no one ran out. Right? Luo Qin asked. Yi Qinglan nodded. So? Luo Qin brought the kerosene lamp close to the body, looking at the wound on the right chest that had begun to decay. The fishy smell rushed into his nose. I chased the man in. He only had the way to run upstairs. He had no chance to go out through the first floor door. We searched the whole building, but didn't find the murderer. You mean the murderer didn't leave the building at all? Yi Qinglan was shocked, and couldn't hide the strange color between her eyebrows. Luo Qin turned around and made a gesture to her to silence, indicating that she should stop talking. Yi Qinglan understood immediately, and walked to Luo Qin's side. Go to bed early. Thinking too much is not good for you or me. Luo Qin put the kerosene lamp on the ground, stood up, and was about to go out. Take the body away and burn it tomorrow. Don't let more people see it. It will easily cause panic. Okay. Yi Qinglan didn't look back and waited for Luo Qin to leave the tent. There was the sound of guards talking and guns rubbing outside. She glanced at the body, then bent down and pulled out a piece of paper from under the kerosene lamp. Lu Huai wore a tight protective suit and goggles. He carefully pulled out the slide from under the microscope and quickly threw it into the trash can at hand. Luo Qin picked up a spray bottle of disinfectant and sprayed the other person from top to bottom. He put the spray bottle aside until Lu Huai nodded and said it was okay. He asked, "How is it?" He found that Lu Huai's lips were trembling, revealing an abnormal white color, which was very different from his usual calm and composed appearance. I can't believe it. Lu Huai walked to another table and opened the laptop on it. Because of his shaking hands, he clicked the wrong button several times before finding the file he wanted. He quickly browsed the information on it and read it through in half a minute. Then he clicked on the picture that had just been transferred on the desktop, and an enlarged cell cross-section immediately jumped out. On the screen were 3 red irregular ovals squeezed together, with countless spike-like spikes protruding from the outer layer. Even those who were not familiar with biological knowledge knew that this was the shape of a certain virus. I'm sure it's the red scab virus. Lu Huai closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Luo Qin, the matter may be very serious. You tell me. Lu Huai took off his goggles and said to Luo Qin, "Let's talk outside. This laboratory must be thoroughly disinfected. Don't come in before that." Yi Qinglan was waiting outside, seeing the 2 people walk out of the laboratory. She asked, "What are you doing in there? You were not followed when you came here, right?" Luo Qin asked her. "No, my anti-detection techniques were trained by retired soldiers," Yi Qinglan said. Lu Huai found something. Luo Qin looked at the people around him, his brows furrowed. "Can you tell me now? I analyzed the blood composition of the reconstructed human who attacked you before, and compared all the information at hand, and it can be basically confirmed that he has a certain ancient virus. The red scaly virus," Lu Huai said. "This has to start with the research of the Soviets in the last century." Luo Qin interrupted him. "I know the research of the Soviets. Just get to the point. What is the red scaly virus?" Lu Huai said, "It is the only nemesis of the Latian virus in the world. Once it enters the infected organism, it will take away the control of the cells parasitized by the Latian virus, and then stimulate the host to prey. If the parasite is a reconstructed human, it will start to become irritable, angry, and extremely aggressive. And its behavior pattern is closer to those zombies than humans." Luo Qin and Yi Qinglan looked at him in horror, and they couldn't ask any constructive questions for a while. Lu Huai continued, "The red scaly virus, like the blue field virus, has the instinct of reproduction. The blue field virus in the reconstructed human body has been artificially modified and has basically lost this instinct. But the red scaly virus strain I collected, once it seizes the control of the cells in the infected organism, will frantically execute the instruction of reproduction until its host dies. Among the reconstructed humans who attacked the pioneer team, has anyone been infected with the red scaly virus?" Luo Qin thought of something, and suddenly felt uneasy. Is it contagious? Lu Huai nodded undeniably, yes. And it is highly contagious. Mainly through body fluids and mucous membranes. This virus is extremely dangerous. And it should have disappeared. Why did it appear in Shining? We went to the laboratory where the Soviets once studied this virus. And it was burned down. Luo Qin said. Does it mean that the people who burned down the laboratory have obtained this strain? You actually went to Chernobyl. Lu Huai was a little surprised. Did you find anything else? Luo Qin thought about it. And told Lu Huai everything about his experience with Xena. And the infected organism that caused the scar on her leg. And emphasized the abnormal behavior of the infected bodies near Chernobyl. After hearing this, the other party frowned immediately. According to what you said, the infected creatures in the woods are so aggressive that they will leave permanent damage to the reconstructed humans, I guess. They are very likely to be infected by the red scurf virus in the laboratory. The Russian woman's leg was injured by the red scurf virus. And she is lucky to be able to survive. Xena is indeed very lucky. Luo Qin thought that maybe because she was the first generation of reconstructed humans, her resistance was strong enough. So she was not completely infected by the red scurf virus. But she was left with permanent disability. It can be seen how destructive this ancient virus is. Even the reconstructed humans, who were once thought to be at the top of the food chain, could not escape its control. Lu Huai said, I have also dissected the corpses you brought. The bullet shells left in the wounds extracted a certain strain of red scurf virus that had been artificially mutated. It can instantly kill a large number of human cells parasitized by the Lantian virus and inhibit the healing of reconstructed human wounds. I will call it a counteragent for the time being. I don't know who developed this substance. But the only thing I can be sure of is that this person has a very vicious intention. Li Muqi, Luo Qin looked at Yi Qinglan. He has always wanted to get the Soviet research data on this ancient virus. Is it him? It seems that the medicine that Shui Yunting used on Shui Liang at the beginning was really related to the red scurf virus. However, Shui Yunting should have had a semi-finished product of this counteragent in his hand at that time. So although Shui Liang was seriously injured, his life was not in danger. Luo Qin felt scared when he thought about it. And his back was cold. Yi Qinglan leaned against the wall in a state of collapse. He is a lunatic. He is really crazy. Ji Moro said that Li Muqi wanted to use this virus to create biochemical humans that are stronger than the existing reconstructed humans. Luo Qin said, the giant lizard organization once tried to snatch the information about the red scab virus from Jima Chung. Was it also instructed by Li Muqi? Not long ago, Li Muqi just accepted the giant lizard to join the Ark. At this time, don't you think it's a coincidence? Chapter 185 The Price of Power. Lu Huai said too much in one breath, and his mouth was dry. He subconsciously secreted some saliva, and his lips were moisturized for a long time. Using the red scaly virus to create a new type of reconstructed human beings, it will indeed have very strong combat power. The potential of the human body can be developed to the extreme, but it is no different from a beast. Li Muqi wants to spy on the power that he cannot control. He is too arrogant. Li Muqi got the red scaly virus, and developed more than one use for it. Luo Qin said. He really reached here. And he studied countermeasures. I think it was for the same reason. Lu Huai's face was heavy. He is very smart, and knows that the arsonist will eventually be burned by the fire. He is just an ordinary person. If he doesn't have a killer weapon that can balance the Lantian virus, how can he dare to mass-produce and recreate humans so unscrupulously? Luo Qin shook his head. I am not surprised that he would use such an extreme method. But I didn't expect that he would really do this. Li Muqi is more than extreme. He is simply just tears welled up in the corners of Yi Qinglan's eyes. And all her psychological defenses collapsed in an instant. He also killed every previous president of the Human Alliance, who was dissatisfied with his control and wanted to leave. Including Liang Tong. Everyone was killed by him. Luo Qin was helpless at first. But he felt that Yi Qinglan was also very pitiful. He was surrounded and brought to this position. He had always been roasted on the fire. He couldn't move forward. And retreating would mean death. Li Muqi's knife was on her neck. With so many bloody precedents, she had no way to get out by herself. He suddenly remembered the girl he first met in the welfare home. Her eyes were brighter than now. And her smile was more frank. Perhaps at that time, no one thought it would come to this. Yi Qinglan choked up and said, I also thought about leaving, but Li Muqi said he knew the cause of my parents' death, and as long as I was obedient, he would tell me everything. But if I leave, not only will I die, But my brothers and sisters in the Alliance will also be killed by him. I know he can really do it. Have you ever thought that if the technology of recreating humans is really as powerful and perfect as Li Muki described, why is he still just an ordinary person until now? Lu Huai suddenly asked her. Do you think there is no price to pay for gaining power? Everything we are suffering now is paying this price. Let's go back. Luo Qin made a prompt decision. There must be someone with him in the camp. The attacker that day was not caught, and no one witnessed it. It is very likely that it was someone from the pioneer team that was present that night. Lu Huai also agreed with his idea. The worst result is that there are already recreated humans in the camp infected with this virus. That would be dangerous and must be isolated first. The three walked out of the laboratory and hurriedly got into the car. As soon as Luo Qin's hand grasped the steering wheel, he suddenly felt a strong vibration. What's that sound? Lu Huai pulled out the car window and looked out. There's a lot of dust over there. Luo Qin drove the car out of the alley and headed towards the camp. Not far away, the vibration became stronger again, and this time, it was almost close at hand. The next second, Yi Qinglan screamed out, behind. Luo Qin. Luo Qin looked at the rearview mirror suddenly, only to see the end of the street in the distance was full of smoke and dust, and a group of dark shadows were pressing towards this side. Among those tiny black shadows like ants, there were several larger bodies, like boulders rolling down from the horizon, trembling forward with every step. It's zombies! Lu Huai was so scared that his face turned pale. Drive faster. They're chasing us. Luo Qin stepped on the accelerator, and the jeep rushed out. At this time, the three people found that a cloud of smoke rose from the direction of the camp in front of them, mixed with flames, and rushed towards the sky. Dyeing the sky red. Hold the handrail. Luo Qin's eyes turned cold, and he gripped the steering wheel tightly. We need to speed up. Xue Liang tore a piece of dried meat from the bag and shook it in front of Luo Tiantian. Want to eat? Luo Tiantian shook her tail, and her wet tongue stretched out to lick Xue Liang's hand. Eat it. Xue Liang threw the dried meat into Luo Tiantian's mouth, touched its head. This is the last one. Luo Tiantian swallowed the dried meat in 2 mouthfuls, cried out twice with satisfaction, and lay on the ground, showing her belly to Xue Liang, letting him touch it. Xue Liang stretched out his hand and rubbed it twice, and laughed. Okay. Go back to sleep. Just after he finished speaking, Luo Tiantian suddenly raised his head, looking at the door with a sword-like gaze, his ears erected, baring his sharp teeth, and a threatening growl came out of his throat. Xue Liang quickly flipped open the mattress, took out a gun, loaded it with one hand, and walked to the door with light steps. Luo Tiantian was familiar with the smell of everyone in this military base, as long as they came in and out of here on a daily basis. She would never be so alert. She would usually just walk to the door and call twice to remind Xue Liang that someone was visiting. But now, the person standing outside the door was someone she didn't know, and didn't belong to this base. Someone knocked on the door. Xue Liang raised his gun, pressed the door handle down, and Luo Tiantian stood in front of him, making a defensive posture. Xue Liang quickly pushed the door open and pointed his gun at the shadow standing at the door. It's me. Captain! Aaron outside the door raised his hand hastily, and Luo Tiantian also shouted loudly at the same time. At this time, another figure flashed in from outside, squatted in front of Luo Tiantian, and said, Tiantian, don't shout. The other person was Sun Ling, who was dressed in combat uniform and had a gun on his back. She touched Luo Tiantian's head and said to Xue Liang, Captain, starting from this afternoon, the base suddenly couldn't receive signals from Wangchun Camp and the East Security Zone. Bai Lang took people to inspect and found that there was no problem with our satellite signal tower, but the signal from there was interrupted. Where is Bai Lang now? Xue Liang changed into a military jacket and took out a bunch of keys from the drawer. Is Falcon at the base? Bai Lang led people to guard the base station to prevent deliberate damage. Falcon went to strengthen the outer defense, and he may be in the west now, Sun Ling said. I was worried about the deployment of the base, so I mobilized some people to guard the armory and the supply warehouse. Well done. Xue Liang walked out the door. Aaron, what's going on with you? Why did you suddenly come from Shanghai? We had contacted the Washington headquarters and were preparing to return, but the plane had just left Shanghai when we found that the signal was interrupted again. Only Qingdao could be contacted. Aaron's face was solemn. I felt something was wrong. So I contacted Falcon first. And he agreed to let me land in Qingdao. What about the South Security Zone? Shui Liang asked. The other two looked at each other, as if they were preparing themselves mentally. In the end, Aaron spoke cautiously. Before I left Shanghai, I heard that the South Security Zone had sent a real-time satellite thermal image, and a group of zombies migrating south had just arrived in the suburbs of Shining. After that, the connection between Shanghai and Shining was cut off. Shui Liang's hand holding the gun froze in midair. He looked back at Aaron and asked after a long time, "How many are there?" "A conservative estimate is about 100,000. Aaron took a deep breath and seemed a little unsure of the number. He said, "It may be a satellite failure. Contact Hangzhou immediately and ask Cheng Qingyao about the situation." Shui Liang glanced at Sunling. "Xia Shaka. Follow me." "Captain Cheng. Captain Cheng." The young police officer ran through the chaotic corridor and passed by the people who were evacuating in a hurry. Cheng Qingyao was evacuating the crowd on this floor at the other end. Seeing his assistant running over, he immediately handed him a car key. "Go and drive. Evacuate everyone to the safe area of Qingchuang Park. Go." The warehouse exploded. The assistant said anxiously. A group of recreated humans invaded the camp from the warehouse. And now they are taking advantage of the chaos to surround the building. I request support. I'll go to the warehouse. You lead the evacuation. And let Xiaosu stay to evacuate. Cheng Qingyao put on the headset and hurried downstairs with his assistant. On the way, they met an army officer stationed in Hangzhou. Cheng Qingyao had seen this man before. He was a direct descendant of Zhao Fengluo and was also considered a half-subordinate of Shui Liang in the past. After the Hangzhou army was defeated, he stayed here to take care of various affairs for Zhao Fengluo. "Officer Cheng, please come with me." The officer grabbed Cheng Qingyao and pulled him to the corner of the corridor. "Our connection with Wanchun Camp and other safe areas has just been disconnected. My people are working hard to repair it. But Wanchun Camp sent us an intrusion alarm 5 minutes before it lost contact." Cheng Qingyao asked his assistant to leave first, and looked at the officer with a gloomy face. "What's going on?" "Wanchun Camp was also attacked by zombies. Just like us. In just half an hour, the number of zombies besieging the camp increased tenfold," the officer said. "There is no signal when we contact them again. Almost all the communication base stations near Han-O are paralyzed. We are now isolated and helpless. Officer Cheng, guard the warehouse first and cover the evacuation of other survivors." Cheng Qingyao turned and rushed downstairs. "Wanchun Camp's defense can probably hold out for a while. Take care of us first." Seeing that Hangzhou's predicament was already urgent, there was no time to care about Wanchun Camp. Moreover, the elites of Lanyan and the Alliance were stationed in Wanchun Camp. Qin Nu and Bai Wuluo were also the best among the elites, the peak of the combat power among the reconstructed humans, and they could hold on for a while even in the most critical situation. Cheng Qingyao led his men to the warehouse and ran into the group of reconstructed humans who invaded the camp. There were more than 10 people on the opposite side, with advanced weapons and fierce firepower. But the tactics were quite chaotic. He saw the right opportunity, stood up and rushed over with the explosion-proof shield. After a burst of gunfire, Cheng Qingyao came out with an empty magazine and wiped the blood off his face. "Everyone, retreat immediately after cleaning up the invaders. Get in the car. Let's go back to Qingchuang Park." He led a team of special police to fill the gap in the warehouse with great difficulty, but turned around and got news that the giant lizards who were originally guarding outside the main gate suddenly withdrew collectively, and even took away most of the vehicles and supplies, obviously not wanting to leave them a way out. The main gate was lost in an instant, and zombies poured in. The giant titan smashed the car in his hand into the crowd. Screams were heard, and soon they were drowned in the chaotic gunfire. Everything was like sinking into hell. Cheng Qingyao got on a motorcycle, turned the handle, stepped on the accelerator, and drove towards the door. He aimed the gun in his left hand at the left eye of the leading titan. With a bang, a ball of blood burst out of the titan's left eye, and he let out a shocking roar. He took the opportunity to jump off the motorcycle, and took advantage of a truck on the side of the road to jump on the titan's head. He fired 3 shots without hesitation, smashing a head into pieces, and then rolled down. In an instant, he faced hundreds of zombies pouring into the gate. "Captain Cheng!" A police officer behind him yelled. "Go, everyone go to help Captain Cheng." "Hold on. Zhang Qingyao threw away the empty magazine and quickly filled the chamber again. Don't put any more bullets in before we completely evacuate. Yes. Chapter 186, The Spreading Purgatory. Luo Qin kicked open the car door, took down the backpack and gun from the passenger seat. Get out of the car, there's no gas. We'll rely on our legs next. Lu Huai jumped down from the back seat carrying a computer bag. Luo Qin asked him, Can you use a gun? Yes, I've played with it before. Lu Huai nodded. Don't think I'm useless. I often go rock climbing and hiking in various places. I'm in good physical condition. Luo Qin threw a pistol to him, and Yi Qinglong, and quickly jumped behind the bunker. You take him away quickly. Follow the car to the temporary shelter in the south. I can still hold on here for a while. No, if there is an insider of Li Muki in the pioneer team, then it's better for me to stay with you. Before he finished speaking, a howitzer from nowhere exploded on the street not far away, overturning a group of zombies, and the splashing sand and stones smashed the heads and faces of the three people. Safe. Lu Huai insisted on saying the last two words, brushed off the sand on his hair, and squatted close to Luo Qin. Luo Qin ignored him, thinking to himself, If you want to die, go ahead, I don't care. He took out the armor that Shui Liang gave him from his bag, equipped it on his arm neatly, tested the flexibility of the joints. Very good. So cool. Lu Huai exclaimed. Which arms dealer did you order it from? My boyfriend made it for me. Luo Qin showed off to him without any concealment. Limited edition in the entire galaxy. The vanguard team was under a hail of bullets, hiding behind the bunker made of sandbags and suppressing the fire fiercely. The zombies outside the camp could not get close for a while, but they continued to pour in here. A giant titan roared and rushed towards the camp, and its huge body flew towards the shelter where everyone was. Just when they thought there was nowhere to escape, Luo Qin jumped out from behind the shelter, and the armor on his hand collided heavily with the titan. The perfect shock-absorbing design almost prevented his arms from receiving much impact, and he barely stopped the titan outside the defense line. Luo Qin raised his head and looked at the behemoth in front of him, with a strong murderous intent in his eyes. Then he quickly flipped and jumped onto the back of the titan, and the armor suddenly stabbed down, penetrating its spine. Retreat south. Luo Qin turned back and shouted, Drive all the cars away. Don't leave a single person or a single car behind. Hurry! The vanguard team evacuated half of its members, responsible for escorting the survivors to evacuate, and the remaining half and Luo Qin guarded the defense line together. These people were personally selected by Shui Liang. They were not active soldiers, nor did they belong to the Human Alliance. Their average age was 18 or 19 years old, and they were all very capable. Brother Luo, why don't you go first? We'll hold on here. A young man just hid behind the bunker to change bullets, and said to Luo Qin, There are too many zombies. Luo Qin stretched out his hand and pushed him back. It's because there are too many that I can't leave by myself. Don't worry. You can cover me. I'll hold the front. Yi Qinglong didn't leave either. She skillfully set up her gun on the bunker and covered Luo Qin's rush. There was blood and flesh flying outside the defense line. The smell of blood was so strong that it choked her eyes. She couldn't see Luo Qin's position at all. She could only distinguish it by sound. The speed of shooting was much slower. Brother Luo, come back quickly, someone shouted. They have all retreated. Let's go too. Luo Qin rushed out from the group of corpses and ran to the backup exit of the camp with a group of people. Zombies swarmed after them. Luo Qin was the last one to run out of the camp. He threw a burning flint behind him. The gunpowder buried at the exit exploded instantly. The sky-high heat swept everyone forward, and they fell to the ground in pieces. Run! Don't stop! Lu Huai looked thin, but he actually ran very fast, jumping in front like a rabbit. Luo Qin chased him and kicked him in the butt. Turn! This way! This kick was like turning the steering wheel. Lu Huai immediately turned around and ran to another street. A black shadow rushed out from the street corner. It was a titan that had mutated extremely shockingly. It rushed towards the evacuation team like a small hill. Luo Qin went forward and went straight for the titan's throat. The armor on his right hand penetrated the pale skin and broke out from the spine. When it was pulled out, it brought a rain of blood all over the sky. Yi Qinglong, take them away. Seeing that Lu Huai was about to run the wrong way again, Yi Qinglong reached out and grabbed his collar, pulling him back. Are you directionally challenged? Go this way. Luo Qin jumped off the titan's paralyzed body, turned around to face the zombies pouring it all over the street, and clenched the armor in his hand. Go to the shelter. Bai Wulu rushed into the chaotic tent, calling Shui Xixian's name. The two brothers and sisters of the Shui family were not at home, but Shui Ximia's hearing aid was on the table. Bai Wulu picked it up and put it in his pocket, turned and ran out of the tent. He found Shui Xixian at the door of the barn near the farm, but Shui Ximia was not there. He hurriedly grabbed her and asked, "Where is Ximu? Isn't he with you?" When Shui Xixian saw him, it was like grabbing a life-saving straw. "I don't know. He's not in the tent? What happened?" Bai Wulua didn't bother to explain more. He picked her up and walked towards the direction of the convoy. Shui Xixian then saw the flashing artillery fire in the distance, the rolling flames, and the zombies trying to climb over the protective net and rush into the camp. His face turned pale. The zombies in Songha suddenly went south. "The camp is on their way. We can't stay here." Bai Wulua carried her into the car and took out Shui Ximia's hearing aid from his pocket and gave it to her. "Take it. I'll go find Ximu." "Brother," Shui Xixian called behind him. Bai Wulua looked around. "Where is he?" Shui Xixian bit her lip and hesitated awkwardly. "No. I'm calling you." Bai Wulua was stunned for a moment. In his impression, Shui Xixian had never called him brother. For a moment, all the complicated thoughts in his heart surged up. But there was no surprise. Before he was 18, he had always been cautious. When facing Shui Xixian and Shui Ximu, he also had some vague expectations. But later he understood the ways of the world, and gradually stopped expecting any titles. Many years have passed, and some things have been washed away on the beach. The signal of breaking the ice today came so unexpectedly. He was stunned at first, and then he became indifferent. It seemed that this matter had long been unimportant to him. "What's wrong?" Bai Wulu asked. "After you save people, can you take a car with us?" Shui Xixian looked at him and asked reluctantly. "Okay." Bai Wulu nodded, turned around and ran away. When he found Shui Ximiao, she was surrounded by a group of zombies on the roof of the container house, holding a computer bag in her hand, with a very frightened expression. Bai Wulu shot and killed the zombies that had already climbed halfway, climbed up from the drainage pipe, jumped down the house with Shui Ximiao on his back, and ran out quickly. "See, where is Xixian?" Shui Ximiao was deaf since childhood. Even though she tried hard to learn to speak later, she still couldn't avoid the problem of unclear pronunciation. Bai Wuluo stretched out his hand and made a safe gesture, and Shui Ximiao was relieved. However, when the two returned to the evacuation point, they found that the camp was in chaos. They didn't know where the defense line suddenly collapsed, and zombies rushed into the camp. Many people were bitten and fled screaming. Once someone was knocked down by a zombie, a swarm of companions would rush over and tear the prey to pieces. "Get in the car first." Bai Wuluo sent Shui Ximiao to the truck and shouted to the front, "Don't wait. Let's go!" Several trucks that had been ignited and on standby drove quickly to the exit of the camp, where zombies were pouring in continuously. Bai Wuluo led several members of the Blue Flame team to escort the trucks. The muzzles in their hands kept spewing fireworks. The bullets were used up one after another, but the zombies seemed to be so numerous that they could never be killed. They counterattacked the camp like crazy. Bai Wulu immediately picked up the communicator to contact others, Black Panther, Yu and Shao Chen. Immediately, abandon the northern defense line immediately. The south has been breached. There is no point in defending it any longer. Come and support me. He shot the zombie in front of him in the head, supported himself on the bunker wall with his left hand, jumped sideways, kicked over the zombie that was trying to climb onto the truck, prepared to clear the way for the truck. A man and a woman suddenly rushed out of the tilted tent in front. The woman was holding a 1-year-old child in her arms. The two men were disheveled and covered in blood. They ran straight towards Bai Wulu. "Help! Save the child!" Bai Wulu ran over, and the woman stuffed the child in her arms into his hands, panting, "Take him away! I'll take you with me." Bai Wulu glimpsed the zombies chasing after them from the corner of his eye, shot them away with a few shots, grabbed the woman's arm. "Come this way." "No!" The woman retreated in fear, looking extremely desperate. She retreated to her husband's side, and the two stretched out their hands and held them tightly. Bai Wulu looked down and saw that the couple had bite marks on their arms. His heart sank. "I know, there's no hope after being bitten. Just take our child away." The couple kept smiling, but tears kept rolling out of their eyes. "Cici is safe. He's fine. Can you help me protect him?" Bai Wuluo looked back at the approaching corpses and nodded. Okay. The woman reluctantly moved closer, looked at the child again, raised her hand to touch him, but resolutely retracted it. Let's go. Black Panther and Chen Nua led the others from the north and successfully joined Bai Wuluo. Dozens of trucks full of survivors sped along the highway, and thousands of hungry zombies were chasing them, like the fire of death rising from the ground. Chen Nua's sniper team set up their guns on the roofs of the cars and fired fiercely at the persistent zombies. Several helicopters circled up from the camp, and Gatling guns swept the ground, and the zombies were beaten into pulp, but the firepower was far from enough. As far as the eye could see, the entire highway, the entire wilderness, countless zombies were pouring in from all directions, like dumplings being dropped. Chen Nua fired 2 empty-handed bullets, and said, "It's useless. Throwing bullets into the sea. You won't even hear a sound." Bai Wuluo held the crying child in his left hand, buried the soft head in his arms, covered his ears tightly, and said to Black Panther, "Tell the driver to drive faster. Get off the ramp ahead, and drive towards the suburbs of Hanzhou. Have you contacted Chung Qingyao?" Black Panther shook his head. "No. The signal is completely cut off, and I don't know if Hanzhou can pick us up. Let's take a gamble and drive to Hanzhou first." Bai Wuluo clenched the gun. Chung Qingyao should have known that we have lost contact with him, and he will definitely find something wrong. His trust in Chung Qingyao came from the tacit understanding between them for many years. If this happens, Chung Qingyao will definitely be prepared. The convoy rushed towards Hanzhou, and the zombies in pursuit were gradually left behind, and the distance between them was getting farther and farther. After 2 hours of running around, the group finally approached Hanzhou. Chen Nua had excellent eyesight and saw at a glance that the villages and towns in the distance were also in flames at the moment. Smoke rose in several places, and the situation in the city more than 10 kilometers away would be even worse. What should we do? Xiao Bai? Chen Nua asked. Should we rush in? Bai Wuluo was hesitating, and suddenly heard a communication request from the air team. He pressed the headset and listened to the news reported to him. We have contacted the Hanzhou police. They have also encountered a zombie tide. The Ark headquarters has fallen. A large number of survivors have just retreated to Qingchuan Park. Are we going there now? Okay. The helicopter stops climbing, flies lower, and clears the way for the convoy in front. Bai Wuluo said. Everyone pay attention. The convoy changes its route and drives towards Qingchuan Park. Chapter 187 Conflict. The door of the communication vehicle was knocked. Chung Qingyu's assistant stepped forward to open the door, and a young police officer rushed in. Captain Chung, the garrison of Wanchun camp is coming this way. Chung Qingyao raised his head, knocked on the communication equipment he was repairing, and said, We received the signal, clear the helipad immediately, and let the military helicopter land safely later. Send another team to the door to meet. Our people will defend with firepower, and let the convoy of Wanchun camp come in. The mercenaries are blocking the door, and they are already making a fuss, the police officer said. Deputy Captain Jiang and Xiaosu took people to negotiate, but the other side was not reasonable at all. Chung Qingyao frowned, and stood up. You guys fix this, I'll go and take a look. It was already dark, and the emergency lights in the Youth Entrepreneurship Park were on, so bright that it was dazzling. When Chung Qingyao arrived at the door, Cui Haoshan was blocking the door with several tall and strong foreign mercenaries. He kicked a woman beside him fiercely and said, Get out of the way. You are blocking the way. Chung Qingyao walked over quickly, pointed at Cui Haoshan and scolded him. What are you doing? Stop it. Even if Cui Haoshan was a domineering person, he was shaken by Chung Qingyu's shout. However, he soon became tough again. Why? The police still care about it. Our business? Why do you hit someone? Xiaosu helped the frightened woman up, turned his head and glared at him. Cui Haoshan, this is not your territory. Cui Haoshan was not afraid of him, smiled contemptuously, retorted, Is it your turn to speak, boy? Shut up. Chung Qingyao said coldly. Xiaosu, they are almost here, open the door. Xiaosu responded, and immediately ran to move the obstacles away. Seeing this, Cui Haoshan led the group of mercenaries to block the door, and stopped Xiaosu and the others inside. Don't move. No one is allowed to open this door today. The leading special police officers quickly took out their guns, and the mercenaries immediately raised their guns and started cursing. The two sides were in a tense confrontation, and the conflict was about to break out. The Chung family would not shoot first. At this time, people in the shelter were in panic. and they could not take the initiative to cause bloodshed. The giant lizard's people would not open fire easily. They knew their own strength. And even if everyone rushed forward, they could not beat Chung Qingyao alone. You'd better give me a reason. Chung Qingyao looked at Cui Haoshan and said slowly. Cui Haoshan sneered, Reason? Those inferior untouchables don't deserve to live. There are only so many supplies left. We don't have enough to share. We need people from outside to share? Didn't the people in Wanchun camp break off relations with Fangzhou a long time ago? Now they are desperate and come back to ask for help. Is there such a good thing in the world? Chung Qingyao, don't forget, who cleared out Qingchuan Park in the first place. That was in the past. Cui Haoshan arrogantly stepped on the wooden fence and said, Now, I have the final say. Chung Qingyao didn't waste time talking to him, and said to his deputy, Go inform my sister and tell Li Muki to take care of the dog he picked up. The roar of fighter jets suddenly sounded in the sky. Everyone looked up and saw 5 or 6 fighter jets flying quickly from the east, bombing and strafing all the way, like a hurricane sweeping the night. Cui Haoshan's face was gloomy, and he cursed softly, Fuck! You're just in time. The fighter plane landed in the front square of the Youth Entrepreneurship Park. Xue Liang and Xin Ling jumped off the plane and walked towards the gate. Xue Liang glanced around the messy door and asked Chung Qingyao, Why are these people blocking here? At the same time, he also saw Cui Haoshan standing in the front. He seemed to feel familiar. He stared at him for 2 more seconds, and then his memories came up bit by bit. But Xue Liang did not intend to point out Cui Haoshan's identity directly, as if the person in front of him was not even a speck of dust to him, and it was not worth his words. The convoy from Wanchun camp will be here soon. They were just attacked by zombies and evacuated a group of survivors. Chung Qingyao said, Brother, the giant lizards are blocking us here and won't let us open the door. Sun Ling said, Let them go. Is it their turn to talk here? Get out of the way. Xue Liang walked over and knocked a mercenary with his shoulder, causing him to stagger a few steps. Chung Qingyao, bring your people to help. The mercenary, who was knocked away by him, felt insulted and was furious. He reached out to grab him, but Xue Liang held the other shoulder with one hand, wedged his right leg between his feet, and pulled him back, instantly knocking him to the ground. The back of the mercenary's head hit the concrete floor, almost making a dent. Cui Haoshan was very embarrassed, and he was furious. Damn it. Don't let them pass. Xue Liang glanced at him coldly. Let's see who dares. The mercenaries all knew Xue Liang, and knew that he was even more difficult to deal with, so they didn't dare to step forward for a while. Xiao Su took the opportunity to lead people to move away the roadblocks and clean up the door. Cui Haoshan stared at Xue Liang and asked word by word, Didn't you get out of the Ark a long time ago? What do you have to do here? What the hell are you? Xue Liang looked at him with a smile. Look at the dog chain on your neck. You are quite quick to lead these stray dogs to surrender. Li Muki personally conducted a reconstruction experiment on you? You are a good dog, he values you. Sun Ling laughed loudly, with a face full of contempt. Cui Haoshan spit on the ground, and wanted to fight him head-on. Xue Liang swung his right hand, and a scalpel-sized blade popped out from his sleeve, and the tip of the blade was only 2 centimeters away from Cui Haoshan's eyeball. If you want to blind an eye, just move forward, it will grow back anyway. As long as the reconstructed human is alive, the regeneration ability is endless, but everyone is afraid of pain, especially in front of Xue Liang. Cui Haoshan swallowed his saliva, pretended to be calm, and took 2 steps back, and suddenly showed a sinister smile. Okay, Xue Liang, you are really awesome. You can continue to be proud. It won't be long anyway. He turned around and left with the mercenaries, which was considered a temporary admission of defeat. Running away now? Trash. Sin Ling stuck out his tongue. Captain, you should have blinded one of his eyes just now. Li Muki is really hungry, and has no choice. Xue Liang shook his head. You dare to bring such a thing into the Ark? Aren't you afraid that your home will be burned down one day? Chung Qingyao said, thoughtfully, Li Muki should have other recreated humans at hand, who can control these crazy people. But my sister and I have never seen them. The car of Wanchun camp soon arrived at the door, and trucks full of survivors drove in one after another. These people had just escaped from a hellish disaster. Their faces were dull, and they had not yet recovered from their escape. Bai Wuluo jumped out of the car and ran over quickly. Chung Qingyao, brother, you are so mean. Xue Liang sighed. You don't need to call me next time. I just came along. Chung Qingao laughed twice. Not really. Not really. How many people did you rescue? Shui Liang asked Bai Wuluo. 170, and there are still many left, who couldn't be rescued. Bai Wuluo's eyes dimmed. A couple was infected, and entrusted their child to me, and I brought him out. Shui Liang patted him. You did a good job, don't be sad. Bai Wuluo tiredly took off his dirty combat gloves, and asked, what happened this time? Several major safety zones lost contact at the same time. Han-O and Qingdao are close. You can at least come to support in time. But Uncle Zhao is completely disconnected, and Luo Qin. Zhao Fenglu's men are all elite soldiers, and the terrain in Sichuan and Tibet is complex, easy to defend and difficult to attack. There shouldn't be any big problems. Shui Liang's face was not looking good either. Luo Qin. I believe he can hold on. He actually said this very weakly. There is no need to worry about Zhao Fenglu. But Luo Qin didn't bring many people, and with a group of old, weak women and children, the actual situation must be extremely dangerous. The longer time goes by, the worse the situation will be. At this point, Shui Liang can only say believe. It seems that zombies in many areas have suddenly rioted. Like a group behavior. Are they stimulated by something? Chung Qingao said. Zhu Yin is dissecting zombies in the laboratory. He suspects that the virus has undergone a new mutation. But it is not certain yet. Let's wait until the results come out. Shui Liang waved his hand. I left some people in Qingdao. Let Falcon lead them. To prevent anyone from taking advantage of the chaos to do something. Sun Ling, go and count the number of people and supplies first. Sun Ling nodded and left with a few people. Many people need psychological counseling. They have been running for their lives for the past 2 years, but they didn't have much peace, and they had to run again. Bai Wuluo sighed. Just now when we were in the car, someone had a mental breakdown. Where are Xian and Simu? Shui Liang remembered. And Xiaoyu, did they come with you? Bai Wuluo nodded. Don't worry. Brother, they are all rescued. Miao fell down before, and his leg was injured. Do you want to go and see him? Shui Liang and Bai Wuluo went to the temporary shelter. As soon as they stepped into the door, they ran into a man crying heartbreakingly. They are all dead. We finally escaped from Hangzhou. Why? Why are they all dead? A lot of people died. Bai Wuluo whispered. We are doing psychological counseling. But it's useless. Shui Liang walked forward a few steps and heard a teenage girl sobbing softly. There is no way. Is there no way, no matter where we hide? Those monsters will chase us. We are all going to die. The atmosphere was extremely heavy and depressing. And even Shui Liang's always impeccable mind was shaken for a few seconds. He looked around blankly. There were cries of despair everywhere. Those people were trembling with wounds from fleeing. A dark cloud was lingering. Lichi, Nianyu, leaning on a half-steel pipe, limped toward Shui Liang. You're here. Shui Liang was about to help him. Nianyu dodged hurriedly, grasping the corner of his clothes a little embarrassedly. I'm all bloody, very dirty. How's your leg? Shui Liang looked at him anxiously. Shall I ask someone to check you? Nianyu had already turned around and walked inside. No need. Xian and Simu are here, you follow me. Shui Liang stared at Nianyu's back for a while, and followed him. Chapter 188. False Accusations. When Shui Xian saw Shui Liang coming over, her eyes turned red, and she threw herself into his arms. Brother. What's wrong? Are you hurt anywhere? Shui Liang asked. Are you hungry? Yes. Shui Xian said aggrievedly. I haven't eaten today. Shui Liang took out 2 rice balls wrapped in plastic film from his pocket, and stuffed them into Shui Xian's hand. Take them, and share them with Simu and your brother Nianyu. These are the only emergency meals on the plane. If they are not enough. Shui Xian took them and hesitated for a moment. Brother, have you eaten? I'm not hungry. Shui Liang touched her head. Eat. Shui Xian took the rice balls and shared them with Shui Simu. Nianyu was not in the mood to eat. He just sat in the corner silently. He looked very bad. It seemed that his legs hurt badly. Shui Liang asked Bai Wuluo to stay and take care of the 2 of them. He planned to go out and check the defense situation. He ran into Cui Haoshan and his group, who were arguing. When Cui Haoshan saw him coming out, he immediately threw a curled-up man beside him in front of him and shouted, Is it him? The man was trembling with fear. He raised his head timidly. When he saw Shui Liang, he was like seeing a ghost. Help! Help! Don't kill me. Shui Liang stopped a few steps away and was a little alert. No one wants to kill you. It's you. You want to kill me. You want to kill us all? The man retreated in fear. Shui Liang saw that he looked familiar. He couldn't help but look at him a few more times. Suddenly, he remembered that this seemed to be the man who tried to sneak attack him at the door of the Ark, but was stopped by Luo Qin. He is an ordinary person, the type that is easily threatened. What did I say before? I said this person has bad intentions. Shui Haoshan was waiting for Shui Liang to run into the gun, and then he started to sing. Don't wail here, I tell you, the one who hurt everyone to this point is this person. Everyone's eyes in the shelter hall were instantly focused on Shui Liang, and whispers filled every corner. Shui Liang looked at Shui Haoshan. What are you talking about? Shui Haoshan, you will definitely pretend not to know, because the person who spread the virus is you. There was an uproar all around, and many people looked at Shui Liang with sharp eyes, and some even asked loudly, is it you? Bai Wuluo had heard the movement here, and rushed out of the crowd, obviously irritated by Shui Haoshan. Shui Liang stretched out her hand to stop him from behind, and shook her head. Don't fall into his trap. Little bastard. Are you still protecting your beloved brother? Shui Haoshan said sarcastically. It's a pity that you are protecting him. He doesn't care about your life or death. I have a living witness here. Get out of here. Don't be half dead. Speak. He kicked the man on the ground. The other man shuddered, closed his eyes, and said, He wants to seize the power of the Ark. He put the virus. Han Long saw what he did, and was driven crazy by being locked up. He turned around and wanted to silence me. Shui Liang frowned. Is Han Long crazy? Shui Haoshan scolded. Why are you pretending? Someone on the side seemed to remember that there was such a thing, and said hesitantly, Han Long, is he the crazy idiot in the camp? When he was still normal before, it seemed that he was beaten up at the door of the Ark. Li Muki, who had been watching, knocked on the glass at the right time, and said, Wait a minute, everyone, if there is any misunderstanding, just talk it out. But speaking of evidence, Captain, I still have something to verify with you. Shui Yunting and Li Shaohan followed him, one with a sinister smile, the other with a calm expression. Shui Liang glanced at him. Go ahead. Late yesterday, members of the alliance stationed in Qingdao reported to me that you suddenly left the military base alone, and no one tracked your movements until noon today. In the afternoon, zombies broke out in Hanzhou, Shining and Shanghai at the same time. Li Muki said, Captain, can you explain what you did during the time you disappeared? Shui Liang, do I need to report to you what I did? Or do you think that I can travel to 3 cities across the country thousands of kilometers apart overnight and spread a virus? Li Muki smiled. Of course you don't need to do it yourself. A few days ago, you had a video call with Luo Qin, a member of the Ark in Shining, but the content was blocked by military satellites. So we don't know? Captain, since you have already left the Ark, why do you still keep in touch with the members of the Ark? What is your relationship? Shui Liang's mind was immediately alarmed. He subconsciously glanced at Shui Yunting, but found that the other party was smiling, as if he was not surprised at all by Li Muki's words. Did Shui Yunting tell Li Muki about his relationship with Luo Qin? His father, who was like a demon and a beast, seemed to be very sensitive to everything. I don't know if this happened to be inherited by Shui Liang. He almost knew Li Muki's logic of framing him in an instant, as long as he is sure that he would not, and cannot refute the two things. He was not at the military base that night and contacted Luo Qin privately. He can immediately combine a huge doubt, even if the causal logic is far-fetched. For these survivors whose minds are confused at the moment, it is a very convincing chain of evidence, and he has no room for defense. Shui Liang hesitated for a moment, and in Bai Wulu's surprised eyes, he calmly replied, I am not familiar with Luo Qin. Li Muki was not surprised, nodded, and said, Well, I also believe that Luo Qin is not the kind of person who would do such a thing. But in this case, Captain, you still can't explain why you happened to be missing before the accident, and among the several safe zones, only your military base was not attacked. Is it just a coincidence? I don't need to prove my innocence, Shui Liang said. I went outside the base to survey the terrain last night, and I didn't even drive a car. Believe it or not, if I'm not mistaken, the ring on your hand should be a mineral fragment that is very suitable for the Lantian virus and another high-level virus to parasitize. Most people don't know it, but I have been dealing with them for decades and am most familiar with them. Li Miyuki's tone suddenly became sharp, which made everyone stunned. Only then did they realize that Shui Liang was wearing a blue ring on the ring finger of his left hand, which was flickering slightly with the light reflected from the window. Why do you carry this kind of thing with you? Li Miyuki was aggressive, and immediately pointed the finger at him. After this, everyone started to discuss. So that's it. He really did it. It's terrible. Isn't he a good man? How could he? He was pretending. He must be pretending. There were still some hesitant voices. Some of them said that these were too far-fetched, but they were quickly suppressed by the voices of opposition. So those who tried to point out the loopholes no longer dared to speak, and just watched silently in the crowd. At this time, the door was suddenly pushed open again, and a figure with great momentum walked in quickly. With a bang, the table in front of Cui Haoshan was kicked to the ground. The person who just kept saying inferior and untouchable actually accused others. The person who came in was Cheng Qingye. She sneered and pushed away the mercenaries, and swept a threatening look over. If you live under someone else's roof, you must be aware of it. Otherwise, you won't even get any benefits. But you will get yourself into trouble first. Behind her were dozens of fully armed Cheng family members. Not special police, but her personal force. These people gathered around her, pushing aside the mercenaries who wanted to attack, and looked at them coldly. It's the Cheng guys again. Cui Haoshan bit his back teeth and cursed. What do you want to do? Woman? A woman next to Cheng Qingye came forward without saying a word, and hit Cui Haoshan's chin with the butt of a gun, and then there was blood splattering all over the sky and 2 front teeth falling out. He screamed in pain, stumbled back and hit the table that had just been kicked over, and fell again, cursing and getting up, and facing a black gun barrel. Say one more thing, the woman said. I'll blow your mouth. Cheng Qingye walked up to Li Miyuki, looked up at him and said, Let the giant lizards people get out. I now have every reason to suspect that these illegal mercenaries will threaten the personal safety of the survivors. Li Miyuki looked behind her, and saw Cheng Qingye and Sun Ling standing there. The people on the opposite side were no less than the giant lizard's mercenaries. If a conflict occurred here, the survivors would definitely not stand on the side of the mercenaries, who usually acted arrogantly. In addition, Cheng Qingye looked at Shui Liang. I hope that the security of the Youth Entrepreneurship Park will be temporarily handed over to me, and Captain Shui Liang will be in charge. Chairman Cheng, don't be ungrateful, Shui Yunting said gloomily. You don't have the final say here. Shui Liang stepped forward, blocking Cheng Qingye and Shui Yunting. His eyes were cold and piercing. It's you who are ungrateful. Get out of the way. Cheng Qingye turned his head and exchanged glances with Cheng Qingye. The special police and members of Blue Flame immediately took action, rushing in with guns raised, forcing the mercenaries to leave. You go ahead. Shui Liang glanced at Cheng Qingye. I'll take care of this place. You go take over the security of Qingchuan Park right away. Little bastard, diverting the blame did not work. Instead, the opponent took control of the situation. Shui Yunting turned to Shui Liang with gritted teeth, but was stopped by Li Miyuki. Those mercenaries can't beat Lan Yin. And with Cheng Qingye and his men, they will only suffer if they fight. So be patient. Shui Liang looked around the hall, and the survivors seemed to look at him with a layer of fear. But now was not the time to care about such trivial matters. He absolutely could not let himself fall into a passive position. Wu Lu. Let's go. Cui Haoshan looked at Shui Liang approaching, and felt a little scared. But his self-esteem did not allow him to show any fear. Why? You are not familiar with Luo Qin again, and you want to sacrifice the car to save the king? I don't have time to care about you. Shui Liang walked to the side. Make way. Do you think I can catch so many of your tails by myself? Cui Haoshan suddenly smiled evilly. Why don't you think about it? Is there someone around you who hates you and wants to kill you? Shui Liang paused, and glanced at him coldly. Cui Haoshan continued, You can't imagine that. That's someone you would never doubt. Shui Liang stared at him for a few seconds, but still pushed him away and left without any interest. Whatever you want. Don't show up in front of me. Cheng Qingye also followed him out, while Cheng Qingye stayed inside to treat the wounded. She walked with Shui Liang, and at first they didn't say anything to each other. When Bai Wulua, Sun Ling and others left in advance, she spoke lightly. This Cui Haoshan entered the Ark on his first day, and I knew he would not forget to make trouble for you. Li Miyuki is willing to gamble with a giant lizard. I don't want to bring trouble upon myself. That group of people are not normal. They attacked the Ark before, and stole Li Miyuki's research materials. He actually opened the door to welcome guests. Whatever Li Miyuki does is normal. He knows how to use others, and then kick them away. Cui Haoshan is not qualified to compete with him in cruelty. Xue Liyang said. Ferocity is never reflected in brute force, but in brains. He kept leading me to the topic just now, but he got away with it. Cui Haoshan only sees the immediate benefits. If he is used as a gun, he will die miserably. Li Miyuki can use the people he hates. And he can also be steady, accurate and ruthless when he strikes. Only people with such means can get to the position of chief executive in the Ark Committee. Cheng Qingye said. He has outlasted so many people. And it is finally his turn. How can he not have ambitions? Xue Liyang suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, Thanks to you just now, Chairman Cheng. It seems that I can't easily offend you in the future. Cheng Qingye was very proud. This is called a win-win situation. Anyway, I also want to use the power of others to fight against the power of others. It happens that you and I can both get what we need. What, do you think my ambition is too big? Xue Liyang shook her head. That's not the case. I am willing to help you, but it can't be called a deal. I am here as a friend. He tilted his head to look at Cheng Qingye, and asked in a very uncertain tone, I have always wanted to know, are your uncles involved in the underworld? Cheng Qingye was speechless. What underworld? My uncle and my aunt opened a martial arts school together. After retiring from the special forces, these people had no other skills. They all came to the martial arts school to make a living. How could they have been involved in the underworld? She only restored her innocent and relaxed attitude when she talked to her friends in private. The usual tension and seriousness were learned from Jima Song. Otherwise, she could not suppress others, but was bullied by others. But I won't be able to stay for long, Xue Liyang said. I will go back in 3 days at the latest. Are you worried about Luo Qin? Cheng Qingye said. I heard that Shening has also lost contact. And the situation is still unclear. Xue Liyang hummed. And said, I will go there myself after this place and Qingdao are settled. You'd better go back to Qingdao immediately. And don't stay in Hanzhou. Cheng Qingye said. Cui Haoshan will not give up. He is the most petty person. If he can team up with Li Miyuki to frame you once, there will be a second time. Even if you do nothing, they will give you a handle. Chapter 189 Breaking out of the isolated city. Luo Qin climbed over the low wall and landed without a sound like a night owl. Lu Huai squatted at the foot of the wall and looked out at the lighted refuge area not far away and whispered, Why is it so quiet? The refuge area was in a building, surrounded by solid concrete walls, and there was only one iron door for the entrance and exit. At this time, the iron door was closed, and some zombies were wandering in front of the door. From this distance, it was impossible to see what the people inside were doing, but except for the emergency light still on, there was no sound of any survivors' activities. The radio couldn't contact the people inside, but the signal was clearly clear. I'll go over and take a look. Luo Qin still had armor on his hands. The blood on them had been wiped clean, and the battery power was less than half consumed. Wait for me here. Don't run around, or you'll be thrown out to feed the zombies. Too risky, Lu Huai said. Why don't we wait until daytime to go? Stop talking nonsense. Luo Qin took out a communicator from his bag and threw it to Lu Huai. Take this. If I can't come back, you can take this communicator and go north, and contact Xue Liyang when there is a signal. Yi Qing'an was anxious, and pulled him and said, Why are you talking so tragically? What if we don't bring you back? And Xue Liyang thinks you were killed by us? I just said I can't come back. I didn't say I was dead. Luo Qin was speechless. And Lizzie is not the kind of person in the TV series who yells, I want you all to be buried with him. Lu Huai suddenly pulled his sleeve and said anxiously, Look over there. Everyone looked in the direction of the shelter at the same time and saw a swift figure jumping onto the wall, holding another shaky object in his hand, which seemed to be a person. The man looked down, then threw the thing in his hand down, and it landed on the ground with a dull thud. The zombies at the door immediately pounced on it and started to fight and bite it. The Black Shadow took the opportunity to jump down from the wall, and while the zombies were distracted by the corpse, he ran over here quickly. It's really a person, Yi Qing'an shuddered. What's going on? Is there something wrong in the shelter? Luo Qin said nothing, and when the man passed by the shelter, he quickly jumped out, grabbed the other person's neck with one hand, and dragged him behind the low wall like a beast dragging its prey. The man was pressed heavily to the ground. There was a swish of gun pulling around. Everyone pointed their guns at him. The man's resistance was frozen in midair. Don't move. Luo Qin's armor was hanging on his forehead, with a cold light flashing at the tip. What did you do? Yi Qinglong was sharp-eyed and recognized the man immediately. Did you fight with the pioneers in the camp that day? Are you from the Alliance? Luo Qin was stunned for a moment, and remembered that there was a conflict in the camp on the day when he and Shui Liang had a video. One of them was the member of the Human Alliance in front of him. But the two were quickly separated. And both were punished. And their supplies were confiscated for 3 days. I killed them all, the man said calmly. They all deserve to die. What did you say? Yi Qinglong was shocked. Are you crazy? I'm not crazy. They are the ones who don't know what's good for them. They were saved by us. But they kept complaining, mocking, and even thought we spread the virus. The Alliance members on the ground became a little excited. Those useless things. If you want to live, you should shut up. They can only run around with their heads in their hands when something happens. And the reconstructed humans are always in the front. Just because we have done experiments. Should we be excluded? What are you talking about? Luo Qin gritted his teeth and pinched his neck. When have reconstructed humans ever been excluded? What nonsense are you talking about? That's because you don't know. Luo Qin, you are so high up. What do you know? The man roared. We all participated in the experiment to survive. Otherwise we would be slaughtered like those ordinary people. Is it ours to become stronger? Wrong? They can also participate in the experiment, why not? Just because of this you killed everyone? Luo Qin said angrily. Who asked you to kill people? Who gave you the power to kill people? Luo Qin, you are obviously not an ordinary person. Why do you sympathize with those weak people? The man sneered. Do you think these conflicts will only last for 1 or 2 days? You or Shui Liang, in places you can't see, how many people are fighting to the death? Do you really not see? Or do you think that the life and death of us has nothing to do with you? Luo Qin frowned, shocked by the man's extreme and speechless, but heard the other party say with a smile, You want to go back to Shui Liang. Right? You can't go back. At this time, Lu Huai suddenly shouted, rushed over and pushed Luo Qin aside. Be careful. The man on the ground opened his mouth to bite Luo Qin's neck, was interrupted by Lu Huai, and the whole person was knocked to the side of the road. Lu Huai quickly raised his gun, aimed at the man's head, pulled the trigger without hesitation. With a bang, a head exploded in front of him. Luckily he dodged in time, so the blood didn't splash on his face. Luo Qin carried Lu Huai behind him. What's going on? When Lu Huai landed, his chin hit the cement board, and a bruise was visible to the naked eye. He shook his head and said, This person is mentally ill. Do you remember the red scab virus? The reconstructed human who is infected will become extremely irritable and angry. I suspect that he has been infected and wants to infect you. Can a virus really be so powerful? Luo Qin was a little skeptical. What about the other reconstructed humans? Are they dead? Or, let's go in and take a look, Lu Huai said. Maybe there are still people alive. So we can find out what's going on. They sneaked into the shelter from behind the bunker. At Luo Qin's signal, the vanguard raised their guns, and then counted down to 3. And everyone fired at the same time. After the muffled sound of the silencer, the zombies that were hunting at the door fell down. Luo Qin waved his hand, Go up. The crowd swept across the street like a gust of wind and quickly climbed up the wall of the shelter. Lu Huai had prepared himself to be left behind, but he didn't expect Luo Qin to pass by him, and lifted his backpack strap up. Yi Qinglong picked him up on the wall, and the action was done in one go. Lu Huai rubbed his eyes. A little dazed, I'm afraid of heights. Then close your eyes, Yi Qinglong said. Don't make a sound. Luo Qin also climbed up, and looked down, and saw that the lights in the shelter were on. But there was no sign of any living people in sight, and there were only zombies wandering around. All infected, Luo Qin said softly. Can you receive the signal from inside? Yi Qinglong held the radio in her hand, and shook her head. No. No one responded. No. Shanghai. Qingdao have been out of contact for a long time, Lu Huai said. I suspect this is premeditated, to trap us here. And when people outside come, it will be too late. Yi Qinglong hesitated and said, Ordinary people will be infected. But what about those recreated humans? Don't they resist at all? Or are there more powerful guys, who can kill even recreated humans? I'll go down and take a look, Luo Qin said. You wait on the wall. I'll see if there are any cars that can still be driven inside. After he said that, he didn't wait for others to stop him, and jumped down, landing behind a tent, and groped inside along the dark area in the corner of the wall. What should we do if he dies? Lu Huai said worriedly. Luo Gu won't die, one of the vanguards retorted. He's super powerful. Luo Qin slipped into a supply warehouse. It was pitch black inside, no sound at all, and the air was filled with a thick smell of blood. He leaned over the crack of the door to look outside, wanting to wait until the zombies at the door were far away before going out. Suddenly he heard a faint gasp behind him, turned around immediately, and pressed a switch on the edge of the armor at the same time, and the high-wattage lighting suddenly lit up, illuminating the warehouse as bright as day. He saw blood all over the floor, and several disemboweled corpses, all of which had been eaten beyond recognition, with their heads broken, and no chance of even mutating and resurrecting. There was a huddled black shadow behind a box in the corner of the warehouse. Luo Qin walked a few steps closer and asked, "Is it a human?" The shadow trembled, poked its head out, and saw the person coming, and immediately ran over, rolling and crawling. "Help! Help! Shh! Don't shout!" Luo Qin hurriedly stopped him and pointed outside. The other person quieted down, and Luo Qin could see that it was Master Sun, who was usually in charge of cooking. His clothes were torn, and there was a big swelling on his forehead. He looked very embarrassed. "I sneaked in. There are zombies everywhere outside," Luo Qin said. "Don't be afraid. I will take you out. But you have to tell me what happened." Master Sun was still in shock. He grabbed Luo Qin's arm tightly and said tremblingly, "We just came in, the door was closed. But those recreated humans suddenly went crazy. They opened the door and let the zombies in. Then everyone died. I was the only one left. I saw them being dragged out with my own eyes." "Why did they go crazy?" Luo Qin stared at him. "What happened after you came in? What you saw? What you think is necessary to tell me? Tell me everything." Master Sun swallowed his saliva, thought for a while, and said, "I only heard someone shout, 'Let all the recreated humans get out. Don't spread the virus.'" "Who shouted?" Luo Qin asked. Master Sun shook his head. "I don't know. After shouting this, someone suddenly fired a gun, and everything was in chaos. Then the rebuilt humans ran to open the door, and the zombies came in." "Why do you say it was the rebuilt humans?" Luo Qin suddenly felt that Master Sun's words were not right, and asked another question. "You saw the rebuilt humans open the door with your own eyes, right?" Master Sun was a little confused, nodded, and shook his head again. "I can't remember clearly. I also forgot whether I saw it myself, or someone else shouted." Luo Qin knew that he was a little unconscious, so he prepared to take people away first. "Is there any car that can be used here?" Master Sun pointed outside the door and said, "There is a minibus, which is usually used to transport supplies. The key is usually not removed." He looked through the crack in the door and saw a yellow minibus on the open space not far away. But there were 2 level 2 mutants lying on the roof, patrolling back and forth like sentinels. From this angle, he could only see 4 or 5 zombies gathered at the rear of the car. They were all moving very slowly. They should be the lowest level mutants. The situation at the front of the car was not clear at all. "Can you drive?" Luo Qin asked Master Sun. "You are only responsible for driving to the gate. You must trust me to handle any situation. Can you do it?" Master Sun nodded hurriedly, "Yes." Luo Qin did not hesitate for a moment, pulled Master Sun up and rushed out, and jumped onto the roof of the bus using the wooden box of vegetables next to the minibus. When the 2 mutants saw prey coming, they immediately took an attacking stance. Their necks burst open like lizards with umbrella-shaped collars, and opened their mouths wide towards Luo Qin. "Get down." Luo Qin picked up Master Sun with one hand, and sent him down through the open skylight. With the other hand, he grabbed the zombie's neck and tore the collar fiercely, actually pulling its head and neck apart. Master Sun was indeed an experienced driver. He was stunned for only 2 seconds before rushing to the driver's seat, turning the key with shaking hands, stepping on the clutch and shifting gears to start. Luo Qin was almost unable to stand on the roof of the car because of the sudden start of the minibus. Another zombie rushed towards him with the force, and he kicked it off the roof. The rear of the car blew out a puff of exhaust gas, and the minibus rushed out in one go. Luo Qin dealt with the other zombies that climbed onto the roof with all his strength, and shouted to Master Sun, "Break the gate open, and keep going north." Master Sun stepped on the accelerator, and the minibus suddenly crashed into the gate. Luo Qin whistled at the people hiding on the wall, and shouted, "Jump!" Everyone was prepared, and understood Luo Qin's intention the moment they saw the car rushing over. Lu Huai grabbed a member of the vanguard team beside him, and said tremblingly, "Take me with you." The man laughed, lifted Lu Huai up by the waist, and when the minibus crashed open the door, he and others jumped onto the roof of the bus. All the zombies in the shelter were alarmed, and rushed out like a tide, chasing after the car. Many zombies that evolved very quickly had jumped onto the roof of the car one after another, attacking them frantically. A member of the vanguard team asked Luo Qin while shooting, "Brother Luo, where are we going?" "Hold on. Let's get out of the city first." Luo Qin smashed the head of a zombie with his fist. "We can't contact the outside world at all now. We can't wait for others to rescue us. We must pass the news out, especially to alert other safe areas to the existence of this virus." Lu Huai had already got into the car, and he turned on his computer without panic. Luo Qin glanced down and asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm trying to contact the nearest signal source," Lu Huai said. "Where is the nearest safe zone from here?" "Let's go." Luo Qin hesitated, looking at the zombies covering the street like a dark cloud behind the car, ran to the front of the car, hung upside down from the driver's window, and knocked on the glass beside Master Sun. "We're going to Shanghai." Master Sun was startled by the sudden appearance of the person, and the steering wheel shook, almost throwing Luo Qin off. "Okay." He came to his senses, turned the steering wheel to the right, and drove to the highway heading east out of the city. Chapter 190. Why don't you just die? Xue Liang walked out of the tent that temporarily housed the survivors, holding an empty soup bowl in his hand, and was going to wash it. Xue Sixian and Xue Simiu went to sleep after lunch. They have been clinging to him recently, either asking him to accompany them, or forcing Bai Wuluo to stay with them. When they are awake, they can hardly leave him alone for a moment. These days, Xue Liang was busy resisting the tide of corpses that came from time to time, and had almost no time to take care of his younger brothers and sisters. Yan Yu's leg injury has not healed, and although he can help take care of him, it is somewhat difficult. Fortunately, Xiao Su, Cheng Qingyu's subordinate, often comes to help, and he is very thoughtful in everything. "Captain." Xiao Su ran over and saluted him. "Do you want to wash the dishes?" "I'll do it." "No, I can't always bother you." Xue Liang smiled. "Thank you for helping to take care of Xixian and Simiu these 2 days. It's a small matter. We followed Captain Cheng. We were taken care of by him in the past. I also respect him sincerely, which is why I always follow him." Xiao Su scratched his head embarrassedly. "You are Xiao Bai's brother. Xiao Bai and Captain Cheng have such a relationship. We must help if we can." Xue Liang sighed. "This kid is so handsome. I'm a grown-up now, and I'm much more stable than before. When I was in high school, I had a quarrel with Wu Luo, and I cried and complained to me." Xiao Su's expression froze, as if he had heard some gossip he shouldn't have heard. "Ah, Captain Cheng, was he like this before?" Xue Liang, "Just don't tell him. He wants to save face." Xiao Su nodded. "Captain Cheng is stable, and he's also very caring. When I worked overtime a lot at the municipal bureau, he bought us midnight snacks, and every night after work, he asked someone to cook American ginseng and meat soup for us. By the way, that Yan Yu, right? Captain Cheng had asked me to visit him before, and I would go there a few times when I had nothing to do, to deliver some things. After all, his family was not doing well, and Captain Cheng had always taken good care of him." Xue Liang was stunned, and suddenly remembered that in the 4 years when he left without saying goodbye, there seemed to be little news about Yan Yu, and he only asked Zhao Feng Luo occasionally. And then he learned that everything was fine. After we met again, he had lost a lot of weight, and his emaciated appearance was completely different from what he remembered. But Yan Yu, he always worked hard to take care of Sixian and Simia, and even in the most dangerous times, he would protect others. "I'll go down and see him later," Xue Liang said. "His leg is injured, and he can't sit still. He may be feeling suffocated." The two chatted and laughed along the way, talking about many things in the past. Xue Liang washed the dishes and threw them into the recycling bin outside the tent. He originally planned to take a detour to see Yan Yu, But as soon as he walked to the door of the tent, he saw a tall man carrying a metal bucket and walking towards him quickly. He stopped in front of Shui Liang and suddenly raised the bucket in his hand and threw it at him. Shui Liang dodged quickly, and Xiao Su was also pulled away by him. Fortunately, the bucket of unknown liquid only stained his sleeves a little. But the next second, the strong smell of blood in the air made both of them feel something was wrong. The man threw a bucket of scarlet liquid at him, which was sticky and dirty, and even slightly black. Xiao Su shouted, rushed over to control the man, and asked loudly, "Who are you? What do you want to do?" Cheng Qingyao and Bai Wulu rushed out of the tent after hearing this, and Yin Yu limped behind him. Seeing the blood-red ground, he lost his voice and said, "Lychee." Shui Liang stood there, a little stunned, looking at the red liquid on the ground, and raised his head blankly. Bai Wulu ran over and looked at Shui Liang. "Brother, are you okay?" He shook his head and said, "No." The man struggled, but could not break free from Xiao Su's grip. He was so anxious that he cursed, "You are a disaster. Now everyone is forced to this point. It's all your fault. You are all disasters for recreating human beings. Get out." Cheng Qingyao patted Xiao Su on the shoulder and told him not to hold him too tightly. He asked the man, "What do you mean by that? Didn't he spread the virus? He made those beasts outside crazy and killed so many people. You are still staying here safely." The man roared, "You are the one who made us like this. We haven't had a good night's sleep in the past 2 years. All those beautiful plans of your ark were planned to the dogs? Does anyone care about our life or death?" Shui Liang moved his lips, not knowing what to say. Some survivors nearby were attracted by the curses. After just one look, they all understood what happened. There was a sudden whispering around. Shui Liang felt that countless eyes were staring at him, making him feel very uncomfortable. "I was really blind before. I was blinded by greed to believe that you were a good person. Go to hell. Why don't you go to hell? Go to hell, go to hell. Get out, I want you to go to hell. Go to hell." The curses still didn't stop. Xiao Su was so angry that he wanted to cover the man's mouth, but Shui Liang waved his hand to stop him. He was still confused. He had heard these vicious curses many times before, and thought he didn't care about them anymore. However, at this moment, he somehow recalled the scenes when Shui Yunting insulted him when he was a child. The man in front of him was so much like Shui Yunting when he was mad. Even his tone and demeanor were extremely similar. Shui Liang subconsciously felt depressed and uneasy. Cheng Qingyao asked Xiao Su to take the man away, and then he breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "What's going on?" Cui Haoshan's incident should not have made a big fuss. I guess many people don't understand what he is saying. Where did this come from? By Wu Luo, Li Muqi seemed to have mentioned a kind of high-level virus before. I was planning to go to Zhu Yin to verify it. And by the way, ask him about the results of his autopsy. He asked Nian Yu and Cheng Qingyao to accompany Shui Liang back first, and he went to the logistics camp instead. There are not many people here, and the appearance of the reconstructed humans will not cause any disturbance. But he still decided to stay as long as possible. Zhu Yin happened to be sorting medicines in the warehouse. When he heard Bai Wulu's purpose, he pushed his glasses up and said, "I am only responsible for the test results. The new virus does exist. It is an ancient virus called red scum. It is also transmitted through body fluids and mucous membranes. The infected organisms parasitized by it will become restless and aggressive. Both reconstructed humans and zombies will be controlled by this virus. I have not found a way to deal with it yet." "You didn't tell anyone, did you?" Bai Wulu asked. Zhu Yin shook his head. "No. I said I was only responsible for my part of the job. Although I know you suspect Cui Haoshan. Recreated humans are also one of the main media for the spread of this virus. It will not do him any good if this matter is spread out. I heard about his finger at Shui Liang. It's very strange. Let your brother pay attention. There has been no case of recreated humans infected with the red scab virus yet. But it doesn't mean there won't be one in the future." Bai Wuluo couldn't figure it out either. He still felt that the most urgent thing was to go back and inform Shui Liang, asking him to strengthen the daily protection of the Blue Flame members and not let the infection spread among them. Zhu Yin was a little flustered, writing and drawing something on the notebook, and asked casually, "By the way, you just said, what did the man throw at your brother?" Bai Wulu recalled the scene at that time. It seemed to be a bucket of blood, which should have been brought out from the kitchen. "Blood?" Zhu Yin frowned uneasily. "Go and take a look. Collect some samples for me. And be sure to take precautions. Willow returned to the tent. More than a dozen steps away from the place where the conflict just happened. He suddenly stopped and looked at the place in disbelief. From the time he went to find Zhu Yin to the time he returned, it was only a dozen minutes. But at this moment, the ground that should have been stained with blood was scraped off by someone without knowing when. He walked over, stared down at the abrupt gap. It was clean, as if nothing had been spilled on it. A sudden rainstorm trapped Luo Qin and his group in a service area along the highway. This place has been abandoned for a long time, and there are not many zombies gathered here. It must be difficult for those things to find this place after traveling thousands of miles. The service area still maintained the same appearance as when the disaster broke out. Cars were smashed into a ball, and the blood on the ground had dried for who knows how many times. But after all, it was a relatively desolate middle section of the national highway, and the virus infection was not serious. Even the zombies had not yet evolved to a faster speed, and could only stagger and chase people. Yi Qinglan's crossbow arrow was released from the string, and with a whoosh, it shot the zombie who accidentally broke into the gas station in the head. She sat at the door of the convenience store, and the crossbow poked out from the crack of the door, and was still stained with water drops. It was raining heavily. When they arrived at the service area, their car was almost out of gas. Just as they filled up at the gas station, the sky was overcast and heavy rain suddenly fell. It hit the car windows like hail. The strong wind blew the rain curtain into smoke, which was visible in the air. The team had to hide in the convenience store at the gas station to avoid the rain. The food inside had been looted, but God had mercy on them, and there was still some left. Although most of it was expired, it was still edible. Luo Qin packed 2 large bags of food and water, and opened a sausage for himself, and ate it with relish while drinking expired milk. "Won't you have diarrhea?" Lu Huai looked at the date on the package. Hesitantly, "I'm lactose intolerant." Luo Qin was so annoyed by this man's troubles. He took the milk from his hand, and replaced it with a bottle of soda water. "You are so hypocritical. Drink this, Yi Qinglan." And then, he threw the milk to Yi Qinglan, who reached out to catch it, tore open the package with his teeth, and squeezed it all into his stomach in no time. "I really want to eat a big bowl of soup with rice. Put a lot of meat, and I can walk to Shanghai in one breath after eating it." Luo Qin bit off half of the ham sausage, and said vaguely, "Okay, when I get to Shanghai, I can even soak you in the rice. I can't contact Shanghai anymore. If something happens there." "What happened? What should we do?" a member of the Vanguard team asked. "We are still more than 600 kilometers away from Shanghai, and the radio signal has been paralyzed. When the enemy comes, we will fight him. When the water comes, we will block it with earth," Luo Qin said. "Xue Liang must have found out that something is wrong with us. If they want to come to Shining, they must pass through Shanghai. Everything will be fine. Don't worry." Yi Qinglan was a little discouraged and said, "Do you trust him so much? Recreated humans can spread the scabies virus. Have you ever thought about, he won't." Luo Qin interrupted her. "He won't let himself be infected with that thing. And you don't have to worry about him." Yi Qinglan knew that he was not in a good mood, so she stopped talking. Luo Qin suddenly sat up, listening to something, and his expression suddenly became alert. "There is a car sound." The entire Vanguard team was on alert. Yi Qinglan set up a gun at the door, and keenly captured the engine noise coming from far away in the noisy rain. "Don't shoot. It will explode." Luo Qin turned the muzzle of the gun aside and said, "We don't know who is coming, and we don't know whether it is an enemy or a friend. Wait a minute." 3 off-road vehicles drove in from outside the service area and drove straight into the awning of the gas station before stopping. Luo Qin had already equipped himself with armor, hid behind the shelves of the convenience store, and kept a close eye on the situation outside. 2 men with guns jumped out of the car from both sides. One of them leaned against the car door and took something out of his pocket. The other walked straight to the gas station, holding a Russian-made AK-12, with a scar on his left forehead, and a rather unfriendly look. The man leaning against the car took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, smoked one and was about to light it. But he tried to light it with his lighter, but it didn't work. He frowned and tried to light it again. But the man who was about to walk to the door heard him, turned around and walked back quickly, and slapped the lighter out of his hand. "You want to die." The man whose lighter was knocked away felt very aggrieved, and said, "It's okay, brother. Just smoke one. Wait until this place explodes." And no one will care how many cigarettes you want to smoke. The man he called brother glared at him. Can't you hold it in for a while? The younger brother lowered his eyebrows and said, Oh, and put the cigarette back in his pocket obediently. The scarred man then walked towards the convenience store. Luo Qin shrank behind the shelf. He heard the glass door creak open, and heavy footsteps came in. The sound of the gun bolt was heard. The scarred man was very alert. He waved the muzzle of the gun in the store, and then walked slowly inside. Luo Qin had wiped off all the footprints at the door, and there were no obvious water stains left. He pretended that no one had been there before. The scarred man walked to the shelf where Luo Qin was hiding, stretched out his hand and swept it around, and took a few bags of potato chips and biscuits. He shook open his backpack, put everything in it, and walked on. The moment he reached the corner of the shelf, Luo Qin attacked unexpectedly, and his black armor went straight to the man's neck, trying to stop him first. Unexpectedly, the scarred man reacted very quickly, and immediately dodged, and kicked over the shelf with his legs. Luo Qin jumped up with the help of the pile of goods on the side, dodged the shelf that was smashing towards him, and then swept his long legs across, heading straight for the man's head. The man raised his hand to block, and the other hand was about to grab his leg. Luo Qin turned in the air, and his legs clamped the man's neck, and pressed him to the ground. Don't move. Chapter 191. Why did he give up? Luo Qin learned this move from Xue Liang. Although it was a little bit of an imitation, it was useful after all. However, at this moment, he already felt that the man in front of him was not ordinary. His movements and strength were faster than ordinary people. He reached out to touch the man's neck, but he didn't touch anything. The other party seemed to be a recreated human, but he didn't belong to the Ark. There was a high probability that he had used a strengthener. Luo Qin controlled the man, and the vanguard team rushed out in unison, with dozens of guns pointed at the scarred man. The scarred man looked at them coldly, not afraid, and said, These days, it's still possible to encounter highway robbers. We are not robbers. But you also know what the world is like outside. We have to confirm whether the people coming are enemies or friends. Luo Qin replied, I will take you out now. Don't try to play tricks. Otherwise I can kill you and your brother outside in 2 seconds. The scarred man's face changed, and he said in a deep voice, Don't touch him. Luo Qin clamped his armor, neck, raised his chin outside. You follow me, others stay in the store. Don't come out unless I call you. The two walked out one after the other, and the man who was keeping watch outside saw this scene, and immediately shouted, Who the hell are you? Let my brother go. He pulled out a gun from his waist, and pointed it at Luo Qin. At this time, people opened the doors of the 3 cars in the gas station and jumped out one after another, both men and women, and of different heights, weights and skin shapes, and it was hard to tell what kind of group they were. Luo Qin said, I don't mean anything else. But you have guns, and you are not soldiers or police, so I have to be alert. Don't worry. As long as you have no ill intentions, we will not touch your people. The scarred man's brother said angrily, Let my brother go first, or I will shoot. Luo Qin laughed, Shoot? Your brother and I are the same person. If you shoot, no matter who you hit, it will be fine. But this is a gas station, and everyone will be buried with you. Everyone was stunned, realizing that Luo Qin was not an ordinary human being, and they didn't dare to do anything more for a while. The younger brother cursed, put down the gun, and tried to calm his tone. Okay, then let the man go, and none of you should fight. Shooting here is really not good for anyone. Luo Qin and the opposite side confronted each other quietly for a while. Let the scarred man go, and pushed him forward. Go over. The scarred man was not honest. As he left Luo Qin's range, he turned around and kicked him. Luo Qin quickly grabbed the other's ankle, swung it half a circle in the air, and threw it in the direction of their parking. The scarred man's brother tried to catch it, but was hit by the car door. His head was buzzing with pain, and he could hardly get up. Seeing that Luo Qin was alone, the people around him also rushed over, wanting to gather the strength of many people to capture him in one fell swoop. Grab the thing in his hand. Someone shouted. Cut his arm. Since you don't keep your word, don't blame me for not being gentle. Luo Qin said, I don't want to kill people, because I have something urgent to do. Otherwise I have plenty of time to waste with you. The scarred man covered his chest, and was helped to stand up by his brother. He waved his hand to stop. Stop fighting. Everyone stopped. Luo Qin looked at them indifferently and didn't say anything. You are very strong. We 5 or 6 reconstructed humans are no match for you, Scar said. Who are you? Whether you are a reconstructed human who has used enhancers or participated in experiments in the Ark, you should not be this strong. What about you? What kind are you? Loken asked back. Do we look like people who can afford to enter the Ark? Scar laughed. What kind of people are there? Rich, powerful, and well-connected, anyway. They are not barefoot like us. Loken asked again, where did you get your enhancers from? Everyone was silent for a while, and looked at each other. The scarred man was silent for a moment, and said, who are you? I don't need to tell you. I am from the Ark, Luo Qin said. Okay. In exchange, I want you to tell the truth. Are you from the Ark? The scarred man was a little alert. What are you going to do? Are you going to clean us up for the Ark? Luo Qin was puzzled. Why should I clean you up for the Ark? The scarred man looked at him unconvinced. His eyes rolled, and asked, are you really from the Ark? Isn't the Ark hunting down illegal recreated humans like us everywhere? Why don't you do it? What do you mean? Luo Qin frowned. I have been expanding the safe zone in Shining, and I have never heard that the Ark wants to hunt you down. There are also many recreated humans in our camp. But forget it. Let's talk about you first. Scar saw that he really had no intention of killing, so he invited him to the car to talk. Luo Qin looked back at the store, nodded to Yi Qinglan and others, and reassured them. Several jeeps were filled with guns, ammunition and food reserves. This group of people also escaped from the south, but they had never heard of the South Safety Zone. They had been running in the streets and wilderness for the past 2 years, and gradually gathered such a group of people. The scarred man said to Luo Qin that half a month ago, someone suddenly told a rumor, which was said to have spread from the Ark. Li Muki was working on forming a recruiting commando to thoroughly clean up all illegal recreation of humans. Has anyone confirmed it? Luo Qin asked. Or is it just a rumor? The scarred man said, we didn't believe it before. Until not long ago, reconstructed humans suddenly started to disappear inexplicably. And then, their bodies would appear every few days. Everyone was shot. But the wounds were in completely different locations. You know, unless they are shot in the head, reconstructed humans will not die. Luo Qin remembered the countermeasures that Lu Huai had discovered, and his face darkened. I know. It is a very special bullet. Specially used. Our people have also suffered a lot in dealing with reconstructed humans. The scarred man looked him up and down, and asked suspiciously, are you really under the control of the Ark? I think you are not an ordinary reconstructed human. Otherwise you would not be able to fight so many of us alone. Luo Qin nodded. I don't have to lie to you. Otherwise, I would not be sitting here listening to you. Brother, I heard that there is a kind of reconstructed human. The scarred man's younger brother came over and whispered something in his ear. The latter's expression was unpredictable. He looked at Luo Qin deeply and nodded slightly. Luo Qin knew what the two were talking about. It seemed that the matter of the first generation of recreated humans was not completely secret, and it was widely spread among the people. But he was not one of them. As a person who had carried the virus since the mother's womb, he didn't know how to define himself. It seems that you are not someone we can afford to offend. The scarred man sighed. I heard that the strongest group of recreated humans has always been a mystery. But the well-known Blue Flame Brigade is a name that people like us have heard of. But the Blue Flame Brigade has already withdrawn from the Ark. Is this true? Luo Qin nodded. Yes, the concepts are not in line. It is normal to go our separate ways. We are going north this time, just to join the Blue Flame Brigade, the scarred man said. But Luo Qin shook his head and said to him from the bottom of his heart, I don't recommend it. Why? Several people in the car asked in unison. Luo Qin did not give the reason, but just advised the group of people vaguely not to join the fun. He had selfish motives, and didn't want Xue Liang to accept this extremely unstable recreated human being. His lychee was too soft-hearted, and would definitely be dragged down. After peacefully parting with Scar Man and his group, the rain was about to stop. Luo Qin integrated the supplies, and set off again, and brought a few barrels of gasoline. They didn't clean up the convenience store completely, but only took away enough for everyone to get to Shanghai, and the rest was left where it was. Luo Qin hoped that if there were survivors passing by here in the future, they wouldn't be desperate to find that there was nothing left in the convenience store. Master Sun took a good rest and drove off. The minibus swayed all the way to Shanghai. On the endless empty road, there was only one car for hundreds of miles. which was a little hope in the desperate situation. Luo Qin sat in the last row with his eyes closed. Lu Huai sat in front of him with a computer and kept typing away, which made him sleep poorly. So he opened his eyes and looked forward, curious about what this man was doing. Lu Huai's screen showed a map with a dark main color, with hundreds of crisscrossing white traffic routes on it, forming a route network. There was a red light spot jumping on one of the lines, which was obviously the car they were in. "Can you contact Shanghai?" Luo Qin asked. Lu Huai shook his head. "Not yet, I estimated that. The signal can only be barely received in the area within 200 kilometers of Shanghai. If the communication line over there is also damaged, then this range will have to be further reduced. I have a bad feeling." Luo Qin rubbed his eyebrows and told the truth. "I want to find Li Ji quickly, tell him about the red dandruff virus, but I don't know what's going on in Qingdao." "Don't worry, Shui Liang is a very flexible person, and he usually handles things well. In the past, when people talked about him, they always said that the heir of the Shui family was a waste. But they didn't know that Shui Liang was actually a person of character," Lu Huai said. "He has never shown his edge, so others look down on him." "You seem to admire him very much," Luo Qin asked curiously. "Can you tell me about his deeds?" Lu Huai thought for a while and said, "He used to learn musical instruments, piano, violin, and flute, and also sang Peking opera for a while. You should know Professor Fei, right? That was his enlightenment teacher since he was a child. He was well versed in both Chinese and Western studies. He was a big shot. He was in the middle school textbooks." "Oh!" Luo Qin listened with great interest. "Then what?" "Shui Liang is very talented. I also watched the performance of Professor Fei's orchestra. Shui Liang was responsible for the piano solo of the string group at the age of 10. It was very, very amazing. No one would believe that it was a 10-year-old child." Lu Huai recalled the past, with great regret. It's just a pity that one day he suddenly said he would not continue to study, and sold all the musical instruments at home at a low price. Professor Fei was angry that he gave up halfway, and he cut off relations with him, and never acknowledged him as a student again. Luo Qin was stunned for a moment, remembering Fei Ying's usual harsh attitude towards Shui Liang, and couldn't help complaining, "That old man is very fierce." Lu Huai smiled and said, "He must be disappointed with his son. Shui Liang's behavior was too strange. At that time, no one could understand why he did this. At first, I thought it was related to his mother's illness. But he sold the musical instruments after his mother passed away. When he was short of money before, he didn't sell them. Was it necessary to sell them at a low price later? Then why did he give up? Do you know?" Luo Qin asked. Chapter 192, Countermeasures. Lu Huai shrugged. "I don't know. Even Professor Fei didn't ask the reason, how can I know? But his family went bankrupt at that time. I guess it has something to do with the economic situation. The custom-made Steinway piano in his house is a noble among the best. It was purchased for more than 2 million in the 1990s. He is willing to sell it. If it were me, even if my house caught fire, I would burn to death with the piano." Luo Qin twitched his mouth, thinking that you are really useless. After Lu Huai finished a long string of words, he sighed. "It's such a pity. I don't believe that he doesn't like it at all. No matter how talented a person is, it is impossible to achieve such results in a field that he doesn't like. The sound of the piano is emotional. The love that the player pours into it cannot be compared with simple showmanship." Luo Qin also didn't believe that Shui Liang would not like playing the piano. He remembered the photo he found in Shui Liang's room. The boy who was touching the piano keys in the photo looked so enthusiastic and intoxicated, as if the piano in front of him was everything to him. How could he not like it? He kept the photo close to his body, often took it out to admire it, and made sure to put it away before washing clothes. He also carefully made a hard shell frame for the photo, which did not take up much space, and could protect the photo from wear and tear. By the way, he also composed his own music, but he wanted to burn it all when he moved. I heard the news in advance and ran to his door, and snatched the music scores from the fire. I almost got beaten by him, because the fire set my sleeve on fire," Lu Huai said. "Those were all precious and rare. I had to persuade him to give me those songs, but he didn't allow me to spread them. By the way, I still have those things in my house in Hangzhou. I can show them to you when I get back." Luo Qin wanted to laugh when he heard it. Lu Huai really looked like he was willing to sacrifice himself for truth and art. He was even more desperate than when he rescued the materials from the Soviet fire barrel. But Luo Qin also saw a different Shui Liang from Lu Huai's narration. A person he had never seen before. If only I had known him earlier, Luo Qin thought. After driving for 2 days and 2 nights, Master Sun finally saw the sign for the Shanghai-bound exit on the highway, called Luo Qin, and said, "We are here. Be careful when entering the city. You don't know the way. Let me do it." Luo Qin went up and replaced Master Sun. But he had never driven this kind of car before. When turning, he even hit the guardrail. The rear end of the car scraped against the metal sheet with a long sizzling sound. The city was full of zombies. Some moving slowly, some running fast, and even some infected creatures that had evolved climbing abilities, jumping onto cars with a crackling sound, their rotting heads hitting the glass desperately, ready to break in at any time. This city has always been densely populated, especially in the suburbs. It usually takes more than an hour to get to the city by subway. The highway was filled with messy vehicles, all of which had been abandoned here for a long time. On the spacious two-way lanes, almost all the fronts of the cars were facing the same direction. After the disaster, their owners might have been rescued, or they might have become one of the thousands of monsters. Luo Qin rushed through the median strip in the middle of the road and drove to the side of the road with fewer cars. The chassis rubbed against the curb and made a loud noise. He could only pray that the fuel tank was not broken. "We have contacted the garrison," Lu Huai shouted. "They will send a helicopter to pick us up." Luo Qin turned the steering wheel, and the car suddenly turned onto another road. Everyone in the car staggered, their faces pressed against the glass, and they met the zombies outside almost at zero distance. It was no different from a 3D horror movie. They could even smell the stench that penetrated the glass. Several helicopters flew from the east, firing at the zombie army behind the car. Luo Qin drove all the way to the safe zone. Several windows had been cracked by the zombies, and they couldn't hold on for much longer. "Hold it," Luo Qin said as he stepped on the accelerator. The minibus knocked over a bunch of cars lying across the road and rushed out. The headlights on the front of the car were smashed to pieces, and several zombies lying on the front of the car were also squeezed into meat paste. Luo Qin shifted the gear to the maximum and drove towards the shelter that was already in front of him with all his might. Yi Qinglan yelled, "Luo Qin, the glass is broken." She shot the zombie's head that was poking in, shaking the pistol, said, "The bullets are almost gone. Hold on for another 30 seconds. Luo Qin said calmly. "Lu Huai, bring the computer over, I want to talk to the person in charge." Lu Huai ran over from the back of the car. The radio communication interface was displayed on the screen. A man's voice came from the opposite side. "This is the Shanghai branch of the East China Military Region, the surface ship unit of the East China Sea Fleet. Please ask the survivors outside the shelter to respond immediately. Report the situation." "I am Luo Qin. I have been to the East Safety Zone with Captain Shui Liang before," Luo Qin replied. "We have 12 people coming from the Shining South Safety Zone. There are no infected people." "Received. The fighter aviation team will escort you. We are ready to open the safety zone. Entry time is 1 minute. Attention, repeat again, entry time is 1 minute." "Enough." Luo Qin drove the horsepower to the maximum. Everyone in the car flew up from their seats. Lu Huai grabbed the back of Luo Qin's chair tightly and held the computer in his other hand, like a shaky plastic bag hanging on the handle. The engine ran to the limit, and the front of the car rushed towards the slowly opening gate of the safety zone. As it was about to hit it, Luo Qin used his drifting skills, and the minibus made a harsh braking sound and slid diagonally towards the gate. The wheels dragged 4 long black marks on the ground, and it almost rubbed against the ground and sparks were produced. The rear of the minibus hit the outer wall of the safety zone, and it stopped after a loud bang. Luo Qin stood up and kicked open the door neatly. "Get out of the car, and get in quickly." The helicopter was hovering overhead, and a car of people hurried down and were escorted into the safety zone by the soldiers who met them at the gate. After counting the number of people, Yi Qinglan found that 1 person was missing. She immediately turned around to look for him. She saw Luo Qin still standing outside the door. He grabbed the bumper of the minibus with his armored hands and threw the car body towards the zombies. The helicopter in the air fired a shot at the minibus, accurately breaking the fuel tank. The car exploded in the zombie pile with a bang, and hundreds of zombies were instantly engulfed by the blazing fire. After Luo Qin did all this, he took a few steps back and flashed into the gate of the safe zone. The next second, The heavy iron valve fell heavily to the bottom. Yi Qinglan was panting, and only breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Luo Qin coming in. She and the others were taken by the garrison to do disinfection and blood sampling. After Luo Qin completed the physical examination, he immediately went to meet the person in charge of the safety zone with the soldiers who led him. The people who came to receive him included Fei Yingyi. Although he still didn't look good to him, his attitude was at least in line with the rules, and he didn't roll his eyes at him. After everyone sat down and talked, Luo Qin learned that a new military rescue organization had been established in the Eastern Safety Zone, which was formed by the remaining manpower of the local Navy, Army and Air Force. The entire Eastern Safety Zone has been covered by the rescue network. In the past 6 months, it has rescued many survivors who are still struggling to survive, and its reputation far exceeds that of the Ark Safety Zone. Recently, the East Safety Zone was preparing to establish a stable refuge and accommodation area in the Yangtze River Delta region. But before it could be implemented, it suffered a large-scale communication interruption and zombie attacks. Fortunately, the East Safety Zone's defenses were well built, much better than the South Safety Zone's shabby defenses. After all, it was a military project, and its efficiency was improving rapidly. Its defense performance was also excellent. Therefore, Shanghai was not affected much, but it lost several shelters scattered in the city, and most of the survivors in them had already been transferred out. Our last contact with the outside world was to discuss the time of material transportation with the military base in Qingdao. After that, we could no longer contact any safe zone. The admiral, who had met several times before, sat at the conference table and said with a heavy face, "At first, we were not sure what happened, but then the zombies attacked the safe zone abnormally. Our people resisted several rounds, but it was still a bit difficult. Thanks to the help of a friend." Luo Qin's mouth was dry, and he drank a sip of water in the cup before asking, "Who is it?" "A U.S. Army colonel named Ignat. You should know him," the admiral said. "He is still in the safe zone. After the meeting is over, you can go to see him." Luo Qin nodded and asked, "Logically speaking, I am not qualified to participate in this kind of meeting. Maybe there is really no one available in the East Safe Zone?" Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Luo Qin to say it so bluntly. But since he took the initiative to make it clear, there is no need to hide the following conversation. Just speak openly. Although the Eastern Safety Zone currently has sufficient supplies and solid defense, it is indeed more advantageous than the Northern Safety Zone in terms of concentrating manpower and material resources. The general crossed his hands on the table and said frankly, "But combat power is our biggest weakness. After all, the 3 safety zones in the south, north, and west have the power to recreate humans, but the Eastern Safety Zone has none. The zombies outside are evolving to higher levels, and are no longer something that ordinary humans can contend with. So we want to develop human reconstruction forces in the East Security Zone." "Why? Are you also going to conduct human reconstruction experiments?" Luo Qin asked. "Now a considerable part of the Lantian mine is in the hands of the military. If you want to do so, you can do it." The general shook his head and said, "No, we don't want to continue that experiment. It's better to say that from the beginning. We didn't approve of this kind of human experimental research. So the military's human reconstruction training plan was only piloted in Hanzhou and Shening. But now we are forced to consider using this power, not to develop new recreated humans, but to recruit existing combat forces." Luo Qin understood, knowing that this was an olive branch thrown to him, and he could just reach out and take it. But Li Muqi would definitely not give up. He had seen the cruelty of that man not long ago. Once he turned to the military, Li Muqi didn't know what he would do. But now the North Safety Zone is completely out of contact with the outside world. Li Muqi would not know that he passed through the East Safety Zone when he went north. He could use this rare time difference to do something. "I need to think about this." Luo Qin remained calm, leaning back in his chair. "I know why you only recruited me. Otherwise, there are so many first-generation recreated humans wandering around. Who can't you recruit? It's just that you are afraid that those people are difficult to control. People like me who are close to Shui Liang will not be the same as those desperate criminals." The general did not comment, but the reason was obvious. "But you are wrong about one thing. I am indeed no different from those desperate criminals. If there was no Shui Liang, I would not rely on anyone," Luo Qin suddenly said. "Li Muqi knew that I was uncontrollable, so he even sent people to keep an eye on me when I went to Shing to build a safe zone. But I can guarantee one thing. Shui Liang's position is my position. Fei Yingyi cast a look at him, his expression cold, and said, "Don't judge yourself by his standards. You are completely different people. I don't believe you will stand on his side unconditionally under any circumstances." Luo Qin smiled and said, "Professor, I know you may have a problem with me. I'm sorry for kidnapping your student." Chapter 193 Li Qi taught well. Fei Yingyi's face instantly looked like he had eaten rotten rice overnight, and the expressions of the other people at the table were also very unpredictable. Some people seemed to be holding back their laughter, but did not dare to laugh, and the general always had a dignified face, and did not show a different expression because of Luo Qin's jokes. "But you have no other choice now. Lieutenant General Zhao is far away in the southwest, and if he really wanted to unite with you, he would not go to the Xian district. Shui Liang is the only human force you can fight for. But he has been in the north, and cannot reach here. I don't care about reputation. The agreement with Fangzhou can be cancelled at any time. It depends on my tolerance for Li Muqi." Luo Qin continued, "Since you have called me here, we still need to discuss. To be honest, I am interested in your suggestions. But we have to wait for the right time." The admiral looked at him with a firm gaze. "We have already staked everything. To compete with the north, there is only one way to go. Will what we say here today be spread?" Luo Qin asked. The admiral gave him a positive answer. "Absolutely not." "Okay," Luo Qin said. "You can trust me." The conversation lasted for more than 3 hours. When Luo Qin and Fei Yingyi walked out together, Lu Huai and Yi Qinglan were waiting for him at the door. The content of the conversation was absolutely confidential to the outside world. No more than 10 people attended the meeting. And there was no record. Once the content was leaked, the leaker would be found out quickly. Yi Qinglan was from the Ark, and she also managed the Human Alliance, but it was obvious that the military did not want to recruit this force. Luo Qin heard about Li Muqi's involvement with the mercenaries, and understood why the East security zone was unmoved by the frequent cooperation intentions from the Ark. The Ark looked like a stable ship on the surface, but various factors inside were extremely unstable, and the collapse of this behemoth was most likely to start from the inside. Lieutenant Colonel Ji hit a snag when he came to the East security zone last time, and the talks were not concluded at all. There was no movement from Li Muqi, and he turned to take down the giant lizard mercenary organization. Fei Yingyi has been staying here, cooperating with the military in the name of Fangzhou, but in fact he is already in a semi-detached state. According to the process, everyone who enters the safe zone has a 48-hour quarantine period. Luo Qin did not want to be an exception, so he took the initiative to apply for quarantine with the admiral. Everyone was arranged in a separate room on the ship, and 3 meals a day were delivered by special people. The East Safety Zone has sufficient food reserves, and coupled with the unique geographical advantage of the sea, it is also very convenient to go fishing. Fresh fish is delivered every day, and the treatment is pretty good. Luo Qin didn't have any requirements for food. He missed Shui Liang a little. The lunch he had in Qingdao a few months ago was still very memorable. It was not because the food was so rich, but because the atmosphere was so good. The 3 of them sat in front of the sunny window and enjoyed lunch leisurely. Ji Moro kept talking. Shui Liang occasionally retorted, and he smiled and peeled shrimp for Shui Liang. The 2 held hands softly under the table. Shui Liang's knuckles rubbed against his fingertips. The way he lowered his head to eat was pleasing to the eye. There was only 1 lantern hanging on the cruise ship at night. Shui Liang modified the armor blueprint under the light. He was so fed up with Ji Moro's harassment that he rolled up his sleeves to push her into the sea. Luo Qin pulled her back and kicked Ji Moro in a biased way. Ji Moro suggested going to the hot spring resort. It was a rare opportunity for them to take a break from their busy schedule. Shui Liang, who had been working non-stop for a month, seemed to have never been so relaxed. At night, he curled up next to Luo Qin and fell asleep as soon as he closed his eyes. He was not woken up even when it rained outside. Luo Qin only remembered that there was a beautiful moonlight outside the window after the rain stopped. Shui Liang was sleeping peacefully in his arms, holding his fingers. He pulled his fingers away playfully. Shui Liang frowned in his sleep, and reached out to grab them again with dissatisfaction, holding them tighter than before. Then Luo Qin couldn't bear to pull them out again, and slept with Shui Liang holding him all night. The next morning, his whole wrist was numb. Luo Qin couldn't help but smile when he thought of those days now. "Mr. Luo?" The private soldier who brought him food knocked on the door again. Are you feeling unwell? Ah. No. Luo Qin came back to his senses. What's the matter? The private soldier asked. Is the food enough? If not, another portion can be sent. We don't limit the amount of food here. Luo Qin smiled, shook his head and said, No. 1 portion is enough. Lunch was rice and 3 dishes. 1 meat and 2 vegetables. The scrambled eggs with tomatoes were sweet. The shredded potatoes were cooked to perfection. And the meat slices looked a little pitiful. But after all, it was still 2 ounces of oil. Luo Qin simply mixed the dishes and rice together. And then he remembered that Shui Liang was very picky about food. And his taste was light. He always shoveled the onions and garlic in the food into his own bowl. And even refused to eat the tomatoes in the scrambled eggs. And would pick them out for him with chopsticks. According to Falcon, Shui Liang was never picky about food in the army before. And his 3 meals a day were very strict. Perhaps it was just as Jimaro mocked. And he was spoiled by himself. After 2 days of isolation, Luo Qin went to the deck to get some fresh air. He was so pent up that he couldn't stay idle for a while. This time, he stayed in the cabin for 2 whole days. I don't know if Shui Liang's subtle influence on him finally worked. His innate ADHD finally showed some signs of recovery. Ignat heard that Luo Qin had finished his quarantine and ran to find him. He was a little surprised when he saw him for the first time. You have changed a lot. Luo Qin didn't know what he was referring to. He thought about it and found that his hairstyle had changed and his hair was cut much shorter. But Ignat's next sentence went straight to the point. The last time I saw you, your aura wasn't this strong. It seems that you met a good instructor. Yes. Luo Qin was very proud. A very good instructor. I want to compete with you. Ignat's eyes flashed with a gleam. I once lost to Captain Shui Liang. You are his student. I want to see how much I can inherit from him. I'm not in the mood now. Luo Qin leaned against the railing of the deck to look at the river view. Stretched his neck. Let's talk about business. I heard that you were planning to return to China with Aaron. But something happened on the way. You stayed in Shanghai. And Aaron flew to Qingdao. What happened that has you stranded until now? Ignat jumped onto the container and sat down. And stretched out his hand to Lockin, motioning him to come up. Lockin did not say much. And climbed up as well. No one will monitor us. Don't worry. You still have too little experience. Whether on the battlefield or not. The enemy's ears and eyes are everywhere. Ignat narrowed his eyes and said, I stayed because I still have something to tell you and Shui Liang. At that time, Aaron and I had just taken off for a short time when we lost contact with the U.S. headquarters again. We didn't know what happened over there. And we were afraid that once we returned home, we would never be able to contact you two again. Lockin looked at him. What happened? Our communication with the Washington, Arkansas headquarters was only restored for 2 hours. And during these 2 hours, my teammates passed an absolutely confidential message to my storage device. And I cached that information before the network was completely paralyzed. Ignat said, I need a computer that will never be monitored to read these data. Loken immediately thought of Lu Huai, but he couldn't be 100% sure of Ignat. The Ark headquarters in Washington was established with the assistance of Li Muki after the Songha conference. There was no guarantee that there would be no spies from the other side. And Ignat's so-called information, was it out of a sincere desire to show it to me? Or was it for other purposes under the instruction of Ark? If I wanted to harm you, I would have told Li Muki as early as when I knew you were going to Ukraine. Ignat didn't care about Loken's hesitation and said, It's normal for you to doubt me. After all, although Lieutenant Colonel Ji has returned, his spies have not completely withdrawn from Shanghai. Loken was stunned. You know this too? Ignat smiled and said, You have not been exposed to the world of special forces. Even with Shui Liang, you are just standing outside his field, and have never really stepped into the life of a special force. The anti-reconnaissance ability of top special forces is engraved in their bones. Even in their dreams, their ears will always be alert to the surroundings. I discovered Lieutenant Colonel G's people when they first tracked and investigated me. But I never showed it. So that they thought I was still under Lieutenant Colonel G's control. That means Li Muki still hasn't given up the fight for the East Safety Zone? Luo Qin said. No wonder. Compared to Shining, the strategic position here is better. Li Muki is very suspicious. He thinks we are secretly doing something with the military. So he sent people to keep an eye on us. Ignat said. In fact, I just admire Shui Liang's courage and boldness, like Li Muki. But people like him will not be willing to be the running dogs of ambitious people. And their edges cannot be smoothed out anyway. So for Li Muki, it has changed from a treasure to a threat. I can trust you. Luo Qin nodded and said, Anyway, you have nothing to do now. Come with me to meet someone. Chapter 194 The Truth That Was Initially Covered Up. You want to use the computer? Lu Huai saw Ignat behind Luo Qin and hesitated. I am also investigating the red dandruff virus. Ignat got straight to the point. I don't like beating around the bush. If you are willing to help, let's start now. It doesn't matter if you don't want to, but if we contact Captain Shui Liang later, he will also know about this. Lu Huai was a little unhappy. Don't threaten me, he won't do anything to me. Lu Qin said, We have surveyed, the zombies here also show signs of being infected with the red dandruff virus, and it has appeared in the past 2 days. There have been many large-scale attacks. Combined with the current situation where communications are paralyzed everywhere, the spread of red dust may be wider than we expected. Lu Huai walked to the table and opened his laptop, and said to Ignat, My computer is not connected to the network, so I can't check anything. Ignat took out a mobile storage terminal from his pocket, and handed it to Lu Huai. Here, you should know how to use it. Right? Lu Huai took the terminal, carefully checked the structure of the port, then turned around and found an inconspicuous interface on the side of the computer, and plugged the terminal in. Give me half an hour. Lu Huai opened the database on the terminal, and his eyes quickly scanned the screen. I'll give you a reply after I finish reading it. Luo Qin walked out the door, and stood outside Lu Huai's door with Ignat. Ignat was tall and strong, and he still blocked half of the road even when he squatted in the corridor. The two of them stood like door gods, one on the left and one on the right, and everyone who passed by looked at them sideways. Ignat looked up at Luo Qin. His eyes were very serious. You don't look like an ordinary person at all now. When we first met you, we never thought that you would have a place in the Ark in the future. It seems that Shui Liang has passed on his temperament to you. After all, 2 years ago, I didn't think I would be exposed to these things. Luo Qin looked at the pale light above his head and said calmly, Unlike you, I opened a shop in Shining to do business. I am an ordinary person, who can be seen everywhere on the street in your eyes. Even my temperament is very ordinary. No one can predict his own destiny. Ignat said, Before I was 17, I was just a bartender working in a bar. There were many customers around me, but I never remembered the appearance of any of them. It was not until my first mission after joining the army, when the enemy struggled to death under my gun, and his blood splashed on me, that I remembered a stranger's face for the first time. That feeling was something I had never experienced before. Luo Qin, yes. Who knows what will happen in the future? I can't figure out how I got to this point today. If it weren't for these viruses, we might not have had any fate in this life. Sometimes, I resist the identity given by the Ark. I was dragged in by force. There is no way. But think about it in a good way. At least I know Lychee. The two of them didn't talk for a few words. And Lu Huai suddenly pushed the door and asked them to come in. Okay. Come on. On the table in the room was the open notebook, with dense text scrolling on it. Luo Qin didn't plan to read it, and asked Lu Huai directly, Too much. And I can't read. Can't you summarize it? The information I collected overlaps a lot with what he gave me, Lu Huai said. Decades ago, the Soviet Union's scientific expedition team in Finland discovered a glacial mineral. And that mineral was the original host of the red scab virus. It is very likely that it is coexisting with the Lantian virus. And the Lantian virus is the strain that evolved from it. Originally, the red scaly virus would have remained dormant with the end of the Ice Age, and would have completely disappeared. However, human development has allowed this ancient virus to reappear after hundreds of millions of years. And the red scaly virus has revived. Locken looked solemn, motioning him to continue. This stems from the ideological struggle during the Cold War. In the process of using the red scaly virus to study the so-called human enhancement experiment, the Soviets accidentally created a drug that could make people lose their minds and become extremely aggressive. In order to avoid international humanitarian criticism, the Soviet Union conducted this experiment in secret. But after all, nothing can be airtight, and the rumor still leaked out of the laboratory. So the Soviet Union super soldier plan that was circulated in later generations was not all rumors, but was indeed based on facts. Lu Huai scrolled down the content on the screen, and a series of human experiment photos, whose authenticity was unknown, suddenly jumped out. Without exception, They were all hideous faces, twisted limbs and pale skin, which scared Locken so much that he cursed in a low voice. Later, this technology was stolen by international spies and sold to the United States at a high price. Yuan Shan took over this technology and poached several Soviet scientists who participated in the experiment at that time, asking them to continue their research at the experimental base in the United States. Lu Hui said. But there is one thing. That is, the only SCRF virus strain left in the world has been lost in the Chernobyl accident, and it is completely impossible to extract it. Therefore, Yuan Shan remained in the theoretical research stage for quite a period of time and could not put it into practice at all. Just when Yuan Shan was discouraged and was about to end the experiment, a virus strain highly similar to the red scaly virus was discovered in our Lantian mountain. Which was the Lantian virus? Luo Qin asked. So Yuan Shan's technology for recreating humans was developed based on the Soviet experiment. Lu Hui nodded. You can say that. The Soviets' technology at that time was not enough to control the red scaly virus, and it was almost out of control. The research data brought by Soviet scientists from their motherland to the other side of the ocean, combined with American technology, was enough for them to make a major breakthrough in this experiment. Finally, 20 years ago, Yuan Shan first applied this technology to human experiments, calling it clinical medicine. 20 years ago, Luo Qin's thoughts were in a mess, thinking of the information he saw at the Hondo headquarters, and he couldn't help but feel a little depressed. But the Lantian virus will never be as powerful as even half the red scab virus. Right? Ignat suddenly asked. Yuan Shan has never been satisfied with this. Yes, that's true. But those Soviet scientists, who were poached by Yuan Shan, did not have the authority to take away more confidential research results. Compared with their previous research, the Lantian virus has been reduced in dimension. However, if we want to truly explore the power of the red scab virus, we still need some very important formulas, Lu Hui said. These Soviet scientists don't have the formulas, and the originals disappeared in the chaotic nuclear disaster. There is only one person in the world who still has those key formulas. Jimo Chung? Luo Qin said. It's him. The ancestors of the Jimo family once took a lot of things from the Soviet laboratory, but they didn't pass through any medium. Those formulas are precious materials that Jimo's family memorized and summarized after returning to China. Lu Hui said. Didn't you say that when in Shining, Jimo Cheng's people were almost wiped out? I guess Li Muqi colluded with mercenaries to steal the formulas from him, and also wanted to kill people to silence them. But Jimo Cheng destroyed the formulas earlier. Luo Qin asked hesitantly. Li Muqi didn't get the formulas, so he could only send people to Ukraine to get the strain of the red scab virus first. But in this case, isn't he afraid of losing control? Is there a man named Cui Haoshan in Hanzhou? Lu Hui asked. Yes. Luo Qin nodded. How did you know? Lu Hui coughed and gently answered Luo Qin's question. A partner told me. It's not important. That Cui Haoshan is now leading the giant lizard, and joined the Ark, becoming Li Muqi's right-hand man. Aren't you curious about how a disbanded mercenary organization could catch Li Muqi's eye? You mean, Luo Qin seemed to have something in his mind. Cui Haoshan gave him those formulas? I was surprised when I knew it. But Cui Haoshan did hold all the formulas in his hands. His brother used to be a driver under Lieutenant Colonel Ji. After a dinner, Lieutenant Colonel Ji arranged for him to take Jimo Cheng, who was still a shareholder of Yuan Shan, home. Lu Hui said. Jimo Cheng's briefcase happened to be left in the car. He found it an hour after he got home and immediately called the driver to send it back. But in this hour, Cui Haoshan's brother had already taken pictures of all the Russian documents in the briefcase. Would a driver happen to know how important the things in the bag were? Lu Hui shrugged and said. It was because he didn't know that he thought it was an important secret. But when he went home to study it, he found that he couldn't understand it. So he gave up. Those photos have been stored in his computer. Cui Haoshan must have found them later. He was sent to study in Russia for 2 years by his family. He recognized some Russian, and knew that was what Li Muqi was looking for. Luo Qin suddenly became suspicious. You are too detailed. Are you sure it is not made up by your partner? I absolutely believe him. Just like you absolutely believe Shui Liyang. Lu Hui said firmly. Li Muqi has collected all the formulas and must have started to develop a new human serum. But I am not sure whether he did the spreading red scurf virus. After all, the new recreated human beings have not yet been born. He is so impatient to create external destructive factors for himself. It is too abnormal. Is there no one who can stop him? Luo Qin was helpless. I think he is mentally ill. He dared to do such a dangerous thing. Ignat laughed out loud, of course. Some people tried to stop him. But the result was not good. Do you remember that when the virus just broke out and the infection began to spread around the world? The military and Yuanshan headquarters held Li Muqi accountable. But he pushed all the charges on a shareholder, accusing him of carrying the virus strain and illegally entering the country. Moreover, a lot of evidence at that time showed that the virus did not break out here at first, and it was highly likely that it was introduced from outside. Was that shareholder pushed out to take the blame? Luo Qin thought about it and felt horrified. When Li Muqi's defense came out, all public opinion immediately turned to the shareholder, who was accused of crimes against humanity. Although there were still people who firmly believed that Yuan Shan was the culprit, these voices were no longer important. What kind of schemes and means could turn the tables in an instant and push all the charges onto a person who was missing and even unknown whether he really existed? I found out something before. This defected shareholder was the descendant of one of the Soviet scientists. In fact, those scientists later came to the United States and were recruited into the laboratory by the United States in the name of developing medical methods to continue the unfinished experiments of the Soviet Union. However, they soon discovered that this experiment was too terrible and too cruel. If it was really used on the human body, it might lead to very terrible consequences. Ignat pointed out the porthole, where most of the city could be seen, which was filled with tens of millions of biochemical monsters, devouring all the living creatures that could be found in the city. We have seen the consequences, he said. So, what exactly did the defecting shareholder want to do? Locken asked. Chapter 195. What is love in the world? Ignat retracted his gaze and turned a ring on his hand. His ancestors found that the experiment of recreating humans was extremely easy to get out of control. And the Soviet Union's previous experience also made them very scared. So from that generation on, they quietly planned to terminate the research and spent decades arranging the formation and layout, just hoping that their descendants could end this evil. What happened later? Lu Huai asked. You have to know that the beliefs of the previous generation will be diluted to some extent by the next generation. In fact, not many people are willing to carry out the long-cherished wishes of their ancestors. However, 20 years ago, by chance, this shareholder visited the southern part of Xia country and met a woman. Ignat said this, raised his lips and smiled. The most involuntary thing in the world is love. He fell in love with this woman, almost obsessed with her. Although she was married and had a family, it still couldn't stop this man from being crazy about her. But later, some very tragic things happened, so that this shareholder almost collapsed, returned to the United States in a daze, and remained silent for decades. Until 2 years ago, he suddenly left the United States with some top-secret information and the strain of Lantian virus, intending to escape back to Russia. What tragic thing! Luo Qin and Lu Huai said in unison. Their focus was surprisingly consistent. Ignat looked at the two of them, blinked. I don't know. Just tell me if you know. Luo Qin rolled his eyes. Then you are so scary. That's all the shareholder wrote in his diary. He seemed extremely reluctant to mention that experience, so that the handwriting in the diary of the same period was very messy, and it can be seen that his mental state was very bad. It's already written. Are you afraid to write the cause and effect more clearly? Luo Qin was speechless. I hate people who say half of the words, and are they about to say the murderer's name and then die? But since these things are indeed not done by him then, besides Li Muqi and Yuan Shan, there should be other people who are very familiar with the Lantian virus, and can get the virus sample without anyone noticing, and then release it into Yuan Shan's vaccine. Ignat said. Although Li Muqi has strategies and ambitions, he will never do things without considering the consequences. He just wants to continue the experiment of recreating humans, and the outbreak of infection around the world will not benefit him at all. However, due to the public opinion at that time, he had to clear himself of suspicion. And this was the only way. Loken was a little frightened. He is too vicious. The other person did not do it, so why should he take the blame? Ignat smiled and said, You don't understand. Anyone who holds a little power will not be able to resist exploiting the weak, even if he was a saint in the past. If Li Muqi can put the blame on a shareholder, then someone with a higher position and more power than him can put the blame on him. The rules of this world are always like this. Loken felt that although Ignat looked strong, his mind was not simple. On the contrary, he thought of very practical and useful truths. At least much better than himself. It might be as Ignat said. During the billions of years of struggle on the surface of the earth, the law of the jungle has become the instinct of all creatures, whether it is human or animal. No one can escape it. And even he is one of them. It turns out that foreigners can also talk about these big truths. Lachlan stretched his waist and realized that it was past the time for a nap. The time they spent here had passed unknowingly for 2 hours. At home, Lizzie kept talking to me, and when I went out, someone told me, "It's enough." Ignat suddenly smiled maliciously. "Even if you don't listen to these views, don't let him tell others. Be careful that he is too popular and will be snatched away." Lachlan sat up straight, looking at him dangerously. "What are you going to do?" Ignat laughed and slapped his thigh. "I don't mean anything else. To me, women are more attractive. With just this person by your side. Aren't you worried that besides yourself, there are other people watching and following him?" "Of course I'm not worried." Although he said so, Luo Qin immediately thought of Li Xiaohan, who always pays New Year's greetings to chickens as a weasel. He doesn't look like a serious man, and doesn't follow the rules. Ignat stopped putting pressure on him and changed the subject. "In short, this is the current information. The spread of Lantian virus and red scaly virus should not be done by Li Muki. We don't know what the intention of the person behind the scenes is. The descendant of the Soviet scientist, after experiencing that incident, finally made up his mind to end everything in his generation. But he failed and was defeated by Li Muki." Luo Qin said, "No. I have to rush back to Qingdao as soon as possible and tell Xue Liyang all this." Lu Huai didn't know whether he listened or not. He silently copied all the information in Ignat's memory and turned off the computer. "This is back to you. Thank you for your information. When are you going to leave?" Ignat asked. "The military helicopters are definitely not available to civilians. We can only go by water or highway." Luo Qin thought for a while. "I will discuss it with them. It would be best if we can leave as soon as possible. We don't know what the situation is in the north now. There is military power here. I don't need to do anything for the time being." He went to see Fei Yingni first and asked him if he wanted to go back together. Fei Yingni's attitude towards him was much calmer than the previous 2 days. Sitting at the table drinking tea, she looked up at him and asked, "Are you going back to Hanzhou?" "Qingdao," Luo Qin replied. "If you want to go back to Hanzhou, we can send you back." "Why are you going to Qingdao? Aren't you from Fangzhou?" "Logically, we should all go back to Hanzhou." Fei Yingni put down the teacup and rolled up his sleeves calmly. "The situation in Hanzhou will not be better than here. There is no need for you to waste time." Luo Qin smiled and said, "Isn't it obvious? I'm going to find Xue Liyang." He always reminded Fei Yingni and told him, "Your student has really been kidnapped by me." Fei Yingni would get angry and cough. "Humph, I don't care about your affairs, just let him go. There are no rules. What can I expect?" Fei Yingni said coldly. "I have no right to discipline him. Just calling me teacher is not my student. If you want to leave, I will go with you, but I want to go back to Hanzhou. If you want to go to Qingdao, it's up to you." "Okay." Luo Qin nodded obediently. "Then we will leave the day after tomorrow. Is that okay with you?" Fei Yingni hummed and said, "You arrange it. I don't have anything to do." Luo Qin discussed and set a time with him, and did not plan to stay longer, so he said goodbye and left. Fei Yingni suddenly stopped him again, and said, "When you go back, keep an eye on Xue Liyang. He is too stubborn. And sometimes he is too stubborn and easily breaks. And it is easy to become a target of public criticism. Why don't you say these things to him in person?" Luo Qin asked. "He and I are of the same generation. It is not appropriate for him to lecture me, or for me to lecture him. You are the elder, and you have watched him grow up. No matter what misunderstandings there were in the past. Can't we talk it out now?" Fei Yingni was stunned, obviously not expecting Luo Qin to speak to him like this. However, Luo Qin has always shown a very straightforward character. He has long been accustomed to it. Although he still looks a little unhappy, he can still calmly reply, "You are more suitable than me." He calls me teacher on the surface. But I know that he thinks I am an old stubborn man who will never listen to me. Otherwise, he would not have fallen out with me that year. "Okay." Luo Qin did not insist. "If there is a chance when I go back this time, I can persuade him to sit down and talk to you." Yi Qinglan stood on the deck. In the distance, dark clouds covered the city, and thunder and lightning flashed in the sky. A heavy rain was about to fall. Soldiers and survivors in the safe zone were running around, covering various outdoor mechanical equipment and open-air places with tarps. And shouts were heard one after another. She tidied her hair a little sleepily, and felt sticky all over. So she planned to go back to the cabin to take a shower. Have you made up your mind? Luo Qin's voice suddenly came from the side. Do you want to go with us? Or go back to the Ark with Fei Yingni? Yi Qinglong glanced at him and asked. What did you talk about with the military? Why do you suddenly want to go to Qingdao? Did they persuade you to cooperate? Or, Luo Qin interrupted her and said. It has nothing to do with the conversation. I just want to find Shui Liyang myself. His intention to stop Yi Qinglong from asking questions was so obvious that the latter was speechless for a moment, nodded after a while, and said, Okay, I won't ask anymore. I want to go back to Hanzhou. Qingdao is not a place for me. Then we will leave the day after tomorrow. Luo Qin said. Pack up. We will take a fishing boat to Qingdao, and then change cars for you at the port. Yi Qinglong looked at Luo Qin's back as he turned and left. Suddenly, some thoughts came to her mind, and she subconsciously called him, Wait. Luo Qin turned his head and looked at her, waiting for her to speak. However, Yi Qinglong just moved her lips and did not say anything. It's okay. It looks like it's going to rain. You should go back early too. She didn't ask after all. What answer could she get from asking Luo Qin about whether Shui Liyang had ever been to Riddle Space, and whether it was related to the death of her parents? This person was still confused about his life experience and past. So what answer could he give her? On the day of departure, several officers came to see Luo Qin and his party off in person. They waited at the dock at the estuary until all the supplies were loaded before Luo Qin and the admiral and others said goodbye and boarded the ship. The fishing boat went north along the east coast. From time to time, they could receive radio signals from the shore. But every time they tried to contact each other, no one responded. The further north they went, the stronger Luo Qin's ominous premonition became. He wanted to see Shui Liyang as soon as possible. And the most important thing was to make sure that the other party was safe. A few miles away from Qingdao, their fishing boat contacted the local Human Alliance garrison guards. Although these were brought by Jimoro, Yi Qinglong could also deploy them. As soon as she got off the boat, she went to find the person in charge of the station. The other party prepared 2 cars for them and arranged a group of elite team members to escort Fei Yingni back to Hanzhou. It seems that Fei Yingni is still very important to Fang Zhou. Although he has no real power, he has many students all over the world and has a wide network of contacts. That's why Li Muqi invited him to join the Fang Zhou committee. However, this old man is very stubborn and has different ideas from Li Muqi. He stayed in Shanghai for several months without going back. Lieutenant Colonel Ji went back and complained to Li Muqi about him. But it didn't make any waves later. After seeing off the Human Alliance's convoy, Loken led the rest of the people to the military base. There were many zombies wandering around outside the base. They moved slowly. Even if they saw people from a distance, they could only move towards here at the speed of a reptile. Every step was a struggle with the stiff joints of the whole body. Only Falcon came out to pick them up. He was a little surprised to see Luo Qin. Why are you here? I came to see Li Ji. Luo Qin looked behind him. Why didn't he come to pick me up? You didn't know? Falcon asked in confusion. The captain is not in Qingdao. He has been in Hanzhou for several days. We can't contact him. Nor can we contact you. What? He went to Hanzhou. Luo Qin was stunned. What happened in Hanzhou? Falcon was still carrying a gun. And he hadn't had time to shave the stubble on his chin and cheeks. His whole face looked a little vicissitudes, as if he had been busy for several days. Let's go in and talk. The perimeter of the base is not safe. Zombie attacks are very frequent recently. Where is Jimoro? Luo Qin followed Falcon into the base and asked. Falcon said, he's in the dormitory. In the past 2 days, he stayed in the dormitory except for going out with us for rescue. There is no chance to meet him in the base. Luo Qin learned from Falcon that several days ago, the connection between Qingdao and the outside world was suddenly cut off. At the same time, Aaron came to inform Shen Ning of the attack. Shui Liyang suspected that Hanzhou had encountered the same crisis, so he led people to rescue, but he has not returned yet. The captain ordered me to guard Qingdao. I can't leave without permission. I was really worried these 2 days. Falcon sighed and said, Fortunately you came, otherwise I would have to worry about both ends. You didn't see it. Our captain was completely depressed after he knew about Shen Ning's accident. If Shen Ning wasn't too far away, and he had to take care of Hanzhou first, he would have gone to find you long ago. Doesn't he need help? Luo Qin asked. He didn't even take you with him. Ling and White Wolf went with him, Falcon said. Black Panther and I stayed to guard the military base. The captain said he would be back soon. But not long after he left, there were suddenly many zombies on the highway in the direction of Hanzhou, and we had to reduce the scope of our usual patrols. I'll go see Jimuro, Luo Qin said. I came all the way north, and the zombies moved quite frequently. Someone told me that they were affected by a certain virus, which is why they became so agitated. Lu Huai nodded, and then said, this virus mainly affects the reconstructed humans. You have to tell them to take precautions. Otherwise the reconstructed humans made of alpha-type raw stones will be a huge safety hazard. Falcon glanced at Lu Huai, somewhat alert. Who is this? Your captain's friend. The information he has is enough to turn Hanzhou upside down, Luo Qin said. I want to take him to Hanzhou. I'll leave right away. When can you arrange to leave the earliest? Today is fine. Falcon hesitated and said, do you want to take a day off first? I heard that you came all the way from Shanghai, and you never stopped. There is no time. I'm afraid that if I delay for another day, the situation will really be out of control. Shining was attacked by a zombie tide, and the safe zone was almost wiped out. I escaped with the rest of the people, Luo Qin said. I heard that Hanzhou was in trouble. I'll go there today, and see what's going on over there in Lizzie. Chapter 196 Dangerous Atmosphere. That night, Falcon prepared the cars for Luo Qin, all of which were modified military off-road vehicles, with large internal space, and bulletproof reinforced shells, so it was not an exaggeration to say that they were armored vehicles. Luo Qin did not let Falcon drive out all 5 off-road vehicles. After all, there were only 2 people going to Hanzhou this time, including himself and Lu Huai, and Luo Tiantian, and the other members of the Vanguard team stayed at the military base and did not move. It's too dangerous with only 2 people. Falcon wanted to insist. At least 2 cars are needed, in case Hanzhou really. I know, it's not that the more people there are, the easier it is to do things. Luo Qin shook his head. I have told you everything I should say. You must be careful in Qingdao. The information source in Lu Huai and Ignat's hands is very reliable. The red scab virus will infect all reconstructed humans indiscriminately, and even your immune system will not work. Falcon nodded. Okay, we will pay attention. You should also remind the captain when you go there. Before leaving, Ignat and Aaron came to see him off. The 2 stood at the gate of the base, with their sleeves tucked together, acting like a local, and I don't know who learned it from. GMO didn't come. This person has been a little nervous recently because of Xiao Lang. He has been sleeping during the day and making milk powder for his children at night. When Luo Qin entered the door, he smelled a smell of milk, and he almost marinated GMO. Luo Qin didn't feel sleepy at the moment. If he kept his mental state in a state of high tension for too long, he would become more awake. He drove all night long. Even Luo Tiantian and Lu Huai couldn't bear it and fell asleep. There were only a few breathing sounds of different frequencies in the car, accompanied by a lonely car light on the dark road. And the stars and the moon accompanied him. He sped along. The highway was terribly silent. Sometimes, a light from something unknown would flash in the wilderness. Abandoned cars could often be seen parked on the road, waiting for their owners, who might never come back. When the lights passed by, there was nothing behind the dark, empty car window. Luo Qin always felt as if something was chasing them in the dark. This thought made him a little creepy, and he silently told himself some jokes to give himself courage. However, he now enjoyed this kind of quietness. In the past 2 years, his mind has gradually calmed down. Even if he was alone, he would not lack a sense of security. As soon as the car passed the border of Shandong province, Luo Tiantian suddenly woke up, opened his eyes in the dark, and climbed onto the passenger seat. Luo Qin reached out and touched its head, whispering, "Don't worry. We'll be there soon." Luo Tiantian stared ahead with a sharp gaze, and after a while, she let out a low growl unexpectedly. Luo Qin became alert and slowed down the car. Luo Tiantian was well trained and could tell what was hostile. It was probably because something difficult to deal with appeared ahead. Luo Qin parked the car on the side of the road and saw the road sign indicating that it was more than 300 kilometers away from Hanzhou. It was still midnight, and there was no sound on the road. It didn't look like there were any zombies approaching. Lu Huai hadn't woken up yet, curled up in the back seat and sleeping soundly. Luo Qin didn't call him. He put on the armor Shui Liang gave him. got out of the car, and locked the door. He took Luo Tiantian around the car and found nothing unusual. Be good. Go for a walk. Luo Qin patted Luo Tiantian on the head. Be careful. Luo Tiantian jumped into the darkness. Luo Qin leaned against the car door and stared at the wilderness in the distance. A gust of wind blew, and the heat index in the air suddenly rose. At the same time, Luo Qin heard the sound of grass shaking around him. He turned around and walked to the guardrail of the highway. 2 seconds later, gunshots rang out all around, and countless flames approached with a heat wave. Luo Qin ducked behind the car and heard the sound of bullets hitting the car body. He saw the right moment and rushed out. He held down a gunman lurking in the bushes with one hand, and his armor tightened. The opponent's throat was crushed by him in an instant. There, he started. A man shouted in the fire. Kill him! Luo Qin retreated to the side of the car and found that Lu Huai inside was also awakened. He was lying on the glass and looking out. He knocked hard on the car door and scolded, Lie down. Don't come out. The car is bulletproof. Unless several Gatling guns bombard it together, it is difficult to be penetrated by ordinary small-caliber bullets. Luo Qin raised his armor to block in front of him, finding the direction of the dense gunfire, and dived in. The deep grass on the ground soon splattered blood, and the night wind was filled with a strong smell of blood. This was also what Xue Liang taught him. The moment he realized that the other party had made a fatal move, he did not hesitate any more. Luo Qin looked at the man in front of him whose chest he had pierced. The pupils of his eyes were abnormally blood-red, and there was anger and madness burning in his eyes. He looked no different from a zombie. Luo Tiantian rushed up from the roadbed with a shout, and bit one of the attacker's neck without saying anything, with a fierce look in her eyes. The man didn't even make a sound before she was bitten to pieces by her extremely fierce bite. Luo Qin was startled, and quickly patted its neck. Let go. Luo Tiantian was like a real wild wolf at this moment, instinctively using hunting skills to frantically shake the person who had completely died in her mouth, and growled softly. Luo Qin was afraid that it would eat something unclean. So he raised his leg and kicked it on the butt, and said anxiously, Hurry up and let go. He really didn't control the strength of this kick, and kicked Luo Tiantian sobbing a few times. Then she dropped the person in her mouth, curled up her tail, and hid aside aggrievedly. Okay. Be good. Luo Qin sighed, squatted down and rubbed Luo Tiantian's head. You won't learn your lesson if I don't kick you. I'm not your mother. I won't spoil you. Don't complain when you go back, or you'll be dead. Luo Tiantian licked him with her tongue, and her tail started wagging again. Luo Qin got up to check the bodies on the ground. They were all dead, and they were carrying a lot of homemade weapons. He checked the necks of those people one by one, but he didn't feel the bulge of the serial number. So he turned over the eyelids of the bodies, and found that their pupils were all blood red without exception. He called Lu Huai, who was stunned in the car, and asked him to take a closer look at the condition of these people. Lu Huai also noticed the abnormal color of their eyes. He used a syringe to draw a tube of blood from the neck of a corpse, and put it in a sterile bag. Stay away. It's best to disinfect it. If it is really the red scab virus, it will also affect you. Luo Qin took out the disinfectant spray in the car, and disinfected his whole body. He also sprayed Luo Tiantian. He asked the dog to stick out its tongue and carefully checked its pupils and tongue coating. He found that there was nothing abnormal for the time being. He couldn't help but patted the dog's head angrily. Don't bite everything next time. It's dirty. Do you know? Luo Tiantian yelled twice. They got in the car and continued to drive forward. Lu Huai did not sleep this time. He turned on his computer to search for signals. Finally, more than 100 kilometers away from Hanzhou, his computer captured a weak radio signal in the northeast. I'm worried that it's a trap. Lu Huai pointed to the red positioning point jumping on the screen and said, The group of recreated humans who kidnapped me before lured other survivors over in this way, and then killed them all. Luo Qin didn't care at all. He drove off the highway in the direction of the positioning display. Let's go and take a look first. Even if it's a trap. Can't we just kill them all? Besides, this is self-defense. Killing is the first of the 3 evil deeds of the body, Lu Huai said. Luo Qin glanced at him and said, If you keep talking nonsense, I will kill you first. Lu Huai shrank his neck and stopped talking. Damn. Do I look so ferocious? Lu Qin was speechless. Can I really kill you or what? You have already committed bad karma. Lu Huai mustered up the courage to say another sentence. Lu Qin shook his head and thought that he should get off the car and find a place to kill him later. The two drove in the direction of the signal and drove more than 50 kilometers without realizing it. In the early morning, the signal detected in the computer became stronger and stronger. Luo Qin drove slowly along the road, carefully observing the surroundings, and finally found a settlement that seemed to be occupied in a wilderness beside the national highway. The source of the signal seems to be ahead, Lu Huai said. Let's be careful. Luo Qin, stay in the car and don't come out. Luo Qin parked the car a few hundred meters away from the settlement and got out with a gun. Luo Tiantian jumped out of the car behind him, and the man and the dog walked straight over there. Luo Tiantian kept sniffing the air, patrolling around Luo Qin, and suddenly rushed into the entrance of the settlement. Luo Qin couldn't call her back, so he had to run in. Luo Tiantian rushed to the back of a cargo box covered with canvas, and soon she heard a rhythmic cry. This camp was obviously inhabited by people, but now there were unburned embers everywhere, as if it had been robbed extremely brutally and smashed to pieces. Luo Qin followed Luo Tiantian's cry and found that she was barking at a man covered in blood on the ground, and was nudging his chest with her head. Luo Qin quickly ran over to help the man up, reached out his hand to touch his neck, and found that he was still breathing. He looked around, and finally found half a bottle of mineral water on the ground, and opened his mouth to feed the man. The half-dead man must have been unconscious for too long. It took a long time before he opened his eyes a little, and his dry and black lips moved, and he said something weakly. What? Luo Qin lowered his head to listen, but the words that came out of the other person's mouth made him break out in a cold sweat in an instant. The recreated humans in the city are crazy, all. Luo Qin felt that the meaning of this sentence was extremely ominous. Just when he wanted to ask more questions, he found that the man in his arms had completely died. All the water he had just drunk was vomited out, and it was mixed with strands of red. But what this person said just now still made Luo Qin frightened. The recreated humans in the city are crazy? Are they infected with the virus? That's Xue Liyang. He was a little flustered, and felt anxious for the first time in a few days. Xue Liyang was in a state of confusion at the moment. He first encountered a recreated human infected with the red scum virus on the way, and then learned from this man that Hanzhou was in crisis. All these things were twisted together, and suddenly became a vortex full of anxiety. Luo Qin didn't want to delay any longer, and immediately ran back to get in the car, and said to Lu Huai, the red scum virus infected people attacked this camp, and something happened in Hanzhou. Try to contact Fanzhou immediately. Quickly. Lu Huai nodded nervously and operated on the computer. Luo Qin rushed to Hanzhou at almost the speed of flying. He had to stop twice to refuel on the way. When he reached the highway in Xiaoqing, it was already past 8 in the morning. What alarmed him was that the highway entrance to the city was blocked by scrap cars and wooden fences. From a distance, it stretched for hundreds of meters and was almost blocked. He immediately turned the car around to find another exit and changed several ramps to the city. But the result was the same. But he had to see Xue Liyang now, even if he had to walk. To see him get out of the car, Luo Qin picked up the backpack on the passenger seat, which was full of guns and bullets. Lu Huai put the computer in the bag, jumped off the SUV, felt a little dizzy when he landed. Luo Qin threw a Desert Eagle to Lu Huai, and loaded his own shotgun at the same time. Let's walk in. Chapter 197 Lichi and Luo. All the towns near Hanzhou have fallen. Gunshots can be heard from time to time in the nearest by to town, and the roars of zombies echo between buildings. Luo Qin heard the sound of zombies hitting the barbed wire, mixed with some human cries, which made people shudder. He took Lu Huai through the most seriously infected Nancheng district, and encountered survivors who were fighting halfway. Both sides killed each other to death, and the smell of blood choked his nose. Luo Qin pressed Lu Huai to hide in a street shop, looking at the flashing gunfire everywhere on the street outside, and thinking about how to get out. A group of zombies were attracted by the sound of the exchange of fire, and the firepower of the two teams fighting was immediately dispersed. Luo Qin took the opportunity to pick up Lu Huai and ran out the door, crouching and rushing through the hail of bullets on the road. Luo Tiantian followed closely behind, and before those people noticed them, they successfully got into the alley at the other end. Lu Huai was panting, and his head was covered with sweat. He took out the walkie-talkie to search for the spar signal in the city. Frowning, no. There is a signal, but no one is connected. We have to find someone to ask. It's useless. Looking at this situation, I guess the headquarters is in trouble. Luo Qin looked at the street outside. Well, I'll find you a safe place. You hide, and I'll go to the headquarters myself. Lu Huai stared at Luo Qin's back. A little? Hesitating, he began to mutter inexplicably, Xue Liang won't blame me, but I feel uncomfortable holding it in like this. Amiba, don't blame me. Luo Qin suddenly turned his head and looked at him. Are you possessed? Lu Huai said, let's go to my house. I have a house in Hanzhou. Although I haven't been back for many years, my friend should have been cleaning it all the time. He showed Luo Qin the way in front, and the two went to a high-end community near the city center, which was obviously where rich people lived. Luo Qin remembered that the most luxurious property Wei Lan had purchased in Shining was 400,000 yuan per square meter. Here, the price would be many times higher. At this time, the gate of the community was open. The smart access control system, that was usually only for owners to pass through, had long been powered off. Some zombie remains were stuck on it, which was dried by the wind to only white bones. Luo Qin and Lu Huai walked through the small door, and Luo Tiantian elegantly squeezed in through the gap in the railing. Luo Qin then realized that a dog's body could be so thin, although the fur looked quite thick. Walking through the garden where zombies roamed, Luo Qin felt that the community was getting colder and colder. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. No matter how rich you are, you will become a zombie. And even if you die, you can only die in such a golden tomb. It's too much of a loss to live a lifetime. At least you can get a gold tooth before you die. In this way, even if you become a zombie chasing the protagonist in the movie, you will still be the handsome guy who can be recognized at first sight. Luo Qin laughed out loud at his own joke, thinking that he must tell Xue Liang about it when he sees him. His Lizzie has a low laugh point, and this joke is enough to make him laugh for a week. Lu Huai's home was in one of the buildings. The elevator had stopped long ago, but fortunately he lived on the 5th floor, so he didn't die of exhaustion while climbing the stairs. There were no zombies in the corridor. They climbed to the 5th floor and found a pool of blood in front of the door of the neighbor opposite. It was unknown how long it had dried. The security door was closed, and there was no sound from inside. The structure of this community is 3 households per floor. The middle unit is smaller than the 2 sides. The west and middle units on the 5th floor are Lu Huai's homes. For convenience, he wanted to break through the load-bearing wall between the 2 households to make a door. But later he was afraid that the whole building would become a dangerous building. So he had to give up. Lu Huai took out the key from under the carpet at the door, opened the door, and entered the house. He kicked off his shoes casually, and took 2 pairs of slippers from the shoe cabinet. They were the kind used in hotels, brand new, and the plastic film had not been torn off. Luo Qin looked around the room and found that it was too clean. If he asked someone to clean it, as the other party said, then at least until now, Lu Huai's so-called friend had always insisted on cleaning for him. Who is this person, who can occasionally spare time to do such a dangerous and meaningless thing? I haven't lived here much since I bought it. It's always been other friends who want to stay here, Lu Huai said. Do you want to take a break? We've been driving for more than 10 hours. Luo Qin shook his head. I'll drop you off and leave. Please help me take care of the dog. It's dangerous to take it over. Lu Huai said, don't worry, I have something to show you. Why do you think I brought you to my house? If you just want to rest, just find a hotel. Wait for me to find the lychees first, and then come back to see them. Luo Qin didn't want to delay any more time, and turned around to open the door. They are all Xue Liang's things, Lu Huai said behind him. If you don't look at them, you may never have the chance to look at them again. Luo Qin was stunned and turned around. Lu Huai took him into the bedroom. The space of dozens of square meters was very transparent. It could be seen that no one had ever lived there. It was so clean that there was not even a trace of human presence. Lu Huai walked to the bed, lifted the mattress, and lifted the lid of the storage compartment under the bed. There were no clothes or bedding in it, but it was filled with some densely packed books and papers, as well as several large cardboard boxes. Lu Huai patted the dust off his hands, looked at Luo Qin and said, many of them were rescued from the things he wanted to burn when he moved. He almost beat me to death. It was a big price. Luo Qin has always had no resistance to Xue Liang's things. The photos he has kept close to him are proof that he wants to treasure all the aura of this person. He walked to the bed, half knelt down, took out a pile of music scores, and opened them carefully. Every page of these books was filled with writing. The 5-line music scores that he couldn't understand. The black and white music symbols. and it can be seen that the person who wrote was very focused, and every stroke was horizontal and vertical, without using a ruler at all. As he flipped through the thick book, the papers rustled, which sounded very comfortable. Inside were some sketch papers that had become thin, brittle, and yellow. Luo Qin carefully took them out and unfolded them. He found that they were all landscape sketches, with pencils drawn in different shades. The skills were not very good, but the overall picture was clean and pleasing to the eye. He suddenly felt that he was looking at the other person's past through these old things, those childhood and youth that he had never participated in, which were full of bookish atmosphere, belonged to Shui Liang. He can also draw? Luo Qin chuckled. He didn't tell me. I even learned to play the piano by asking myself. In addition to the landscape paintings, there are also a few blurry portraits, but they were abandoned after only sketching the general outline. Unlike the previous landscapes, the handwriting of these figure sketches is very messy, as if he was restless and irritable when he wrote them. There are many words written densely in pencil on the side, and Luo Qin can tell from the sloppy regular script that they are some nonsensical venting. I don't remember his face. I'm annoyed. I can't draw it. I seem to have really forgotten what he looks like. What should I do? Why didn't you write to me? I wrote it all. Hangzhou is not that far from Shining. I still can't remember it. I won't draw it. Luo Qin reached out and flipped through it again. Suddenly, he saw a touch of color in a pile of plain papers. He pulled it out without thinking and found that it was a fairy tale book. The cover was a rough painting of the 9-colored deer. He had heard this story when he was a child, and he still remembers it clearly. The 9-colored deer saved a drowning man, and the man was grateful to him and wanted to repay him. But the merciful deer king only asked him to keep the secret. But the man turned around and revealed the secret to the king, which brought disaster to the 9-colored deer. Luo Qin thought about it, and couldn't help but curl his lips, and casually opened the storybook. However, the moment he saw the colorful insert on the title page, his blood seemed to cool down, and he felt that ice was poured into his blood vessels, and a hand pierced through his chest and grabbed his throat. He saw the page with a colorful cartoon on it, on which 2 names were written in 2 different colors. Shui Liang. Luo Qin. Lu Huai seemed to have expected it, and looked at him quietly. He didn't say until the color on his face faded away. The first time I knew your name was not in the rescue radio station. It was only later that I remembered that I seemed to have heard of you a long time ago. Your name is so long and complicated. The little boy scratched his head in confusion, looking at the name written in watercolor pen on the storybook in front of him, and felt that these 3 words were beyond his cognition. Write your name too. Write it here. A white and tender hand reached out to him, handing him a colored pen. You can call me, got it? Why? Isn't this the name of a fruit? Yeah, it's also my nickname. I don't tell anyone else. Okay. Then you can call me a Luo, or, this is what my brother told me. It's the nickname my mother gave me. Don't tell anyone else. The little boy said, write his name carefully, and proudly put the pen cap on. If they bully you again, just tell them you are coming to me. Tell them my name, get it? I won't let them bully you, but you have to listen to me. You bully me too, how annoying. I didn't bully you, you are the one crying. Since you hate me, I won't play with you. No, don't, I'm wrong. I don't hate you. Don't refuse to play with me. Isn't it okay for me to let you bully me? Then you have to say you love me the most. Woo, I love you the most, don't pinch my face, Luo. Chapter 198 Never Forget. Luo Qin tightly grasped the storybook in his hand, feeling that his fingers were about to bleed. He was shocked by the 2 names in the book, his heart was beating like a drum, and the blood finally thawed, but it was flowing back to the top of his head. Have they met? A long time ago, did he and Shui Liang meet? Why didn't Shui Liang tell him? Why didn't she say a word to him? What's going on? Did he lose his memory? Did Shui Liang lose his memory too? His book, why is there my name? He asked Lu Huai in a daze. Where did this book come from? Lu Huai shook his head. I don't know, he probably doesn't know that this book has come to me. I thought about it later, he probably didn't want to throw this book away. Maybe he accidentally put it between the music scores and paintings when he was organizing them. I snatched them back at the time. Luo Qin sat there, spreading the book on his knees, trying to recall the memory fragments that might be valuable. But he couldn't grasp a clue at all. Did he meet Shui Liang when he was a child? What about the name on the book? He didn't even have any vague impression. He took the storybook, stood up and turned around in a daze, hesitating. I want to ask him. What puzzled him the most was why Shui Liang didn't mention this to him. Even though the two of them had discussed the possibility of their memories being modified countless times, Shui Liang didn't remind them of their past in a subtle way. No, that's not right. Shui Liang reminded them. In the vegetable garden of Wanchun Camp, when he told Shui Liang about the crying little boy in his dream. What happened next? What else did you dream about? Shui Liang asked him this, and then Luo Qin belatedly remembered Shui Liang's eyes at that time, and the flash of expectation in them, but he actually didn't take it to heart. Luo Qin rolled up the storybook, but found that there was no place to put it. Lu Hui sighed, and stood up and said, "Don't worry, what if you take the things away and lose them? Put them here with me first. No one will steal them anyway." He pulled the storybook from Luo Qin's hand several times, and then took it away. "I looked through these things after I got them back. And I remembered your name. But I didn't take it seriously at that time," Lu Hui said. "I just remembered why your name sounded so familiar when I heard it in the rescue broadcast in Shining. I'll ask him myself," Luo Qin said. "You stay at home. I'm going out for a while." Lu Hui's community is not far from the Ark headquarters. Luo Qin walked all the way there, and found that the city was full of highly aggressive zombies, as well as recreated humans, who suddenly appeared to rob. He began to believe the words of the man in the settlement outside the city. The red scab virus seemed to be out of control. The sky was cloudy, and it looked like another heavy rain was coming. The air was filled with anger, just like Luo Qin's mood at the moment. When passing a commercial street, a recreated human on a motorcycle came speeding towards him from the other end of the street, with a fierce momentum, and his companion on the back seat was waving a long knife, seemingly ready to kill and rob. When the motorcycle hit him, Luo Qin pressed the front of the motorcycle and turned over, kicked the two people on the motorcycle more than 10 meters away, and hijacked the motorcycle instantly, turned around and drove quickly to the headquarters. He couldn't remember how many corpses he had seen lying on the street. There were all kinds of deaths. A few zombies were biting the corpses. When Luo Qin passed by on his motorcycle, the zombies raised their heads again, attracted by the fresh living people, and ran after him. The dilapidated scene in front of the headquarters was indeed beyond Luo Qin's expectations. There were still traces of the tragic battle that took place a few days ago. From the security wall to the military defense facilities, everything was smashed to pieces. If it hadn't been attacked by a giant infected creature of the Titan level, it would never have become like this. Luo Qin abandoned the motorcycle on the side of the road, and looked up to see corpses all over the ground. Many of them were already highly rotten, and were bred with dense maggots, which smelled extremely bad. In the past 2 years, this safe zone, which had been rebuilt and defeated countless times, has been repeating this fate. Its managers and protectors seem to have become numb. Now it seems that they have just evacuated in a hurry, and it will not be long before they will make a comeback and return to this place. But Luo Qin felt that this time seemed different, and it was different from any other wave of infection. He could clearly sense a trace of pheromones with murderous intent in the air. Although it was fleeting, it was enough to explain the uncontrollable killing and evil in this city of refuge. He didn't know where Shui Liang was, nor did he know how to contact him. The communicator Shui Liang gave him could no longer receive any signal. The virus had invaded everywhere, and the trapped people could only hide in a corner and leave it to fate. They couldn't even send out a message for help. Luo Qin had no choice but to search aimlessly in the city. He judged that if there was a problem with the Ark, it would probably evacuate to the direction of the Youth Entrepreneurship Park. So he rode his motorcycle there again. The zombies chased him wildly, and Luo Qin tightened the accelerator, speeding through the streets, but suddenly heard a call for help not far away. He hesitated for a moment, then turned the car around and drove to another street. A few streets away, a group of survivors were trapped on the road by zombies. Several people were forced to climb onto the roof of a bus, surrounded by 7 or 8 level 2 mutants trying to climb up. They had guns in their hands, but they couldn't hit them. The mutants were also smart, approaching little by little from the blind spot of the bullets, and were about to jump up. Luo Qin raised his gun and shot a zombie in the head at the rear of the car, and climbed onto the bus with the thrust of the motorcycle. He grabbed the neck of another zombie with his armor and pulled it off. The zombies were quickly cleared away. A few people thanked him for surviving the disaster. They also asked him if he needed a ride. They were going to the nearest shelter. "Where are you going?" Luo Qin asked. "Those recreated humans are not normal. They are killing people and robbing things everywhere in the city. Several shelters have been attacked by them. Now we can't stay here. We are going to the school in the east. A woman said. Are you from outside the city? It's a blessing that you didn't run into those lunatics. How many people have they killed in the past 2 days? We dare not count them. Luo Qin asked tentatively. Didn't the people from the Blue Flame Brigade come forward to quell these things? As soon as these words came out, the car immediately became silent. Several pairs of eyes stared at Luo Qin, making him feel very uncomfortable. It seems you really don't know. Another man shook his head and said. We heard that the first to kill people were the group of Lan Yen. Li Muki pushed open the door, looking at the survivors outside with panic in their eyes, smiled comfortingly, and asked people to distribute food and supplies. Don't be too scared. We are safe here for now. Ark and the Alliance will ensure your safety, Li Muki said. The brutality of the Blue Flame Brigade is indeed outrageous. I really didn't expect that without any evidence. We only raised preliminary suspicions. And they would use such extreme methods to retaliate. Why is there no evidence? I saw it with my own eyes. Someone yelled uncontrollably. How many people saw it? The madman who killed people. The clothes he wore. Weren't they exactly the same as those of the Blue Flame group? Even if there is no evidence, there would be no one else except Blue Flame. I know that everything was done by them. Soon someone followed up. Those people just had a problem with Shui Liang. And they were killed by him. This madman doesn't even allow us to tell the truth. A few hours ago, just before the conflict broke out, someone witnessed people wearing the Blue Flame Brigade uniform shooting several survivors. Although the murderer fled quickly after the incident. This incident became the last fuse that ignited the conflict between the survivors and the reconstructed humans. Not only Lan Yin, who was accused of murder, but also other reconstructed humans in the Ark were affected by the collective anger. In the end, the Blue Flame Brigade defected collectively after a conflict with the survivors, including Shui Liang, who is now missing. Li Muki immediately sent members of the Alliance to track them. But there is no news until now. Cui Haoshan was a little hesitant to speak, and walked to Li Muki and asked quietly, Shui Liang and others don't know that the red scab virus can infect reconstructed humans. What if they are infected and go crazy and kill back? How can we beat them? Li Muki seemed to have been prepared for a long time, and smiled calmly. It doesn't matter. They have Shui Liang, and we are not without a trump card. I have arranged the chess pieces that should be arranged. Why are you in such a hurry? He looked into the distance. The sun shone through the concrete forest of the city, shining on the glass between the high-rise buildings. The sunlight was cut into pieces, like countless cages, locking the city's hopes, sins, and darkness in the stinking grids. The Ark was doing the final screening before boarding. In the shelter a few kilometers away from the Youth Entrepreneurship Park, several gunshots with silencers were heard, and then it became quiet. The antelope rushed into the warehouse with the bloody white wolf, and hurriedly took out a bandage from his bag to stop the bleeding. The white wolf's left hand was bloody at this moment, cut off at the wrist by a sharp weapon, and the wound was so deep that the bone was visible, which looked shocking. Bai Wulua quickly gave the white wolf an injection to relieve the pain, and he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the wound was no longer bleeding. Shui Liang ran in with a gun, held up by Lang's left arm, and examined it carefully. Don't be afraid. The blood has stopped flowing. Hold on. Okay? Bai Lang was sweating profusely, and nodded with a painful tremor. It's okay, Captain. It's a small matter. Anyway, my hand can still grow back. I'm sorry. Shui Liang lowered his eyes, a little depressed. I didn't handle it well. I didn't protect you well. Sun Ling's eyes were red, anxious and angry. Captain, how is it your fault? They just want to put a crime on you, so that they can find a reason to vent. No one saw the attacker's face at the time. What can a piece of clothing prove? We have a lot of people. Who knows where the murderer came from? When that kid killed someone, he wanted to put his identity on his face, and he didn't catch the person. So Li Muki was anxious to give. We convict him, Bai Wuluo said angrily. Are they all fools? They can't figure this out? Shui Liang glanced at him. There is no need to figure it out, when there is no target. What they need most is a target, not an explanation. Sun Ling punched the cargo box. Is it us who caused this situation? Did we make the zombies crazy? They can't blame us. The clothes that man was wearing were indeed the combat uniforms of our team, Shui Liang said. But he covered his face. It can only be because he was guilty, which is very telling. Li Muki did it on purpose. The murderer wore the clothes of the Blue Flame Brigade and committed the crime openly, but only covered his face. Anyone would have a shadow of doubt in their hearts. But compared with the so-called truth seen with their own eyes, this doubt is insignificant. What should we do now? Bai Wu Lu asked. Brother, let's send CCN and Simio away first. They can't go everywhere with us. I'll find a way to arrange for them. Shui Liang said. There are people from the Alliance everywhere now. Don't expose yourself first. Sun Ling hesitated and asked him, Captain, Luo Qin and Captain Xiao will come. Right? They will definitely stand on our side. Shui Liang's hand paused for a moment, and subconsciously pinched the red rope on his right hand. They should come. Will you go with me? Luo? Come with me to Hanzhou. We have a very big house, and there are bedrooms for you to live in. I'm not going. Wei Lan is coming back from vacation, and I'm his only friend. Otherwise it would be too pitiful. Who is Wei Lan? Is he your best friend? I hate him. Why do you hate him? I have already written you as my best friend in my notebook. When I go to school, I will find you in Hanzhou. We are the best in the world. Okay? Of course. Then you must write to me. And remember to come to see me. The note I gave you as my home address. You must come to see me. I can't protect you anymore. If anyone bullies you, you should fight back. Don't cry all the time. I am not as old as you. The people in the welfare home are afraid of me because I am good at fighting. I will become very powerful in the future. I will definitely become super powerful. I will protect you then. Luo, I will definitely find you. No matter where you are, I will find you. I will never forget you. Never. Chapter 199. The storm is coming. Luo Qin parked his motorcycle at the entrance of the Youth Entrepreneurship Park and shook off the water on his body. Several special police officers came up to him for questioning. Among them, a very handsome police officer looked him up and down, and suddenly asked tentatively, Luo Qin? The man's surname was Su. He was Cheng Qingyao's deputy. Luo Qin had met him several times, and knew that he was very reliable. It's me. I just came back from Shining. The situation there is similar to here. Xiao Su frowned and let him in. Come in quickly. I'll take you to see Captain Cheng. A lot of things happened in the past 2 days. I have to tell you everything. Where are Shui Liang and the others? Luo Qin asked the question that concerned him most. He noticed that Xiao Su's shoulders stiffened, and he replied in a very uncomfortable tone, They are not here. Let Captain Cheng tell you the details. Before they could see Cheng Qingyao first, they were blocked on the road by Cui Haoshan and his men. Xiao Su had been holding back his anger these days, and seeing this group of people deliberately running into the muzzle of the gun, he scolded, What are you going to do again? Li Muki has something to ask Luo Qin. Cui Haoshan had a blank expression on his face, playing with a lighter in his hand. He is from Fangzhou. Do I need your consent to call him? You want to be tough, right? Xiao Su slapped his lighter away. Cui Haoshan, don't think I dare not fight you. Luo Qin pulled Xiao Su behind him, and looked down at Cui Haoshan. I'll go with you first. I also have something to ask Li Muki. Officer Su, wait for me. Xiao Su looked at Luo Qin hesitantly, and finally stepped aside, and said to the team members around him, You go back to find Captain Cheng first. I'll wait here. Thank you for your trouble, Officer Su. Luo Qin thanked him, and turned to walk in another direction. In the temporary office of the office building, Shui Yunting and Li Muki were both there. Luo Qin kicked the door open, and without giving the other party time to greet him, he walked over in 2 or 3 steps and grabbed Li Muki's collar. His eyes cold. I want to hear all the explanations about the scurf virus now. Cui Haoshan pointed at him and roared, Let go. Get out of the way. Luo Qin's eyes almost scraped a layer of skin off him, and Cui Haoshan couldn't help but step back under the pressure of his powerful aura. Pheromones between reconstructed humans have a mutually suppressive effect. Higher-level reconstructed humans can often produce some kind of biological signal deterrence to weaker ones. Just like at this moment, Cui Haoshan suddenly felt fear. Li Muki pushed away Luo Qin's hand, glanced at Shui Yunting standing beside him, and asked, Do you suspect that I did it? You sent someone to Ukraine to get the strain of the red scab virus, right? Luo Qin picked up the ashtray on the table, and threw it in his hand. The medicine you tried on Shui Liang is also related to this virus, right? What do you know? I never thought of letting the situation become like this. As for who is behind the scenes, I want to know more than you do. Li Muki was calm, as if he was not worried at all that the sharp armor on Luo Qin's hand would tear his throat. Luo Qin, you must remember that you have an agreement with Fan Zhou. You have the leisure to question me here. Is this your attitude as a member of Fan Zhou? Agreement? Luo Qin sneered. I signed an agreement with you because of Shui Liang's face. Li Muki, you don't really think that I'm afraid of what you'll do to me. So I volunteered to stay in the Ark. Right? Your dog chain doesn't work on me. And only people like Cui Haoshan prefer to be tied up by you. But Shui Liang killed someone. Didn't you know? Li Muki said sarcastically. A few days ago, survivors in the Youth Entrepreneurship Park began to be mysteriously killed one after another. It wasn't until yesterday that we saw the murderer with our own eyes. The man was wearing the clothes of the Blue Flame Brigade. Luo Qin. What, if you wear their clothes? You are Lan Yan's man? Luo Qin asked back. Someone was killed right under your noses. You don't care who the murderer is, but you keep holding onto a piece of clothing. Do you really want to find the murderer, or have you already prepared to pin the blame on Lan Yan? Li Muki waved his hand, and said, Shui Liang didn't want to stay in the Ark at first, but now he runs back to intervene in the rescue of Han Zhou, and he caused trouble by not managing his own people. Are you going to cover him up? Not only did Lan Yan not cooperate with the investigation, but he ran away after injuring someone. Now everyone thinks they are guilty, and I can't do anything about it. Why don't you go out and tell them that although the real murderer has not been caught, you believe that it was not Lan Yan who did it, and see if anyone will believe you. Luo Qin threw the ashtray to the ground. After a loud bang, glass shards were scattered all over the ground. Before I catch that beast, Luo Qin looked at Li Muki and said word by word. You take care of the giant lizards and the crazy dogs of the Alliance. He left after he finished speaking. Cui Haoshan then remembered to breathe heavily. He was so frightened by the scene just now that his face changed a little. Li Muki shook his head and asked Shui Yunting, who told him about the red scab virus. Zhu Yan? Shui Yunting, it shouldn't be him. I have been monitoring Zhu Yan. He has no chance to pass on the news. But the red scab virus is not something that is particularly confidential. Luo Qin and others have met Jima Chung and Shining. Maybe Jima Chung has also mentioned it to them. Li Xiaohan, who had been standing silently behind Li Muki, suddenly spoke up and said, Dad, Zhu Yan doesn't have the courage. He knows the difference between having a life to live for one day and having a life to live every day. However, that Jimoro seems to be a little out of control. He should also know about the red scab virus. Li Muki turned and looked at Li Xiaohan, with no expression on his face. Is Jimoro still in Qingdao? Yes, he manages the recreated human station there, but he has not done much for us. Li Xiaohan said. Do you want me to talk to the chairman again? Li Muki pondered for a moment, and suddenly a terrifying light flashed in his eyes. No need, Jimoro is not obedient. I will kill the chicken to scare the monkey to him. Cheng Qingyao was standing in the tent, hearing Xiaosu's voice outside, and said in a calm voice, Come in. Xiaosu brought Luo Qin in, and Luo Qin immediately saw a body in the middle of the tent, covered with white cloth. Looking at the figure, it was a man. Look at this. Cheng Qingyao lifted the white cloth, and the blue-faced corpse suddenly appeared in front of him. Luo Qin found a gunshot wound on the chest of the corpse caused by a small-caliber bullet. The wound was not big, but it should have penetrated the ventricle of the deceased with one shot. Luo Qin asked, What's the problem? Cheng Qingyao, this is a reconstructed human. The fatal wound is in the chest. Luo Qin was stunned. Reconstructed human? Killed by a gun? I am also very surprised. Except for the brain, there is no fatal weakness of reconstructed humans anywhere, but this person was killed by this gun. Cheng Qingyao's face sank and said, The bullet was mixed with something else, but I don't have the conditions to test it. The laboratory is full of Li Muki's people. Luo Qin said without hesitation, Someone told me about this thing. It's a counteragent. Counteragent? Cheng Qingyao was surprised. Will it kill reconstructed humans? Do you know that there is a microorganism called red scum virus? Similar to the Lantian virus, it will parasitize all infected organisms, including zombies and reconstructed humans. Luo Qin said. The red scum virus can rapidly increase the aggressiveness of reconstructed humans. The ingredients of the counteragents are also extracted from this virus, and they will destroy the somatic cells of the reconstructed humans. Cheng Qingyao pondered for a moment, and nodded. I know. Li Muki and my sister told me that it was a project that Zhu Yan was in charge of. Isn't it said that the red scab virus can only cause abnormal behavior of zombies? Even reconstructed humans. Why do you think those reconstructed humans in the city suddenly went crazy? Luo Qin said. Shining was also conquered by this virus. We were entangled for several days. It was a fierce battle. Zhang Qingyao raised his head suddenly. Did Shining fall because of this virus? Luo Qin looked at him puzzledly. What's wrong? Zhang Qingyao and Xiao Su looked at each other, and both of them looked a little strange. Xiao Su took a deep breath and said, The day before you came, a group of survivors were rescued. They were all the ones who followed you to Shining to develop the safe zone. They said that Captain Shui Liang arranged for his people to infiltrate the Human Alliance and then massacre the South Safe Zone. Luo Qin didn't even react to the meaning of this sentence. He looked at Zhang Qingyao in disbelief. Zhang Qingyao sighed. Things happened too fast. The murderer wearing the blue flame uniform just appeared, and the survivors were rescued back to the Youth Entrepreneurship Park. The situation had begun to stabilize, but everyone's emotions were stimulated by the news sent back by Shining, and they were completely out of control. Bai Lang's left hand was cut off when he was maintaining order. Shui Liang was eager to protect them, and accidentally injured someone. The people with Lan Yin left. Where did they go? Luo Qin felt powerless, and could only ask Zhang Qingyao about Shui Liang's whereabouts. Zhang Qingyao patted him. Don't worry. Su Yugang is with my sister, and the rescue team is also on Shui Liang's side, trying to contact them. Luo Qin hurried out of the tent. I'll go and see. The people of the rescue team were in the office building where the Chung family temporarily lived. The whole building was filled with Zhang Qingye's men. There were bodyguards guarding the door, each with a gun. Even Xiao Su had to be checked several times before entering. Zhang Qingye acted very decisively. He had already ordered the Chung family to go out to find out the news. However, he did not find the person. But he did hear some rumors. Lizzie brought a child? Luo Qin was stunned. Where did the child come from? Zhang Qingye. Xiaobai was rescued from Wanchun camp. He is only a little over 1 year old and has not been weaned yet. They must not have gone far with the child. I asked people to search nearby, but still couldn't find him. Luo Qin had some clues. The child must need milk. At least some rice soup. He just needs to let people pay more attention to supermarkets and vegetable markets in the city. And maybe they will get something. There is another thing. I am afraid that after Shui Liang knows this, he will become even more irreconcilable with Li Muqi. Zhang Qingyi said in a deep voice. Fei Yingyi is dead. Luo Qin's mind buzzed, and his tongue was a little numb. Dead? Yi Qing'an came back with a team of alliance members. As soon as she entered the door, she hurriedly asked the rescue team to pick up other people who were trapped on the road. But when the rescue team rushed over, more than 20 people, including Fei Yingyi, were all killed. Zhang Qingyi said. According to Li Muqi, it was the recreated humans who hijacked the Alliance's convoy. Luo Qin's eyebrows were filled with anger. Whoever he says is the murderer is the one. Besides, Yi Qing'an brought all the elites of the Alliance. As long as the opponent is not the first generation of recreated humans, how could he not be defeated? We all think so. Zhang Qingyi looked at him solemnly, and his tone became more and more dull. But in the same way, Shui Liang would also think that Fei Yingyi was murdered. Su Yugang frowned and said, But why did Li Muqi want to kill Mr. Fei? He just has a wide network of contacts, but he has no power or weapons. What threat can an old man with no power to tie a chicken pose to him? As soon as he said this, he suddenly realized why Fei Yingyi must die. Fei Yingyi failed because of his wide influence. Most people in the safe zone knew him and respected him. As an old man who usually helped people a lot, his words were always convincing. He was also a rare person who could keep his mind clear and calm in the chaos. In conflicting positions, he would most likely side with his students. Li Muqi had worked hard to turn Shui Liang's reputation among the survivors upside down. How could he be willing to let all his efforts go to waste because of Fei Yingyi's casual words? Therefore, Fei Yingyi could not return to the Youth Entrepreneurship Park alive, and he no longer had the opportunity to speak. Zhang Qingyi took out some infection reports from the table in front of her and distributed them one by one. They were all collected from the recent days of investigation in the vicinity, including the activity cycle, trajectory and attack methods of the zombies in the city, with no omissions. Most of her subordinates were not recreated humans, but they were also experienced in many battles. They had been through life and death with the old man of the Chung family, and had once made a well-known security company in Asia flourish. The strongest among these people, even the beta-type recreated humans, had been defeated by them. It just doesn't have the ability to regenerate. But it's no worse than anyone else. Luo Qin didn't care to look at the report in his hand. He glanced at it a few times and said, Li Miyuki concealed the information about the red scum virus. It will not only affect the behavior of zombies, but also parasitize and regenerate humans. Once infected, they may only have the instinct to kill in the end. Xiaosu was surprised. Then aren't we very dangerous? The Lantian virus has no effect on us. But the red scum virus, I've seen those wild ways outside, killing people without caring about their lives. I've been thinking, if Li Miyuki is determined to force someone to death, what will he do? Luo Qin lowered his eyes and pressed his eyebrows. Now I find that he has no bottom line in doing things. I don't know what he wants to do. But Xue Liang is in danger now. I want to find him. Xue Liang didn't know the danger of the red scum virus. If he also encountered an accident, Luo Qin didn't even dare to think about the consequences. He picked up his armor from Xiaosu's hand and planned to go back to find Lu Huai first. Chapter 200 What I Miss. The current disaster situation in Shining City, blockade status, highway closed. Highly suspected, premeditated terrorist attack. Large-scale attack. Xue Liang sat at the table, looking at the breaking news of Shining reported on the laptop, suddenly heard a groan from the person on the bed behind him. He immediately reached out to close the computer, standing up and walking to the bed, looking down at the other person's restless expression, raised his finger, somewhat hesitant about whether to touch. Before he could make a decision, the person on the bed suddenly sat up. Xue Liang quickly hid his hands behind his back and took a few steps back guiltily. He felt his heart beating very fast, and his ears were throbbing. The person standing in front of him looked at him warily, which made Xue Liang feel a little uncomfortable. In his memory, Luo Qin would not look at him in this way. But it didn't matter. The other party just didn't recognize him for a while. Xue Liang poured Luo Qin a glass of water and found his own clothes for him to wear. He had some thoughts. Obviously, the clothes of another roommate were more suitable for Luo Qin, but he didn't want Luo Qin to wear other people's clothes. Maybe too many years had passed. Luo Qin didn't know what he looked like now, and didn't look at him for many times, but turned to the window, obviously more concerned about the situation outside. But soon, Luo Qin finally asked the question he had been waiting for. What's your name? Xue Liang was filled with boundless joy, and handed his professional book to the other party calmly. He would remember it. As long as he saw his name, Luo Qin would definitely remember it. That was Luo Qin's personal promise. He promised that he would never forgive me. But Luo Qin looked down at the name, but there was no trace of familiarity in his eyes, not even a wave. He just smiled nonchalantly. Your name is quite special. Xue Liang was completely stunned. He didn't understand why Luo Qin had no reaction to his name at all. Obviously, they had written each other's names many times before. How could he forget it? How could Luo Qin forget it? He didn't know how he tried so hard to suppress his expression that was about to collapse, but his heart suddenly felt very painful. The person in front of him was Luo Qin. He was not mistaken. He was the person he had missed for many years. But why didn't he remember him? Why, isn't that good? A child's voice suddenly came from behind him. Xue Liang turned around and saw a little boy with very white skin. He had the same eyebrows and eyes as him, but with a bit of irony and gloom. He said to him, Isn't it best if he doesn't remember you? What's good about him remembering you? The cowardly and useless you in the past? But what? You also hate your past self. And you want to completely abandon those years. Because you were the most useless waste in the world at that time. You are the way you are now. Which is the way you want to stand in front of him the most. Isn't it? Xue Liang hesitated, but he knows me like that. The little boy scolded him. Now you are all grown up. And no one in the adult world will welcome a waste who can only cry. How can you please him if you are disgusted by your appearance? Xue Liang woke up from a sultry breath and rubbed his eyelashes uncomfortably. After he woke up, he instinctively went to find Luo Qin in a daze and found himself curled up in the quilt, almost a ball, like a wounded cat. When Xue Liang was awake, he didn't have time to feel sad, and restraining his emotions had become a compulsory course in recent years. He stood up and splashed cold water on his face and walked out of the shack. This was an abandoned refuge camp of some unknown faction. The former inhabitants were a few zombies, who were killed by Chen Nuo with a sniper rifle. and became the temporary stopover for the defected Blue Flame Brigade. There was a zombie trying to break in outside the fence, not far away. Its head was stuck in the middle of the railing, and it kept struggling and roaring. But it didn't attract any companions for a long time. It was probably the kind that was not welcomed among the zombies. Just in case, Xue Liang threw out his butterfly knife from his sleeve and pierced the zombie's head with one hand, and the annoying roar stopped abruptly. Xue Liang went over to pull out his knife and saw the blood on the black blade gathering little by little, shrinking, and finally condensing into a ball hanging on the blade. He pulled up a piece of canvas to wipe the blood and put the knife back into the gun belt on his waist. This is an alloy knife forged with special materials. One of the raw materials is Tai Sui ore. Although it is only the first batch of test products, the effect has exceeded his expectations. Bai Wuluo walked towards him, his hand still stained with Bai Lang's blood, rubbed his cheeks that were a little itchy from the wind, and said, "Brother, Cheng Qiniao sent a message. It was a single line of communication, and it had been several hours when I received it." "What did he say?" Xue Liang asked as he walked him out. "The Cheng family is investigating this matter thoroughly, but the murderer has not been caught yet. The wind direction in Qingchuan Park is very unfavorable to us," Bai Wuluo said. "Now except Sister Qingye, no one is on our side." Xue Liang thought of Cheng Qingye, and knew that the other party was terribly stubborn. They had known each other since they were young, and he was very familiar with the temperament of the siblings. The Cheng family members were all stubborn. Once they said they were on Lan Yan's side, they would never waver. But this was also what he was most worried about. Tell Cheng Qingye not to interfere. The situation will not be as simple as before. The position of the Cheng family is very important, Xue Liang said. The more Cheng Qiniao and the others stand out, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. Especially Cheng Qingye. Li Muqi is a lunatic and may turn against her at any time. Bai Wuluo hesitated, but still told him, "Brother, Luo Qin is back." In Qingchuan Park, Xue Liang was stunned for a moment. His breathing was slightly stagnant, but there was no joy of relief on his face, but a layer of heavier worry. "Does anyone else know?" Xue Liang asked. "No. I just came to you as soon as I got the news." Xue Liang patted his shoulder. "From now on, don't tell anyone else about Luo Qin's return." "Why?" Bai Wuluo asked in confusion. "We are all family here." Xue Liang looked at him, and finally said nothing, but turned around to find Chen Nua in another low room. She was feeding goat milk to a half-grown child. The small bag of goat milk powder was found by the Sunling after searching all the nearby stores. It was only expired for more than half a month. He heated it up in a small pot, and it was barely drinkable. But it couldn't last long. It would soon run out. They were a group of strong and healthy recreated humans, so they didn't have to worry about starving to death. However, this child couldn't last too long. The situation was urgent at the time. When the Blue Flame Brigade drove away from the Youth Entrepreneurship Park, the child was in the car. The Sunling didn't have time to send him off the car, so they had to take him away together. Yin Yu and Si Xian Simiu were also traveling with him. With these people, it was even harder to hide. Xue Liang approached the baby boy who was quietly drinking warm goat milk. He remembered that Bai Wuluo seemed to have said that his parents were infected to protect their child. They didn't have time to leave too many words. He only knew that the child was called Cici. Cici. Xue Liang squatted down and touched the child's fingers. How pitiful. He doesn't cry or make a fuss when his parents are not around. He can speak and is very smart. He can walk by himself and call his parents. But he still couldn't understand that his parents would never respond to him again. From then on, he would never use these two names again. Xue Liang raised his head and said to Chen Nua, "Xiao Chen, I will find a way to get you a car, and you can take the child back to Qingdao." "Captain, you are not leaving?" Chen Nua was keenly aware of Xue Liang's meaning. "Li Muqi will not let us go so easily. We only have one chance to return to Qingdao." Xue Liang glanced at the half-closed door behind him and said, "I know it is difficult to leave the city now. I can lead most of the alliance away and give you a chance." Sunling said that he could steal a plane from Qingchuan Park. Chen Nua said, "Do you want to try?" "No. That would directly alert Li Muqi. He can do anything to the plane at any time. We can't take risks." Xue Liang said, "Don't worry about other things. Take the child first. I will take care of everything afterwards." He first went to find Bai Wuluo and asked him to try to contact Cheng Qiniao, but he kept detecting signal interference. It seemed that Li Muki had monitored Qingchuan Park's external communications. Bai Wu Luo held the intercom and shook his head helplessly. No. Our equipment's anti-monitoring system is still running. And Li Muki is monitoring the information exchange of the Youth Entrepreneurship Park. Unable to think of a better way, Xue Liang could only consider temporarily moving his position. At least leaving the range of the Human Alliance's daily patrol. He was discussing the next move with Shenhua. And the door behind him was pushed open. Xue Sixian ran in and eagerly pulled his hand. Brother. Come quickly. Come quickly. Xue Liang was forcibly pulled to the next room by Xue Ximiu. And saw Xue Ximiu still fiddling with the laptop, which showed the interface of the dark web. It was unknown where these two people got the legal key from the dark web. And they actually logged into the website called Riddle Space again. Xue Liang's temples throbbed when he saw this name. Xue Ximiu opened a crimson post, which was marked with content in 3 languages at the same time. Scrolling down, it was Xue Liang's own photo. A frontal aerial photo. And it was very clear. Then he looked at the title exclusively provided by an insider. Red Eye's identity exposed. Red Eyes. Xue Liang. Himself. 2 identities. Combined into a precise portrait. Like a pound of death bomb dropped on the dark web. You can tell without even looking that it has caused a stir. This top killer, who once offered a bounty of hundreds of millions on the dark web, is actually just a young man in his early 20s. Looking gentle and harmless. When Xue Liang saw these contents, he actually felt a sense of unreality. He almost forgot about the life of Red Eyes. The blood, killing, and animality were buried in the past years by the glimmer of light after dawn. Even if he recalled them, he no longer felt like he was there. Red Eyes no longer existed. Standing here was Xue Liang.